Hey everybody, how y'all doing? Steve coming at you. I know it's early in the morning for many of you, and for some it's a little later in the morning. I just wanted to touch base with you, and we're going to cover, for the first time, I am going live on my own channel. And I wanted to go live for this particular court case, especially the Johnny Depp versus Amber Heard. For those of you who haven't been watching, I completely understand. I get it. If we got things going on, we're busy people. I understand. But I actually work during the day and I work from home. As you can see, my home behind me, Baby Yoda wearing my Tom Brady jersey in the background. And so I was listening to this trial a lot in the background, kind of this background noise as I work. But it's incredibly fascinating. It really is. And this is the last week of the trial. And one of the things that stem from this, just real quick background for those who haven't been watching, Amber Heard and Johnny Depp were married. They got divorced in 2016. She came out afterwards accusing him of domestic violence and sexual assault. And he kept his movie roles because all she had initially was these allegations. People who knew Johnny in the industry didn't really know him for that sort of thing. And then in 2018, she wrote an article about how when she came out against him, the industry came out against her. And it happened to be that article dropped 2 or 3 days before Aquaman came out. And yes, she played Mira in Aquaman. That's who Amber Heard is. And all of a sudden, from that point on, Johnny Depp started losing roles. It was a Fantastic Beast. He was getting cut out of the next Pirates of the Caribbean. A few days after that, plays Captain Jack Sparrow. Completely turned his life upside down, and he's been fighting to get his reputation back ever since. And this trial has been about him suing her for defamation because of that article, that December 2018 article. And it has been incredible. One thing that's come out of this trial for sure is that somebody's lying, and it's not looking good for Amber. So for those of you who've been maybe following mainstream media and places like Vox and Vogue and all these periodicals have been writing about it, I know they've been writing it from a pro-Amber standpoint because she's part of the whole Me Too movement. She became a spokesman for the ACLU and women against domestic violence and that sort of thing. But I'm telling you, this trial shows that, if anything, that it looks more like Amber's the abuser and Johnny was her victim. And it's been incredible because of that. Now, he's already been on the stand. He was on the stand early on. I think in the first week of the trial, he got cross-examined by her team for about 3 days, and then he was done. When Amber came, and he did great, by the way. He really did. Now, I'm not painting Johnny Depp as a saint. I've never been that huge a fan. I think he's a fantastic actor. I've seen his stuff. Incredible character actor. But as a person, I've never really been that into Johnny Depp. But he did a great job on the stand. He was very affable. He told a story from his standpoint and what happened to him, how he lost the tip of his finger. Yes, he did lose the tip of his finger in a fight with Amber Heard. And I don't mean physical fight. They were arguing, and because of that argument, she threw a whiskey bottle at him that cut off the tip of his finger. That came out in trial. Now, Amber came up to the stand and told a completely different story from the standpoint. You guys can go look at these videos. They're already on YouTube. Because of the story she's told, TikTok has been memeing the hell out of her. It was crazy, but her story was completely different than anything else Johnny or any of his witnesses came up to the stand to say. In fact, her story, literally, the way she told it literally depends on, don't believe anything else any of those other people said. I'm telling the truth. That's how different it was from what you heard from Johnny and his witnesses, which is all pretty consistent. So I just wanted to kind of share this with you guys, what I've been seeing these past few weeks, just listening while I've been working. And it's been absolutely incredible. By the way, if any of you have trouble hearing me or anything, let me know in the comments. I'd appreciate it. But I also want to say this as well. I know there are people out there who have, and many of us, including myself, who have had domestic violence and in their backgrounds, loved ones, mothers, fathers, boyfriend, girlfriend, whatever. So I can understand how sensitive this subject is. Don't assume that I'm making light of it, because I'm not. As somebody who has a past where I've seen my stepfather do things he shouldn't do. And I know that there are people who have fathers and mothers and loved ones who are in very similar positions. So if it triggers you in some way, if it's too much for you to take what's taking place in the trial, completely understand. Maybe you might need to tap out for a little bit and go do something else. I get it. But I'm telling you, it's incredibly intriguing. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to share my screen with a site, a YouTube channel called Legal Bites, and it's essentially a panel of lawyers led by a woman named Alita, who's phenomenal. They're all lawyers. I find it intriguing, and part of the reasons why I did watching her channel and others like it, because these are lawyers and they're giving you the background. They're giving you a background of what's taking place in the trial, why certain objections happen the way they do, a hearsay objection, a foundation objection, and so you learn a lot about the law as you're watching, and it's very entertaining. You would think it would be boring, but it's not. Have there been aspects of the trial that have been boring? Yes, but mostly it's been incredibly entertaining. Hollywood doesn't have the talent to write how good this trial has been. So if you like that kind of stuff on television, I promise you this has been better than that. And I've seen a lot of law shows, believe me. But I'm just glad for those of you who are here with me. Thanks for being on board. We're going to join Legal Bites here in a moment. I'm going to put on my reading glasses. Yes, I do wear them. I'm at that age where I have to. So we're going to join these guys here. And I want you to hear what they have to say about what's taking place in the trial so far and what's getting ready to take place. If any of you have trouble hearing me or hearing them, just let me know. Okay, so we'll go ahead and join Legal Bites right now. Oh, let me see something. Losing the sound here.
Saw back then, which is that she was going to be a force on YouTube, and I could not be happier to know her. So Alita, keep kicking ass. Thank you so much for all this help. And I'm looking forward to last week where LawTube continues to change the world.
Do it.
Agreed.
Do it.
Agreed.
Now, what's crazy about that is
usually
all these people that you see on the screen
is at 80K. I couldn't get through the day without his sickly sweet optimism and cheerful outlook on life.
Most hilarious. That's the most hilarious super chat
in history of mankind.
Is my spirit able to get him to 100K? Let's
Hope
do
was
it.
around
Let's do it, guys.
20,000.
80K. We could
and
totally get there by the
he's
end of the week.
over
We could do it.
That's
Let's see if
how
we can get
in the
Kurt
trial.
to 100K. How many LawTube folks can we get to 100K? We've got to do it, guys. We've got to do it.
Kurt deserves it. Kurt shows up early in the morning on my channel to try to bring me down. Every episode.
To bring me down.
Well, yes, that's true. But that's what journalism. No. I was actually, you gotta let me finish, Kurt, because I was gonna say it is a fantastic kind of balancing effect to my natural buoyancy, and it gets better information and better analysis out there.
Johnny Depp.
So yes, please do go like and subscribe
right now on
to
the
Kurt.
screen.
He deserves it.
Gentleman sitting on the left of you on the screen is Ben Shu.
And Indy is giving her congratulations to Indy. Quiet.
Thank you, Indy.
Incredible. His team, Johnny Depp's team is on point. Amber Heard's team,
shed more tears
not so much.
than AH in the past 6 weeks. Good times. Congrats, Rick. Yes. Also, Mr. Bites wanted to give you his congrats too. That's actually why Indy was barking, is because he came.
Thank you, Mr. Bites. I appreciate it.
Of course. And
by the way, those of you who are joining, if you have not subscribed to my YouTube channel, please do so. Please leave a like. I appreciate it. It helps push it out there.
We're trying to.
Really
okay, Miriam, thanks so much for your generous super chat. This question: when the jurors decide how will we be informed? Also, will they live stream it? What time will it be like during working hours, or at any time of day? So as far as like the decision is concerned, it's just going to be when they have made a decision as to like how they've decided. They will let the court know. They will let the judge know through the bailiff. They'll send a note saying we've arrived at a decision. The judge will inform the two legal teams, so they'll have a chance to come back into the courtroom, because they're able to go back to their offices, get other work done, like all kinds of stuff, so they don't have to just hang around all day. And then basically, like, word will get out to the media. We'll find out. People will come back into the courtroom. So my assumption is that the cameras will be in the courtroom for the actual verdict. I don't know if the cameras will be in the courtroom like while we're waiting, or if they'll be turned on while we're waiting. But on this channel, like, we will definitely be live streaming that whole time until a verdict
Hey,
is
welcome,
reached.
Karen.
We'll be hanging out. We'll be chilling. We will be talking about the UK trial. We'll be going over the audio that we haven't been able to listen to, that everybody's been wanting us to listen to. Maybe we'll talk about Gone Girl. Like we'll do all of this stuff. We'll have so much time for all of that
Gone
kind of
Girl.
stuff.
Jury deliberation is fun.
Movie.
Jury deliberation is a fun time for us here. And if you're interested in like me reacting to things that aren't entered into the record after I give my jury prediction, you'll get to see that.
People noted that Camille is in the
Johnny Depp. There he is.
She sure is.
So that would imply we're about to call Johnny Depp.
Yeah.
That's
legal
the thing.
solicitors and
Johnny's
advisors.
already
Thanks for your
testified
super
early
chats.
on
Now
in the
the
first
hope's
week,
at
right?
100K. Can I get to
Amber's
100?
witnesses
Huge inspiration.
been mostly by video deposition that they did a year or two plus ago, because they've been so bad.
Agreed.
Including her testimony, she was the worst witness.
Let's get
They're going to call Johnny Depp back to the stand. It's a Hail Mary. It's a very risky strategy.
We've got a couple emails back and forth with Gleister over there. And yeah, hopefully we can have that all split up too. So hey, Mike, how's it going?
Good. How are you doing?
Good.
Doing good.
Rick is doing amazing. He just hit 100K.
Congratulations. That is awesome and well deserved.
Thanks, Mike. I appreciate it.
He's done everything he can to promote the rest of us. We know that.
Yep. So
I try. I'm better at that.
Yeah. Aren't we all, right?
Yeah.
I know. It's like I keep getting hounded to ask people to like the video.
Chat about Good Logic and DUI guy.
I will. I'll do that, but I would rather just tell everybody to go everywhere else. You know what I mean?
I'm more than happy to do that. Goose your numbers, if you will.
Virginia.
I can do that.
This is all taking place in Virginia.
And then also
there's
one
to
super
be a
chat
part
that
of
we
it, and
weren't
they
able to collect
should
ahead of time
be
because
in
it
the
came
audience
in,
today.
in between hours. So let me make sure that I catch that before I have a chance, before it gets away from me. Let me see here. Mrs. Unknown says, will AH team save the best witness for last H's hours? Love you all. I don't think so. I don't. I think that they are trying to scramble.
That's saving the worst witness.
Yeah. And it's also a relative scale. I mean, they haven't had a good witness yet.
That's true.
Who was their best witness? That's a good question.
Yeah. Suk Medik D20 predictions. Heard shows up dressed like a pirate. Judge patience waning for nonsense. Circus barely contained. AH team will score at least 1 point. Maybe one.
Yeah.
Maybe 1 point. Don Hinton says, question, average hours per day equals 5. So only around 20 hours available through Thursday. Does this mean they lose the rest of the 6 hours, or can it spill over to Friday? If only through Thursday, then different seems more like JD plus 4, not plus 10. Thoughts?
That's the other thing.
Well, let's see. It's 18
Both
plus 18
sides.
and a half plus 8 and 45.
There we go.
I think that the judge will go overtime
Amber Heard's side
on
only
the hours
has
per
8
day.
hours left
That's enough
to testify.
That's enough for
Johnny
3-4
Depp's team
days.
has
That should work on the math.
10-hour gap.
Yeah, no, I think so.
Amber Heard's
I think
team,
you're right about that.
they got a bad plan,
See if we
but
can get
they
another
have
question
not.
before jury
They've
comes
had
in.
trouble, I promise.
The
They've had
Artisan
trouble.
says, question, I noticed that in several of the pictures shared during the trial, Johnny is not
Johnny
wearing
Depp, I'm with
rings.
you.
Why has the defense
I'm with
not
you.
brought that up? I don't know.
The black suit,
That
the
would
red tie look
be an
good.
interesting.
What's up, brother? How you
interesting
doing?
question, right? Let's see here. Oh, all right.
Did Joe get in this morning?
Sorry.
I see Larry out. I see Larry back there.
It looks like it. I think so. Let me see here. Yeah, I see Larry.
Yeah.
I don't see James or Joe. Where's Joe with his NYPD hat?
I don't know if he tried that.
If he was wearing a hat in the courtroom, he would never hear the end of it from me.
Yeah. I mean, he was wearing a suit with the hat. At least there was that. But maybe, well, actually.
Okay, I know I turned this volume down because I want to hit up some of these chats real quick. Welcome to the chat, appreciate it. Let's see here. Amber is probably trying to control her lawyers and call all the shots. Being a narcissist, that's what they want to do, and they are delusional and they think they're better than everybody else. Karen, I don't know if you've been watching this, but you hit the nail on the head, because they had a path to victory, essentially, because all she really has to prove is that her case is about abuse is legit, but she took it so far off the rails, it's been crazy. So yeah, you're right. I agree with you. Let's get back.
Left corner. Okay.
That's awesome.
Good. Glad to hear it. And now we've got. Okay, I'm trying to move the captions. Hopefully it'll show up in a sec. Whitney Hurd is on the front row bench. Is that true? I see that in the chat. Interesting.
Amber Heard's sister.
All right, we ready for the jury then?
Ready for the jury.
Okay.
Wow. So we only had 2 minutes of prelim. It's a record.
This judge has been pretty good. This judge has been very. She's
Mr.
done
Dark
very well.
151 says, question, are there any precautions in place in case AH or her PR team decide to be vindictive and dox the jury in case of unfavorable verdict? I don't think so. Doesn't sound like it.
I hope not.
I hope that they don't. Well, although afterwards, if it's after the verdict, then I mean, those folks can also reach out for publicity anyway. Like at that point, like the trial isn't like as far as the trial process is concerned, like that's not disrupted by it.
Yep.
But it would suck to be doxxed if they want to remain private. Big surprise. This question: will the jury verdict be televised? I believe so.
Yeah.
I've got to double check, but I believe so.
Yeah, I believe it will be too.
Let me see. I'm looking for another question.
One of the reasons I wanted to do this
Ladies and
because
gentlemen,
these are all lawyers, and for those of us who are not
next
lawyers,
witness.
it'd be great to kind of get a
Dr.
look into what's going on.
All right, Dr. Moore.
Dr. Richard Moore. Here we go. Okay, now it's up top, so we can see that. Won't be
No idea who this Dr. Richard Moore is. But we're gonna
bothered
find
by
out
super
together.
chats. Okay, I'm going to turn this all down. Keep your mics on so I can adjust the volume.
By the way, if you're watching this on Facebook, go ahead and give a like on that as well. Give me a thumbs up. I'd appreciate it. Watching YouTube, thumbs up. Leave your comments. Love to hear from
Can you
y'all.
please tell the jury your full name?
Richard Salter Moore Jr.
Where do you work?
Emerge Ortho in Wilmington, North Carolina.
And what is your position there?
I'm a shareholder physician, orthopedic surgeon, practicing hand, upper extremity, microvascular surgery.
For how many years have you been an orthopedic surgeon?
So I completed my fellowship in 1997. So for 25 years.
And I believe that you mentioned this, but tell the jury what area of orthopedic surgery in which you specialize.
So I'm a orthopedic surgeon. I finished medical school, went to a 5-year orthopedic surgery residency. At the completion of my residency, I wanted to specialize in hand surgery. So I did an additional year of training specifically in hand and upper extremity surgery before starting practice in my first year as an attending.
Where are you currently licensed?
North Carolina.
For how long have you been licensed?
Since 1991 or 6.
They've never had an orthopedic surgeon
I think it was
before.
1996 when I was licensed in North Carolina.
Beginning with your undergraduate studies, Dr. Moore, could you please tell the jury a bit about your educational background? I know you mentioned.
Do we figure this is the finger?
So
Do we think
I
this is the finger?
attended University of North Carolina, Chapel Hill.
Let me turn you down,
Graduated
Rick.
in 1987 with
No,
BS
it's
in
okay.
biology. I went on to
You're
medical
good.
school.
Now, this isn't
UNC,
Johnny's team that
and I
called this
graduated in
orthopedic surgeon.
1991.
Remember, Johnny lost his finger.
I
This
then
is
went
Amber's
to the
team.
hospital, the University of Pennsylvania in Philadelphia. Did a 5-year orthopedic surgery residency there. And in 1996, I went to Duke University Medical Center and did a year fellowship in hand, upper extremity, and microvascular surgery.
Those watching on Facebook, welcome.
And
Thank
on
you.
completion of my fellowship, I was invited to join the faculty, and my role was hand and trauma. And so I went to Los Angeles for about 6 months for a preceptorship in pelvic trauma, and then went back to Duke and practiced as a director of the orthopedic trauma service and a member of the hand, upper extremity, and microvascular reconstruction team until 2000 when I relocated to North Carolina, to Wilmington.
And you maintained an active clinical practice since 2000?
Yes.
And before that when you were at Duke, correct?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, we got it.
Just very briefly, can you tell
guys
the
don't
jury
have that
what
much
is a
time.
residency?
Residency is largely
Amber's team is
apprenticeship.
really
So
good at
when
wasting
you finish
time.
medical school, you have a MD medical degree, but you really can't practice medicine, and you take a tract of internal medicine or pediatrics or OBGYN or orthopedics, and then it's a graduated training program anywhere from 3 to 5 or 6 years.
Surprised to call this guy. I thought Johnny would be
And
the
what's a
first witness.
fellowship?
A fellowship is a
Amberstein.
year beyond training. When I completed my residency,
So maybe they're building up
had
to
I
that.
chose to, I could have practiced as a general orthopedic surgeon, but I wanted to subspecialize, and therefore that required.
But considering they only have 8 hours total for this week,
And I
they
believe
can't
you
spend a
mentioned
whole
this,
lot of
but
time today
your
on witnesses.
subspecialization was in the hand.
They don't have
Is
that
that
kind
right?
of time
That's
to spend.
correct.
Why did you choose to specialize in the hand?
Patient population, the types of problems we treat, and the anatomy is really the biggest reason I chose it. I mean, for lack of a better term, it's really pretty beautiful anatomy.
And let's talk about that anatomy. There's bones in the hand, right?
Correct.
And then there's tissue and blood vessels, right?
Objection
That's correct.
leading.
Overruled.
I'm sorry, you can go ahead and answer that.
Yep, that's correct.
And what is the surgery called where you operate on tissues and blood vessels in the hand?
Well, that would be hand surgery. I mean, there are different components of it. There's trauma where we do repairs of tendons or blood
James.
vessels. There's a microvascular element where we repair injured nerves. In my practice at Duke, I was on the replant team, and so we would do replantations when digits were cut off. We would try to reattach.
Karen's
the bones and
asking, is
tendons
this the
and
surgeon who
nerves
took
and
care of
vessels
Johnny Depp's finger?
to,
I understand why he's even on the stand.
and hopefully I'm survive.
We're all going to find out together, Karen. I'm not sure.
And have you performed surgeries of that nature?
Yes.
I
When
doubt
you
it is,
perform
though.
surgeries of that nature,
This is
what assessment
Amber's
do you make of
team's
the
witness.
cause of those injuries?
So cause is a big element. So it's an important element to appreciate because it can impact management in a lot of those settings. You know, there's a difference between a laceration caused by a razor blade and a laceration caused by, say, a serrated knife. There's a larger zone of injury. So what we anticipate having to manage is based on how the injury was created. There's also other elements, contamination. You know, farmyard injuries are totally different than clean injuries, and kitchen injuries with raw chicken
So
are totally
definitely
different.
the
I
thing.
agree, Karen. Some of these questions are just,
Some other
they're wasting
other
so much
settings.
time.
So it does play a
They
large role.
literally have
in
8
management.
hours and 14 minutes
After your fellowship
for the
at
whole
Duke
week. That's
University,
Amber's team.
I believe you mentioned you had another role at Duke for a few years. Is that right? Can you tell the jury about that?
So I did my fellowship and I joined the faculty as an assistant professor. And so
Karen,
I
you're
was
right. They could
in
be
charge of teaching
trying
residents
to
and
confuse
fellows.
the jury
I was
about
the director
the
of the
injury
orthopedic
to
trauma
Johnny's
service,
hand.
and I was on the hand call team in addition.
There we go.
Have you had academic appointments at any universities other than Duke?
I have a adjunct assistant professor appointment at the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill, which has affiliated training programs in the center where I practice now.
Have you held any leadership positions in your field?
I've been an officer and the past president of the North Carolina Society of Surgeons of the Hand, the Duke Hand Club or Society now. I'm a member of the American Society of Surgery of the Hand, of the Orthopedic Trauma Association, of the American Academy of Orthopedic Surgery, and of the American Orthopedic Association, the AOA.
Are the majority of your surgeries hand surgeries?
Yes.
How many hand surgeries, ballpark, would you say you've performed in your career?
Over 25 years, thousands.
Have you seen finger injuries similar to the one sustained by Mr. Depp in Australia?
Yes.
And have you evaluated injuries like that?
Yes.
Have you treated injuries like that?
Yes.
Have you
He's
operated
here to
on fingers that
dispute
look like
how
that?
Johnny injured
Yes.
his finger.
How many times?
But he wasn't Johnny's surgeon. He
Hundreds,
was
if
the one
not,
who did Johnny's
if
surgery
not more.
on his finger. Does that happen
What does
in
it mean to
Australia?
be board certified in your field?
So board certification is a process that you pursue after
Yep.
you complete
Here we
training.
go, Garen.
So at the time, there have been some changes, but at the time that I finished my training, after residency, we took a written examination. And if you passed the written examination, you had to practice for 2 years. At the end of that 2 years, you submitted a list of cases over 6 months to the board, and they picked 12 cases, and then you gathered up 10 and went to Chicago and had an oral examination based on those cases. And if you passed the oral examination, then you were board certified.
And your board certification is in what?
Orthopedic surgery.
What is a certificate of added
We get it.
qualification?
He's a hand surgeon.
So in the event that you elect to do a fellowship and subspecialize, hand surgery is one of the specialties that you can apply for a certificate of added qualification. And so once I was board certified, I practiced for an additional year or two, had to resubmit a list of cases and take a written examination to become certified in hand surgery.
Do you teach other surgeons how to do hand surgery?
Occasionally, on occasion, yes.
When was the last time you did so?
Day before yesterday.
Tell the jury about that.
I was over the weekend. I went.
Okay. While he's talking about all his credentials and spending the last 13 minutes or so talking about that,
bio skills course we call it.
what's going on here is
surgery.
Johnny says that Amber threw a whiskey bottle at him while he had his hand kind of sitting on the bar. And so you guys can see he has his hand sitting on the bar, and she threw a whiskey bottle at him. The bottle smashed up against the bar, took off the
Have you
tip of his
published in your
finger
field?
on his right hand, by the way.
In
So tip of his finger.
peer-reviewed literature?
She's saying
Yes.
he was in a
Your Honor,
fight
at
with
this
her,
time,
and he grabbed an antique
we'd like
phone
to
off the
offer
wall
Dr.
and was
Moore as an
smashing
expert in
the
the field
phone
of orthopedic
next to her
surgery,
head,
and specifically
telling her,
hand
I
surgery
effing
and
hate you, I
injuries to the
effing
hand.
hate
All right,
you.
any objection?
No objection,
And
Your
he
Honor.
lost
So
his
moved.
finger when the phone smashed.
Dr. Moore,
So that's
now
what's
we
happening.
get to talk about this case. At our request, what have you reviewed? Just general categories of information have you reviewed at our request in this case?
So a tremendous amount of material. I reviewed the video deposition and trial testimony of Mr. Depp regarding the injury, the medical records from Australia, the photographs of the injury from Australia and Los Angeles, texts and emails, the deposition of Dr. Kipper, and I'm sure there's more.
And when you reviewed the deposition of Mr. Depp, was that just in paper form?
It was a video deposition.
And so what did you review of that deposition?
The section where he describes the injury.
And did you see a video of him describing it?
I did.
And you watched the testimony from this trial of him describing it?
Yes.
And you mentioned that you reviewed some texts as well. What are those?
There were communications amongst Mr. Depp and his physician and others.
And what did you specifically review in those texts relating to the finger injury?
Well, with relation to the finger, there was a text where he had stated he cut his finger off.
Now, Dr. Moore, I'm going to ask you some questions about this case regarding the opinions that you formed relating to Mr. Depp's finger injury. When I ask you those questions, do you agree to answer my questions to a reasonable degree of medical probability?
Yes.
And do you agree to advise the jury and the court if you are not answering
agree with
any
this
of them
super
to a
chat.
reasonable degree of
He
medical
didn't even
probability?
Yes.
He didn't even deal with Johnny's hand.
Dr. Moore, based on your
He looked at
analysis,
records.
did Mr. Depp's finger injury happen as a result of a vodka bottle being thrown at him?
No.
Objection leading.
Overruled.
I'm sorry.
No.
That's
And
what
what
the
is the
doctor
basis
should
for
have
that
said.
opinion?
Looking forward to
Well,
the cross-examination.
Medical data is inconclusive. It's not consistent with what we see in the described injury pattern or in the.
If it's inconclusive, how can you say no?
And there are several elements. There's the description was of the hand being flat on a bar and the bottle crushing the finger from the top. But looking at the images, there's really no significant injury to the dorsum of the finger, and to create the type of injury with that type of a crush injury, we would anticipate both injury to the fingernail and other parts of the finger.
Can I stop you there and
Sure.
just break down a few things? You said the hand resting flat on the bar. Can you show the jury what direction the hand was resting based on the documents you've reviewed?
I think that the demonstration was with the hand flat, like this, across and maybe even curled over the edge of the bar like this.
Which side was facing upward? Which side of the hand?
The back of the hand, or we call it the dorsal surface of the hand, was up.
Doctor, if you could get closer to the microphone.
Oh,
I'd just appreciate it.
sorry.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. So you referred to the back of the hand as the dorsal side of the hand, is that
That's
right?
correct.
Sort of like the dorsal fin on a shark.
Correct.
Fair. And
All right.
what
maybe
is
it
the
works.
other side of the hand called?
The palmar surface.
Palmar? Okay.
No, the
So
palm,
what
not the
direction was
palmer.
Mr. Depp's hand resting on the bar?
So the dorsal side was up, which with the descripted mechanism of injury or the injury, the bottle would have struck the top of the finger at the fingernail.
Didn't he say
And
we
you
know
also
that?
mentioned
How do you know that?
I'd like you to
How do you
explain
know
the
that?
injury, crush injury, please.
So with review of the images and the X-rays, I mean, this was a crush injury. That would generate the findings clinically on X-ray that we saw. The fracture is a we call it comminuted, and the tip of the finger is in multiple splinters, so there are multiple fragments, and typically you see that with a crush type injury.
So a comminuted fracture is one where there's multiple fragments of bone.
That's correct.
And what was the basis, other than what you've read and heard, but from the pictures, what was the basis of your opinion that the hand was resting palmar side down?
Well, that was the way the injury was described and demonstrated in the videos. And so in that position where the bottle to strike the finger the way it was described, it would have struck on the nail. And the nail was really not injured. And so that's not consistent with that pattern of injury.
I feel like this is a stretch.
Michelle, could I get you to pull
That's
up
not what-
exhibits?
I'm really interested if there's a different
DX
testimony from Johnny Depp when he
369,
described
page
it separately,
26.
because he said it
Your
curled
Honor,
around
this is
in
admitted.
court.
Ask for permission to publish.
Yes. Hey, Jeff. Yes, this doctor is Amber Turd's
Thank you, Your Honor.
witness. But I'm trying to figure out how
Dr.
he
Moore,
knows
is this
how the bottle
one of the
struck.
images that you
Oh,
reviewed?
that is
Yes.
Thank you for the
gruesome.
warning.
Tell us in
Yikes.
relation to
Sorry.
your expertise
Wasn't
in
expecting
warning
for them
is
to
awesome.
just show
Mr.
that.
Depp's injury. Tell us what you see in this picture,
Wow.
please.
So this is it looks like an avulsion type injury where tissue's actually pulled or pinched away. I think what's important in this picture is that the tissue loss is on the palmar aspect from underneath the finger rather than all transversely in the finger, which you would anticipate if the bottle struck the finger. You would expect
See,
more
the
of
assumption
this
he makes
this
is
level
that
of
the
injury
bottle hit the
rather than
top of
isolated
the
to the
finger by the
palmar aspect.
fingernail rather than the
And what do
side
you notice
of
about
his
the
finger,
condition
which
of
is
the
what
fingernail in
that
this picture?
wound looked
So
like.
from this image, the fingernail appears to be intact.
Yeah.
You can't necessarily see the entire nail, but there are other images that have a better
Jeez.
profile of that. And the nail's not elevated. There's no subungual hematoma beneath it, or there's no bruise underneath it. Anyone that's ever stuck their finger in a drawer or caught it in a car door or hit it with a hammer knows that almost immediately there's typically bleeding underneath the nail, which creates this hematoma.
So, not being a doctor, I'm going to try to summarize what you just said. Are you saying that in an injury like this, if something had come from the top, that there would be an immediate impact
That's
to the
gruesome.
fingernail bed?
That's
correct.
gruesome.
Michelle, could you please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 144? Your Honor, this has been admitted as well.
Thank you.
Hey, Jeff, go ahead and hit the like on that.
Dr. Moore, I
If you're not
believe you
subscribed to my
mentioned
channel,
just a
please
few
do
minutes
so
ago
on
that there
YouTube.
were other pictures
Thank
that
you.
showed
Yikes.
more of the
So she
nail.
took off.
Is this one of those pictures?
Yes.
And explain to the jury again, and I'm sorry for the graphic nature of this photo, but it's
Finally.
important that the
Yeah,
jury
thanks.
understands the basis for your
About time
opinion
you said that.
that a bottle couldn't have caused this coming in from above.
Yeah. So it's
Nobody,
again, the
I don't
mechanism
remember Johnny's
described
testimony
would
being that the bottle
almost
came in
certainly
from
led
above.
to severe nail injury. I see no.
I know.
subhematoma.
Good thing I haven't eaten
Again,
yet,
it's
Jeff.
a palmar tissue loss, and the loss is from distal to proximal, which is from the tip back far below the nail. And so for it to create that tissue loss down there would almost certainly have to be injury dorsally with that described mechanism.
So what you're saying is that something coming from the top could not have left the nail intact and yet caused injury from the tip of the finger underneath the nail.
Objection leading.
Overruled.
You can answer.
So I believe that with the mechanism described, that if the
That doctor's not gonna
bottle
say could
struck the
not.
nail, there would have certainly been an injury to the nail bed. And
I
in
don't
order
remember
for
there being
for
testimony that the bottle struck the nail.
soft tissue injury to be created by that mechanism, there would have almost certainly been tissue loss on the top of the finger as well.
Does Mr. Depp's description of what happened line up with the undisputed photographic evidence that you've reviewed?
No.
Now, we mentioned the term crush injury a few minutes ago. I'd like to show you DX360, please. And Your Honor, this is
It's gonna be another graphic
won't
picture.
publish this at this time. Is this a document that you reviewed in connection with your expert opinion in this case?
Yes.
And Michelle, if you can please go to pages, I believe they're 5 and 6. Your Honor, I'd ask for permission to publish these as a demonstrative to the jury.
Karen,
Page
this
5.
trial is
So,
taking place in
sorry,
Virginia
09
because
and 10.
Amber's
Page 2,
op-ed that led to this lawsuit
Also, so
in December
any
2018 was
objection to
published
No
in the
objection.
Washington
09 or
Post.
10 can be published.
And the Washington Post is based in Virginia.
Dr.
That's
Moore,
why the trial is being held.
what are these pictures of?
So these are x-rays of the injured digit.
And what do you observe in these x-rays? Explain to the jury what you see.
So these are two views. So one in the plane looking through the finger in this direction, one in the plane looking through the finger sideways. And
What
you
the
can see
Depp
that
team should do is
tuft
bring in the
or
doctor who
the
actually,
tip of the finger,
repaired
the
his
last
finger.
bone in the finger called the distal phalanx is shattered. You can see there's multiple little spicules of bone. And there's also a transverse fracture at that level, which runs through the bone. So this is what we would describe as a comminuted fracture, and it's commonly associated with crush injury.
In your decades of practice, Dr. Moore, have you ever seen a comminuted fracture like this result from an object thrown in the way that Mr. Depp described?
Well, not with the constellation of findings shown on the x-rays. I mean, I think that could create a fracture, but in this setting, it wouldn't create a fracture without the associated other injuries that we would anticipate.
And in your decades of practice, when you see a comminuted fracture like this, what are some things that have typically caused it?
So crush mechanisms could be slammed in a drawer, caught between two logs in the fireplace, car door, sliding glass door. Those are all any mechanism that squeezes the finger between two hard opposing surfaces could create this type injury.
In
like
the
a bar and a
statements
whiskey
of
bottle.
Mr. Depp that you reviewed, how did he
Corner of a bar and a
describe what
whiskey bottle?
happened to the alleged bottle when it hit the bar?
I believe he said it exploded, shattered.
If a bottle had exploded near his finger in the way that he alleges, what would you expect to see in the documents that you have reviewed?
Well,
Yeah.
I think
Sorry,
that
Karen.
the physicians
That was
did a good job of
pretty
documenting
gruesome.
the presentation, the appearance of the wound. They did not document the presence of any glass shards, and there were no other associated injuries elsewhere on the hand.
And I just want to step back for 1 minute. Michelle, can you pull up the next page of the x-ray here? Thank you. And Dr. Moore, just before we move on from x-rays, can you, I know that this,
Hi, Lori.
when
Welcome.
it's blown up like this, it's a little bit blurry, but can you point
Lori
out
says,
or
Lori's
describe to
on
the jury where the
YouTube and she says,
multiple
this
bone
trial is
fragments
a
are?
freaking clown show.
So they're in the very tip. You know, if you see the joint, and then there's the what we call the transverse fracture,
Yeah, no
which is
joke,
across the middle of the bone in the same plane as the joint, and then the multiple fragments are in the tuft. And with a Xerox copy, the quality is not as detailed as a true X-ray.
You can take that down, please, Michelle. Thank you. So back to the glass. In the records that you reviewed, Dr. Moore, did you see any adjacent injuries? In other words, injuries to any other part of Mr. Depp's hand other than the tip of his middle finger?
No.
And is that observation consistent with the explosion of glass type phenomenon that Mr. Depp alleges?
Well, I think in the setting of a glass explosion like that, where there's multiple fragments, the tip of the fingers cut off, you would anticipate that there would be other lacerations.
Did you review the documentation in the medical records from the hospital in Australia?
Yes.
Did any of those providers report retrieving glass from the wound?
No.
What about any glass near the site of the injury?
No.
What about any glass in other parts of the hand?
No.
What about any glass in any of the other fingers?
No.
Is there any reference at all, Dr. Moore, that you've seen to any glass in the records that you've reviewed?
No.
And Dr. Moore, in your decades of practice, have you ever seen an injury associated with a glass explosion that was focused on the end of a single finger in the way Mr. Depp describes?
Well, not consistent with the clinical images and the findings in this case, no.
Have you ever seen an injury associated with an alleged glass explosion where no other glass
I'm with you,
was
Karen.
found on any part of the patient's body or clothing or anything?
No.
And because there's been talk of a glass explosion, Dr. Moore, there's seems to have been a suggestion that somehow glass may have sliced off the end of Mr. Depp's finger. Is that what's going on here?
No, this wound doesn't really appear to be a sharp glass laceration.
You referred earlier to an avulsion.
It was a full bottle
which is
of
a term
whiskey.
I had never heard
It wasn't just
before. Your
a
opinion in
glass
this case,
that was
explain to the
thrown
jury
at
what that
him.
is, please.
So often with crush injuries and
Yeah, I've seen it.
and we'll see tissue loss that we call an avulsion, or where the tissue's actually pinched or pulled away rather than sliced or cut. And it's not uncommon with crush injuries to see that.
In your decades of practice, Dr. Moore, have you ever seen an avulsion injury with a partial amputation that results from an object thrown from the top of the finger in the way that Mr. Depp describes?
No. Again, I think that the description differs from the clinical appearance on the images.
Michelle, can you please pull up Exhibit 369 at page 12? This has been admitted, Your Honor.
All right. We published to the
By the way, if there's anyone out there who'd like to
I have
join
questions.
me,
but this is
got
Dr. Moore,
solid
you've
legal
you said
background,
you've treated
paralegal, or
thousands
just
of
normie like me, I'm an analyst. That's my
Correct.
background. If you'd like
What
to
is that
join
on
me, let me
Mr.
know.
Depp's hand?
So we describe that as a
Objection
as-
calls for speculation.
Oh, please.
The picture just changed.
Sorry, page 12, please.
He's an expert. Give me a break.
What is
It's
that
also
on
really-
Mr. Depp's hand?
It's also
So
really
that's
interesting you
a
don't have Dennising on this.
plaster
I'm sorry.
splint.
Overruled the objection.
Okay.
Thank
sorry,
you, Lori. I appreciate it.
I'm sorry, please tell the jury what
Thank
that
you.
is on Mr. Depp's hand.
So that's a plaster splint.
Hey, Lance.
A half a cast
Let me
is
adjust
how I
your
sometimes
volume
describe it to
just in case.
patients,
Okay,
and
good.
it provides stability for comfort and to protect fractures in the course of treatment.
Is that plaster splint hard or soft?
What's plaster Paris? It hardens like a cast does.
Dr. Moore, does Mr. Depp's description of how his finger became injured line up with the facts that you've seen?
No.
I have no further questions.
All right.
Thank you, Dr. Moore.
They didn't ask, well, how did it happen?
Interesting.
I feel
That
like
would've
it'll
been
work.
speculation.
This is what I do every day.
Mm-hmm.
They got these opinions. They should be able to hammer them.
Good morning,
I mean,
Dr.
there's
Moore.
definitely room to critique.
You said you reviewed Mr. Depp's
Johnny's
video
lawyer,
deposition. Is
Camille.
that correct?
That's correct.
Vasquez,
And
fantastic.
you said you reviewed Mr. Depp's testimony at this trial, correct?
That's correct.
And was that also a video of his testimony?
Yes.
You testified that Mr. Depp demonstrated that his hand was flat on a surface. Is that correct?
That's correct.
That's not entirely accurate, is it, though?
No, it is
No,
not.
his description was relatively consistent in both, including turning and resting the hand on the edge.
He definitely curled
Isn't it
his
true,
hand over,
Dr.
man.
Moore, that when Mr. Depp did the demonstration in his deposition, he showed that his fingers were hanging over the bar?
Yes, he did.
Well, even hanging over the bar, it still leaves the dorsum of the hand or the nail vulnerable.
That's
to
not
the-
my question, Dr. Moore. My question is, isn't it true
Like Camille.
that Mr. Depp said his fingers were not laying flat on a table, they were hanging over the bar?
She would be a little bit less intense right now.
Yes.
And in fact, you knew
This is
that
an expert,
when you made that
not
opinion.
Amber.
Isn't that correct?
Well, I believe that as I demonstrated sitting here, that I said that he had
When I met
said they were
Karen,
slightly curled
that
or slightly
I
curled
have
over. I
a
think
link
was the description that I
can
gave.
send for people who
Your
want to
description
join.
in this courtroom
I
was
can
that it
add
was
you
laying
to the
flat, and I
stream.
think you've done that now twice. But in your
I'll
deposition,
post it
you
again. Stand by.
testified that his fingers were actually
People might
hanging
only
over
have
the bar.
one-
Isn't that correct?
Objection, Your Honor. Misstates
One
the witness's
volume.
testimony. He clearly indicated they were curled. Or could have been curled.
I'm matching her.
So that's
Instagram
a-
page,
so-
I appreciate it.
That's a distinction that perhaps I misstated in one of the two descriptions. However,
No,
You
that's
gotta
not a
have to say
substantial
I-
Oh,
change.
you
or
misstated.
You gotta
the
say it.
impact it would have on
Do
the
what you do.
mechanism.
You
You can't
misstated.
crush something that's overhanging. It has nothing to
Yeah.
hit against.
Isn't it true that Mr. Depp also testified that the bottle came from an off angle?
Yes.
And you consider that in rendering your opinions today, correct?
Yes, I believe he stated that it came from between 6 and 10 feet. I think it was I think he demonstrated it was off to his right. I can't recall specifically, but it was off angle, yes.
So it didn't come from the top, as you previously testified just a few minutes ago, correct?
Well, no, it would have struck the top of the finger, but it may have been slightly off angle in its approach based
in
on
the
the
chat.
description.
Recognize the
Mr.
difference.
Depp described it as off angle, correct?
Correct.
Dr. Moore, just at the outset, your billing rate for providing deposition
Exactly.
testimony is $1,000 per hour,
That's correct.
You are not.
and you were deposed in this action for several hours on March 22nd, 2022.
That's correct.
Lori, this
And your billing
trial,
rate for providing
this
trial
is the last
testimony is
week
$5,000 per day.
testimony.
That's
And
correct.
then next
So
week,
You were retaining
they're
this
gonna
case
have
on
the
a
closing
legal
argument.
team,
So
correct?
this is the
Diagnosed.
last
Correct.
week.
And over the last few years, you've provided
It was a
expert
6-week
services
trial.
for one of Ms. Heard's law firms on at least 2 other cases, right?
That's correct, yes.
Dr. Moore, is it fair to say that you have no personal knowledge as to how Mr. Depp injured his finger in Australia, correct?
No, I have no personal knowledge. My impression is based on his description of the injury and available medical records for review.
But you weren't in Australia
I
with Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard,
I was
correct?
not in Australia. No,
And so therefore you have no personal knowledge as to how that injury was sustained.
correct,
You also never personally examined Mr. Depp's finger, did you?
correct.
You didn't examine Mr. Depp's finger at the time it was injured.
I did not.
And you never
Exactly.
provided any medical treatment to Mr. Depp in connection with this finger injury, did you?
I did not.
Now, you've testified that you identified Mr. Depp's finger injury as a crush injury, correct?
Correct.
And a crush injury is when a body part is crushed or trapped between 2 opposing firm surfaces, yes?
Yes.
Correct.
And a crush injury to a finger can occur when a foreign object hits the finger, right?
Yes.
And based on the pictures that you reviewed of Mr. Depp's finger injury, you cannot determine what particular object caused the injury to his finger, yes?
Well, I
Correct.
can't determine exactly what object did it.
Get him, Bill, get him.
I can say with confidence that the described mechanism of the bottle hitting and shattering the finger was not consistent with the
I
appearance of the
understand
injury.
that.
And
My
I think
question is just very
Yes, sir,
specific.
Mr. Jeff, you
You
were
can't
correct.
determine the object that caused the injury to Mr. Depp's finger.
it's a little bit more of a
Maybe
of a
for $1,000 an hour. I
non-specific
can.
answer. I mean,
Laura, I have.
again, I can't determine the exact object, but I can
Well,
determine
that's
that
the
it's
question I
unlikely
asked.
that it was sustained in the manner described.
Since you can't determine
A
the
bottle
object,
is a foreign object,
how do you know
isn't
it wasn't a bottle?
Yes.
So you can't rule out that the injury to Mr. Depp's finger was caused by a vodka bottle, correct?
Well, based
Correct.
on the injury pattern, I can say that the described mechanism of injury is inconsistent with medical findings.
Right. But because a vodka bottle is a foreign object, you can't rule out that a vodka bottle is what caused Mr. Depp's injury.
Well, I can't rule out that a vodka bottle caused the injury, but I can rule out that it was caused in the manner described in his testimony.
Right. We already know that you misstated.
You
what
can't
the
rule out that
testimony
the injury
said,
was
right?
caused by a
That's the
knife,
next-
right?
Right.
I think it's unlikely that the injury was caused by a knife.
But you can't rule it out.
Well,
I don't
a
think so.
simple knife laceration wouldn't impart the injury to the distal phalanx to result in the comedy fracture. Now, a chopping type, but again, that would likely come from a direction that would create a dorsal injury to create the fracture that was developed.
Do you remember giving testimony in this case, Dr. Moore?
Deposition?
Yes.
Yes,
And you were under oath, correct?
correct.
Uh-oh.
And that was on March 22nd.
Ooh, here comes the impeachment.
2022. Yes?
Correct.
Yeah.
Here it comes.
I'm not sure why this answer is bad for them, though. That if he can say, well, it wasn't caused by a knife injury, it kind of excludes the possibility that Johnny Depp cut it off with a knife.
Yeah,
Yeah.
no, I thought that
Yeah.
answer was great. Actually,
I have a
Camille
whole-
trapped him into over answering there. I
Yeah.
really do.
Yeah.
I have a whole video where I talked about the different types of injuries.
Dr. Moore,
and
may I
what
please
kind
have
of-
you go to
what they
page
would cause?
163?
Uh-oh, she's going to have him go over his own
or a
deposition.
crush injury
Specifically line 17.
because of how the skin got chopped out.
Yeah, I
That's
don't
not what I
quite
said.
understand what Camille's doing here.
163.
Maybe it'll become apparent because it wouldn't be the first time.
You gotta go see Karen.
Didn't see it in advance.
They're playing Clue. Is that right, Karen?
Actually, I
This is
apologize.
just a standard bought and paid for biased opinion that you see every day. This is, I feel like I'm at work.
Exactly.
I want to
Uh-huh.
see what the jurors
line
or
4.
jurors are saying.
Correct.
Question, but you can't rule it out completely, right? Answer, I can't rule anything out completely. I can't rule out that he caught it in the door, cut it with a knife, or slammed it in the car door. Or again, as Dr. Gilmore
Basically
said,
saying
we can't definitively say what
his
caused this
testimony is
injury.
pointless.
Did I read that correctly?
You did.
Your Honor,
But
I would object as to the incomplete impeachment. I think if she's going to read his answer, she also needs to read or give Dr. Moore the chance to read the paragraph below. She just picked out half of his answer.
You can redirect. Oh.
There
Yep.
you go.
There you
There
go.
it is.
There you go.
Dr. Moore, there's no question pending. Thank you,
Ooh,
though.
good. There's no question
Yep.
pending. That's a good way. Good work, Camille. That's how you control.
So you
witness.
can't rule
That was
out
good.
the injury was caused by a car door either. Is that right?
Correct.
He's
But it's your
objecting because he
testimony sitting
needed
here
to
today
interrupt
that you
that.
can rule out that the injury was caused by a vodka
Hey,
bottle.
Mark,
Is that your
unmute yourself
testimony?
So I can adjust your volume.
My testimony is that I can rule out the injury as caused by the mechanism described by Mr. Depp in his deposition.
But you can't definitively say what caused the injury to Mr. Depp's finger.
Well, the definitive injury is a crush injury, but again, I can't say. I mean, I think it's, I
Jeff,
think that
Amber also told
quite
her
likely that the
acting
initial
coach that
mechanism
it was
described at the
caused
time
by
of
a bottle
presentation
that
of the
Johnny
accordion
was
doors
holding.
would classically.
So Amber
create
says
this
a lot of
injury
stuff
pattern. You know,
that doesn't
his
add up.
hand up in front, picture accordion doors as the end, as the edge is closed. If the hand's
When
up,
did accordion
palm
doors
is
come into play?
exposed. If the door's pushed,
Dr.
hinge
Moore,
closes about the
John
I
fingers.
just said
understand
it
that.
once
but
But
my
I-
question is,
I think it's important that they
to
understand that.
someone, I think.
this is the time for me to ask you questions. Your counsel will have the ability to rehabilitate you
Yep.
and ask you questions.
Yep.
Nice.
An
Right now,
accordion
Get it,
door
Camille!
would
Primary
screw the
question.
skin off. It wouldn't
You
chunk.
can't definitively say what caused the injury to Mr. Depp's fingers. Yes or no?
No,
I think
In
doing
conducting
well.
your analysis
Like,
of
Camille
Mr.
is a
Depp's
boss
finger
about
injury,
speed.
you did not attempt to reconstruct the incident. Is that
Look at
right?
that.
well, I think the incident was reconstructed. You mean, did I throw a vodka bottle at something?
No, no, Dr. Moore. I mean, you didn't do any type of accident reconstruction, either computerized or you didn't conduct any type of accident reconstruction of the
No,
alleged.
that's correct. My opinion is based on the medical records and the clinical images and Mr. Depp's description.
And
does
your
not
analysis
job
is based on an
to find the cause
understanding
of
of how
injury.
Mr. Depp
It's to
described the
treat it.
exact position of his finger at the time of the injury. Yes?
Yes.
The position that you got
And your
wrong
analysis is also
Fire
based on the
ignition.
assumption that Mr. Depp's hand remained completely still in the instance that a
Finish
vodka
it, drop
bottle
the
was
mic, go
hurled
away.
at him. Yes?
No, my assessment is on his description of the vodka bottle striking the top of his finger.
Exactly.
Notice
his
he
hand
doesn't try to
speeds
confirm her
according to your
description.
analysis. Yes?
I guess it was still long enough for the bottle to hit it, but natural reaction would be to try to pull away.
When you perform traumatic finger surgeries, you inquire about the cause of the injuries, correct?
Correct.
And your best information on that is typically just the self-report of the patient. Yes?
Ding, ding, ding.
Correct.
And your assumption is that the patient is trying to get care. Because the patient is trying to get care, that person, that patient is generally telling the truth, right?
You would hope so.
You reviewed Dr. Kipper's deposition testimony informing your opinion about Mr. Depp's finger injury, correct?
Correct.
Informing your opinion, did you consider Dr. Kipper's deposition testimony that while Dr. Kipper was providing emergency treatment
Objection,
for
Your
Mr.
Honor.
Depp,
Can we approach?
Okay.
Objection for what?
What's the objection for?
He's
Dr.
clicking-
Kipper
clicking as
is
through the mic.
Johnny's doctor. He's their one who showed up, and he was in Australia
Yeah.
Are you guys hearing
after
a
Johnny
clicking
lost
right
his
now?
finger.
Yeah, I was hearing a lot of
You're
clicking,
typing on the-
mouse clicking.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah. If you're just typing, maybe mute yourself.
I'm not saying that means he put Johnny's finger back on, but he's Johnny's
Stop playing StarCraft
personal
during the live
physician.
stream, you
It
know?
was,
I
he's
am
the
not.
one who was there after
Mark,
he lost
Mark,
the
can
finger
yeah, keep
and
your
got
screen
him
muted,
to the
and I
hospital
will adjust
to
your
get
volume
it
too.
repaired.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Yes.
So
This is
We
so
require more
infuriating.
pylons. That's what
I
I'm
think his
hearing.
deposition would matter.
Exactly. So, like Amanda said here, they would have cleaned it. Dr. Kipper, there's no way he would have just let the glass sit in it. And I'm very sure that they would have cleaned it out, pulled
start
all the
over.
glass out.
Because it's important the
and then
jury
sent him
hears
to
this.
the hospital.
So
The woman-
informing your
The
opinion,
woman
did
who's
you
talking
consider
right now is a
Dr.
nurse,
Kipper's
by the way,
deposition
who was
testimony
explaining
that while
about
Dr.
the
Kipper
finger
was
being clean.
providing emergency treatment for Mr. Depp's finger injury in Australia in the driveway of the house, Mr. Depp told him that his finger was injured when Miss Heard threw a vodka bottle at him.
I don't recall that from the deposition. I'd be happy to review it if you have the deposition.
Because you didn't read it.
Did you consider Dr. Kipper's testimony that he recalled that Mr. Depp's finger was found in the kitchen?
I do recall that.
So you must have also seen Dr. Kipper's deposition testimony that he wasn't the one who actually found the finger, correct?
That's correct.
Dr. Kipper testified that someone he thought was the chef told him he found the finger in the kitchen area, correct?
I'm going to assume so without reading the deposition now.
Did you review any testimony from Ben King in rendering your opinions today?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Did you see any of
Really?
Mr. King's testimony at this trial?
I did not.
So you're not aware that Mr. King testified that he is the one who found Mr. Depp's finger, are you?
No.
And you're not aware that Mr. King testified that he found Mr. Depp's finger in the bar area, right?
Correct.
And you're not aware that Mr. King testified he found Mr. Depp's finger in a piece of tissue in the bar area either.
No.
And you're not aware that Mr. King testified that multiple broken liquor bottles were also found in the bar area, right?
Correct.
If we could please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 1817, which is already in evidence.
This is always such a wonderful, sneaky way to get in direct testimony and cross.
Yep.
That's what it feels
Camille
like.
is awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah.
About what other people testified
And it
to?
may be published, please.
But this is really appropriate for an expert because you have to basically say, hey, you don't know, you didn't look at what was
That would
actually
help.
going on.
Yes.
Oh, yeah. I wasn't
You
saying it's
can never-
inappropriate. It's just that
Yeah.
it sounds a lot like
Yeah, I'm looking forward to
So-
seeing that too, Jeff.
Yeah, they won't
Have
be
you ever
asking
seen this
about
picture
his-
before,
her-
Dr. Moore?
Her face.
No.
That's
So
how
you're not
she is.
aware that this is the bar area where Mr. King testified he found
Ooh.
Mr. Depp's finger.
Broken bottles.
Do you see that broken vodka bottle in the back corner near the bottom of the bar?
Yes.
So you haven't seen any of this. This
Yes.
has not been
I
part
need
of your
this Blade
Do you
analysis.
see
Runner
the blood
Enhanced
drops on the
program.
floor?
Yes.
Can I please pull up Defendant's Exhibit
Camille
1820, which
is
is already in
fired.
evidence?
Camille is an absolute beast on cross.
She is.
Have you seen this picture before, Dr. Moore?
I have not.
So you're not aware that this is also a picture from the bar area where Mr. King testified he found Mr. Depp's finger?
Correct.
Do you see the bloody tissue on the ground at the bottom of the bar?
Yes.
Do you see the blood drops around that tissue?
Yes.
So you didn't consider any of this evidence in rendering your opinion about how Mr. Depp injured
Karen, I
his
just
finger in
sent you the
Australia,
link,
did
by
you?
the way.
I did not.
Make it a little
Nothing further,
easier.
Your Honor. Thank you.
Redirect.
Damn.
Hopefully, I can have more than one person
Yeah,
on
she
the
came up
stream
with
without
like
it
25-year
Exhibit
board
187
slowing
certified
things down.
that was just
We'll
shot.
see. The StreamYard. I'm using StreamYard, so we'll see what happens.
And can you blow up that what Ms. Vasquez referred to as a broken vodka bottle, Michelle, please? Dr. Moore, what based on your review of the documents in this case, what did you understand to be the size of the bottle of vodka that Mr. Depp alleged cut off his finger?
The description was that it was a handle, a half-gallon bottle.
And that's bigger than a 750 mil or fifth of liquor, correct?
Yes.
And what size bottle, if to the extent that's even a bottle, what size does that appear to be to you?
Calls for speculation, Your Honor.
I'll sustain the objection.
Does that appear to be a handle?
It is
Objection
not.
calls for speculation.
Dude.
That one's fine.
I'm
You
fine
can take
with
that
that.
down.
I would have done that too.
Dr. Moore, Ms. Vasquez just asked you about Dr. Kipper's deposition testimony. And she said, is that where she claims that Mr. Depp allegedly told him that the finger was severed from a vodka bottle. Do you remember that question a few minutes ago?
Objection leading.
Overruled.
I do remember that question.
Yes, thank you. Is that consistent, that alleged account, is that consistent with the texts you reviewed between Mr. Depp and Dr. Kipper?
No.
And what did those texts say?
As I recall, Mr. Depp indicated that he had cut his finger off.
Now, Ms. Vasquez wouldn't let you finish when you were trying to explain to the jury how Mr. Depp's account of injuring his finger in an accordion door would be perfectly consistent with the photographs you saw. Could you please explain that to the jury?
Well,
No.
so again,
Couldn't happen that
we
way.
tend to try to believe patients. We hope that they come in with an honest history initially, and that's a reasonable mechanism for this to have occurred. And again, if you picture your hand up with either a closure of a hinge or a closure of a door, the palmar surface is exposed. If it's caught in that hinge as it closes, it could be slightly off center. It would pinch.
No one said anything about his hand getting caught in the door. Amber didn't even testify that he caught his hand in the sliding glass door.
And preserve the nail bed.
Except it would shear the skin off. It wouldn't slice it out.
Thank you,
Can
Nurse
you
Liz.
look at page 164 of your deposition, the one that Ms. Vasquez just showed you?
Yes.
Objection, Your Honor. I'm going to object on hearsay grounds.
Your Honor, she only.
Overruled.
Thank you.
It's an expert.
Yeah,
Ms.
he's
Vasquez
expert.
asked you a question
He's
and then
allowed.
she read your answer, trying to impeach you, but she only read half of the answer. So I'm going to read the whole answer to the jury, and I'm going to ask you to tell me if I'm reading your answer right. Okay. The question is on page 164, line 4, but you can't rule it out completely, right? And you answered, I can't rule anything out completely. I can't rule out that he caught it in the door, cut it with a knife, or slammed it in the car door. Or again, as Dr. Gilmore said, we can't definitively say what caused this injury. And then you go on to say, this is where Ms. Vasquez cut you off, didn't let you finish.
I don't think that's in the transcript. Objection.
I'll sustain
Oh,
that.
come
The rest
on.
of
Thank
your
you.
answer
Come on.
that she didn't read to you, Dr. Moore, is the question I can answer is that the mechanism that was described by Mr. Depp and demonstrated by Mr. Depp is inconsistent with the injury pattern that's found on the images and the description.
That's what he testified.
Did I read that right?
Yes.
And does that remain your opinion today?
Yes.
Has anything that's been presented to you on cross-examination changed any of the opinions that you hold in this case?
No.
I have
Well,
nothing
that's
further.
unfortunate.
Thank you, Dr. Moore.
Thank you. All right, Dr. Moore, you're free to go, or you can stay in the courtroom. It's up to you.
Okay,
Thank you.
so I thought the doctor
All right,
was
your next
pretty
witness.
good.
Your Honor, we'd like to call Dr. David Spiegel.
Dr.
Okay.
Spiegel?
Dr. Two.
Yeah, I thought that doctor had a nice air bottom. I agree. I thought Camille came in too hot.
All right,
I also
that's
think
fine.
That
Yes,
doctor
sir.
was speculating too much. So
Yeah,
He
I
was.
He also misrepresented the testimony that everyone heard. So
Yeah.
I don't know how much they are going to be able to really succeed on that if the jury was paying attention, which
I might have dropped the mic when Camille got him to say, yes, I might have misrepresented that. I don't know that you can get much better.
No,
Yeah, I
that's true.
agree.
Yeah.
I mean, her ending was still strong. She like ended well, but I don't know if it was better than that.
He also kicked off his testimony with the evidence is inconclusive, which
Right.
He did say that.
mean, where I practice is pretty much going to knock you out from offering an opinion right there.
Well, the weird part is he says no, like it can't be a vodka bottle, and then he follows
But
it
it
up
could
with
be
medical
anything
evidence is
else.
inconclusive, and you're like,
Right.
what?
Yeah.
Exactly.
I don't know what it is, but it's not a vodka.
Nice to know I'm in line with the lawyers. I say the
It could be
same
a
thing.
crushing injury.
If it's
It could be a
inconclusive,
crushing
how can
injury
you say
due
it
to
wasn't a vodka bottle?
hitting on top of his finger.
Exactly. And it doesn't even matter. Like that is not something that he needs to ever do, is diagnose how something happened. You need to look at it and be like, oh, okay, this is fractured into lots of tiny bits. Like the type of fracture is going to dictate the type of care he gives, not how it happened.
Right.
Especially since he went so it was going to need to be treated like it was the most contaminated thing ever, because it was such a long period from when he had the injury to when it happened. So it wasn't like they weren't going to clean it, or he wasn't going to treat it like a dirty wound. Like that whole thing is just such BS.
I did like him.
I like Liz. Liz, the one who's just speaking, that she's a nurse.
With the
Nurse practitioner, in fact.
vision
I'm not
injury is
mistaken.
consistent with the testimony. It's just that simple.
I'm sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sure. But, I don't disagree with you on that aspect, that you can find other experts who will be as credible to give the contrary opinion. That being said, I felt that his expert opinion was very credible in terms of what he was saying. He's well experienced, well credentialed, been doing this for a long time. I mean, he's like any doctor, able to review someone else's notes and pictures and x-rays and, form opinions about stuff. Not everything he said squared to me. Like, for example, as I just pointed out just now, if it can be two hard objects coming together, if that's one of the things that could cause this injury, and he testifies, oh, the vodka bottle hit my finger. I'm like, I don't know. That seems like that might be something that would be consistent with what you just said. So I had problems with parts of the testimony.
He presumes that it struck it on the nail.
Yeah,
and that wasn't the testimony.
Yeah, that's the.
Have fun with the horses,
and
Karen.
that would change everything.
Check
right?
your
And also assuming that
your instant message on Facebook. I sent you the link where it's clickable. It will be easier for you to join if you decide.
Yeah, I
and
completely
he
agree.
was saying that.
So I had the horses for me.
So when he said the fracture was comminuted, that just means it goes into lots of little pieces instead of being a clean break.
Right.
If you have a small digit, it's very and you break it, it almost always, if you're hitting it, especially from an angle, it's not going to snap like this, like a big bone, because it's so little. It's going to fracture into a ton of little pieces, and it's especially at high velocity, it's just going to explode. So the fact that he said that makes me think he's never seen a hand injury.
Michael Gaunt, thank you so much for your generous super chat. Says his opinion is based on JD perfectly placing his finger in the exact position on the bar. Who expects that level of accuracy? For me, that threw his opinion out right away. I agree.
Exactly.
I completely agree.
Once Camille gets him to say that okay, that might not be exactly how it was, it's almost virtually worthless. And we also at some point have to talk about the most serious matter, which is he looks exactly like Stephen Root. So that threw me from the start.
It does require.
I also thought it was telling that he did not say this injury is consistent with smashing an antique phone, which is what you'd want him to say. But
right.
Camille very carefully.
That's what Amber said.
He didn't feel comfortable.
Camille's very careful about not asking about whether it's consistent with the phone crush. I did notice that she's asking about everything else on the earth except would this be if you hit an antique phone into the wall? Because you don't want that answer.
Yeah. Also, Emily Taphouse, thank you so much for your generous super chat. Says, can someone tell me how AH's testimony that he did this with a phone will be reinserted into all of this? Clearly, that was a lie. Yeah, it's like her team is trying to have these two parallel theories of what happened with the finger. Neither of them, by running with two possibilities, neither of them is believable.
Right.
Listen, don't believe our client, but also don't believe Depp is sort of the argument.
Yeah.
Yep. Well, it's the money
exactly what
strategy. They went in a different strategy for the last 3 weeks.
Yeah.
And Mike, is that normal to invite a surgeon in who fixes things versus a forensic pathologist or a medical examiner?
No, that's exactly who you do it. He's testified for them before, which I'm surprised they chose him because they knew they were going to eat that on cross.
Right.
He's a good orthopedic surgeon, but he's a defense-minded guy. He does insurance defense, and they know it. Simple as that.
Yeah, parade of doctors. A little unexpected.
Thanks, Angry Marilyn.
Here's
Again,
Dennison.
these guys
Dennison
only
has entered the
had
house.
8
He's
hours
got
and
this
14
one.
minutes today, and they've
I know you
used
guys
up
all love
almost an
old
hour.
school lawyer
It's
Dennison.
going to be on 2
By
doctors.
the way,
Thank you,
Rick,
thank you to the mods.
Yeah.
Thank you.
haven't told
Thank
you
you,
yet.
Your Honor.
Congrats on 100K.
Will you please tell the jury
Thank
your
you,
full
Mark. I
name and
appreciate
business
it.
address?
David R. Spiegel. I'm a physician. I work at 825 Fairfax Avenue in Norfolk, Virginia, as part of the Eastern Virginia Medical School.
And what is your occupation?
I'm a physician psychiatrist.
And where do you work? Do you work at?
I work at Eastern Virginia. I'm employed by Eastern Virginia Medical School, but I also work at Norfolk General Hospital, which is a teaching hospital in Norfolk.
How many years have you been practicing as a psychiatrist?
I entered residency in 1989. I graduated residency in
Is this
1993.
the psychiatrist who's going to say
So
Amber's
from
not crazy?
1993 to today, I've been in physician practice.
In case those of you who don't,
That's almost 30
That's 30
years.
you may be a little curious as to where I land on all
The
this.
nature of your clinical
I'm
practice.
hashtag justice for Johnny
So my
Depp,
clinical
for sure.
practice is
But
comprised
I've been
of
watching this
inpatient
from the
care
beginning,
at Norfolk General
and
Hospital, as
you
well
saw what
as
I
my
saw,
outpatient
you would
practice at
most
Eastern Virginia
likely be
Medical
as well.
About 85 to 90% of my day is clinical between the two components.
And what is involved in a comprehensive evaluation?
So in a comprehensive evaluation, in addition to reviewing historical information that you receive from collateral or other sources, you undertake a history from the patient. You get whether it's the history of current illness, the past psychiatric history, family history, social history, legal, substance history. Then you do what's called a mental status exam, which is the psychiatric version of the physical exam, where you're actually giving a description of what you see in front of you. Then you can do cognitive testing, which tests the patient memory, attention, concentration, etc. Then you come up with a working and a differential diagnosis, describe any other additional testing you may need or not need, and then you come up with a treatment plan.
How many for the 30 years?
Quite a lot, probably in the tens of thousands.
And how many patients do you regularly see?
So inpatient is generally about 5 to 8, sometimes more. Outpatients probably 5 to 6, sometimes more. I should point out that my inpatient work is divided between consultation, psychiatry, and I believe we're going to talk about that, as well as working on the inpatient
So
side.
is he psychiatrist for Amber or psychiatrist for
What, if
Johnny?
any, differences are there on how many patients you see on weekends as opposed to weekdays?
So when I'm on call, which is on either a Saturday or a Sunday meeting, I have to be in the hospital and around. It's probably an additional 35 plus.
You just look like Christopher
How
Lloyd.
frequently do you treat patients who abuse drugs and alcohol?
Unfortunately, drugs and alcohol are part of psychiatric practice.
Okay, I get it now. He's going to be the psychiatrist that questions Johnny's memory because of his drug and
Does
alcohol
this include
problems.
both legal and illegal drugs?
Yes. Put them both together, probably 7.
That's what they're going to try to do. It.
And how frequently
Johnny,
do you
how
treat
could Johnny
patients
remember
who have
these things
suffered
as
from
clearly as
someone
he
in their
says he
lives
does when
who
he's
abuses alcohol and drugs?
alcoholic, dope addict?
On a regular basis, like I said, on a daily basis. This is part of what psychiatry is.
And as part of that treatment of patients who abuse drugs and alcohol, do you evaluate the impact of the abuse on their brains and personal interactions with others?
What I tell you.
Substance of abuse, both in the short term and the long term, can affect the brain in terms of mood, behavior, cognition, meaning attention, concentration, memory, ability to control your behavior, as well as your overall level of functioning. It can affect it in the short term, such as alcoholic blackouts. It can affect it by causing stroke, such as stimulants can. And so at the end of the day, it's a rather lengthy list of what substance abuse can do to the human brain.
Dr. Spiegel, how frequently have you treated patients who have suffered intimate partner violence?
Again, it's very unfortunate that probably 50% of my patients suffer from trauma. If I had to guess of those 50%,
so they're going to turn
probably
this into a,
25%
he saw
of my
Amber,
practice is
and based
people who
on
suffered,
what he's
intimate partner violence.
gleaned from what she
And
told
how
him,
consistent is that with the
she
national
suffered intimate
average?
partner violence.
In America, unfortunately, it's about 20 to 25%, depending on the study, of women have complained.
That's the route they're going. Sounds like it.
Partner violence.
And how frequently have you treated patients who have perpetrated the intimate partner violence?
So again, in the outpatient setting, I don't see it quite as much, but in the inpatient setting, again, it's a really relative common phenomenon that I will see perpetrators of partner violence, and they're patients who need treatment too.
And overall, how many patients have you treated who have been perpetrators of intimate partner violence?
Perpetrators?
Yes.
Probably 5 to 10% of the patients I do is perpetrators.
And would you say tens of thousands over the 30 years?
Yes.
And leading.
Overall. Thank you. As part of treating patients relating to intimate partner violence, do you regularly evaluate these patients?
Do I regularly evaluate the patient?
Evaluate the patient.
Oh, yes. Yes, regularly. I mean, they get the same comprehensive evaluation that I described before.
Are you licensed in Virginia?
Yes, I am.
And when did you first become licensed in Virginia?
1993.
Have you been qualified by courts as an expert witness?
Yes, I have.
In how many states have you been qualified as an expert?
What does that matter?
3, which would be Virginia, Maryland, and South Carolina.
And chat.
Dr. Spiegel, can you please review for the jury your educational background beginning with your undergraduate
but
studies?
I bet that was a slip from.
So I went to Duke University undergrad. I went to medical school at the State University of New York Health Science Center in Brooklyn, formerly known as Downstate Medical Center. I did my internship and
So we got to get through the entire resume before we can get to the actual question in reference to either Johnny or Amber.
And I'm also fellowship
Got it.
Board certified in consultation liaison psychiatry.
And where did you do your residency and your internships?
So I did my residency for Penn State and internship at Dartmouth.
Okay. And what is your current title and position?
So I am in the acting chair, endowed chair, and professor in the Department of Psychiatry and Behavioral Sciences at Eastern Virginia Medical School.
Are you board certified?
Yes, I am.
And what are you board certified in?
General adult psychiatry and consultation liaison psychiatry.
Okay. So you have 2 board certifications.
Yes.
Okay. Can you explain to the jury what's involved in board certifications in those 2 fields?
So go with Jeff.
Board certification is the standard we strive to in being a physician or any other mental health practitioner. It involves taking a very comprehensive test at the beginning of your career to initiate board certification. Then you get tested again every 10 years.
See, this is the part of the trial that sucks.
Continual medical education.
We get it. You're very, very qualified psychiatrist.
You have to do what's called performance in practice, which is basically ways to improve things in your practice. And again, this occurs always throughout the years.
Now, are you a member of any professional organizations?
Yes, I am.
Could you
I'm a
please tell the
member
jury?
of the American Psychiatric Association, as well as the fellow of the American Psychiatric Association. I'm a member of the Medical Society of Virginia. I'm a member of the Psychiatric Society of Virginia. I'm a member of the Tidewater Academy of Psychiatry, and I'm a member of the Academy of Consultation Liaison Psychiatry.
Very well qualified.
Do you have any teaching responsibilities?
Teaching, oh yeah.
Teaching, yes.
So yes.
Why does
So
this matter?
teaching is a daily occurrence.
Oh, well,
As
it's
part of
their
my
time.
job when I do my inpatient rounds.
Teaching is a daily
residents,
occurrence is a weird way to
medical
put that.
students, physician assistant students are assigned.
That sounds like a
we round
professor
together, and there's teaching
who's
with
there to
every
get
single
published
encounter.
first and to teach
in addition to
second.
that, I
Teaching
teach
is
lectures to the
required.
It
residents.
happens.
to
It
the
happens.
I mean, that's
third,
that's
second, and
almost
third
everyone,
year
right?
medical students,
Yes.
as well as a fourth year medical
But
student.
I still will be
lecturer as well.
critical, Mark.
So I'm constantly teaching.
I'm with you.
Have you engaged in any hands-on training of psychiatrists practicing in Virginia?
Hands-on.
My streams, please up. What the heck happened? Let's see here. What's going on?
Hands-on training with the residents,
With psychiatrists?
students. So every day is a teaching explanation session to the.
Sorry about that,
students and
everybody. I don't
residents.
know what just happened.
What is your role at Eastern Virginia Medical School as the acting chair? Please tell the jury what that means.
So as the acting chair, you are not only accountable
They
for
have-
your
it
own
depends.
practice, but you
Depends on
are
how he gets
accountable
there.
for your faculty members' practices. So I have to make sure that everyone is treating, seeing, evaluating a certain number of patients.
Welcome back, Jeff.
I have responsible for their
Welcome back.
academic requirements. So in terms of publishing, et cetera, I'm responsible for their teaching assignments to other residents. to
Oh, you're sending
students,
videos back. I got it.
responsible for fiscally, that they are accountable to their fiscal productivity. So, and a heck of a lot of other administrative meetings that I go to.
Do you know Christopher
Are you
Lloyd?
published in your field?
To the tune of about 80 manuscripts, and I have my own book on catatonia and the consultation liaison setting. I have a book chapter on the current and current and contemporary approaches temporomandibular disease, at least the psychiatric portion. I'm also in a dissociative identity disorders chapter on a wiki book.
But have you ever been back to the future?
Have you peer-reviewed literature?
Yes, so I'm a reviewer I've served as a reviewer on Lancet. I've served as a reviewer as innovations in clinical neuroscience. I've served on reviewer for clinical neuropharmacology, and I'm actually editor-in-chief of, at this point, of clinical neuropharmacology.
Have you lectured on the effects of drugs and alcohol on the human brain?
Yes, I teach to the residents. I teach lecture to the second year medical students, third year medical students. So I am fully aware of not only what I teach, but what I see in the emergency room and the consultation and inpatient settings.
Have you published and lectured on the causes and effects of intimate partner abuse?
Yes, I punctured, I believe, 2 articles on the effects of trauma, and in that trauma was intimate partner violence.
Are you familiar with the hallmarks of intimate partner violence?
Yes.
Are you familiar with what causes intimate partner violence?
One more, excuse me?
What causes intimate partner violence?
There's a multiple explanations that cause intimate partner violence. And if I kind of just mention at this point too, that when we are discussing intimate partner violence, I think it's imperative for the jury to know.
Is it just me, or does he also talk like Doc from Back to the Future?
Over periods of time. And
I think he might be related to Christopher Lloyd.
Any physical, psychological, sexual, but just as important is for somebody, one of the partners, to maintain some uneven element of control, or to maintain power, control, authority. So there are a lot of facets to intimate violence. I know people tend to think of it as just
Jeff, you're on point.
abuse act, but there's more to it than just the actual abuse act. Abuse act's important, but it's not the sole thing.
I feel like there's a way to pivot this
Your Honor,
in
I
Johnny's
move to
favor.
qualify Dr. Spiegel as an expert in the field of psychiatry and behavioral sciences with specific emphasis on drug and alcohol abuse, intimate partner violence, and the effect of these as they pertain to the issues in this case.
All right, any objection?
I don't like that very much.
Do you wish to voir dire?
I do.
Okay. To his qualifications.
His qualification.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
I agree with this.
We're here.
We went through all that
He's
just
gonna
to
ask
get to
him
his
a bunch of questions,
qualifications.
try to poke some
That was
holes.
about 7 minutes worth of
So you
qualifications.
talked about 2 board certifications, general adult psychiatry
Yes.
and liaison consultation psychiatry.
Other way around, but consultation liaison.
liaison psychiatry.
Subtle point.
Right.
Now, that is not intimate partner violence. That deals with a issue of comorbidity between people who have medical problems and health problems.
So you're saying it's subspecialty.
Yes.
So consultation liaison psychiatry does have that, but you're also treating patients who have medical illness who have comorbid psychiatric illness, or people who have psychiatric illness that have comorbid medical illness. And many of the patients
I have one question for this doctor.
Have tried to take
Where's
their own
Marty?
life. And unfortunately, as part of that, intimate partner violence and trauma in general is part and parcel of that. So it's very, very narrow to say it's just a medical psychiatric interface. It's much more psychiatric patients who need medical help, medical patients who develop psychiatric problems, but also that interface.
So
is Johnny's team trying to,
as a
challenge
subset of
him
your
being an expert
trauma
right now?
patients,
Yes.
which you say are about 50% of your practice, as a subset of that practice, some people have been involved with intimate partner violence.
So as a subset of my overall practice, 50% have suffered from trauma. About half of that number have suffered from, I'm sorry, about 20, so it's about 20% that suffer from intimate partner violence.
I think he's going to try to
You've
at least
never
knock down
conducted
some of his
All the
any
super
qualifications.
chats
historical
I'm seeing
research
on Legal
on
Bites channel.
individuals
Thanks.
who experience
This is still the best comment so far to me.
If your definition is trials, is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Like pharmaceutical
And
trials?
luckily, it's on my own channel.
Is that what you're saying? Because I've done review articles on patients who suffered from trauma. So the answer is, oh, I haven't done any studies like where you
It could be.
give them medication for treatment or try one treatment versus another. I've reviewed the body of literature on intimate partner violence to get 2 review articles. Yes.
So you've read about it, is what you just testified to.
I would have to disagree with you on that, sir. Reading about it and writing a review article are completely 2 different things, sir.
All right. You haven't
Ooh,
authorized
he got his
on
feelings
any
about that one.
articles specifically on IPV, have you?
I didn't just
As a
read
subset
about it.
of
I
trauma.
wrote about it
The
too.
answer is yes.
From a book I
In
read.
the name of the title of the article, the answer is no.
You've never written any books specifically on IPV.
I've never written any books on IPV, although temporomandibular disease, okay, in terms of psychiatric issues, does have a higher frequency in those patients who have suffered from trauma, including intimate partner violence.
You've never.
And I am part of that book.
Okay. Temporomandibular disease.
Somebody loves him some him.
Problems with the jaw.
Is that a question, sir?
What is temporomandibular?
The temporomandibular disease problem with oral issues, yeah, but there are many patients who complain.
Those who are watching, by the way, because I know this part is boring,
Oral surgeon cannot.
we're going to have some fun. Don't worry. Invite your friends, invite family, invite people you know to come join my stream. We can all watch together. I love to have you on board.
Somatic sensations,
But,
which can manifest in temporomandibular disease. Thank you, appreciate that. Nice plug for my
Yeah.
book too. Thank you.
Weird.
Didn't hear it.
That's a weird.
There we go.
This guy's not coming off well to me.
Ooh,
No.
I think he was riding the line with that one.
This guy is a serious narcissist, man. Thanks for plugging my book.
Too punchy. He's too glib.
Again, I think I've gone over that. I've written 2 articles on that, and I've written parts of chapters in dissociative identity disorder. I should add where I did write a chapter on.
And loves him
and
some him.
He's already done the job to some
based
extent.
on trauma
Yep.
and intimate partner violence.
Right. I'm not asking you about trauma because you want to talk about trauma. I'm asking you about IPV specifically.
I will reiterate again, you cannot separate intimate partner violence and say that is a separate rubric aside from trauma. Trauma is overall, intimate partner violence is part of trauma. And the answer to the question is any individual who suffers from a dissociative disorder, which I am the author of a chapter of, suffers from trauma, whether it be at the hands of childhood or it be the hands of an intimate partner.
Right. But you've already testified that half your practice is trauma and a subset of that practice is IPV, correct?
Which is actually, I treat the national average of patients. About 20% of patients suffer from it, and that's about my practice number.
Except you're discounting the fact that half your practice is not trauma at all. So 10% of your practice is IPV.
I don't know if the numbers add up exactly like that.
I'm just using yours.
I don't know if I'm doing, I don't know if those numbers add up like that, because I'm not sure if that's the
Oh,
case.
wait, that sounds bad. No, that sounds bad.
12.5% of my practice.
It's your
That's
average. Are you an
being
expert?
rather
I don't know.
specific. So again, a significant number of my patients have suffered from intimate partner
This is
violence.
already
I
won.
see it
This
on a
work
daily
here has already
basis,
won for them.
and I'm not sure exactly why I'm
It's interesting
asked the
because
same
I didn't
question.
think he was doing great at the beginning,
Thank
like
you.
the sniping of trying to like
You listed 60
snipe at his
references to
credentials,
articles.
but
I
then they
guess
just
you
saw
said
how
80 now.
defensive he was about it.
Back scratcher.
So they just honed in on that.
I said around, sorry, I said around. I said around.
I think you're
60, 80, whatever it is, right?
No, 60 and 80 is not.
personality
If you go to the
Like, who
PubMed,
gives-
actually, why don't
who
you
gives a
go to
shit
PubMed
about
right
what
now and Google
percentage?
PubMed Spiegel DR, and you'll find that number is 72 with 2 waiting to be impressed. 1 submitted, so that'd be 75.
Yep.
So it's
This is
around
Doc
80.
Brown.
So
for the
again,
less friendly
what's on my
version.
CV is not necessarily the most
mean Doc
updated
Brown,
version, because I still publish since the CV's been given to you, sir.
Right. And not one of the 72
Rick and
80
Morty.
articles has IPV in the title, right?
Correct. Not one of them has IPV. It does have trauma, but not IPV.
Right.
Except the one I'm
And
writing
you've
in my head
never
right now.
presented
Be out
on the
next week.
topic of IPV specifically.
As a function of trauma and as a function of somatic illness, again,
As a
I
function
would
of.
say to you that it's part and parcel of these illnesses. So the answer
So
is
he's trying
yes,
to
I have.
encapsulate
The answer is
IPV
yes, I have.
into
And
all
IPV doesn't
of
appear in your CV at
all of trauma, and it's a subset.
Yeah, I agree.
And if you say it's not in my CV, I will believe you. There's a lot of things that are not in my CV.
And you're not associated
Why? That
with
sounds like
any
a you
professional
problem, dude,
literature
yeah.
on IPV.
This-
Yeah.
Oh,
He started out good,
Repeat the question,
but
sir.
Is there
this
any
cross
professional
is
literature
pretty
that
good.
you've
really
contributed
combative.
to relative to IPV specifically as opposed to trauma generally?
The answer to the question again, sir, is that you cannot separate this artificial separation you are trying to do between trauma and intimate partner violence. It is part and parcel of
The answer to
trauma.
that is no.
We don't
Yeah, no.
thread
It
it like
can't be
that.
your position. that
Trauma is a
IPV.
general term. Intimate partner
Especially when
violence
such a small
is a
subset
small
of it.
subset of that.
What he
And
specializes in.
with
So you can't be a
respect to
He
specialist.
does not specialize in IPV.
The spread
Under
of
what
reference
circumstances did you
not
first
with
discover
Wait,
the
wait,
flux
shh,
capacitor?
All right,
Hang
over
on,
objection.
hang on.
As stated on the record. All right, you may continue. Thank you.
I love that the lawyer
So,
Kurt said,
I'm
They
sorry,
object
guys.
for the record.
under
Dr.
what
Spiegel,
Yes.
at our
being a
request,
circumstances did you
what have
first
you
discover the
reviewed
flux
in this
capacitor?
case? And just go ahead and give me more.
So
gen-
it's,
look at the jury more
it's a
general.
Who
lengthy
decides if he's an
review,
expert, the
but court
judge?
filings.
Yeah.
Psychological testing that was done on Ms. Heard by both Dr. Hughes and Dr. Curry. Other physicians, medical records, Dr. Kipper. Counselors and therapists that both parties and psychiatrists that
Oh
they
my
went to.
God. Rick and Morty.
Text messages.
I'm sorry. I'm
depositions,
having trouble now focusing.
Snippets of the UK trial.
I'm sorry.
And I'm sure pictures of physical injuries. So I've seen a lot.
What, if anything, have you seen in terms of emails, audios, videos? things-
Yes, so I've seen videos of Mr. Depp. I think the video was showing right of Mr. Depp destroying, slamming cupboards and breaking glass. And
Glad you
yelling at
changed
Ms.
it
Heard
from destroying.
while having a wine glass in his with wine in his hands. I've seen videos of destruction of property in the house.
Okay. And what, if any, review have you conducted of the deposition and testimony of Mr. Depp's hired witness, Dr. Curry?
Objection.
Sure.
Objection. I will come up with one as we get to the bar.
Give me a second while I walk up there.
You know, even though the judge overruled the voir dire attempt, I think the attempt overall was still effective because the jury heard all those things, right? The jury
Exactly.
heard all the issues and heard his arrogance and all the rest of it. So I'm gonna say it's a win on the
Yeah.
voir dire. Good
I
job.
think so too.
It was very
Yes.
wordy though. I don't know why he couldn't have just been like, all intimate partner violence is trauma, but not all trauma is intimate partner violence.
Because he's arrogant and he wanted to seem smart.
Yeah.
Yep. The
And so to
doctor was
clarify for
really
folks,
feeling
yes,
himself.
he is still an expert on all of the things that Elaine Bredhoft requested. But all of those questions have now been asked in front of the jury, and those responses were still fairly questionable to a lot of us. And I think that I'm very curious to hear from our guys in the courtroom, to hear, what their impressions were from the jury during that process, to see if they were reacting at all during these parts, because there's a lot of questions there for the jury to consider, as far as whether or not he really is qualified, or whether they should really pay attention to what he has to say about IPV here.
Right.
And part of the reason I see a lot of people kind of talking about how, like, it seems like he's not an expert on IPV. It's not his main course of study.
It's
But
not.
and it may or may not be, but one of the things that the courts will sometimes do with expert witnesses like this is you can argue specialization down to the nitty gritty, where maybe only one person even exists in the world who specializes in the one thing that you're saying you can specialize in. So sometimes there's a little more broader deference provided in these sort of areas, where I think his argument was actually okay. Like,
Karen,
I specialize
you
in
missed
trauma.
out on it.
All IPV is trauma. I can
The
speak
doc
to
from
these
Back to
things.
the Future just
That in
testified,
and of
and
itself
man,
is
is he
not a
full
bad
of
answer, and
himself.
probably qualifies him as enough as the court would require. However, as we discovered, those answers were garbage, and now the jury may or may
You'll
not
see him in a minute.
discount that
Don't worry.
expertise,
He's still
or
on
whether or
the
not he
stand.
really was expert.
Right.
Well, that's helpful perspective, because I would think, oh, you need a specific interpersonal violence person, but taking a step back. Yeah.
I totally think they should. The realism of often with how many trials of these are going on and how few expert IPV, or not necessarily IPV, but in any given field, you would
For those
need
who
at
don't
any
know,
time to do these
IPV
things.
stands for
There is
Intimate
a
Partner
little
Violence.
difference, that at least that I've seen in my experience. I'm not saying it's right.
That makes sense.
Just saying it's there.
Mhm.
Yeah, it's
Thanks
for
for
the
that.
realism of putting on all of these sort of cases constantly in a full
Yeah,
trial.
that's helpful to contextualize it.
Yeah.
For not legal people.
Yep.
I hope you can stay with us for as long as you can, Karen.
1.2.
But I get it. This is an all-day trial, and that's why I understand why Amber's people are wasting so much time.
He's coming in for
They
court. He's gotta
only
get a
got
haircut
8
before
hours
this, you know
total
what I mean?
for the whole week.
Dennison is very
it's
concerned
also,
about
he
something.
has the added benefit for Amber Heard's team of also saying that he could go back in time and bring the Milani makeup palette to her prior to 2017. So I expect him to testify on that as well. I'm kidding, obviously.
Did
Dennison
you
was
review
about how that went.
the deposition and testimony of Dr. Curry?
Dr.
Curry.
Who?
Yes, I've Dr. Yes, I'm sorry.
Ah.
Yes, I reviewed
Yeah,
testimony of
Dr.
Dr.
Curry.
Curry. I reviewed Dr. Curry's.
Bring in
Carolyn,
the
that was
Dr.
all
Curry
for you.
hate
That's a word,
hours.
dear.
Go.
Okay, and what if did you review
What if
the
I didn't
deposition
think?
and trial testimony of Dr.
Told you. Rick and Morty or Back to the Future,
Objection,
you
Your
pick.
Honor.
If
Beyond the
anything,
scope
do
of
not
disclosure.
specialize in.
I'll allow that.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Overruled.
Did you interview Mr. Depp?
No, I did not.
Did you
But-
request to
I
interview?
requested to interview Mr. Depp twice, and both times Mr. Depp and his lawyers refused.
Dr. Spiegel, I'm going to ask you some questions in this case respecting your opinions and the opinions you have formed and the bases for them. And I'm going to ask you to provide me with, in a reasonable degree of medical probability or certainty. Can you do that?
Yes.
Okay. On what were you requested to analyze and opine in this case?
So it's fourfold. One, I was asked to opine about the risk factors that are associated with intimate partner violence and behaviors that are shown, risk factors that are shown in intimate partner violence to be consistent with behaviors that Mr. Depp has demonstrated. Two, I've been asked to opine about the acute effects on alcohol and substance use. And I mentioned that including mood, behavior, cognition, functional impairment. Three, talking about the psychological profile, if you would, of, is there a question? I'm sorry. Oh,
no.
Okay. Of psychological and medical sequelae of patients who have suffered intimate partner violence and perpetrate intimate partner violence and whether or not Mr. Depp's behavior is consistent with that. And lastly, about alcohol and other substance use disorders, their diagnostic criteria, their medical and psychological effects, psychiatric effects, their cognitive effects, and their functional effects. And I think I would like to just go with the jury one other thing. When we talk about, when psychiatry talks about substance use disorders, it's imperative to understand we're not talking about someone who rarely uses and happens to have a bad night. We're not talking about someone who uses on a weekly basis and has a bad night. We're talking about repetitive patterns of behavior.
Karen, thanks for coming on board. Get a chance to come back. Please do.
Moderate, or severe.
Thanks for joining.
Because I think people get confused when they hear the word substance abuse, that they think of, oh, I may have used this because I used it twice.
Or just pull it up on your phone while you're out and about. It's on Facebook, right? Or YouTube, or Twitter, on all three.
Substance use disorder. I'm not just talking about someone who will occasionally smoke a joint or smokes a joint or snorts occasionally coke, okay, or has alcohol on weekends. So I really need to reiterate that because I think when you look at psychiatric behavior, we tend to people look online and say, my gosh, I have all 7 of these.
Right? Half of them would be, yes, I agree with that comment.
They're reading it not quite the way they're supposed to go. So please, when I'm talking about this, I need you to understand, one, that's what's going on. As I told you about intimate partner violence, it's horrible that anyone would strike anyone, okay? But again, we're talking about repetitive behaviors for means of control, right? So that's real important to understand when you're moving forward. And I may say occasionally substance abuse, but what I'm referring to is substance
objection beyond the scope of the question.
I don't
Look at his expression when the objection came in.
Dr. Spiegel, could you please just summarize for the jury
the
conclusions
you came to with your opinions, and then we'll take you through the specifics.
Thank you.
So in my opinion, based on my review of the evidence, based on my clinical experience.
I need to make a pint of coffee too after this.
Based on my teaching experience, that Mr. Depp has behaviors that are consistent with both someone who has a substance use disorder as well as consistent behaviors for someone who's a perpetrator of intimate partner violence.
This is Amber Heard.
Thank you.
You never
I'm going to start with the impact
interviewed
of drug
him.
and alcohol abuse.
How do you know that?
First of all, based upon your review of the record evidence, what type of drugs has Mr. Depp used?
So Mr. Depp, and I'm talking about use, we're talking about a substance use disorder here. We're not just talking about use. Okay, so we are talking about alcohol. We are talking about amphetamines. We are talking about marijuana. We are talking about cocaine. We are talking about LSD. We are talking about ecstasy. We are talking about opiates. We are talking about prescription benzodiazepines.
We're talking about
to
go directly into your veins.
Usability of Seroquel and or gabapentin neuron. And
Johnny
we're
or
talking
Amber?
about much of the time concurrent use, meaning simultaneously.
The way he talks seems really
In
condescending.
your practice, do some
Excited
patients
for
suggest to you
you
that
like
drugs and
them to be able to say what the jury
God
thinks
loves
and
him
what he's
some
talking
him.
to them.
So I think it's patients who lack insight or are in the very early stages of recognizing they have a quote unquote problem will sometimes actually say that they have this medication actually calms me down. This medication makes me feel better. And in actuality, they may not acutely feel anything, but chronic and continual use will take its toll on the brain. So the answer is yes. But again, people who have substance use disorders have lack of insight and a lack of judgment about what's going on.
They all have lack of insight and judgment.
Monitoring of their own behavior.
Yeah.
Has Mr. Depp suggested, based on your review of the record evidence, that alcohol and drugs actually help him?
Gosh, in review of the evidence, he has suggested that alcohol, Xanax, I'm in the list of medications, do help. Although I will also tell you on review of the evidence that there were at least 2 times I can remember that Mr. Depp was referring to at least short-lived periods of sobriety, and I cannot exactly tell you what that included. That both times he said that he functioned better and that he recognized that alcohol and drugs was at the root of his problems.
Now, there's been testimony that Mr. Depp is quite charming, both off and on the drugs and the alcohol.
Elaine,
What
that's
is
how
your answer
charmed
to
you are
that?
by him.
So again, let me put one thing clear here. I am not here to impeach Mr. Depp's acting skills or his persona. He has way greater skills than I do in that. What I'm here to say is talk about how drugs and alcohol affect
I don't
what we
even know
all
what
have
that
in common.
means. Are you an
We're all
actor?
human beings. We can all only get so much, take so much when something is going to
Weird.
happen.
I'm sorry.
And that's what I see
He's
every
got some
day.
weird asides that he's
emergency
adding
room,
in.
on the consult service, and inpatient psychiatry. Bad things happen, not because of anything special, except we're all human beings, and our brains, substance abuse, are not titrated. They're not regulated by the FDA.
Bad things happen, like
We
you have
don't
to
know
hear
what
this
we're
expert.
getting. We don't know how much we're getting. There is no control over what makes it to our brain. So it is not the actor. It is
Exactly.
not the persona.
Amber
Okay.
has been known
It
as
is
to
a
like
person,
the
just like the rest
powder
of us who are human beings who will have these
and
effects.
wine.
That's
Apparently,
what we all share in common. Every one of these courtrooms
she
shares
ordered
that.
$500 bottles of wine when she
When
was with
Mr.
Johnny
Depp was in his
by the
relationship
box.
with Amber Heard, was he a
Or boxes of
polysubstance
wine, rather.
abuser?
What's he in? What substance abuse?
Polysubstance
Yes.
abuser?
So
Can you
you-
explain to the
Leading
jury
your-
what that is?
Overruled.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Okay, so polysubstance abuse is the use of 3 or more substances. And I answer, like I said, concurrently.
So Amber was
He
too.
was.
Yeah.
Even while I was getting ready for rehab.
So was Amber.
On the island,
Coke
he was.
and
So,
wine
yes, he did engage in that.
and
Did Mr. Depp's
MDMA.
drug and alcohol abuse affect
Those
him
were her 3 favorites.
cognitively?
Yes. So if nothing else to look at, Dr. Blaustein, psychiatrist at Valley, Mr. Depp, did a mini mental state exam on him. And as part of that mini mental state examination, you're asked to remember 3 words and then come back 5 minutes later and repeat those 3 words. And in the meanwhile, you're getting other types of testing for attention and concentration and visual spatial.
This is also
and
an
language.
attention
So
deficit
other
test.
things that
I
are
was gonna
tested
say if
too.
he pins this on drug, like there's
Mr.
so
Depp
many
was
other things
unable
that
to
cause short-term
recall
memory
any
to
of
not
them.
be great.
And that is very unusual for a 50-ish-year-old.
You saw that
I
too,
don't know
Jeff?
How old he was when he took that.
Yeah, it looked like she took a little bump when she
Generally
was on the
speaking,
stand. It really did. For those of you who have not
that
seen
age
that,
group
go
should be
after this.
2,
Go to YouTube
all
and
3.
check that out.
They have ADHD or something else. I failed
One,
that.
I
'Cause
do
I can't
know
remember.
that his lines were also fed to him by earpiece. Again, affecting memory. I did see in video deposition about having to have questions. I don't want to say repeat as much as completely forgotten. So the answer is yes. And you know, any one of us who use alcohol and cocaine to that level of degree, and I'm talking about a severe level of substance use disorder, are going to have effects.
somewhat
It is
odd because we saw him
inescapable
testify
because we
for
all
days.
have brains that are malaffected by extensive substance use, and potentially sometimes less, but certainly what we're talking about here is extensive.
What, if anything did you observe from the record evidence about Mr. Depp having difficulty focusing, his attention span, processing, whether he could function as an actor?
So
Objection compound.
Compound is only if it's overruled. Thank you.
So again, in terms of the acting part, we do know that he needed his lines fed to him for movies. Part of that could have been also due to, and I don't know which movie, and please forgive me about that, that he actually confessed he
think
did
there
a
should be a
movie
correction,
entirely wasted.
basically anything.
So I imagine it would be
Especially in a
harder
compound
to do that.
Let him go.
Additionally,
That's
like I
one of the
said, when I looked
bases?
at deposition, you can tell that the processing
He had
speed
a very
was
reasonable
down.
explanation for him
thinking
needing
rate
his lines
was
fed to
down.
him because he was changing the
If your
script on a
thinking
daily
rate
basis.
is down, and I'm not talking about, again, I'm getting older. I'm probably not as sharp as I was at 25. Okay. But I'm talking about so slow that
This
when
guy.
we're trying to move on to other questions, we're still trying to answer the original data that's presented to us.
The
So
jury is
attention
able to
span
evaluate all of this stuff.
is
So I don't know what
very
value
much
there is in
impaired.
this.
And if your attention span is impaired,
This guy is
your
ridiculous.
memory is going to be impaired. It is inescapable that that's going to happen.
There's
So
so many issues with what he's saying that like the
Play that.
jury's
That's
able
what
to
I think
evaluate
is-
A
all of
lot
this.
of
Saw
what
him
he's
for
saying
several
is
days.
speculation.
They were able to
Video
see him with their
deposition.
own eyes.
Fortunately for Mr. Depp, I do
He's
see that
acting
during
like
this trial,
the only way
that's
he would ever have
uh,
impaired
his cognition has
short-term
improved somewhat, which will
focus
happen
and
if you are
function
sober.
is
So I commend him
drug
on
use,
that.
which is not true.
But again, I'm specifically referencing the time with Ms. Heard's and Mr. Depp's relationship. So we're talking about that.
What, if any, observations from the record evidence did you have about Mr. Depp having alcoholic blackouts or foggy mind?
Again, there were reported times where he would be essentially, quote unquote, passed out drunk. We saw pictures of him passed out drunk and not be able to remember what he did, which is,
We didn't know
again,
if he
if
was
you look at
passed
the
out
record
drunk.
Evidence,
That's what Amber
you'll
said.
see that, and this is linking intimate partner violence and substance use together. I know we're going to get to that, which is basically if you have blackouts and you're using alcohol or using cocaine, it's going to be near impossible to remember what happened the night before. I don't think I'm the first person that's ever told you that alcohol can cause blackouts, and basically alcohol decreases a brain chemical, glutamate, which is involved in memory formation. If it blocks that to an extensive degree, the individual cannot remember what happened because they didn't have
This
enough
guy
time in their brain
is
to
as annoying, if not more so. Actually, he's more annoying than Rick on Rick and Morty
every time. So, no,
without being fun
but are they complication
or funny.
of a use disorder? Absolutely yes. And there was record evidence of that.
Dr. Spiegel, you said at one point alcohol and cocaine. Is it possible to have blackouts with alcohol
allowed to watch
and
trial.
different
He's an
types
expert.
of substances?
Yes. So my clinical experience, and I'll date it back within the last month. We had a patient who was using both, especially cocaine, and she had these kind of stroke-like lesions around the brain center known as the hippocampus, which is involved in memory formation. So
Objection relevance.
Just giving an example. Overruled.
Combining the two subs together increases the likelihood, even if you don't get what is a major stroke. And again, we think of a major stroke as someone who has speech difficulties.
That's exactly the
and
problem.
movement
That's
difficulties. There's a lot of different types of stroke that can just affect cognition. They don't necessarily have to have severe movement deficits or severe language deficits. They can solely affect you in terms of your cognitive symptoms, and actually known as a vascular neurocognitive disorder. So you need to understand, and that's part of the psychiatric diagnosis. You need to understand that you can have these insults, these lesions, these strokes without demonstrating physical features. And at a minimal, we know that he was using both substances concurrently, and a minimal.
Okay, I'm just gonna mute this guy for a moment because basically what this is coming down to is throughout this entire trial, Amber Heard's side has said Johnny uses drugs and alcohol. Johnny uses drugs and alcohol. Johnny uses drugs and alcohol. Guess who else said that? Johnny and Johnny said himself he used drugs and alcohol. So this is all about trying to kind of cloud. Maybe he didn't really see what he thought he saw. Maybe what he thought happened to him didn't really happen to him. This is all a bunch of bullshit. But anyway, we'll get back to this, Rick and Morty.
Two, having someone who has a higher than average acceptance of violence ideations. Three, someone who has rapid and extreme mood shifts.
No one had a stroke.
Four,
this guy's
someone
just
who
full
has
of crap.
limited self-control.
That's all, Jeff. It's bullshit.
One of the roles of cognition, one of the roles of our brain is to prevent inappropriate behaviors and acting out on thoughts. We all get angry at people. That's human. We all.
Does anybody feel like you're back in a
all
college
think
class
things about
and
people.
the professor's
The difference is
really
when
annoying?
our brains are intact and working well, most of us don't act them out. Okay? Most of us do not act them out. So that's because your frontal lobe and other parts of the brain are involved in making sure these negative thoughts don't get acted on. Okay? So when you have the effects of alcohol, acutely, it causes disinhibition, which means you are, by definition, losing control and having rapid mood swings. 2, you are affecting parts of the brain that are involved in what we call social processing cues. So you no longer can interpret what's in front of you that is, I would say, right or wrong, or what I should act on and what I shouldn't act on. So we act on them, even though sober, and I've seen it in Mr. Depp's record evidence, I've seen it clinically. Sober, we can contain that. But when you have these mixtures together, knowing, by the way, that about 40 up to 60% of intimate partner violence is done under the influence of alcohol and or substance use disorders, okay? Knowing that treating it gets it better, improves, I'm not saying removes it, but improves it. Hearing from Mr. Depp's own text to Dr. Kipper that he was better with that things are going better, will show you that given those confluence of factors, given them all lining up, the risk factors, combined with something that when any of us use to a certain amount, if we're novice at it, it'll be a lot less. If we're more experienced and have more tolerance and dependence, it's going to take a lot more, but inevitably will make us disinhibited and will make us act out, and acting out can be done in a lot of different ways in intimate partner violence, okay? With also remembering control is the end game of intimate partner violence. So that's how they basically interact in a nutshell.
Okay, I'm pausing this for a moment for this reason. With all this stuff this guy said about intimate partner violence, so I want you guys to understand, I have been listening to / watching this trial from the beginning and saying essentially that once you're on drugs and alcohol, you know, your inhibitions drop and it's easier to go ahead and engage in the intimate partner violence, or IPV. Here's the problem. No one who has testified to this point, and this is the last week of trial, including Amber's own witnesses, has testified to Johnny Depp committing IPV. No one, except for her sister, who says that Johnny hit her on a stairwell in order to corroborate what Amber said about Johnny hitting her on a stairwell, and even their stories didn't match up between the two sisters. No one else, no past relationship, no past girlfriends, not his ex-wife. No one has ever accused him of intimate partner violence, and he's done drugs and alcohol for many years. So that's that. But we'll see what happens across.
Ms. Butterhop, I assume you have.
I have quite a bit more.
Let's go ahead and take our morning recess, ladies and gentlemen. Just do not
Okay.
discuss the case and don't do any
This
outside
such
research.
bullshit.
We'll be back with you.
She has quite a bit
I'm
more.
sorry. 15 minutes.
Okay,
We're just,
number
we're just taking a
one.
break. No, we're just saying.
And let me get some questions here. Jadine Verhoek says, sorry if I missed the answer to my previous super chat. Will you stream the verdict live? Plus, will court open on the weekend if jury is done in the weekend? Love you. I don't think that they are going to go over the weekend, especially since it's a holiday weekend. I don't think so. Some courts will sometimes do that, but I think that's only if it's been taking a while. They're not going to start off that
If
way.
there's someone in jail, right? I mean, like we're talking about money between celebrities. They're not
Right,
going to go
exactly.
over Memorial Day, I don't think.
Right. So, but we will be live streaming. We will be. I
That
will be
doctor
live
was-
streaming until we have a verdict. So,
Man.
if there's no cameras that are streaming in the courtroom,
Bullshit.
we still will be live streaming and preparing, waiting for it, getting ready for it. We'll be having all kinds of conversations. Mark Gonsalves
You
says,
guys
"Hey,
keep
Alita, what was
watching.
the
I'll
name
be
of the book
right
you
back.
mentioned
I'm
in
gonna
the
go grab
trial
some
video
more
by Dan Brooks?"
coffee.
I meant David Brooks. Thank you for asking, because it was David Brooks, The Road to Character. It's a really good book. He talks about the difference between resume virtues and eulogy virtues, and basically it's great. It's great. It's wonderful. Amber Heard should also read it. Hi,
You sure that wasn't? You
generous
sure that
super chat.
wasn't? You sure that wasn't Angels and Demons though? That's
No,
the
that
Dan
was
Brooks guy.
that's Dan Brown.
Yeah.
We're mixing the two.
I thought it was Spaceballs, but hey. Anyway,
Spaceballs is also a good movie. Hiya, thanks for your generous super chat. It says, update, keeping track of their time. AH team has 7 hours and 10 minutes left. JD's team has 18 hours and 8
Do
minutes
they really
left.
still have that much time left? Because wow.
that's an older super chat, right? I mean, like,
Oh,
that's
that's
not
true.
really.
No,
That's
this
the
just
point.
came in.
Okay, so
Yes,
that's
just came
because
in.
like as I was screaming in super chat, I was just screaming clock. clock.
Well, it was interesting for Elaine to say we have a lot more on this.
I was like, do we know? Because what have you been talking about for the last half hour? Was anything said in the last half hour? Because if so, I missed it all.
Yeah, go under 7. It's really calling into question whether Johnny Depp is an actual leak.
And guys, again, for the Google reviews, please don't review bomb any of these people. I hate to see it.
You only make
every
whatever
time.
side you're advancing look worse. Seriously.
Yeah.
And
yes, exactly.
To add, there are 2 famous David Spiegel psychiatrists. So not only
the wrong one.
should you not do it, you might actually be leaving Google review on the wrong one. So in addition to being terrible and something you shouldn't do, you might also not even be doing what you think you're doing.
Oh, geez, that's awful.
Sure, he's a
Thank
great
you for pointing that out.
for somebody.
Yeah. Also, CD Nighthawk says, I knew I loved you. What's your connection to the Academy? Thank you. Well, I actually have had this sweatshirt since like middle school before I knew anybody that went to West Point, but then my brother went, and then that is also how I met Mr. Bites. So yes, a few connections to USMA over there. So yes,
West
go
Point?
Army. Yes.
Okay.
Cadencia Viva says, I'm wondering where the leaked content on social media comes from, like Dr. Kipper looking for the fingertip / Josh Drew's whole testimony. Any thoughts? Josh Drew's whole testimony. I don't know. There could be multiple sources, whether it's one side or another. I'm not sure, but I don't know. Liam M says, question, why were they able to play the plain audio with Jerry Judge if that clip has more than just AH and JD? Thanks to the panel. That's actually a really good question. I hadn't thought about that because you do hear his voice at one point. That I wonder if that was a mistake. Johnny's attorneys didn't catch that. I don't know. What do you guys think?
There was one fight early on that said essentially there's a de minimis voice at one end of the recordings, and they let it in, and I wonder if it's that one. Like there was definitely a discussion that was like,
I don't know though, because they really focused in on it. They were like, yeah, what did he say there? Oh yeah, like the guy's been thrown up or something. You know, like it was one of those that they ended up seizing on that seemed more than de minimis.
Well, presence and impression, right? If the guy says he's throwing up, exception to hearsay, present sense impression. So
but it's not about hearsay because we appear to be operating under a stipulation that says only Johnny Depp and Amber Heard, so we don't fight over the legality of the tapes.
As to between them, sure.
Yes, but I think that it appears
that would be one of those that's included. Yeah. I'm
I guess
with
they
you
had a separate argument about that and decided they didn't care.
Yeah,
probably.
Meryl Vanden Herk says, question, when would Marilyn Manson trial begin? 22, 23, 24. So generally speaking in California, when it comes to a civil trial, you have generally 1 year from the filing is about where the court will initially set a trial date. If you need to extend it, you can get continuances. That basically means you extend it to get a continuance, means you push it back based on the requirements for discovery to get evidence from folks. Those basically so my guess is a year from this last March because he just filed it, but maybe extending from there. I'm not sure. Why is JD testifying again? Because Amber Heard's team wants to for the purposes of proving the counterclaims issues. And they're not going to get anything out of him because of the attorney-client privilege, though. So it's a waste of time, in my opinion. It also could be a red herring by saying publicly that that's what they're going to do. Erica says, question, FYI, will you explain with why Johnny, why he's able to testify? Yep, just talked about that. Wrath G says, do you think the bruise kit from JD's ice cream spilled over pic will be mentioned today? TikTok has been blowing up about it. They've already brought that bit of evidence in, so I don't see them blowing up about it just because TikTok is. So yeah. Woohoo! Go Army. Another question here is Jane Benjamin.
You might get a line about it in close. That's as much as we're going to get at this point.
Probably. Jane Benjamin says, question, can we assume that all you LawTube providers have been working is how AH and JD's teams have been working on their clients' behalf? Wait, what? Can we
do we work as hard as them?
Oh, I mean, I've been working hard. I can say that. I don't know, but I assume that they've all been working hard too.
We all represent our clients zealously. Yes.
Exactly. Exactly. Unilen says, question, Alita, can you tell us what you think about Gone Girl? Thanks for the panel for everything. It's greatly appreciated. Hype from Journey. I will have a whole conversation about it at some point. We don't have time during these trial streams, but at some point I will be, maybe when we're talking about jury verdicts is when I'll we'll do like a full.
I post mortem on my channel. We can break it down.
Let's do it.
We can have some fun with Gone Girl.
Yes. Yes. But I think maybe when we're waiting for a jury verdict, I think that's a perfect time to do it. And if the verdict comes in too soon, then I'll do one anyway when we're just deciding to hang out. Because I think it was a really good movie. It was great. David Farlow says, can you explain how time management works when either side questions a witness? Is it actual time used, or is there a minimum amount consumed regardless? Curious how accurate the recording is. So the recording is done by the court clerk, so that it's being done as objectively and fairly as possible. She or he, I thought it was a woman, but I don't know. The clerk, I'll just say, the clerk has been tracking that very meticulously, and in all fairness. So, and it's actual time used minute by minute is my understanding.
Can I make a rather fun announcement, Alita?
Yes, always.
So this morning I did a Hangouts and Headlines about an article in The Observer, which basically posited that Me Too would be over if we didn't listen to Amber Heard right now. And we looked at that. We went through the lines. The author reached out to me this morning and said they would like to come on the channel to talk about it. So we've set it up, and she's going to come on. We're going to have a conversation about her article on Thursday morning. So the day before the last primary case of the trial. And reasonable minds can differ, as we say in British legality. I said to her, it's got to feel hostile. So that is awesome of you. Come on in. I'm going to give you your piece, and absolutely we can talk about whatever you like. And so we're going to have somebody from The Guardian over on Thursday morning. So put that in your calendars. It's going to be pretty
well done, Rick. Well done.
Yeah,
that'll be really cool.
I remember the law to invited to this hangout.
I want to come on there. I was like, fantastic.
Yeah. I was going to say reasonable minds are probably going to differ on this one, but
will they be reasonable is another question.
The trick is chat. It's like, okay, chat.
Yeah.
We're gonna do this. We're gonna be
reasonable.
Yeah. Nice. That's awesome.
Yeah, I just wanted to tell folks because I think it's gonna be pretty cool. I'd love to see those streams advance to that and have
Question number one.
come
How
out.
have you been a thoughtless chill?
Yeah.
I don't know if that's going to be.
Will Dr. Curry come back? I think Dr. Curry is expected still to come back on rebuttal for sure. Kate Leslie wants to know, if the case is dismissed, what if anything happens? Sorry, I can't give more.
I'm back. Sorry. I had to go get some more
this is amazing.
coffee.
I no need.
I know I didn't run to the store. I have coffee downstairs.
Yes, I completely
just like using
understand.
this cup.
Higher education, it can get real expensive. I know from experience.
We'll add for
if the case is dismissed, what happens?
the racetrack.
The case just gets dismissed. That's it.
Although it's not racetrack coffee in the cup.
Karolis Kovas. Okay, that's a Lithuanian name. I recognize it. Just a random question before it starts. Alita, do you have some sort of Lithuanian roots? Taip aš turiu. Labas, Karoli. I saw last week you spoke to a couple people in the chat. Yes, I'm born in California, Lithuanian roots. Super proud of it. Went to Lithuanian school on Saturdays. Did Lithuanian scouting, folk dancing, all the great stuff in the LA area. Part of the community. So,
and
yes.
Correct me if I'm wrong. You also do the fishes, yes, for Christmas, or
fishes.
Lithuanians who did do the fishes. Okay, never mind. I don't
Fish,
wanna-
wait, what do you mean? What do you mean by fishes?
It's a big thing in the Italian community. It's a big thing to do the Feast of the Seven Fishes on Christmas Eve, and Lithuanians are the other, kind of.
The pretty boy lawyers are joining now.
Yeah. No, but, we do the 12 different fish dishes on Christmas Eve for the 12 apostles. Yes. Yep.
So I remember you and I were talking on that. We're the only people who eat a bunch of fish on Christmas Eve. So
yes, and then for Easter, I do the Lithuanian style Easter eggs with wax in different colors.
Oh yeah.
People comment on how they look like fireworks. Marguche. So yes.
While they're talking about Lithuania, guys, I just want to say thank you very much for those who are joining. I appreciate you being on. If you have anybody who's able to listen, even on their phone, while they're just as background noise, please send the link to the YouTube, to Twitter or Facebook. Please send the link to join as well. I love in the comments. Jeff and Karen have been fantastic, and I really enjoyed seeing them. So keep them coming. I look forward to talking to you guys further And let's continue listening to the lawyers and what their thoughts are on what's happened so far in this case.
If he was okay with the statements, if the jury decides they are in fact true.
The question is a matter of fact for the jury. What did those statements mean in the article? What is their construction? So the jury could, this is also a win for Amber Heard, they could just interpret them literally on the words they say and just be like, the statements literally as they're phrased are literally true. That is a possibility for the jury.
Absolutely.
So, yeah.
Truth is an absolute defense to defamation.
Truth is an absolute defense. That is true.
It is in fact. Maxine Hammond says, oh, by the way, hey, Peter, how's it going? Also, congratulations to you on 100,000 subscribers.
What's up? Thank you. Yeah. Wild ride.
Yeah. Rick just hit
trial has
100,000
taken
this
these
morning.
lawyers.
You hit it yesterday.
I
so
mean,
we've got more and more folks.
They have been
getting into the
skyrocketing
club.
in
Kurt, he's got to be
YouTube.
next. He's our last we checked around 80,000.
Skyrocketing.
It's a wave. It's coming.
Yes.
I will take the wave. I like the wave.
And on that note, I've got to mention it, as much as I possibly can. If you guys are enjoying the stream, you're enjoying the commentary, you are enjoying, all of the folks that are giving their commentary, their brains here. Everyone here has a channel, except for the Muffin Man, of course. Everyone here has a YouTube channel, including Mark now. Mark, he has a channel now. It's called Attractive Nuisance. Everyone is linked in the description below.
Right.
Please do go and check them out. Subscribe to their channels. Check out their content. Like their videos. Watch their videos. All that stuff. It really does help
Crazy to see how much
sort of
these
build
guys
up
have
the whole
grown.
community and to
Crazy.
just help show YouTube that we are a community of folks that people are interested in. It's good. It's a good thing overall. So these folks are donating their time for us here. And the best way that you can say thank you to them individually is to go and subscribe to their stuff and watch their stuff and like the videos and all that great stuff.
But
don't subscribe to the Blueberry Day. That's a dummy account.
There we go.
Johnny Depp, that's
what's
who.
happening right now.
Is it going to be
Our
the
morning
Muffin Man?
stretch.
This is the last week of the trial, folks. Did you say stretch, Nurse Liz? That's right.
I did. I said that's very healthy.
We're going to do the morning stretch. As Nurse Liz has pointed out, the proper form in which to hit the like and subscribe button for our dear friend Alita here at Legal Bites, who is putting in so much time. I can't believe the hours that her summary update videos are coming out. I have no idea when she sleeps. She continues to be a robot that lives solely on likes and subscribes. So please do keep that robot fed today, because we've got 4 more days of this.
Yeah.
And honestly, I think that Amber Heard's team's got a chance of running out of time here. So don't you want to be here to see that when that happens?
They probably are
so
going to run out
if you
of
do,
time.
like, subscribe to Alita. Definitely like and subscribe to everyone else. But Alita won't do it for herself. She needs to be helped by all of you and the rest of us, because she is the reason that we are all here talking about this trial with y'all.
When I started watching this,
I
Alita
really
had
hope the judge has a big hockey
45,000.
buzzer,
She's over 250
so that when
now.
the time runs out,
Subscribers
they
on
just
YouTube.
Actually, even better, the Academy Awards like shut up music when they start to play. Get off the stage music.
Except that won't work. They'll have to actually just yell at them.
I mean, I hope they
that
don't.
would be
honestly.
appropriate here.
I think they want to reserve at least enough time to at least put the fear of God in the Depp team rather than just.
Okay, guys, I think I'm going to just you guys are talking about different things. I'll get back into them in a second. But if you guys have any questions or comments about this trial, if you haven't been following it, please let me know. I know the mainstream media and mainstream publications have been heavily Amber Heard. Her PR team is out there because they are scared to death that the death of Me Too is going to take place because of the trial. Because as it turns out, Johnny may be the victim, Amber's victim, not the abuser in this case. And it absolutely, based on all the evidence that we've seen to this point, looks like that. It looks like he was the abused, not the abuser. So, for those of you who are very want to know more about this sort of thing, I'll be happy to answer any questions you put in the chat. Like I said, I've had it in the background the entire time, and there's certain things that caught my ear and caught my eye. But Amber's own testimony, when her cross-examination came up last week, her own testimony is what took her out. And the crazy thing, the reason why Johnny's team has 18 hours left and Amber's team has 7 hours left is because they did such an effective job at cross-examining Amber. It literally, they had 2 hours left in one day. I think it was a Wednesday, Tuesday or Wednesday. And then they had the whole next day to cross-examine her. And in those 2 days, took her out based on the actual recordings of what she said and what she said on the stand. Two completely different realities, I promise you, will blow your mind. Some of the stuff that she did and said will absolutely blow your mind. And she got caught slipping up, admitting in a previous deposition that she contacted TMZ to let them know about the pending divorce against Johnny, and that TMZ got a video of Johnny slamming cabinets and stuff because he was pissed off. He just found out his business managers had stolen hundreds of millions of dollars from him. Had nothing to do with her at all. He was upset about the money that was stolen from him from people he supposedly trusted. And she let that video out the day before her deposition. The woman's a snake, and I promise you, if you've been watching this trial the way I've been watching it, you see the same thing. Or maybe not. Maybe you see something else. But I'm telling you, if you go back and look at some of the videos of the earlier testimony, it absolutely blow your minds. For those who have been paying attention, you know what I'm talking about. There's a reason why TikTok has been clowning Amber Heard, because not even, and a lot of them, most of it's been women. And so these women who would have a stake, you think, in this Me Too movement, which I always thought was, the Me Too movement, I get, was a good thing. The Believe All Women movement was bullshit from the start. Believe all women. Just because you have a vagina doesn't mean you don't know how to lie. That was always bogus. And this is the thing with these kinds of leftist groups. They always take it too far. Exactly like Jeff is saying it right now. Me Too, believe all narcissists. For real, I'm a pig. That's your hashtag. I'm a pig should be Amber Heard's new hashtag. I'm for real. Believe all narcissists should definitely be one of her hashtags. That woman, if you haven't seen the movie Gone Girl, and I watched pieces of it, I'm going to go back and rewatch it. The whole thing, it is scary how much like the movie Johnny was essentially like her prey. It's scary how much like the movie her real life person, how much like the movie character Amber Heard's real life persona is when in relation to Johnny Depp. And the sad thing for me really about all this is that I'm not a huge fan of Johnny Depp. I'm not. I'm a fairly conservative guy. For those of you who watch my YouTube channels, you would know that. Johnny's a lefty. He's a Hollywood lefty, and that's fine. But I am a fan of justice and the truth. And no one, man or woman, deserves to be treated the way he was. And the worst part about this is supposed to be his wife. This is a woman he was deeply in love with. Johnny was. He was in love with her. Deeply in love with. And she twisted that. And in the midst of him being in love with her, he's got his drug problems, he's got his alcohol problems, and I think he was addicted to oxycodone or something. I can't remember. But he admits all this on the stand. And in the midst of his addiction, he is trying to get clean. And while he's trying to get clean and fight some of his inner demons, he's having to deal with her manipulation of him emotionally, physically, and mentally. It is so sad when you think about what she did to him over the course of, I think they met in 2012 or something. They were married for 15 months. They married in early 2015, got divorced in 2016 or something like that. But what she did over the course of those 4 years to him, 3.5, 4 years, is sad. No one deserves that. So this is not a political thing for me. There are people on the far left who think hashtag justice for Johnny is a cool thing. There are people on the far right who think hashtag justice for Johnny is a good thing, or hashtag Amber Heard is an abuser is real. This has nothing to do with politics. This is about culture and life. I understand this, having come from a background like this, having been accused of DV in my time, having seen as a child that in real time happen to my loved ones. I have seen it. And and in most cases, absolutely, ladies, it is the man who is the abuser. That happens in most cases. And so we should believe women when they step forward and believe that, at least not believe everything they say, but at least be willing to look into the allegations. When women say, hey, this happened to me, I'm not saying believe them. I'm saying, okay, let's investigate, right? Investigate and see where the truth is. The problem is, because Amber made her allegations at the start and the height of the Me Too movement, he's guilty. Didn't matter what the evidence was. It didn't matter any of that stuff. So imagine this, whether you're a man or a woman, imagine this. And the worst thing is really for men though, because the stigma that comes with being an abused partner and being a man who's been abused by a woman, the stigma that comes with that is we're even less likely to be believed because, you're a big, strong man. This little woman who's about 50, 60, 70, 80 pounds lighter than you, there's no way she could be abusing you. So that's the stigma that comes with that, right? And imagine being in Johnny Depp's shoes, where he is being abused systematically by a woman repeatedly. A woman he loves. She's also, by the way, sleeping around all over the place on him. You finally end the relationship. You finally have the strength to end the relationship. As a story that just come out in the trial, Johnny told her he was going to ask for a divorce. While he was away filming in Europe, she took out a TRO, which is a temporary restraining order, and filed for divorce. And TMZ just happened to show up because she admitted that they had already been alerted that she was going to file for divorce. So you've been getting abused for years by your significant other. After all that time, the significant other comes out and says that you're the abuser, and everyone automatically believes your abuser, not you. And so now you have to spend years trying to clear your name, saying it wasn't me, that's not how it happened, but no one believes you. Now, he has the money to deal with that. The average person doesn't. Imagine what that would feel like if that were you. And so that's why I come with, that's why this matters to me. I know there's a lot of people who suffer this, both men and women, and the injustice of it all is what really bothers me. And so that's why I'm hoping Johnny will get his justice. But we will go back. Trial starts. Oh, Mr. Pompous is talking.
Is directed towards Dr. Cowan throughout multiple texts, multiple things that Dr. Cowan were doing in therapy.
Yes, she did, Jeff. Yes, she did.
It was, like I said, it was without relaying it, the exact thing I'm trying to be.
That also came out in this trial.
And I think at the end of it, I think he was also talking about that Dr. Cowan was filling Amber with positive thoughts, or therapeutic.
Objection, hearsay.
I think he's keeping it more general. He's entitled to rely on. Thank you.
So more along the line of giving Amber psychiatric jargon to put on him, and actually what I read and interpreted what Dr. Cowan's was getting blasted for was he was kind of teaching Amber how to be heard, how to use conflict resolution in a more appropriate manner, and learning to express things more rationally rather than express things as irrational as they have been expressed. And for that, there were a lot of negativity being sworn at. So again, erratic behavior in terms of writing a text, but I have no problem with people being angry. Okay, none whatsoever. It's just the expressing of it and the continual ranting of it was very uncomfortable for me to read. But regardless, I think we have seen in terms of erratic behavior, much of the psychological and the physical maltreatment we talked about.
Objection beyond the scope of the question.
I don't agree.
Sustain next question.
Okay.
I don't agree.
Mr. Depp is 58
not an
years
argument,
old.
really.
Are the behaviors that you have been describing for the jury, are those typical and age-related?
No, so while I don't consider 58 years old, I'm 59, okay? I will tell you that the age-related changes that occur in humans are very erratic, hit and miss. meaning they'll occasionally be there. You may need a little bit more time to answer a question or pull things out of memory. You're just a little bit slow and a lot more inconsistently slow. You wouldn't describe what Dr. Blaustein's changes were or what I saw in the deposition attributed to age.
Could you imagine this guy at a party?
Dr. Spiegel, what is Seroquel?
Seroquel or quetiapine is actually an atypical antipsychotic, which is indicated for many things, including schizophrenia, bipolar disorder, adjunctive treatment for major depression. So it's indicated for a lot of things.
But what effects may it have? And this is one of the drugs that Mr. Depp was taking,
Yes.
correct? It was a prescribed drug?
Yes.
Okay.
So
please
So
explain.
the effect of Seroquel is it's very often used as a sleeping agent because it doesn't have a lot of the side effects that are associated with conventional antipsychotics, movement disorders, tonic dyskinesia, et cetera. At least it's a very low risk of that. So people have used it off-label. Physicians have used it off-label to help them sleep. The problem is the effect is very barbiturate-like, and it really knocks people out, or certainly if you use it at high enough doses, it can. Okay. And the problem is it also has street value. So it's absolutely used on the street for that downer-like effect. And obviously it's a little bit more readily available because it's prescribed. So it does have that street value portion.
And Dr. Spiegel, what effect would this have on Mr. Depp based on the dosages he was taking?
So I think what you're looking at is
objection, speculation.
Overruled. Please continue.
What you'll see in patients who have substance use disorders are people who unfortunately kind of wake up and fall asleep only through pharmacological assistance, meaning that their own circadian rhythms are no longer in control of that behavior. So you will take stimulants to quote unquote get you up in the morning, and then you will take things like quetiapine, Seroquel to knock you out. So basically what these are being used for is I'm going to get up and I'm going to get knocked out. And that's very characteristic of what would be actually legal prescribed substances. That's not illegal at all. That's very legal. And that's seemingly what these medicines effect are on patients who have substance use disorder.
Dr. Spiegel, what is Neurontin?
So Neurontin is actually an anti-seizure medicine, which I think it's indicated for seizures, and it might be indicated for one chronic pain condition, although I can't swear that to you. That said, again, in a substance use disorder population, it has significant street value, and people who misuse opiates often supplement that with Neurontin because it has this anti-pain calming effect. So unfortunately, it also can cause respiratory suppression. And so when you use it with opiates, there are people that are lucky enough to succumb to respiratory suppression as a result. But it has a very additive, calming effect that people use it for.
Anna S.,
And
thank you
what
for the very
effect would
generous
this
super chat.
have on Mr. Depp in the dosages he was taking?
I'm not at the super chat point yet. I have to up my numbers on the YouTube channel before I get to that super chat. The good news with that is I can read all the chats and show all the chats we currently showing up on the screen. So
You're using with opiates, and it's big because opiates in general.
one day, hopefully, I'll be as big as Legal Bites.
And you use it with it, it offers further calming, which is why doctors have been warned not to prescribe medications like gabapentin and opiates together unless under significant, strict following, because it can cause serious problems, such as death.
The problem with this whole testimony is that they've all agreed that
correct?
Johnny Depp used and abused drugs. Everybody's agreed to that, including Johnny. Don't know what this has to do with anything.
Adderall is a psychostimulant, which
But
is
it's wasting their time, so
relatively
whatever.
regularly for ADHD. The problem comes again when you shouldn't be prescribing or receiving Adderall when you're already misusing cocaine. Okay, you're now doubling your stimulant dosage here. And basically, what you are talking about, again, it comes down to in the substance use disorder population, you are using it to stay awake, have energy, keep yourself going, getting high, getting energetic. And then the only way to kind of combat that, because you have this effect, is to kind of cut downers during the day, and downers being anything that's calming. So anywhere from opiates, prescription, anywhere from Neurontin, anywhere from Seroquel, all medications that are which are abusable. And so that's what this is going on. That's what the substance use disorder patient has. And it can't be given with someone using cocaine, because that's an extreme risk for death. It can't be given together.
And what, if any, effect would these drugs have if they were mixed with MDMA or cocaine?
MDMA was Amber's drug.
So when you combine the two together, like I talked about before, there are effects where you are looking
you're
at,
wasting time, Elaine.
right? The predisposing traits of intimate partner violence. So jealousy, rapid mood changes, poor self-control, and to some degree, condoning violence to a certain degree. When you combine them all together, you get this disinhibiting.
Not every drinker is an abuser. You're right.
From cocaine and Adderall. Then when you combine the two together, what happens? You get too much, and then you start getting irritable. You start getting agitated. Okay.
Come on.
You start becoming suspicious, jealous.
His wife was cheating on him.
Potentially disinhibited, psychotic.
I mean, he had reason to be jealous.
And again, we're talking about not your average everyday
people.
substances. We are talking about chronic use together. And we also know that alcohol and cocaine use.
This guy is a great example of people who can't do teach.
Of intimate partner
So
violence.
this sounds like a psychology lecture.
Anywhere from
in
reports up to
college.
7 to 27-fold. So
It does not sound like anything real world.
Colloquially playing with fire when you're talking about substances and intimate partner violence. You are playing with fire. And that's all of us.
And the substances that Mr. Depp was taking and the record evidence relating to those.
Problem is, there's no
Did you
evidence
draw
of
any
intimate
conclusions
partner
concerning,
violence, IPV.
Whether he met
Even when he was on the
these
substances,
criteria or these
no
risk
one has ever seen him hit her.
So in terms of substance use disorder, when you look at it,
So this testimony is essentially a waste of time.
Major role obligations.
But it's their
not
time,
being
so
fulfilled. Don't have
I'm
any
looking forward to them running out of time. That's going to be so
Teal
much
Brown,
fun.
thank you for the generous
social
chat.
issues,
We'll address it later.
especially disagreements and arguments with your spouse or family. Obviously, there was tolerance and dependence for the amount he was using.
Right, drug alcohol affect
naive to
Amber
this-
too, but we're not talking about Amber. This is all about
Most of us would be
Johnny's substance abuse issues.
unsuccessful efforts, difficulty cutting back, using more than intended, giving up social, occupational obligations because.
Oh, he's absolutely being paid by the hour.
Right after.
But I think he's one of those guys, Jeff,
Australia,
who likes hearing the sound of his own voice.
Manson.
Oh, Boogeyman.
Objection beyond
Bingo.
the scope of the question.
Actually,
Boogeyman for the day. Got him in.
Marilyn Manson.
Okay.
Put him on the bingo card.
Okay.
Have supporting this?
So, psychological using, despite the fact it causes known psychological, psychiatric, or medical effects. I think that's been pretty well documented. So, in this case, you're talking about someone who has a severe substance use disorder. I do want to emphasize, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, that intimate partner violence and substance use disorders are two scourges in this country. They're two plagues. This is very serious stuff we're playing with. And when you are just getting someone closer and closer to the threshold.
Objection, Your Honor. Relevance.
This is highly relevant.
I'll overrule as to relevance.
Beyond the scope.
Go ahead.
Beyond the scope of the question.
Yes.
All right, sustain that. All right.
Tell me more about the
Nice.
relationship between substance
That's
abuse
not the
and
basis,
IPV.
but I'll sustain it.
Yeah, so again, that you were
Objection.
talking
Not
about this,
annoying.
and you are you may be able to control the risk factors for any of us may be able to control the risk factors for IPV. Any of us might be able to, okay? When we're thinking and we're not disinhibited.
But there's
not
no
having
evidence of
intense
IPV.
emotions from substances.
This guy.
Once you add that to this mix,
oh God,
your brain can no longer do what it's supposed to do, and it's supposed to prevent you from doing this. Quite frankly, because it's wrong.
Still.
Did you arrive at any conclusions concerning substance abuse and potential self-harm that may have
For those
led
who are with
to
me, thank
Mr.
you
Depp
for being
injuring his
in.
finger?
Let's invite some more friends.
So,
to be honest,
I
we can all be
the
tortured together.
physician, really, explained that pretty well.
I appreciate
But
you. I do.
I'll
Thank
tell
you for
you
being
that
here.
Mr. Depp has a history of self-injurious behavior, meaning cutting himself. Mr. Depp has a history of burning himself.
Does he?
I don't remember hearing about that.
When the actual event
I don't remember
happened,
hearing about him cutting
there
and
was,
burning himself.
Texting to Dr. Kipper.
How do you know
paraphrasing,
that?
Not saying exactly that Amber and him got into a disagreement related to her wanting him to be sober. And then as a result of that, he said he got so angry, he cut the tip of his finger off. So if you're asking me, can someone who has, or have I seen, and can someone who cuts themselves, burns themselves, can cut a tip of their finger off with or without alcohol or cocaine or the rest? The answer is
Objection beyond the scope of the question.
That's a hell of a lot of assumptions, isn't it?
It really is a lot of assumptions.
Big problem.
That is a lot of assumptions that guy just made.
That is not
Everything's based on what Amber said. Exactly, Lita.
Patients do a lot worse than that.
Amber said a lot of
Started
stuff,
out with
most of which hasn't been true.
This is such an improper.
burning self and cutting self. I'm not going to get into the descriptions, but
This guy is
Improper
definitely
conclusion.
what you call a paid
Yes.
assassin.
So the answer is yes.
Agreed. Okay. I'm going to turn now specifically to intimate partner
Paid
violence. and I know
assassin,
you've
big time.
talked certainly about it.
This is BS.
But can you tell the jury, please, a little bit more about intimate partner violence and
I thought their first
is
witness
included in
basically
that?
established that he didn't cut his own finger off.
The APA task force
Yeah.
on violence in the family.
They don't even have a
defined
consistent theory. It's
more or less this topic
So
of
many
domestic
problems
abuse
here
and
for their
intimate partner violence.
This is all throw mud at the wall. Just
Recurrent
throw the mud at the
abusive
wall
behavior
and see what sticks.
by means of psychological,
Amber
sexual,
told me.
or
Amber
physical
told me.
maltreatment for the purpose of achieving control or maintaining power, authority, and control.
Can it include threats and intimidation?
It includes, so in the part of
You mean like
psychological
giving someone a
Leading.
knife?
Objection
abuse,
leading.
which is done essentially as a means of emotionally and mentally hurting someone, but with the same end goal to achieve control. It can be destroying property. It can be financial, which is part of that. Verbal outbursts, sorry.
Sorry, it's just English.
Threats, intimidation, body language, all of that goes under the concept of psychological abuse. And you may be able to divide it verbal, nonverbal, what's exactly emotional versus verbal, but they're all under that rubric and they're all under the guise of maintaining control.
Do survivors of intimate partner violence experience mental health issues?
Can you repeat the question?
Do survivors of intimate partner violence experience mental health issues?
Oh, yes. Oh, yes. So survivors of intimate partner violence. And by the way, I should start out by saying, we don't expect in psychiatry, we don't expect our victims to be perfect. We don't expect our victims to be unscathed by what they've
they're
received.
cribbing off the
So
net.
starting with that, okay, it is not unusual as survivors to see substance abuse, substance-induced symptoms, chronic depression, post-traumatic stress disorder, or subsyndromal post-traumatic stress disorder along the lines of Bader-Weiss syndrome, and some emotional unpredictability. And again, you are a victim here. You are a victim.
Do perpetrators typically seek treatment or counseling?
No, perpetrators are not receiving counseling treatment. One, because they're going to be probably having to tell someone that they actually struck someone, which is what their thought is about the big problem. That it's part of it's just hitting, again, important, but not the sole part of it. So perpetrators very rarely will go into any type of formal counseling. Victims go into counseling. Victims are seeking actually couples counseling. Victims are seeking couples advice to try to repair what's happening. Okay. But in terms of actual perpetrators, no, they don't do that.
In your review of this case, is there record evidence of physical violence by Mr. Depp?
So,
Objection, Your Honor.
Uh,
No foundation.
Do you want to approach him?
Yeah, this is so problematic because what he's trying to say is Johnny has done a lot of drugs in the past and therefore his memory is bad. He's never actually talked to him personally. He's never evaluated him personally.
Exactly.
And yet the jury got to spend several days with them themselves. They've been able to see, does his story corroborate with other witnesses? Does his story corroborate with other documents?
Right.
Does his like they
And it
were able
does.
to evaluate that. So what they're trying to do is to put this expert on the stand to be like no, his memory is bad because he's done so many drugs in the past. And like therefore you can't trust his memory, which of course that's been the whole point of Johnny's always drunk and does drugs all the time. That's always been the point of why they're trying to have a swim in the drugs and alcohol that he's been doing for a long time.
Right.
Which arguably, yeah, like everyone agrees at this point, it's a non-issue. But the jury's able to evaluate on their own right now as to whether or not they think that he's credible as to his memory. So they're really bending over backwards here to try to like get this in through some expert. I don't think it's going to do what they want it to do.
No, and there'll be an hour worse for wear for it.
Yep.
Yeah. I mean, I agree. Like, I mean, like, I understand what they're supposed to have called him for, and he's kind of talking about this now. He's like trying to talk about the link between, kind of imperfect domestic violence victims or IPV victims. Like that is something that you might call an expert for, and in this trial you can. But yeah, the whole talking about his memory issues when he was on the stand for days, it just seemed, yeah, you're right, Lita, that it seems like they're trying to like get it in, and like remind people. But it's
that's all this is. It's just reminding, remind people.
I just want to hear
Johnny
that
does drugs and alcohol. That's
I
been
want it to be
throughout the trial. Who didn't know
Oscars
that?
Music.
Just a giant
the
air
get off the
horn.
stage music. That's what I really want. That would be most appropriate in this case.
The hypothetical generalizing really bothers me, and I don't know whether that's
Yes.
just me or whether that'll have a
Yes.
juror say that also. But it's like
As a professional, I have an issue too with the fact that he's saying, yes, you will, like this is what will happen in a case with a victim that has, PTSD issues or whatever following it. It's like, as a professional, I feel like what I would expect him to say is there is a reasonable possibility. This is the likelihood. This is the statistical possibility. This is what I've seen in my practice very often. Like that's the kind of language that I would expect to say. But like he's using some very broad and strong, hard conclusions.
Yes, he is.
To say like this is what happens when you have somebody that does drugs and they have memory issues. Therefore, they have memory issues. This is what happens when you have somebody that goes through IPV and therefore they have trauma issues. Yes, and probably in the vast majority of cases, probably.
It's been very
But
definitive too. Exactly.
To me, the language that he's using goes too hard for me to be like, okay, I will go along with you down this road.
I agree.
I see what you're
I
saying.
agree, Lita.
I don't know if I 100% agree on that portion, but I certainly think that his own language, how he couches things and how he speaks is like undercutting his own potential. Let's assume he is an expert. Arguendo, this man is actually an expert. He knows exactly what he's talking about. The way he's talking about it makes people not want to believe him.
I don't really question his knowledge base as much as I question the way he's wielding it.
Right.
Yeah,
Exactly.
Agreed. Yes.
I think
And
one of the super chats. Oh, go ahead.
I think this is a general problem. We let experts get away with way too much in that we say, oh, you're an expert. And then we just let them do whatever. We saw this with the social media guy where it's like, I am, big on Unix. And so let me just bullshit some crap up about stats that was completely inappropriate for his area of expertise.
Right.
We see it. I see it in criminal courts here where they have these, drug trafficking experts who basically are just police officers here to tell you that the guy was totally trafficking drugs because the police thought so. And like a lot of this stuff has no scientific merit to it. It's just, we brought this guy up to have an opinion and we're going to sort of gussy it up with, this guy seems real smart, doesn't he? And this is an extension. Like, we need to actually start confining experts to some area of scientific expertise and you know, not just, hey, these are my feelings on things. And I really, this seems to be really into, well, this is totally, you know, how I think it happened. You know, he's basically playing juror here.
That's exactly right.
I think that's a real, I got an issue with that.
I'm only going to push back slightly because I agree with you for the most part that we do not rein in experts half as much as they should. But is this guy using scientific data to back up that when that people who are victims of IPV often suffer post-traumatic stress, some sort of post-traumatic stress related to that, and often abuse drugs as related to that? That is true.
Yeah,
you know,
I have
like
a problem with that.
If he said
It's
often,
when he-
I would agree on that. If he said often, but he's not. He's using much
So-
stronger language. That's the problem that I have with it.
What
I
have
loved your
you
Gatorade card, Mark.
reviewed that correlates with the risk factors for IPV that Mr. Depp related to Mr. Depp?
So risk factor review that correlate. So starting with I guess we'll start with the physical because that was the question that was put out there.
You
What
didn't
I have
examine
reviewed
Mr. Depp.
has
You didn't examine him.
Pushing, shoving, grabbing.
Objection, Your Honor.
Let me see if I can direct this a little differently, Dr. Spiegel. Rather than giving the summary of what that was, what did you review that correlates? In other words, did you review witness statements? Did you review
So what-
depositions, photos?
Yes. So what I reviewed was in terms of like witness statements,
This guy, man.
Dr. Kipper's
Bullshit.
notes. Very, very interestingly, actually, early on in I think it was 2012 or around that time, circa 2012, 2014, Ms. Heard was
Action beyond the scope of the question.
What he reviewed is the question.
All right, let's see.
So I reviewed so Ms. Heard's.
Objection, there's no question pending.
If he's answering, go ahead and answer what you reviewed. Please continue with what you reviewed.
Therapist's notes, counselor's notes, text messages, depositions.
Really?
Video.
Depositions. This is going to be interesting on cross.
Psychologists' notes and evaluations. I said physicians' notes. That's what I reviewed.
All right. Now, you've indicated that intimate partner violence includes physical violence, sexual abuse, and psychological aggression. Can you please describe for the jury what psychological aggression is and what it entails?
So I said psychological aggression would be the engaging in behavior for the sole purpose of emotionally and or mentally harming someone.
Oh, a new term,
main
psychological
purpose of, again,
aggression,
to maintaining control. So
to try and turn him
behaviors that
into an
occur
abuser.
With psychological aggression include insults.
First time this has been, by the way, in the case, psychological aggression.
Financially against someone. Jealousy rants, property destruction. So all that is involved. Nonverbal communication, so threatening looks, glances, things like that. All that is involved in psychological maltreatment.
But I tell you, college professors,
What if any?
they make up words all the time.
What if anything would be psychological aggression if it was trying to control somebody's career? Would that be a factor?
Yeah.
Action leading.
Overruled.
So yeah, trying to control someone career, that would be under financial. Trying to mistreat someone, especially, someone wants to succeed and try and have a career, and you're preventing them from doing so by maltreatment.
That person, James Bond, just said he didn't review any
So I'm going to
audio.
ask specifically
point.
about the risk factors for
I hope they bring that up in
intimate
cross.
partner violence. Is substance abuse a risk factor for intimate partner violence?
Yes, it is a risk factor as well as a precipitating cause.
And what record evidence
We didn't know
did
that.
you review that correlates to Mr. Depp engaging in substance abuse?
So the record evidence of, I'll just start with Dr. Kipper and the substances that Mr. Depp was using and misusing, both in terms of prescribed.
Please get this man a comb or a brush. His hair is killing me right now.
Is lack of behavioral control and impulsiveness risk factors for intimate partner violence?
Yes, they are.
And what, if any, record evidence were you aware of that Mr.
What, if
Depp
any?
had exhibited lack of behavioral control and impulsiveness?
Again, threatening.
Objection. Record evidence.
That correlates with, and I'm on the risk factors at this point. Thank you, Your Honor.
Threatening. Destroying furniture. Property,
isn't that interesting?
breaking
Destroying
things.
furniture happened to be one of the things they have Johnny on video
Writings
doing.
Walls.
But he never hit Amber.
Writing in blood on furniture.
What?
Well, that would be go with.
Oddly specific. Oddly specific. Happened to be things Johnny
and-
actually did.
What, if any, risk factor is narcissism for intimate partner violence?
So, a patient, before we get into narcissistic personality traits or disorder,
Oddly specific.
the overall
Isn't that interesting?
categorized under what's called cluster B personality.
Objection, Your Honor, beyond the scope of the question.
He's explaining the narcissism.
Ross is saying objection.
Okay. Can you explain to the jury what's involved with narcissism as it relates to the risk factors of intimate partner violence and
So
what that realm is?
So narcissism patients have, again, poor self-control, okay, rapid mood shifts.
Sounds like Amber.
As a result, they have an undue
Is he doing
sense
the South
of
Park? Okay.
admiration. They worship power. They worship control. They have lack of empathy, and people are generally kept around as long as they're useful to them. A large sense of entitlement. Anything else? Need for praise. So that would go under narcissistic personality and IPV.
What, if any, what, if any, traits would be requiring admiration? Would that fit into it?
Yeah, oh yes, requiring admiration need to be admired, part and parcel of narcissistic personality disorder. Yes.
Would being envious fit within that?
Yes.
Fragile self-esteem?
Yes.
Sounds like
And what, if any, record evidence do you have that correlates
Sounds
with
just
Mr.
like Amber.
Depp being narcissistic?
Sounds like every celebrity.
Well, I do think that the fact that he thought that Amber owed him, misheard owed him.
Objection, Your Honor.
Speculation.
Thank you. Go ahead.
The fact that misheard owed him and only wanted to be together with him because of his fame is an example of that.
That's true.
I do think the jealousy aspects are an example of that.
Sounds like he only
As
really
I think Mr.
researched
Mr.
Amber's
Chillin had
side
testified
of the
that,
deal.
Being admired is one thing, but then behind your back saying something else about people is another thing. And I can probably say with a reasonable certainty that to some degree this whole trial is that. because I
Objection,
think-
Your Honor.
Whoa,
Wow.
that is way out of bounds.
Wow.
That's
Are you
not
kidding me, sir?
Record evidence.
That's
Speculation.
way out of
Please continue.
bounds.
that this whole trial in terms of narcissistic insult is what's going on.
Wow.
I believe.
Would you say he's so
Mr.
vain,
Depp
Doctor?
was very much a mainstay appropriately in Hollywood, and then this was pulled the rug without.
Objection, Your Honor. Can we
I think
be?
he's able to explain what he's
Man, I kind of love this. This is
what you mean by
hilarious.
this whole trial.
This
Your Honor, can we
proceeding will go.
approach?
This court case was over.
Hey,
Somebody in a super chat described this guy as human chloroform. I think he's more like human mace.
My God in heaven.
He said this whole trial is an exercise in Johnny's
sorry,
narcissism.
But that is like,
Wow.
the
see
fact
his
that he has
expression right
filed a
there?
lawsuit. Oh, she does look like Colonel Sanders today. You guys are right.
Oh.
I didn't catch a glimpse of her yet.
I
I've
love
been
that
seeing a lot
style
in super
tie.
chats and stuff.
I really love that style tie. Not necessarily
Oh,
on
you live
her,
in
but in
Texas.
general. I almost wore it to my wedding actually.
Aw.
What
Well,
other
that would be
conduct
appropriate there.
is in the record evidence that correlates with Mr. Depp being narcissistic, having those traits?
Was the thing about the trial rule? I can't
Yeah,
speak.
you're not allowed to say that.
I'm not saying
Yes.
that. Okay.
Wow.
So inappropriate.
The other
Sorry,
thing
but
about narcissism, I think, in terms of trial, would be in order to maintain any sense of control, a narcissistic person
This guy.
really has to have
This
So
guy,
inappropriate.
man.
because in order to engage
God, I
in
wish they have
behaviors that,
Camille
quote unquote, are used to keep
do the
individuals in
cross-examination of this
control,
guy versus the guy they
you
have
don't
doing it.
really think about
Because
the
Camille
other
would
person,
eat
you're
his
not
lunch,
really
man.
caring what happens to
And he
that
needs
other
that to
person.
happen because he's
So I think
so full of
that's-
himself. She would get under his skin in a heartbeat.
I think his credibility is
So-
just shot.
Are attitudes accepting or justifying intimate partner violence a risk factor for intimate partner violence?
Yes.
Do some perpetrators in intimate partner violence try to minimize the IPV?
Yes. So it is unfortunately not uncommon, especially during the calm phases of the abuse cycle
I
where
didn't punch you.
there's
I
no
hit you.
increased tension, there's no acting
Exactly.
out. Okay, you are talking about more of the honeymoon, apologetic phase, begging for forgiveness, telling them how you're going to change, maybe giving them gifts. And then when the dust settles later in the day, a day or two later, it is not uncommon for the perpetrator to kind of switch the blame over to the victim, saying that
That's
hey,
exactly what Amber's been
this
doing.
never denial, this never actually happened, and trying to make it look bad, or a allopathic defense where you instigated it, or an altruistic effect where doing it for you, transformative effect that society kind of accepts this. So it is very uncommon for all of a sudden.
For those who've been watching the trial from the beginning and have
During
heard
that time,
the audio tapes
because it
between
is
Johnny
during
and
the calm
Amber,
phase and everything is
he's
relatively calm. This, of course,
describing
is when the
Amber to a
victim
T.
wants to engage in treatment. But beyond that, the ability to kind of quote unquote, for lack of a better phrase, win people over, family, friends, the law. I mean, the variability to do that is part and parcel of that calm,
What is he saying about that?
charming phase where it looks like the victim is, just
They're saying they're more than willing to engage, talk to the police, talk to the whatever.
And is
when
victim
things are good.
blaming a characteristic?
Charismatic.
Yes, like I said, I mean, to blame the victim, that one
guess.
of the defenses are the
Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying it's great, but that's
defense
Yeah.
comes along.
Yeah, okay,
with
yeah, no,
victim
thank you.
blaming. That's what essentially you're doing. I'm blaming you for what you made.
Amber
me
Heard
do.
and her team have wasted nearly
And
3
Is
hours
there
of the
record
8
evidence
hours
that
they
you
have left.
reviewed that correlates with Mr. Depp engaging in this type of behavior?
So I think for a lot of the issues seen, the big precipitant was going to be the need for sobriety. Coming back to that severe substance
Objection, Your
use.
Honor, non-responsive.
I think he's trying to explain it. Thank you. Please continue.
There's severe substance use disorder, and many of their arguments, but what I reviewed in the record, stemmed around Ms. Heard's desire for Mr. Depp to maintain sobriety, and that what was happening. So as a result, she was blamed for, bothering him in a way he didn't want to be bothered. And that triggered what was going on.
Are you familiar with the term gaslighting?
I'm familiar with the term gaslighting.
Okay.
Yes, I
What
am.
if
That's what
any
we're trying to do.
That's
gaslighting
exactly what I'm doing. Exactly.
consistent with intimate partner violence and the risk factors?
So again, when you start being able to be, when a person starts to be able to be manipulative and charming, you start to be able to win people over. And especially when you see someone who's a victim who is essentially vulnerable, emotionally labile, okay? You see that person, and then you see this calm demeanor in front of you who's very charming, very engaging, very personable. And then all of a sudden it starts looking like the victim is just was essentially losing it, and i.e. they're being gaslighted.
Is there
calmness and
examples
believability
where
is
an
a
intimate
liability.
partner violent perpetrator claims that the victim is the person who's actually committing the abuse?
Yeah. Oh yes. Oh yes.
How common is that?
That's very common. Again, that's part of that is very common in the occurrence of the honeymoon phase,
a lot of this
and
could
the calm
backfire on
period
them.
of the abuse cycle. Very common during that time, where the victim, where they're shifting the blame or anything along that line. That's very common for that to happen.
And you indicated that you reviewed some audio tapes in this case, correct?
Yes.
And what, if any, evidence did you
We did review
there
audio
that
tapes.
correlates with Mr. Depp attempting
What
to
did the audio
claim that
tapes
Amber
say?
was the one?
Well, I think that was what was said, that Amber was the abuser.
Objection, Your Honor.
Amber admitted to being the abuser.
What record evidence?
Yep. Thank you. Please continue.
So that claiming that Amber was the abuser in this particular scenario.
Amber admitted that she was an abuser.
What I will reiterate
She didn't
again
say
is
exactly that she was an
one,
abuser. She
victims
said that
are
she
perfect.
hit him.
And two,
She
it is
admitted to
not
hitting him
uncommon
on audio.
in the
Did you listen
context
to
of
those
being a
tapes?
victim, when you know that person is about to proceed or relapsing to a substance or going to a substance and anticipating what's going to happen.
Amber
you
admitted to
anticipate
abusing
that
Johnny
you
on
start
audio.
initiating self-defense.
Did you listen to those
But-
audio tapes?
By and large, that's not what's going on here. By and large, Mr. Depp,
Objection, Your Honor.
behavior was
There's
consistent.
an objection, sir.
Oh, sorry.
I'll sustain the objection.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. We can move on to the next
How
one.
do you
Is
know about
prior
Mr. Depp's
victim
behavior?
of
You
abuse
did
a
not
risk factor
interview him.
for intimate partner violence?
Yes.
And
Also,
So-
in Johnny's
go
favor.
ahead.
There is something known as the intergenerational theory of violence, which is basically along the line of observation, imitation, reinforcement. So you observe a behavior that occurred in childhood, you imitate it when you see that there's no significant negative consequences, but you do get the positive consequence of maintaining control of a situation, solving the conflict in your way, if you would. So that theory is interestingly, it applies to not only the victims, not only the perpetrators, but also the victims, because there are many victims who grow up in a house of abuse that are not abused, but they're the victims of abuse.
What are the warning signs of intimate partner violence?
So warning signs would be increasing the tension, escalations of tension. So that's when you start seeing, hey, partners getting angry, okay, starting to break down the
Saw this.
communication,
She's set to testify via live
starting
link.
to engage in verbal, nonverbal threats. Victim concedes due to this tension, and that leads you to the actual act. So these acts progressively build, and then they occur.
The more he's talking,
What,
the
if
more
anything,
the cross is just like gets more and more
have
pointed.
you seen in
It's
intimate
so
partner
easy to
violence
build a
about
cross against them.
apologies and promises?
So again, the apology is part and parcel of the honeymoon phase. and promises are part and parcel of the honeymoon phase. And, the victim wants to believe it's going to work. They want to believe their spouse is going to be faithful to this.
Yeah.
And as part of the abuse cycle, it ends up, as I should say, in the calming cycle, like I said, the victim tries to get some help to try to resolve this until the tension buildup phase where something bothers them. So again, it could be
How long is this about
bothering
talking,
someone
man?
about substance abuse. It can be bothering someone about finance. It can be bothering something about your career.
Gosh.
Anything is
Bro.
liable to build up tension when you have this framework.
This is what happens when you have Elaine, the female lawyer on Amber's side,
intense
go up and start direct this. Her people always take forever.
That reflected Mr. Depp engaging in these warning signs,
Always.
including the apologies and the promises.
I think that was almost routine, that after it was all said and done, that he would apologize for letting this monster out, letting this anger
Did
out.
you watch any of the trial where she apologized to him?
And there's
Or
very
any of the
well
audio, rather?
evidence of that starting as early on in the marriage in one of the therapy from Ms. Heard. So that's very common and very much occurred. Recognizing what happened. And the other part of this is, again, when you can recognize that when you're sober, even short-lived sobriety, when you can recognize that things are better, things are happening better, life is better, then even that should show you that, hey, there's an issue here. There are issues here that when I don't use can be resolved.
Thank you, Dr. Spiegel. I'm going to now move to the Goldwater rule. Can you explain
Oh,
the
my
Goldwater
Lord.
rule, please?
So the Goldwater rule,
Elaine, you're killing me.
is when Senator Goldwater was running for presidency. And I'm going to be honest with you, I think it was in the late 60s when he was, early 70s, because I was too young to even follow politics then. So please don't quote me.
I'm not that old, guys. I'm not that old.
But basically what's happening is
You get it right a history book.
clinicians, psychiatrists were making these quote unquote armchair diagnoses from their homes or offices because
How's it
they
different than
saw
what you're doing?
this person on TV, the way they acted, and were asked to comment about what they think their diagnoses are. And therefore, it was felt that that should not be done by professionals in these public settings.
Does it have any applicability here?
No. it does
Objection.
not.
Why not?
No foundation.
Overruled.
He was explaining what the Goldwater rule was.
He's going to try to say, even though I've never seen him and
Right.
talk to him personally, that I am fully able to diagnose him here.
Exactly. The
That's
Goldwater
How do
rule
they not-
applies to everyone but me.
How do they not set the foundation for that question, though? Like, that's definitely the direction they're going.
Uh,
I don't really see a good foundation objection there, to be honest.
Yeah.
yeah.
It's actually, while we're up here, so this is something I've been thinking about. I think we all seem to agree on this panel that the more this guy talks, it's not helping his credibility, right? If he were shorter, he probably would have been. But Johnny's team has been objecting fairly regularly and being kind of overruled every time. So they must be going after a strategy, or they don't think
running out the
that
clock
him
for
speaking.
one.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
Yeah, I think that's one thing they're trying to do here.
Their objections on merit have been terrible today.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They have.
Yeah.
But, and also, why even break up his rhythm? Because he just keeps rambling, and don't they just want him to keep rambling?
I think that it's not just breaking up his rhythm; it's also breaking up Elaine's rhythm because she
Okay.
doesn't do well with objections.
Yeah, that's
She
fair.
does not.
So it's the more
Good
that
point.
you can interrupt her and bungle her up. She already is not good
Good
on
point.
time as it is. And then on top of that, when she's being objected to, she's especially not good on time.
Yeah.
Well, they're not going to
Yeah,
rest
that makes
before
sense.
lunch. It doesn't look like, obviously.
No.
So it's like
Nope.
I
Dr.
thought.
Spiegel, do you remember the question? Does
I
the
think the
Goldwater rule have any applicability
So-
here to your testimony and your conclusions and opinions?
No, it does not.
And
for
why?
multiple reasons. One, the basics of expert witness testimony would almost be thrown away if you are not allowed to base things on what you evaluated of an individual, what you've read about an individual.
I
So
wouldn't be
I'm
allowed
not
to cash this check if
comment
it were a
on
violation of the rule.
records, charts, or information that I look at expert witness testimony can't be done. But more specifically for this case, in the Goldwater rule, the pure version of it was the armchair diagnosis of watching someone on TV. Just, you don't make a diagnosis. More recently, I think that's even more recent. We've had examples of that. So you don't make diagnoses like that. This is not the case here, because like I said to you at the beginning, I have reviewed a lot of professionals and their evaluations and their treatment course, video deposition, picture deposition, court filings, emails. I mean, I reviewed a whole lot of things that directly describe Mr. Depp
hand
and
surgeon
his
was much more
behavior.
palatable.
So I'm not
Exhibit 4,
commenting on a
thank you
public
for
opinion,
the
and I have
chat.
absolutely no knowledge of what's in Mr. Depp's history. If I was just doing that, it would be like watching a movie. That's not relevant here.
And in fact, I think you testified earlier, you invited Mr. Depp to.
Oh, yes.
Give
And
an
again,
example.
Objection leading.
Overruled. Thank you.
So to be fair, for an evaluation, for my own direct evaluation, again, I was offered twice that I can do an evaluation of Mr. Depp directly. And both times, Mr. Depp and or his lawyers decided that wasn't going to happen.
Was it not fair then?
And in fact, the court did not require Mr. Depp to.
No, and the court did not require Mr. Depp to undergo
Right.
this evaluation.
So you didn't have to see if you didn't want to.
Dr. Spiegel, these
Yeah,
opinions that
agreed.
you have offered here, do you hold them to within a reasonable degree of medical and psychiatric probability or certainty?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
All right, cross-examination.
Thank God it's over.
Good luck.
This CrossFitter be good.
Yeah,
I don't like this guy
They could
when it comes to
so much literally
cross-examination.
say, you said narcissistic personality disorder and
Sir, I'm
has
Wayne
this trait.
Dennison.
Yes.
We have a
Keep
map.
on.
You could do
Let
that.
me ask you,
absolutely.
let's start with what you finished with.
I'm sorry, one more time?
Let's start with what you finished with. You understand that the court was twice asked by Ms. Heard's counsel to order a medical exam of Mr. Depp, and those motions were denied.
I think your team told the court you didn't want to have them, and the court ruled on them. Right? I don't think the court proactively did it. You kind of had a motion to them, right?
No, when
I can't believe they're allowing
Ms.
this.
Heard's
Yeah.
lawyers moved for them and
Anti-baseball.
asked for them and did not get them. Isn't that right, sir?
If you're saying that's what happened, my understanding of was that you all did not want him to undergo one.
That
They
is
petitioned
not-
for it. The court said no. Yes, that's what my understanding of it was.
The court said
What is
no
happening?
to ordering Mr. Depp.
This is
to
so,
do
oh my gosh.
the
This is a bad
medical
question
exam.
by Dennis.
Right, that's-
Why-
yeah,
why
court
are
did not
you
require it,
asking
right.
this?
And there
Dennison's
was
always
one
an
that was
adventure.
ordered, in fact, right?
Yeah, he is. He's not the best.
There
in class.
was-
I don't know why they keep bringing him in.
I told you I don't like this guy in cross.
Objection. What the hell?
Did Elaine object there? She wasn't using her mic.
She doesn't.
Elaine keeps forgetting to turn
Ask
her
me
mic
to
on.
witness what happened in behind
Sorry.
the scenes, like motion
I
rulings.
phrased that wrong.
All
What
right,
if
so-
anything? The hell?
The last thing you talked about was the Goldwater rule.
It's like we're playing Jeopardy.
Yes, sir.
Been around for almost 50 years,
Ian,
right?
I love that.
Yeah, I'm 59. That sounds about right.
Yeah.
Why do you keep
And
saying
it's
that
been
he's
around
59? I know people
as a
think that I'm
result
69, but I'm actually
of
59.
a presidential election that you referenced.
Yes.
And who has that rule? What organization maintains that rule?
The American Psychiatric Association.
An association you're a member of.
Associated, not a member of, yes.
Aren't you a fellow or something?
Yes, I am.
Okay, so, and
That's very
it's an ethical rule.
He loves him some
It
help.
is an ethical rule. And yes, it's ethical. They say rules. It's an ethical guideline. Yes, they're guidelines.
I'm sorry. Did
And-
your witness just say?
They're not really
rules?
called
Guidelines?
rules. That's not what you call
Not really
guidelines.
rules, they're
American
guidelines.
Psychiatric Association.
Not really a stop
has
sign, it's kind of a
amended the rule, so
suggestion.
it's not just about diagnoses, but it's also about professional opinions.
Could you be more specific, say about professional opinion in regard to what?
Well, let me read this and see if you're familiar with it. It is unethical for a psychiatrist to offer a professional opinion about an individual based on publicly available information without conducting an examination. That's the rule, right?
If you're reading it directly, I will believe you.
Okay. However, a diagnosis is not required for an opinion to be professional. So my question is, it's not just diagnosis that this Goldwater rule applies to, it's professional opinions.
So again, I'll reiterate that would come down to essentially nullifying witness testimony,
That's not a good
expert
answer,
witness
man.
testimony without direct evaluation. And as we know, it didn't happen. But regardless of that, the whole expert witness testimony thing would be basically rendered null and void.
I
The
couldn't get
rule,
paid
in fact,
if I followed the rule.
contemplates that issue, doesn't it, sir?
Curry looked at that.
Again, I'm just telling you the answer to the question. When you're reading me those statements, I'm telling you the response by the other side, who is publishes also, is that if that was the case, there could be no expert witness testimony in the courtroom.
That's not an answer.
Psychiatrists are ethically prohibited from evaluating individuals without permission or other authorization, such as a court order. That's the rule, right?
Again, if you're reading that, then I have to believe you're not misrepresenting.
Yeah, we are.
And I would come back to, again, then this whole thing on expert, we might as well get rid of all the expert witnesses we've had throughout all of time.
Let's do it.
Because what you're saying is unless a court orders it, and that's what you just said, the APA said, and therefore expert witnesses cannot do an evaluation based on an observation of the medical records. Insurance companies cannot do evaluations solely based on a medical record with our doctors rendering professional opinions. So at the end of the day, you are essentially saying that unless someone has directly evaluated it, this whole medical system we have, this whole legal system we have,
the whole court is out of order, Your Honor.
No, yes, you are, sir. No, you are.
Give me a second.
No.
I'll give you more than a second. What I'm saying and what I am reading to you is a rule by your organization.
I'm not a professional psychiatrist.
Takes into account that there could be court orders that would permit the exact kind of evaluation that you say I'm eliminating.
And I think we're going in circles because I think I just said that means expert witness testimony would not be allowed, and the branch of forensic psychiatry would be especially hindered. And we know the branch of forensic psychiatry does not prohibit that. So
He's not as good at
I am
cross-search,
a member
that's
of
for
the
sure.
APA. That doesn't necessarily mean every
But the
single
witness
thing
is so
they put in
unlikable, I don't
there,
care.
everybody has to uncategorically agree with, because clearly that's not the case.
Did you agree in your deposition that the professional opinions you rendered were inconsistent with the Goldwater rule?
Yeah, my first was inconsistent. If we're saying that if the Goldwater rule says, and I very much said that during deposition, that the Goldwater rule was made for presidents and public figures such as that. But regardless of that, because that's what it was made for, it's not made for Hollywood. But I'll even take that Mr. Depp's a public figure. What I'm saying to you is that the Goldwater rule is saying we cannot do any expert witness testimony in our field. That is exactly what the Goldwater rule is saying, based on exactly what you read. And I'm just telling you what you are saying that rule encompasses.
What I'm asking you, sir, is did you comply with the ethical requirements of the APA?
I mean, he's going to say yes. What kind of question is this?
Rendering the professional opinions that you've rendered today.
It is a requirement of the APA. It is not the requirement of the APA. Secondarily,
So the answer is no.
secondarily,
It's still a requirement.
I didn't donate it.
Again, in order to not, we waste our whole morning because of an expert witness
What other
before me.
ethical standards
There's an
did you
expert
violate,
witnesses, everyone brought it. So all I'm saying to you, that means the whole field of medical legal law is corrupt and unethical
Oh my
for
God.
engaging
That's what you wanna
in an
say,
act
sir.
that the APA
I
clearly
don't run
says
your
we
organization,
should
my
not
man.
do. So if you're saying that, then the answer is yes, I'm agreeing with that statement.
Okay.
Wow.
You're agreeing that the APA would deem your testimony and your professional opinions rendered unethical.
Again, I'm saying you are saying that the whole, I'm an expert witness. I'm saying as an expert witness and solely as an expert witness.
This guy should just
Mark,
turn
that
his
guideline
credentials at the
is
door.
permitting that from occurring.
Nice.
I would say then that the whole field of expert witness testimony, again, would be disavowed by what you are quoting in the gold order. And we know that's not the case, because if it was, we would not be allowed to do it.
And you said the rule was for presidents, right? And
That was
public
initially for
figures.
presidents, yes.
But, and the name of the rule came from that. But the rule says it is unethical for a psychiatrist to offer a professional opinion about an individual. That's right, sir. It's not just presidents, it's not public figures, it's individuals.
Funny, it was named after the, according to your logic, if you don't.
That's
put
not
something
true.
in the
That's
title, it's
that's a
true.
bad misquote.
That's what you told me.
That's
this
a bad
morning, I believe,
misquote.
about
He's
intimate
misquoting the
partner
rule.
violence. So
Here.
what I would
I mean,
say
I
to
don't-
you then, sir, is that if you say this about an individual,
Yeah, but
again,
response by the witness is not good
any
either.
court would have to render an expert witness testimony invalid.
You're
Any
just wrong,
doctor
Will
that
you stop
reviews
it?
charts would have to render it invalid.
That
I
is
could
He
go on the
needs to
list of
move
docs
on.
that do
He's
not
made his
see or
point.
interview
He needs
patients
to move
directly,
on.
and that's a violation. So basically, you are saying that unless you do a direct clinical evaluation, then all of the field of forensic psychiatry and all of managed care is doing an unethical violation because we are not seeing the presence. We deny patients medications all the time without seeing them. We deny patients treatments, unfortunately, without seeing them. And I'm on the receiving end of that. So the answer to your question, again, unless you are saying to me that all of this is unethical, which is what you are saying. This is how I'm interpreting what you are saying to
Just let him
that
talk.
unless you do the evaluation directly yourself, therefore, it could not be considered ethical. And I'm telling you how that's applicable to not just expert law, but also managed care. It's applicable to multiple branches of medicine. Hospital duration of hospitalization stay to get evaluated. So tell me where you want me to end this.
Well,
Whoa.
why don't we
Whoa!
talk about
What?
what you just testified to, because I didn't ask you anything about that. I asked you whether under this rubric, under this principle of medical ethics,
Where the fuck?
have you acted
Sorry.
unethically? Yes or no?
No, as an
Oh, of course
expert
not, Mr.
witness, I
Chairman.
have not acted unethically.
As an
And
expert
if you
witness.
want the jury to believe that expert witnesses are unethical, then I guess that's for them
Well,
to
that's
decide.
yes
And
or
that's
no.
for them
sir.
to
You
decide.
said no.
Shit,
Let's
dude.
go to the next question.
Okay.
Right?
My goodness gracious.
At this point, I think
Psychiatric
Dennis is just
diagnosis
terrible
occurs in
across,
the context
generally
of an
speaking.
evaluation
I just-
based on thorough history taking,
You think so? I really like that.
examination,
I really liked what he
and
did
where
there.
applicable,
We'll talk about it later.
correlated or collateral information.
He sucks at
I
cross.
agree
and
with
he
that.
sucks
I
at
believe I said that
science.
earlier, yes.
He's not
And it's a
good.
departure from the
He's
method,
good at
from
directing,
the methods of the profession
not good at
to
cross.
render an opinion without an examination and without
I
conducting
think
an
you should stop
evaluation
so much
Goldwater
time
in
right now.
accordance with the standards of psychiatric practice, correct?
Well, again, by the way, for the record, intimate partner violence is not a psychiatric diagnosis. I'll start with that. Substance usage by themselves
It's
is
not?
not
So why are you
a
talking about it at
psychiatric
all?
diagnosis. If you want to cut to the chase, psychiatry is not a diagnosis of that.
Mr. Psychiatrist.
Narcissistic personality traits is not a diagnosis. Ergo,
What?
I am basically commenting on the things that were brought to me, which are not diagnosis. But an evaluation,
Diagnosis,
if
what
I
are
was
you doing
considered
here?
professional
patient
opinion.
What?
or anyone here,
What are you
those
doing
are the
here,
steps
witness?
I would take.
We, I think, started with the notion that this
Nar-
rule applies
Narcissism
broader
isn't a
than
diagnosis.
diagnoses. It applies to professional
What?
opinions.
I
And
believe you
you've
just
rendered
quoted.
professional opinions
Told
relative to narcissistic personality traits,
Guys
haven't
quoted
you,
wrong?
sir? Relative to Mr. Depp.
Again,
We'll
I
talk
believe
later.
you just
weird.
commented on what it takes to do a psychiatric evaluation to establish a diagnosis. I'm almost certain that's
I
what
would
you
have
said.
dropped the Goldwater.
Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe you didn't say that, but I'm sure you did. And therefore, what I'm saying is neither IPV nor substance usage nor narcissistic personality traits a psychiatric diagnosis. And then under the rubric of expert witness testimony,
Really?
you are saying I acted unethically under the
guy.
rubric of expert witness
He's asking
testimony.
a question.
So if you, sir, would like to perceive that expert witnesses are unethical, based on that, I am not going to sit here and disagree with you and waste everyone's time. I think it's fairly obvious.
But thank you.
There
Go
is
ahead.
such a better way to answer all
These
of
were
these
your
questions.
words.
Oh,
I'm just
my
saying
God.
that
better
rather
way,
than
He
Mark.
comes across as
Okay.
so pompous.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Very pompous.
This is why I think Edison's doing a good job.
Let's
in terms
start
of
with
letting
the
him
easy
talk, because
question.
every word
Dennis
we
is
hear
doing
from
a
him.
sucky
Yeah,
job.
that
That was pretty easy. Go ahead.
Balls.
Doctor, you're going to have to just answer the question.
Letting him
Okay,
talk
sorry
is
about
one
that.
thing, but he is
You-
just
you-
stuck in the
you
weeds
just
here
answer
on
the
this
question.
this
Okay.
one issue, and there are
I
so
would
many other things he
You
can
are
get
not
into.
rendering
I agree with
any diagnosis whatsoever of Mr. Depp today or ever.
Ooh, nice question.
That's actually a good question.
No, I
now.
probably would
He's-
say to you that certainly I would not say narcissistic personality, I would say traits. Certainly, from what I have read, intimate partner violence is not a diagnosis. So the answer is no for that. Narcissistic personality traits is not a diagnosis. The answer is no. But if you want to tell me that substance use disorder is a psychiatric diagnosis, the answer is yes.
But that wasn't an issue, was it? Whether Mr. Depp used substances. I mean, you said you've gone through the record. That wasn't really an issue at this trial. He's said it from day one.
Yep.
Oh, so you're saying he's already admitted to the diagnosis?
He's already admitted to the use of the
Oh.
substances.
Well, again, there's a difference between admitting to substance
Didn't he
use
say he
and
watched
substance
the
use
testimony?
disorder.
Let's go back to what you just said about
This is such a tire
narcissistic
fire.
personality traits.
Yes.
Narcissistic personality disorder
You don't need to
is
get in
a
the weeds here, Cross.
DSM-5 diagnosis, correct?
Mark's
Correct.
going to die on his feet here.
Diagnostic,
He's just going to collapse.
diagnostic.
They're just both so
personality-
bad.
And you haven't
Yeah.
testified that Mr. Depp has narcissistic personality disorder. Have
I would certainly, if I didn't, I'm certainly thinking that, but at least I'm going to say he has traits, which are characteristics of provisional diagnosis of. It's a provisional diagnosis, probably.
But you're
narcissistic
not
personality. But
supposed
yeah,
to make
I
a
do.
diagnosis.
Well, when you say provisional diagnosis, you know the DSM-5 requires, in order to find that diagnosis, 5 of the 9 factors.
Mhm.
And you haven't done that analysis. You've never made that diagnosis. You've just identified certain factors.
That are criteria for
What
the
is that? That's an
diagnosis.
open question.
Right.
What is that?
But you
And
need
that
5
helps
of
him.
9 to get to the diagnosis.
That
You've
rehabs it.
already told us that you didn't make a diagnosis.
Giving him the
You're
opportunity.
just
to fix himself.
identifying traits, correct?
I'm identifying traits that are consistent with the diagnosis. Yes.
Right.
Move on.
And did you testify in deposition that the existence of traits as opposed to the disorder doesn't have a correlation with IPV?
If I said traits do not have a correlation with if that's what I said, and I don't remember saying that, but that wouldn't be a correct thing. Narcissism has a correlation with the diagnosis. Yes, that part's true.
Or how far are we going to back this up? Because there's a diagnosis
I
of
don't know, you're leading, bro.
narcissistic personality disorder.
Is he
Right?
leading?
Yes, sir.
And that one is tied, has some correlation with IPV, right?
Narcissism has correlation with IP. Again, sir, you're not allowing me to answer. You're splitting hairs. You're splitting hairs between the traits that are consistent with, which all I'm commenting on is behaviors and traits that are consistent with the diagnosis. And Mr. Depp, narcissism absolutely has risk factors associated with IPV.
Let's go back again, and maybe we can focus on the question.
Are we going to keep going back? Let's go back.
And
Really
we can
let
get
this
an
cross
answer
the end
that's
now.
addressed to that
Yeah,
question.
move on. This guy, he's
Narcissistic
not a good cross
personality
examiner.
disorder
I really wish they didn't have
is
him
a
doing
risk
this.
factor.
I would have
for
preferred to see
IPV.
Camille
Yes or no?
or the young guy they
Previously
have do it.
testified
He
there-
is not
that
that
there
good.
is no literature at which you are currently aware that the mere presence of narcissistic traits is a risk factor for IPV.
Am I answering the question?
Yes.
That's incorrect. Cluster.
You didn't testify to that.
A cluster B traits, which narcissistic personality disorder is part of, is a huge risk factor for intimate partner violence, which include cluster B traits include narcissistic personality disorder, antisocial personality disorder, amongst others. So the answer to the question is every resource on intimate partner violence will support that cluster B traits where narcissistic personality falls under is a risk factor
Worst
for intimate partner violence.
Any single trait is a
There we
risk
go.
factor for IPV.
That was a good question. That's right.
Again, I will repeat, cluster
Not gonna get caught.
B traits. I didn't say any trait. I said cluster. No, you
Oh,
said
let me be more precise then.
okay.
Any narcissistic trait in and of itself is a risk factor for IPV.
But you mischaracterized what I said. What I said, I'm pretty sure I said cluster. If you look at all the intimate partner violence literature, and I would behoove you to do so, you will see
Wow.
cluster B traits. I didn't say narcissistic per se. Cluster B traits,
Dennison, just
where
ask it to him
narcissistic
exactly as you
personality
want.
disorder is part of, are risk factors for intimate partner violence. Part and parcel, uniformly true.
The plan has to be to swing this around.
And I'm
on
not
her,
sure.
right?
The thing I don't understand is I'm not sure why we're arguing psychiatry because I'm telling you what it is.
Dr. Siegel, you just need to answer the question.
Okay.
Ooh.
Ooh.
So
Reprimand
you want to
from
talk
the
about
judge.
cluster B, so let's do that for a minute.
I mean, he deserved it.
Borderline personality
He did.
disorder is a risk factor for IPV.
As part of cluster B traits, yes.
Histrionic personality
Yep.
disorder
All right. Okay.
is a
So we
risk
can
factor
the swing around.
for
Tough
IPV.
time.
Less so.
But it
Less so.
That-
Less so.
okay.
I mean, it's a risk
Yes.
factor, but less so, yes. Less so. Significantly less so.
But it is.
All right. So which traits under narcissistic, before I move on there,
You know what?
there's only been
We rest.
one diagnosis in court
Kids
of
understand.
personality disorders, correct?
I'm not sure who you're referring to. Are you referring to Mr. Depp, Ms. Hurt? Who? I'm not sure what you're talking
No,
about.
he's not.
Do you understand that there was a medical examination done of Ms. Hurt?
Yes, I did.
Do you understand that the testimony was ultimately that Ms. Hurd suffers from 2 personality disorders?
Okay, so I'm just being specific. I just wanted to know if you're talking about Ms. Hurt or Mr. Depp. So that was
It
just, that's
actually
all I was
doesn't
asking.
matter to your expert testimony.
Yes or no to my question?
He's
Which
finally
was his only
getting
one
to
diagnosis
the good
of
part of the cross.
Ms. Hurd was diagnosed with that.
After burning a lot
And
of minutes.
both of the diagnoses are in cluster B, and both of them are risk factors for IPV.
But both those cluster B things are, I'm not allowed to comment on the testing. So therefore, all I can say is
can
that
say the word
cluster B
yes.
traits, and I'll tell you what they are. And by the way, I testified this before, which was that one,
I don't.
expect
I honestly
perfection
don't care
from my
what this guy
victims.
ever said. because
Two,
I hate him.
absolutely there are cluster B
Yeah,
traits.
yeah,
Mr.
I-
Absolutely. Mr. Straight had
Given
cluster
that you've
At this
testified to
point,
it
I'm so
before, let's
beyond
move on.
This
to
guy
it.
is unbelievably hostile.
You
This guy's gonna leave the
indicated
courtroom, find a woman to
in your
explain
opinion
her
today that you
dissertation to
thought-
her.
Well, why don't we move a little different? Are you a member of the American Medical Association?
No.
Okay, so you don't know what the ethical rule of the American Medical Association is relative to doing
Oh my God! Do they have a gold water
clinical
corollary?
diagnoses about
What?
individuals you've never talked to.
So you're saying in terms of doing expert witness evaluations
Oh, geez.
under that rubric, right?
Oh no!
I'm just asking you, do you know the AMA's rule?
Remember that ditch we were in 10 minutes ago?
Yeah, let's
Under
go back to that.
You're saying the
Who's
AMA's
like
rule
this?
is under the rubric
Hey,
of
little kids,
not to
big
evaluate
guy,
something you did
Parliament.
not see. And I'm questioning, I'm asking. So you are talking about expert witness testimony.
No, I'm
Sam,
talking
fun.
about,
Let's go
do
play
you
it.
know the rule?
I'm not a member of the AMA, so I
Okay,
don't
great.
read the rule.
We
Okay.
can move on. You
I'm
don't know
betting
the
Drew
rule.
Press
I
on,
right
we're
now
good.
wants to just walk out there and smack this guy.
All right.
Like,
Rendered an opinion about Mr. Depp's purported cognitive impairment.
Yes,
What do you use as a baseline?
No. That's
a
an open
baseline
question.
for
Well, that's
processing
an
speed.
open-ended question.
damn
Tell
it,
me
come on,
before.
Dennis.
Why?
Analyzing
Leading
Mr.
questions
Depp
only.
before you watched his deposition.
Guy sucks.
What I use a baseline for that.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess my
It's a
baseline would
cross-examination. Come
probably
on.
be how I've seen him interact in public. How I've seen him interact with others. I've
Oh,
seen him
that's
interact
brutal.
in media. I've seen him interact.
You walked
his
right into the
process
gold
speed
water
is
room, my
certainly
man.
not slow. I've seen
So
him do
how is that?
commercials.
Yeah, how is that
His
not?
process speed was not slow.
Oh yeah.
A deposition,
saying
didn't you
scripted
say that what
interactions?
you did was compare
You can
Mr.
criticize
Depp's
Dennis as much as you
performance
want. He rolled him right into
lots
that.
of pirate movies against his deposition testimony?
What I said was, I've seen Mr. Depp. Apology ads. I remember he did apology ad with Bad Dog. No delay in process speed. I've seen him interact with the media regarding to that. I saw no delay in
So
processing
in other
speed.
words,
All I'm saying,
Let me ask you about
you're
pirates.
able to do the
though.
same thing.
You compared
Literally evaluated
pirates
him based on
to the
public appearances.
to the depositions
pirate
given in
and
this
I,
case.
and I apologize for what I said. And I misspoke.
You misspoke. You didn't make the comparison.
Right now, just a second ago. Just a second ago, I may have said that I misspoke. I apologize.
Okay.
Truck up.
Mm-hmm.
They're both in bumper cars.
To
They're
see
both
their
pirates.
pirates to sworn testimony, right?
The question should be
Yes.
like,
What do you think was going through?
Who do you
Jack's
think
But,
mind?
you
have
can,
to talk
but
to
as
his
an aside, you
impairments,
can
doctor?
judge someone's processing speed at any time. Like I'm judging yours right now, you're judging mine. We all judge processing speed as a baseline because of what we know about each other. I would say your process speed right now is not slow.
There
So
we
I mean,
go.
we're judging
You're doing
processing
as a
speed. I'm saying.
psychiatrist, you're doing it as a
Processing
human.
speed is
Yeah.
slow.
So,
What?
but no, any of Mr. Depp's other portrayals in movies, did that affect your analysis of processing speed?
Only I've seen him interact on interviews, and that was it.
He's not on
Did you
when
see
he
him
wasn't in.
testify?
So, right. But Willy Wonka doesn't matter to you. You see in that movie, Charlie and Chocolate Factory?
I'm gonna die.
You wrote that one when you were comparing his processing speed.
I made
Sorry,
fun of
that's
it. He
good.
hates it so much.
I can't. How do you feel about his Grindelwald, doctor?
You have to
No,
answer
you'd be
the
happy to know I didn't see Willy Wonka and I didn't see 21 Jump Street when it happened or whatever it was about. No, I did not.
God,
All right.
this guy is ridiculous.
That
He
guy was
comes off
spiking
as
a
a total
football.
pop
Wait, you made
douche.
a very kind admission, I think, early on in
He's
your
such a
deposition,
quack.
that you're not claiming to be a better actor than Mr. Depp. That's correct. isn't it?
There we go. Get back to this.
100%.
But with respect to
Everyone
acting,
would know that.
you know that actors actually rehearse for their parts and work on the language, diction, timing of their dialogue as part of that rehearsal.
If you say that's, I'm not an actor, so I don't know what goes on. I can't tell you. I have no idea what goes on.
Okay, dude. Okay, bro.
I've never even heard of
You don't know
They're
enough
all
about
right
acting to know whether actors rehearse.
Sir, I am not an expert in acting. I have no idea what an actor does.
Okay.
And
Oh,
yeah,
wow.
Okay answers.
You
These are okay
testified.
answers.
No, that's not. That is so not it.
Oh,
Okay.
come on. It's okay answer.
No. That comes off as weaselly as heck.
I would an okay answer if the jury
During
already
your
didn't like
deposition,
him. You know what I mean?
Right.
what were the circumstances under which you decided to call Mr. Depp an idiot?
Under somebody call Mr. Depp an idiot?
Yeah, you called Mr. Depp an idiot in your deposition.
Oh, I
did
think,
you?
okay. So I think it was in the context. I think it was in the, probably should read the context of it, but I think the context was,
It's up to you.
and I'm trying to think back, okay? And what I thought it was related to was if you're coming to some deposition, okay? And again, I'm thinking back, so you have it in front of you. I don't. So I'm thinking back where he's coming in from Europe for a deposition.
Man,
did a
I cannot
deposition
wait
that he
till lunch
gave,
break.
And he took an overnight the night before. And what I think I said
They'll probably
was
be coming
that
up
if you're
after.
going to take if you're going to do a major thing to a trial that you're involved with, I think you'd be an idiot to come in the night before.
All right.
So I didn't call Mr. Depp an idiot. I certainly called that planning an idiot. I didn't call him an idiot.
So the words, so I mean he's an idiot are mistranscribed?
No, again, I said it in that if you just read one line, one snippet, I'm sure it was in the context I just said. But again, you have it in front of you, I know.
Is idiot a professional opinion?
I wasn't running professional opinion.
Yeah.
No.
Is it a psychiatric opinion?
And that follows the Goldwater rule.
It is a really
How does
old
it
school
sound?
term.
No, you
for
just said that I'm not rendering a
IQ
professional
level.
opinion. I just said idiot. That's not.
No, so idiot is not a professional opinion.
Mhm.
Is it your practice to describe people as idiots?
My practice describe in my practice. No, I
This is
don't
just to make
describe
him look like an
people
asshole,
clinical my
which is not
clinical
really
cases
necessary
as
at this
idiots.
point.
My patients'
help.
I
idiots
wish
or
he would go on
victims
to more
as
probative
idiots. No,
questions.
sir.
But you
He's
sat for
spiking the
deposition
football
in
that's
this
not in the
case
end zone. You didn't
and
carry
described
the football
plaintiff
into
as
the
an
end zone
idiot,
as cross-examiner, so don't
Uh,
spike it
you
yet.
gave
You
me
know?
9 hours of deposition, and if
Well,
I
it's
said
still
the
pretty
word
good.
idiot,
He's pointing
it
to
was an
inappropriate
idiot in
conduct.
planning. It wasn't making him an idiot. I don't know Mr. Depp's IQ. I don't know his overall functioning. So therefore,
Higher than
if I
yours.
said it, it was an idiot in planning, which is what I meant to come across as.
Okay,
This
move
reminds
on.
me so
So
much.
I'm
you
having
did
a
say
problem
you don't
with
know
my
his
camera.
overall
Move
functioning,
on.
but you made some testimony today.
This reminds me
as
so much
to
of like the intro to
some
Cobra Kai. where it was like,
evaluations you made
I said she
relative
was
to his
bitchy.
functioning. You would agree with me that it's probably a good idea to think about the questions that are asked you in a court proceeding before answering.
Am I allowed to answer that question?
Yes.
Okay. So what I
No
meant
one's
by
objected,
function,
my
what I said
man.
by function, I believe that his agent reported how late he was showing up to every movie while the cast is waiting for him. I believe that would be an impairment. If I showed up late for that, I would not be here right now. I would not have a job. Okay. I believe the thing was
think it
in
goes
For real,
terms of,
bro.
You're not
Yep.
a rock star
walking
movie
out of
star.
Now,
treatment
Fair
for
actually,
substance rehab,
Johnny's
and his
legal
doctor
team is pretty
prescribing
good.
for him.
This
So if
guy
you're asking me if
is
that's
not.
an impairment of functioning, I would say I'm very much substantiated in that.
I'm trying to understand how you got to this notion of cognitive decline. And I thought it was based at least in part on the manner in which he testified.
I'm sorry, what?
On the manner in which
Yes.
he testified.
Yeah,
On the
yeah.
manner, I'm sorry, I'm not being difficult. I can't hear. I'm
Yeah.
sorry. On what?
You are being
I
difficult. I'm
was
sorry.
asking you about the cognitive decline
Yes.
Well,
testimony. that
somebody's
you
getting
Yes.
ejected.
And it was my understanding that at least a portion of that testimony that you rendered was that you derived some evidence of cognitive decline from the way Mr. Depp testified.
Yes.
Okay,
And that's what I said. Yes.
right. And so all I'm asking you is, don't you think it's a good idea when you're in the middle of a court proceeding to answer questions carefully?
This
Again,
guy.
professionally, we diagnose patients with a neurocog disorder by gross evaluation all the time with cognitive. On the thought that, again, age normal controls. I'm just saying, age normative controls does not put a 58-year-old gentleman at that processing. That's all I'm saying. That's all I said.
And you derived this without ever
Bro,
once
This
talking
is
to the man.
wild.
There we go.
Me directly talking to him. Because I heard, because we know how I derived it. So you're
Oh
talking
my
about me
God.
directly talking to him?
Yeah, you never talked.
No,
to
I
him.
never, no, I've
to
never
him?
talked to him.
No joke.
And this exam you gave, well, you did talk about Dr. Blaustein, right?
Yes, sir.
And you understand that the entirety of Dr. Blaustein's medical records are 12 pages of handwritten notes.
The important part was what I said. For me, an example of cognition, which I'm trying to prove, which is what you asked me,
What's
the
important is
important part
my
was what I
voice.
said. And that was irrefutable.
The important part is that he gave the mini mental status exam.
Yes, sir.
All right.
That's
Let's
a
talk
cognitive.
about the mini mental status exam. Scored on a 30-point scale, right?
Yes.
All right. And it's an exam that basically is most often used for
Actually, this is
Alzheimer's,
not
dementia, those
taxpayers'
kind of
money.
testing.
This
It's an
is
exam that tests
Johnny
cognition,
suing
all
Amber, so it's all
psychiatric
private.
illnesses, not just Alzheimer's.
But if you
It
mean
was made
the court in
for
general
dementia,
having to
for
deal with
Alzheimer's.
this,
It is the standard,
true.
has been the
Yeah.
standard
Watching
for
Camille
testing
Vasquez try not to
cognition
laugh is
in
quite the
all
sport here.
psychiatric
Yeah.
illnesses, substance use disorders included.
She's been doing pretty well. Pretty well.
Now, there is an
For the most
element of that exam that requires drawing, correct?
Yes.
So you don't know what drawing Mr. Depp did or whether the drawing should have been fully scored.
I wasn't questioning his visual spatial perceptual skills, which is what that does.
Right.
Drawing?
And you don't know what score Mr. Depp received on the exam.
I was very specific. I know 3 words, not remembering at 5 minutes. That's all I said.
3 words, not remembering 5 minutes, and he remembered one of them, right?
From what I understand, you remember any of them.
All right. Memory
Good point.
on the exam.
Yeah.
Out of the 30 points, what's it worth? 3. 3, right?
It's been fun
Memory's
watching this
3
guy though,
out
because
of this
he
Memory's
definitely
3.
loves him.
But again, the memory section in and of itself tests memory. That's the only question that tests memory.
The memory section tests memory. Thank you.
So the memory
Thank
section
you.
tests memory. It's the only section you're testified about. And for all you know, that with respect to the exam that you're relying on, Mr. Depp scored 27 out of 30.
And that would be telling, though, cognitive. If you score 27 out of 30 and you miss 3 points on memory, that would be very telling.
You don't
Right.
know if
Elaine, this
Mr.
guy was
Depp
probably worth the
had
time
been
and
up
on him.
all night the night before.
Again, you wouldn't expect to not recall any words at 3 minutes unless there's a cognitive issue.
You don't know if Mr. Depp was high.
An
And
interesting
again,
direction to
now
go.
that's again that could
I
affect
would-
memory, but I'm not
I would not have
refuting
brought that
that.
in.
I'm not refuting that
Yeah.
at all. He could have been high, he could have been drunk, he could have been using
could have been high
cocaine,
out of
and that would
control.
absolutely
He was
affect his
probably
memory. That's
high.
what I said. Yes, you're right.
So ultimately, you have no idea what state Mr. Depp was in
This is quite the battle.
at the time he took the exam that you're relying on.
Short of what you just said about drugs and alcohol, okay, there
Yeah,
shouldn't be a
we're
reason why
almost an hour
15-year-old
into this.
also with strokes and other neurocognitive conditions. But short of that, there shouldn't be a really good reason why
I'm with you,
someone
Cheryl.
at that
This is
age shouldn't come up with a list.
hilarious.
But an answer,
But wait a minute, you started that question with short of drugs and alcohol and spent 35 minutes talking about his use of drugs and alcohol. Isn't that right?
oh, I'm agreeing. What I thought I agreed with you. I think I agreed. I said that drugs and alcohol can absolutely affect cognition. I'm not sure. I agree, but I'm not sure if that's a problem. I agree with you on that.
All right. So you don't know
You're supposed to be
one way or
neutral
the
expert,
other
right?
how he scored on the exam. You don't know whether he was.
He did ask about
drugs or
Jack
not.
Sparrow and Willy
If
Wonka.
you're going to rely on it,
That's
in your
what's so
testimony
funny.
to say that he's
I would
cognitively
have stopped
impaired.
this cross 20 minutes ago.
Which is what
Yep.
we do in clinical
Yeah, this
medicine,
cross
sir.
needs to wrap up.
This guy's
they're-
making himself more
You rely
unlikable.
on tests.
Yeah.
You
Right.
don't
Like,
know
We're going to
Johnny's
talk
team is
about
lucky
this.
that they've got
Minister,
10 extra hours,
don't
but
know
I
the
would rather
score
see
of-
it used
the
on people like
test,
Kate Moss and
and you
Dr.
don't
Curry.
know the state
Yeah, me too.
of the person being tested, but you're going to rely on it anyway.
Again, if we had to know every test, when people get the mini mental state exam, we have no idea clinically
And Chew,
if
give him
they
the
are
wrap up
high,
signal.
wasted, stoned, stroke. We have no idea. So if you're going to say that, that means everybody needs a drug test before they do a mini mental study, and that's not the standard of care. And I think you know that. So
I think you know that.
Just wrap
Let's
it.
talk a
Wrap it.
little bit about this word you kept using.
No joke, bro. Jurors have got to be like, please let this be over.
This will be correlation.
Correlation and causation aren't the same thing.
There you go.
There you go.
I knew that was
There we
going
go.
on.
Correlation,
We call that the Malcolm Gladwell
How are they
problem.
different?
correlation is consistent with
I love
causation.
Malcolm
Mr. Rickwell.
Gladwell.
Can you say that? again?
Did you just say
So
correlation
fast
is
I didn't
consistent
hear
with
it.
causation?
I'm sorry about that. Correlation is a risk for something happening. Causation is a direct link.
Right.
Uh-huh.
So
Okay.
just because something's correlated doesn't mean it's going to happen.
Right.
100%.
Right.
100%.
Lung
We should
cancer,
have
for
started
instance.
with this.
Smoking is very highly correlated
Absolutely.
with lung cancer,
We
right?
should have started with this.
Yeah, and certainly, and there's certainly a link
Right.
to lung cancer and smoking.
Right. But not all smokers get lung cancer.
Not all smokers do. No one, like I said, no one fits the curve perfect.
Right. And you
And if you had
made
50 years of
repeated
evidence,
testimony
for instance.
to all of us. All of us do this. All of us do that.
Yes.
Your
nail 'em.
your suggestion about all of us is you're just looking at the world as a sample and not at any particular individual, correct?
What I'm looking at
Just say yes.
is
Oh,
that
God.
I am not talking about an individual, how they can or cannot be resistant. What I'm saying is invariably, when you use substances, this is going to happen. Now, is there?
Bro, no, the jurors are not
0.05%
virtual.
chance
They're
that someone
having to
does-
sit there, unfortunately.
Absolutely. there is.
But I'm
That's
sure
exactly
the
what it is.
energy has got to be
Certainly.
the tension in that room.
a
You know what the word
0.05%
invariably
chance of
means?
what, sir?
Of eventually developing symptoms. If you're using excessively, eventually you're going to develop symptoms.
But risk factors tell us nothing about any one particular individual, do they, sir?
No, again, risk factors tell us nothing except that they have it, they're at a higher likelihood of developing.
Yeah, I would have gone with nothing. Dennison's saying
You
nothing
did
was too open.
a whole litany of risk factors relative to IPV.
Yes.
Right. And none of those risk factors tell us anything specifically about an individual.
True.
Other than they're at higher risk.
Right. They tell you specific probabilities. But that's
So
yes,
someone could
exactly.
have every single risk factor for IPV and never commit IPV, right?
It would be, again, if you're going to
You have to
say
say yes.
a medical degree of
Doctor.
probability, the answer is they will. But if you're saying uniformly, the answer is no.
Right.
It's one of his better contested yes,
IPV
no
can
answers.
occur without substance abuse.
Yeah.
Oh, sure.
Still on the fence, but
Totally.
Someone can abuse substances without ever perpetrating IPV.
yes.
Again, absolutely.
This
But
is where it should have started.
again, you are saying different than what I said. I did not say abusing substance. I said substance use disorder. Those are two different things, because there are surely people who use substances that do not engage in any violence, do not become psychotic, nothing at all. So
And that's
absolutely
equally true of people who have substance abuse disorder. There are certainly people who have substance abuse disorder who don't commit IPV, correct?
They are saying people who have substance use
Say yes.
disorders, the majority of them, over 50% do. So
Over
over
50%?
that's
So the answer is
Coin flip.
yes.
as you said, not everyone who smokes gets lung cancer.
Actually, Ian, I would love it if you said so. It's a coin flip.
There are
Yeah, I would love that.
significant numbers of people. You said it was over 50.
know if I
So,
like that.
so you'd say 40% of the people who have substance abuse
You got to
disorder
point out 50-50 is not
don't
good.
commit IPV.
Yeah.
And those are the ones that do not have IPV risk.
No, that
factors,
wasn't the
right?
question,
So we're talking
doctor.
about people
Wait a
who
minute.
don't.
Isn't substance abuse disorder and IPV risk factor?
Oh, yeah. These are other people that don't have other risk factors, right?
But again, we're talking about people in general. You don't know anything about any particular individual as to whether anybody's going to commit IPV.
If statistics follow through, all we can say is more than 50%, 70% will. If you combine more risk factors you have, the more likely you're going to develop the illness. If you smoke cigarettes once, that might not correlate to lung cancer. If you smoke it chronically, that
Okay.
might.
That's
Right,
that's
but
all I'm
we're
saying.
talking about individuals here.
Real
You
quick.
either have lung cancer or you don't, right?
The jurors are
If you
largely
smoke-
young.
Right.
There are
You
some
either
people, a
commit
couple of people, 2 or 3 in
IPV
their
or you didn't.
50s. It's
I mean,
7
yeah, you
men, I
either did
think
or you
3
didn't.
women,
Right.
something along those lines.
So you took some issue with me because I was asking about substance abuse generally.
And what I
And
mean
you
by
wanted me
mostly
to talk
young,
about
the majority of them, as I understand it, are
I'm-
under
I
40,
asked
under
you earlier about
35,
narcissistic
so
personality
fairly
disorder,
young.
And you haven't made that diagnosis. You just talked about the traits, right?
Yes.
And somebody can have these narcissistic personality traits and substance abuse disorder and never commit IPV, right?
So along that line,
right?
About 80 to 90% of people who commit IPV have a personality disorder. So the answer is less than about 10%.
No, that's the reverse. No,
Yeah,
that's
he's reversing the
not true,
causality.
buddy.
Yep.
That's the other way around.
There are more close links with IPV for borderline personality disorder than narcissistic personality disorder. Correct, sir?
There we go, because that's the cluster.
I'm not going to agree with that.
No.
I'm not saying there are more links. I would say to you, there are absolute. If you're asking me, there are links. The answer is absolute. If you're saying to me more, I can show studies. Say yes, so studies say that has not been absolutely definitively correlated. No.
No.
Absolutely not.
Come on, just wrap this thing up. Bruh.
And Seth, that's part of the problem. Is that he's going back and forth on different things, and he could zero in on things here
Yeah.
that are really
MDMA.
nailing it and tying it back, and he just hasn't been yet. That's kind of
Well,
a couple
we're
of
talking about Molly.
It gets really rough.
I need to know what
Overall,
at this point.
the numbers are stacked against him for this trial, but if
And
you've been watching
what's
it,
the normal dosage
he's
of
actually,
ecstasy for people who use
his side is
ecstasy?
actually winning right now.
Again, I couldn't tell you the quote unquote normal dose because honestly,
And it's
speaking, no one-
largely
no one knows what
Amber
they're getting when they're using
was
it.
a really bad witness.
The effects of
routine.
ecstasy enhance sense of well-being?
At low doses, the answer is yes. I'm going to gather when you're using it at higher doses and develop tolerance, you develop the sympathomimetic effects, which are not so enhanced well-being.
Increased extroversion, that's
Again, at low dose, you are 100% right. At low amounts, you are 100% right. It is an adaptogen. We feel closer to people. That's what people who use it say. They feel close to people, warmth to people, 100%. But with continual use and higher doses, it could be fatal. Right. So that's not well-being. I don't know if I call that well-being.
So continued use at higher doses, MDMA can be fatal, correct?
Correct.
That's Amber's
What if you
favorite
took
drug.
8 to 10 tablets of MDMA?
What if you took again, you don't know what it's very hard to say that. You don't know what it's what's the word I'm looking
Concentration.
for? Contaminated with. Okay. You can't just say, hey, let me just take 8 to 10 pure ecstasy and see what happens. That's not going to happen. So what I would say to you, again, because substance abuse are unpredictable, they are not regulated. No one knows what they're going to. No one apps has any idea whether it's going to cause this empathic and tactogen effect at very low doses, or is it going to cause the sympathetic?
I agree with you, bro. I don't think Amber is going to bounce back because she's already been found to have lied on numerous
No one
occasions
knows what's going to happen. It's
throughout
not
this
regulated.
trial.
And no one knows if you're using
I
it with
agree
other
with you.
substances either, like other stimulants.
Or if you mix it with alcohol.
Or if you mix it with alcohol. No one knows if it's going to be
Public
potentially
opinion has
worse.
been eating her up.
Right.
TikTok,
But this is a potentially
Man.
lethal combination.
Ruthless.
8 to 10 MDMA
This
tablets and
is a
alcohol.
this is a potentially toxic combination.
Right.
Can it kill you? Yeah, I mean, it is a potentially toxic combination. That's true.
Ever heard of someone cutting off their own finger on MDMA?
Have I ever heard of it?
Yeah.
No, I can only give you one example.
Hadn't seen that one before.
I can only give you one example. Is that
So,
Johnny?
Seroquel.
Yes, that was the
Come
implication.
on.
I know.
Come on.
Puts you to sleep, right?
If you want to phrase a barbiturate putting you to sleep, then the answer is yes.
Oh,
Yeah,
it
you heard
totally is
Mr.
Dr. Doofenshmirtz.
Mr. Depp talking about sometimes being on the nod, right?
And again, I think I explained Seroquel very well this morning.
But I'm going to ask
That's
you
your
a few more
opinion, sir.
questions.
Oh, okay.
I'm going to ask you more questions about it
All
if
right.
you don't mind.
You kept making references to street value. Why were you doing that?
Because that's why people with substance use disorder use quetiapine and Seroquel. That's why people who use quetiapine or Seroquel can it sells on the street because it's so barbiturate-like in effect.
Right, but you said Mr. Depp had a prescription.
There are many substance use disorder patients who have prescriptions for Adderall and quetiapine from their doctor, and that doesn't mean they're not getting high out of it. That doesn't take much. Doctors like to believe what patients have to say. They're not going to go in there being expert witness testimony. All I'm telling you is that in people who have substance use disorder, it is not uncommon. And the
Let me just
thought
glad
was
when the lunch break
initially,
hits.
because quetiapine was not addicting, that it's safe to give in people
Oh,
with
yeah.
substance use disorder.
Amber Turd
When in fact, we
is a
absolutely know
meme
that's
big
true.
time.
Absolutely know that for a fact.
Big time.
Right.
They've been
My point
plummeting on
about this
social
is
media.
you made a bunch of testimony about street value, but you knew at the time you made the testimony that Mr.
Exactly.
Depp, in fact, had a prescription.
He also had a prescription for oxycodone and roxycodone. Does that count? Because that's also probably not a good thing. It's just because you have a prescription doesn't
I
mean
think
that
Mr.
doesn't,
Depp would agree with you it wasn't a good thing.
just because you have a prescription doesn't mean you can't abuse it.
No, I'm not suggesting you're abusing it. I'm just wondering why your testimony was in any way tied to street value when every single drug you referenced, Mr. Depp had legally.
Again, you can have prescription substance abuse, and we know that, correct? No, I shouldn't be asking that. We can have prescription substance use disorders, and that's not uncommon if you look at the opiate epidemic that we're living in right now. We can have that. That's not an uncommon thing.
He's incredibly dismissive of the attorney.
So,
but this attorney is not that great at cross. He's probably their weakest cross examiner.
When I saw what?
I don't know why he
sleeping agent
got picked to do this.
When used off label.
When used off label, it's used. It can be used sleeping agent. Yes.
I think he's a senior partner, so they have to use him, but
Mr.
he's
Depp's
not very good.
use of Seroquel could account for some of the photos we saw in this trial, where he's asleep in a chair.
Again, what I would say to you is that if you have a substance use disorder, you are using it to be knocked out. Yes, I agree. But I'm not sure at the end of the day if she'd have vomitus over you either. I've never seen Seroquel do that. So when he was passed out in the chair, he also had vomitus over him. I've never seen Seroquel do that ever.
Neurontin is another one of the drugs you testified about. That one's also prescribed, right?
Yes, it is.
And what's the prescription for that?
What's it used for? And what's its indication, or what's its used?
What's its indication?
I mean, its indication is for seizures. It may have one pain indication. Again, I'm not a neurologist, so I can't tell you exactly if it does. But it's chronically used off label for pain. It's used off label for anxiety.
Right. And what's its effect?
A lot of people in prison status have
that's another one to put you to sleep, right?
Drug and alcohol issues.
Well, yeah, I mean, sure, 100%. Right.
A lot of it, time, it's just they have their own personal demons that go back to their childhood.
There's been
some of them don't feel worthy of the fame and adulation they acquired. So there's all kinds of
reasons. Not vomitous, right?
I was told it was vomitous.
Okay.
By whom?
You talked about the fact that Mr. Depp.
Well, that doesn't help his testimony.
Johnny is suing Amber for $15 million. They actually been able to show he lost about $40 million in revenue filmmaking because of all the detrimental press against him.
Mr. Wyatt,
she's suing him for $100 million, countersuing.
Yeah, I mean, if I remember right, I mean,
he's never earned anywhere near that kind of money. So
no, it was music.
It was music, not his line.
Yeah. Okay. So if Mr. Depp was listening to music rather than being fed his lines, does that change your opinion as to his cognitive function?
If he was never fed his lines through the earpiece, which I know he was, but
when he know he was,
and that may have been that example. Mr. Wyatt may have
said
that it was music. I guess
they have really good lawyers. This guy on cross, he's good on direct. On cross, he's not as good.
Talking of your lines, that what you're saying to me?
Like he
but this witness is so pompous, he's throwing himself under the bus.
High cognitive function, isn't it, sir?
You know, it's a very good point. Actually, divided attention is something humans have a lot of trouble in. So, for instance, we have trouble driving and putting on the, using our cell phones and direct. So, divided attention, humans actually are not very
$1 billion film.
I'll put that out.
Dividing your attention,
but in general, not just Mr. Depp. In general.
But Mr. Depp is pretty good at acting.
Right. I mean, like, that's that early on. What are you doing?
Absolutely, well, better than me. So I know that
because you don't act. In fact, you don't know about
acting. You're right. I have no idea about acting,
and you don't know how prevalent the use of earpieces are in acting.
Again, I know nothing about acting.
And yet you're basing your opinion on this.
Yes, exactly. Basing his opinion on something he knows nothing about.
Use of an earpiece is somehow a cognitive deficit.
So if I was giving a lecture and I was fed my lines, I would think there's a cognitive deficit. So and maybe I'm wrong. Like I said, maybe I could be wrong. Maybe Hollywood stars get lines fed to them through earpieces all the time.
Thank you, Your Honor. No further questions. He just admitted that he's probably wrong.
Unusual if you're doing a movie and you don't know the lines. But like I said, I'm just judging on what I do with lectures, and that would never happen.
If you gave lectures, you wouldn't use an earpiece, but you're not going to tell anybody how to act.
I don't even understand that question, Dennison.
I said, if you gave lectures, you wouldn't use an earpiece, but you're not telling anybody how to act.
Right. I would not use an earpiece during lectures.
Right.
But you're
But
also
I don't know what the standard for standard as Hollywood is for that. I have no idea.
okay. You made your point, Dennison. You made your point. Move on.
Sit
Move
down.
on.
Sit down.
Stop wasting
Your
time.
testimony about the use of an earpiece, as maybe you were wrong. You're comfortable with the fact that you may have made a mistake there?
No, because
No,
I think
you already got
based
it.
on what I've read about it.
Don't ask it that way.
I don't believe that actors are routinely given their entire script through earpieces. I find that hard to believe.
Yeah,
But
and there's not one whit of evidence that this ever happened.
right up there on the
Guess what I
keys.
said? I just said I find it hard to believe. I didn't say it. I said I find it hard to
Somebody
believe.
get the Oscars music.
That's all I
over
said.
here.
Oh, yeah, but what you found hard to believe, sir, was that every line of the
we got an
script
extra
was
hour. Go nuts,
pumped
buddy.
through an
This
earpiece.
thing should have
Where
been
did you ever get
over.
the
This
idea that
cross
that
should have been
occurred?
over.
That's what I have been. That's what I read, and the court review, the court evidence. That's where I got it from.
You know what? That might
And
be right, Rick.
you know whether Marlon Brando used an earpiece?
Whether isn't he dead?
Yeah.
So the answer is no. He does not use
Past
it now.
tense.
I used the past tense.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Johnny Depp is the
Again,
full
I
Picard.
know nothing. I will concede to you. I know nothing about acting. I will concede to you 100%.
So
If
you
that is the
cannot
standard and
comment.
people are done that's acting, then I apologize, and that was wrong
Yep.
on my
What are
part.
we doing here,
Okay.
folks?
If that's the
What are we
standard,
doing?
I'm wrong.
End
I
with
don't
that.
He's apologizing
Okay.
and saying you got it wrong.
End
Then
it.
withdraw your
End
opinion,
it.
dummy.
Let's go with that. No further questions.
Thank you.
There we go.
Thank you.
All right, let's go ahead and break for lunch then, ladies and
You're
gentlemen.
leaving
Again,
it
do
with
not
that
do
one?
outside
God.
research. Do not discuss your testimony.
We
with anybody,
survived.
okay?
Oh my god.
That was terrible cross.
Okay, so
Terrible cross.
a
Did I
lot of
say that was
people,
entertaining?
I mean, yes, it was also painful.
It was.
a lot of people
In a
in the
dumpster
chat.
fire sort of way.
Yeah,
It
hold on.
was.
But I really want to know what Mark thinks about this because Mark was losing it in many points during this cross-examination.
By the way, the guys who were watching are lawyers.
There were so many easy, concise ways to
So
just
let's come back at
cross him.
1:55
Ask him-
then. All right, is that fine?
asking him basically yes or no questions, asking him for all of these things. And at points, Dennison hit on those things. He got into those areas and those lanes, but he didn't even reach all the lanes that he could have. In fact, you know, the chat was going crazy on like, isn't all of these narcissistic traits that he's talking about also applicable to Amber?
Yes.
Like, you know what?
That would have been a great
it's
question.
applicable to a lot of celebrities. Not saying, you know, Amber,
The thing
but
is,
like, it's really easy to just put that back in the juror's mind by like reading his responses back to him and going,
Please
"Oh,
don't
you're
let him
saying
do
that
any
someone
more
with a
crosses.
narcissistic personality would do this, you know, which is something Amber has done.
Please don't let
this, and
Dennison
then
do any
just
more
Go.
cross-examinations.
There
He
were
is.
such surgical precisions they could do.
He's terrible.
When he went into the weeds of arguing about the semantic definition of the Goldwater rule, and then was quoting from it like improperly as a try and gotcha, but the gotchas didn't work. It was just like 20 minutes of blather at the beginning that could have been like just killer. So that
Mark,
was kind of what it was.
I will tell you, the gotchas felt like they worked to somebody unfamiliar with everything else. It felt like they worked to me.
Well, and some of them did, but like the big one that made me really mad is when he said, "So you're saying the Goldwater rule applies to presidents, right?" And the doctor's response was, "It's my understanding," or something like, "That's how it started. It started the media talking about presidents." And then he said, "Well, do you know that the Goldwater rule says an individual?"
Yeah, he
right?
did.
And
He
then
did.
he kind of was like unsure about that. But
Took
that's
off
not
his
what
suit.
the rule says. I mean, technically, the rule says an individual who has held themselves out to the public to be a public figure and fits all this other thing. So to quote the rule as, well, it applies to all individuals is not correct.
But what he was aimed at was, you did evaluation just based on like public appearances of this guy. So by the time it swings around for, I evaluated his cognition based on like other videos, I'm like, nailed. I at least understand why we spent 20 minutes on it.
Right.
100% agree.
The issue of
The pirate baseline was beautiful. I got a good laugh out of that.
The baseline about Willy Wonka. That's where
minor, like,
we talked about Willy
difference in the
Wonka
language
and
there.
Jack Sparrow as a
Elaine's not going
baseline.
to be able to rehabilitate on that. She's not
That
going to be
was
able
funny.
to fix that. This is an unfixable dumpster fire right now. And
It is.
I mean, there were places in that cross where I was like, this is not as proficient as I would like it to be. But at the end of the day, there is nothing left. They have taken whatever this guy tried to build and pushed it over sown salt into the ground, put a parking lot on it, and then filled that parking lot entirely with flaming dumpsters full of diapers. There's nothing left to rebuild on this guy. And I mean, it's partially because this guy is the witness that we all dream of cross-examining, because there are no wrong questions. You could ask this guy what he had for lunch, and he's going to say something alienating and off-putting and really obnoxious.
Yep.
So there was some value just to having him talk, but they really flattened. Like at the end of the day, they could have flattened him more, but there's just like what is left of this guy?
Those
That's why I would have saved
watching,
a half hour.
please like my video.
I would have saved a half
please
hour because I
comment.
thought he was done.
Please share. Appreciate you.
Based on how I felt about
Facebook,
it.
YouTube,
A
Twitter.
half hour ago.
All three of those things. Like,
so if
comment,
you're not going to
share.
hit the substance like a surgeon.
Thank you.
Which we honestly we know who Dennison is now. I didn't have a problem with his cross as much as some of you did, but if he's not going to do it like a surgeon, you might as well save the half hour.
Well, and that was and especially by the end, like for the most part, Ian, I agree. I think in the end that cross did what it needed to do.
Yes.
It just did it. It didn't do it in the first 20 minutes, and it could have been 30 minutes short. But absolutely, they wanted to nail his credibility. And Rick, your point was well taken. The Depp's team has the time. So it's very possible that they were like, this guy drones on. The more he talks, the less people like him. So just Dennison, go up there and just like
whatever you
let
like,
him
buddy.
do his thing. Yeah, let it fly. We'll take the hour. And maybe that was a strategy. And in the
I think
end,
they did want to make it to lunch. I do think as I'm watching them kill time, I'm like, I think they want to get to the break and leave this here before redirect.
That's smart.
Which
Let
they
me,
accomplished.
Let me just pull this one up real quick. Westy, thank you very much for the generous super chats. I can finally go to bed. It was so bad I couldn't stop watching. And also, I'm going to step away
It's
for a
just like
second.
watching a car wreck.
Just keep talking. I'll be
Hell,
back.
I
in
have
a
to
minute.
jump on a quick call. I'll be back.
Well, I'll offer an opinion. I mean, as to the
Yes.
the lawyer, and his ability, I thought it was a trash cross-examination. I thought it was horrifically bad in terms of his ability as a lawyer. And I guess it worked because of the nature of the person he was cross-examining, but it was bad. There were a lot of open questions, a lot of open questions. That's just a no on cross. The questions were not well specified. He allowed the witness to ramble. He wasn't keeping him on task. The questions had ambiguity issues. It was a trash.
Exactly, Lori. Rubbernecking.
Camille Vasquez is
So
the goddess
slow.
upon which we all
this was
rightly
bad.
worship. And this guy is,
Exactly like
I don't
that.
know, he is a trash fire of a cross-examiner.
He
That
is
being
bad.
said, however, it didn't
Well,
matter
I don't think he's that bad, but
because the
he's
witness was an
not
even
great.
bigger trash fire of a witness. So unlikable, so pompous and arrogant, so erudite and just like sniffing his own farts.
Lives matter.
It's like I can't.
I'm telling you, these guys are good.
I can't deal with this guy of how bad he is as a witness. So I guess he was the right person to cross.
And I think they're right. If the strategy
anyone else would
was,
have made it just even more harmful.
let's
So,
just keep
there's my
droning on
thoughts
and
the
get
whole
through
thing.
lunch because
I
this
also
guy is
like how
so
we got in
annoyingly bad as a
active
witness that
mocking
we'll let that
of
sit with the jury
expert.
and they'll just
and
dismiss everything he
I think
said.
he did that right
It was a
because
good
you don't want
strategy.
to mock the expert until the expert has become mockable.
Right.
Yeah, absolutely. Which
'Cause
I
if you
wasn't
get
sure
there
early
before the
on.
jury is,
but-
But
But,
yeah, he got the jury there, and then he's like, "So, what about Willy Wonka?" It's like,
Oh, good.
That was
Why
strong.
on
portion was
God's earth
strong.
are you talking about like the stuff that happened behind the scenes with Johnny Depp in terms of being examined or not by a psychiatrist as part of this case? Well, if you're Dennison, why are you asking those questions? Like, let me ask you the questions. You know that the judge didn't. You know that they asked him. You know that they asked for an evaluation, right? And it wasn't ordered. Why? Why are you asking these questions?
It's really, I
Why are
think
you doing this?
the least effective areas of attack were the first two areas of
The
attack.
Valkyrie battle guy was
And
frustrating.
I think, and that's why, like out of the gate, all of
But-
us were, or not all of us, but a lot of us were kind of like holding our heads. And he spent.
That's
some
actually
moments.
good
But
for,
I think Ian, you're right. I think like he
Johnny's
got himself
side, that
into it. He
Amber's
got out what he
witnesses
needed to do
are
in
so
the end
annoying.
there. And did it have to do with because that witness himself was really not likable? Like probably, but it was I think it was a win in the end, whether or not we think that win doesn't have a lot of errors, on the final scoreboard getting there,
And I mean, at the end, the more I think about it, like asking him things like, couldn't this apply to Amber Heard? This is such a, this is a scorched earth witness. You just want to leave nothing left for this guy. And I don't think you want to pretend that we value his opinion in any fashion.
You
Like,
don't
hey,
ask questions like that.
I like Ian.
what do you have to
Ever.
say
I like
about
Ian.
Amber Heard? Who cares? You are trash. And
No,
our
I mean,
next
but
vote-
I mean, listen, but
I
just,
like
let's be
Ian.
honest, it's a
Ian's
bad
the
question to
long-haired
ask.
guy. He looks
It's
like
a bad question to ask on Cross. On
The
Cross,
Witcher.
you don't try to like get them to agree.
He's
with your
a lawyer
conclusions.
in
It's
Canada.
a mistake on Cross. You don't want them to. You don't want that to be in a position where like, well, here's the conclusion I've reached, and I want you to agree with it. You'll never get it out of them. You instead
Right.
just ask them for the pure fact, and you make the conclusory point in your close.
Yeah.
So asking like, could this apply to Amber Heard is a trash question.
Oh,
Yeah.
And let it be known, I was advocating for that, not that question, nor ever bringing up Amber Heard's name at all. Just
no.
reiterating his responses and letting the jury understand what you're inferring from it.
Yeah.
Do not bring it
I
up.
think you can see how bad this guy was if you look at him compared to the ortho who testified about the incident. I don't think he
Right.
was particularly compelling. He was slightly biased. But at the end, you say, okay, fine. They offered an expert, and he gives an alternate version and throws some shade on Johnny's version. Fair enough. You buy it, you don't, whatever.
And this guy was bad
This guy
because
was horrible. He was
the
horrible.
orthopedic surgeon
You're like,
was bad.
care who
This
called
guy
this
was
a person I want
far
them to
worse
lose.
because he was
Now here's the
so
real
full of
question:
himself.
who's worse, this asshole or Dr. Hughes?
I kind of want them to be
There's one,
locked
but
in an
not by
elevator
much.
together.
You know,
No, this guy was he was more
this one
entertaining
just
than Dr.
reminded me
Hughes, but
so
he was
much of
bad.
I maybe he's good in other contexts, but those expert witnesses who just spend too much time as professors providing lectures, and they feel
Yes.
like they're brought in to lecture the jury.
Yes.
And you can't
What
do
I said.
anything to disabuse them of the notion that that's not what they're there for. Like, you know, it's kind of the lawyer's job to teach them. Like, you just answer what I'm asking you, you know? And but people like that can't do it, and it ends up just hurting them and making the jury not enjoy them at all, not the time they
Right.
spend with them.
And I mean, this
Exactly.
I think
This guy came
when
up
you
like a
call an
professor
expert this bad,
for a class you
it's
don't
actually a
want to take.
real serious own goal, because at the end of the day, they're going to be stuck saying, "Hey, look at our experts. Look at Dr. Hughes. Look at, you know, Dr. Tirefire." I can't even remember his name, but that's just been obliterated. But you know, those are the people who support Amber Heard. So that's really a good, you know, is that going to be a strong place you want to be in close?
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
Ian's
sharp.
Dennison should not be allowed to cross people again in the future. He needs to take the Camille Vasquez of cross.
I would agree with that. I think that I've seen enough of Dennison's cross examinations to give him the benefit of the doubt, and there's no more doubt.
And I really
Give him all the technical crosses, like the crosses of experts, and I don't think he's the guy for that.
I don't think he is either.
For that, you want somebody who is a nerd. You want somebody, you know, me or Hogue or Uncivil, you know, somebody who's just gonna dig into boring
I like
stuff.
how I didn't get mentioned.
No, he's worse than boring. He's
But
worse
you
than
gotta-
boring because he's so unlikably polarizing. He's basically the polar opposite of Dr. Curry.
But
he doesn't run into the normal problem.
Kate
of
Moss is going to
being
be a good
boring.
witness, but
He
I think
runs
the
into the same
dark
problem
horse
of Dr.
witness
Hughes, but
is
to even a
Jennifer
larger degree
Howell,
in this respect, where he's just
who will
so
be able
unlikable
to impeach
just
what
so,
Amber's
like,
sister said
arrogant
about what happened on the
and
stairs.
so
She's the dark horse.
effete.
Jennifer Howell.
The other thing,
I'm running out of adjectives.
I've been
I'm sorry,
seeing
I'm
in the
having to
chat,
talk
people, I
over
think,
them
are
to
quite
answer
right.
some of the
We're
comments.
evaluating this as lawyers, and that is really, I think, the wrong way to do it, because we're looking at this and going, there's all sorts of stuff that he left on the table, and there absolutely is. But for the public that I'm seeing, like, the public isn't seeing they're not seeing any of those places where it could have been better. What they're seeing is the result, which is that doctor walked off the stand and might be having a little cry in the bathroom right now.
I agree with the perception. I think I made pains to make that clear. I agree with everyone that the overall fact at the end was the witness is an unlikable jerk and all the rest of it. Like, I'll just use my lawyer brain for half a second and be like, you know, on the technical aspects of being a lawyer, it didn't really go that well. But yeah, your perception as members of the public is completely correct. I don't disagree with it. It's like, in the end, no matter what the problems were, was effective in destroying this guy's ego.
The witness was a tire
So
fire.
I don't disagree with the sort of conclusions of the chat. Just be like, oh yeah, on a technical level, Dennison not so great on the cross, but yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and I think that definitely I think explains the disparate that we're saying of what we're seeing and or we're saying and what the chat is saying, and really that we all agree that it was a win. The cross was a win, but however, it was from my brain, it was just such a dirty win that it was like hard. My brain was just kind of like short circuiting about. I don't know if the win was due to his cross or by the witnesses. Just
I'm of the opinion that this witness would have been taken down during pretty much any effective cross-examination, like by anyone.
Oh, yeah.
And I think that the problem here is that we could have gotten so much more through a more effective cross-examination that could have saved time to be used better on another witness.
And that's a great
because
point.
This guy was already a dumpster fire going into the cross-examination.
That's a great point. The witness, what they finally got around to, went all the way around the block to get to. They could have destroyed this guy in 15 minutes rather than 40.
That just tore him to pieces, made him look like an a-hole, and then just got in, got out, boom, boom, boom. That's it.
Absolutely.
Like,
But they do
the
have the
problem here is
luxury
that
of-
Dennison got stuck in the weeds so many times that number one, he
Yep.
wasted a lot of time. Number two, he may have also lost the focus of the jury. That like, you get to a certain point where like, yes, we see that he's an a-hole. Yes, we see that he's been illogical. Now, okay, move on from that. Like, we don't need to hammer it down people's throats for the jury to understand that and be like, okay, yes, I get it. Time is of the essence here. We are limited
Alita
in
has
time.
said that before.
Let's see how
Let
many
the
more
jury
witnesses
come
that
to
we
their
can
own
get to
conclusions.
on the
Don't
back
try
end of
and
this.
spell it
Now,
out for
on
them.
that note, do you guys want to hear some tweets?
Yes, please.
I mean, they have
Okay.
such a huge time advantage that a 1-to-1 spend they're still ahead.
Oh yeah, I mean,
and that's what
Agreed. But I am very, very interested in seeing some rebuttal witnesses never get cross-examined. That's what I want to see here, much more than all this time spent on this guy.
Yeah,
I'm sorry to talk over you. That was rude.
It's okay. No, it's okay.
No, I mean, I should have waited, and I apologize. I think there's a half decent chance at this point that they're trying to run out of time to try to create some sort of appellate issue on the issue.
Whoa, I had not.
I mean, it's not going to work, but when you have like nothing else, why not give it a shot?
You mean Elaine's team?
Yeah.
That I think would be a bold strategy, because if you are going to play that game, you need to have objected to the time thing.
Yeah.
Right at the beginning and saying, "Oh, well, now that I'm out of time, I don't feel it's a fair rule."
Right.
It's like you agreed
She's
to
given
that.
so many-
You agreed to the tactical considerations the whole way along.
Oh yeah, it's a loser of an appeal issue.
And she's given so many warnings too.
Yeah, it's a total loser of an appeal issue. I'm just thinking in my head, like, since they have basically nothing, like try to create an issue out of nothing just to have something to work with.
Oop, I don't want to block
It's a
the
loser,
super chat.
but when you got nothing else, and also you can run the narratives to the extent anyone cares. Look at us, we were denied our chance to speak. Amber Heard silenced on last day, not allowed to open her mouth, blah, 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 blah. I could just write the hit pieces. Vox, contact me.
You're right. It's going to be a hissy fit.
Okay, let's get some tweets here.
Okay, guys, I'm
DUI
gonna run
guy.
downstairs
I'm
real
going to
quick.
start with a couple hours ago from the
Right
previous witness.
back. I'm going to be off camera and
He
muted.
said,
But
juror number 7 is
watch
wearing a
these
suit
guys.
today, and it looks really good on him. That's nice. And then he said, when Dr. Moore first is called to the stand, all jurors appear to perk up and eager to hear what he has to say. Juror number 7 especially is darting his gaze back and forth from Moore to Rottenborn at every question with enthusiasm. 12 minutes into Dr. Moore's testimony, juror number 2 is leaning his face into his palm and appears bored, possibly waiting for action and not seeing it. And then he says, by the way, the lady that first cut into number 75 this morning and then cut into number 1 shows up in the morning break and asks and says, I love you, Johnny. Our souls are connected, that whole thing. She is forcibly escorted out of the courtroom by the bailiff. Yeah, okay, so she's not coming back.
I also heard somebody messaged me. There was some discussion of whether or not she had been pouring vodka into a baby bottle. Apparently, that got reported to the police, and they did a search and they found there's no evidence of that. So, people on Twitter who are making noise about that, that was checked out.
No more noise.
Not a thing.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you for clarifying that. Then he says juror number 5 was blinking a lot at Dr. Moore, avoids eye contact when he's talking about Depp's finger cutting to be inconsistent with the bottle injuring him. Then he says juror number 9. Hey, Spidey, how's it going? We're going through DUI guys' texts. Crazy, right?
Spidey, we have thoughts.
What's been going on?
Oh,
Yeah, we've got all kinds of violent thoughts.
We'd love to definitely hear your thoughts at some point.
Yes.
No, Kurt,
Let
I
me-
was so impressed. I actually wanted to jump in here to give a big hug and a high five to Kurt because, like, Kurt, who often has a hard time and he's very open about this with, the demeanor and body language, he nailed that. Like, that was one of the most uncomfortable human beings imaginable.
Yeah.
And listen, I have a really busy day. I just wanted to come in to drop just one thing.
Okay.
Because I'm
Yeah,
getting
yeah.
a million messages. Well, two things. The first thing is, Johnny Depp. I'm so sorry to cut off whatever was happening. I just really have to run, but I needed to come say this. First, look at the way Johnny Depp was looking at this witness. He dislikes him, and he has no problem looking at him like with this skepticism on his face, even at that face palm at the end. Like he acknowledged what we're acknowledging, and he has no problem just looking at this guy, and we see all that sort of emotion on his face of like, this. Who is this guy? Why is this guy here? If you compare that to what he's doing when Amber's on the stand, which is a lot more crumbled, a lot more downwards, a lot more closed in energy, we see a difference. What he feels towards Amber is not dislike. It's something else. It's something more traumatic because this is dislike. This sort of looking at the guy like this, like, who is this clown? That's not what I'm saying. I feel like that's what Johnny Depp is thinking. That's what he does when he dislikes someone. So what we're getting when Amber's on the stand is different from dislike. That's not the main thing. The main thing I wanted to say was just this. I feel like Amber's team put out an ad on Craigslist for someone with a degree in psychology who's willing to back her up and hired the only person who responded.
Could be.
That would explain something.
I feel like Johnny Depp hired a bunch of the least likable people to go and approach Amber Heard's team and be like, I can be your witness. Like, these feel like the experts that you would pick for the other side if you could.
I really like the chat comparing him to Doofenshmirtz. I don't know if any of the rest of you saw that.
That's spot on.
The only difference is that Doofenshmirtz is likable.
He missed his calling as a proctologist because I've never seen anyone with her head so far up his own ass.
Oh no!
You could tell Dennison got him a couple times with like kind of a little bit impugning like who he was. Like if you were just analyzing this as an armchair psychologist, which of course we wouldn't do because that would be a violation of the Goldwater rule. But if you were doing that, you would look at him and say, "Oh, you are super sensitive about like you didn't really do your job right, did you?" Or like he had that one cold stare where he did like a whole 5-second wait before he answered. I'm like, damn, I might poke that a lot more. Just poke that.
Yeah.
Well, that was that one
He
too.
knew it was unethical and he wasn't comfortable. It's clear.
But
I do want to say this. I don't think the words that he's saying or the points that he's making are necessarily invalid. They're just delivered in the worst way possible. Like for him to say Johnny is an actor, one of the best, and what we're witnessing can be acting, that's a valid point. It's not invalid. It's true that Johnny would know how to sell something very effectively, how to get us emotional. I've said that from day one. I see things and I go, here's what I'm seeing, but I could be very wrong because Johnny is an incredible actor. The words aren't wrong. The delivery is just really, and like I at some point I rewinded because I just wanted to hear something, and I landed on this thing where he's looking at the judge and he's literally doing this.
Yeah, he liked that one. He liked that one.
Yeah.
What is that? What is going on? What is
it was interesting because he mentioned tardive dyskinesia at one point, and if you know what that is, that's a symptom of antipsychotics that makes you move your mouth in odd, unusual fashions. And I'm like, is that what he's got going on? It's not quite the right mouth motion, but it's similar.
Yeah.
It's I don't think that's what it is because it's not the right motion, but it was just it's a weird and off-putting mannerism, and the guy has like the whole set of weird and off-putting mannerisms.
Yeah. People are writing me saying like, are you going to do an analysis? I don't think I need to. I think everything that we intuitively see, like, there's certain moments in this case where you don't need a guy like me. Just use your eyes, use your ears. Look at the guy. Something's off. And again, it's not the message, it's the messenger. That's it. That's all I got.
Yep.
Something is off, I think, is a great diagnosis, Spidey. I know you didn't make a diagnosis there, of course.
We all agree something's off. Like, is this like you're bringing the expert witnesses? This is all you got? Like this guy? Anyone else could have delivered the message better. That's it. That's all that is.
Yeah.
Just wanted to jump in here publicly.
But I think
love you guys. Today's stream is really good. I'm listening background while I'm getting ready. You're all nailing this so much. Love you all. Gotta go.
All righty.
Thanks, Spidey.
See ya. Thanks, Spidey. Okay, let's get some more tweets here. So DUI guy says, this is now okay. So now 12 minutes ago, he says, juror number 9 is very intrigued at Moore and froze his eyebrows a lot at the jury not being consistent with the bottle. And then he says juror 9 was striking his chin when he saw the x-ray photos and heard Moore's testimony on the non-bottle injury. Juror number 5 tilts her heart slightly to her ear at Moore's bottle testimony. Meanwhile, juror 8 is writing a lot, barely brings eyes from notepad to screen. As soon as Camille started her cross with Johnny Depp's fingers were hanging off the bar and that he may have misstated that fact on the stand, the entire jury perks up and is watching Camille intently. Everybody is taking notes. Okay.
The entire jury noticed that. That's interesting.
Yeah.
Yes. When Moore admits that he has no personal knowledge of the injury, the entire courtroom audibly shifts in their seats. Juror number 1 is listening very intently and appears extremely interested. When Camille says there is no question pending Dr. Moore, juror number 8 looks adoringly at Camille with a piqued sense of interest. Okay.
He's
When
getting
Camille
poetic
gets-
in his tweets.
I know. I love it. This is like literature right here. Larry, you're such a great tweeter. When Camille gets Dr. Moore to admit that he did not do any reconstruction of the scene that injured Johnny's finger, juror number 8 appears intrigued, and juror number 9 sits like a statue with his eyes darting from the witness to Camille intently. I'm sorry, this is turning into a dramatic reading. I can't help myself. After Dr. Moore admitted that he did not review Dr. Kipper's deposition on performing the emergency surgery on Johnny, the entire jury stops looking at him, fixated on notes or Camille. In my opinion, this is Larry saying, in my opinion, both Moore and Spiegel have hurt their case today. Neither brought anything fruitful and both brought nothing but pain and detriment to the defense's case. It was so painful to watch even juror number 9 shifted his chair away from Dr. Moore and was staring at the floor. And that's it. That's all we got from him.
That's interesting.
Funny
It's
that
interesting
you
that he
say
used
even
juror
juror
9.
number 9, because juror number 9 has been pretty openly disliking a lot of what Amber Heard's team has been bringing out.
I thought that
and
was
quite openly so. Juror 2, he mentioned earlier, I've been calling him sort of the boredom canary because he has absolutely no filter when he's bored. And so he'll just openly tune out. And it's great because then you can tell, like, what does the jury think about whether this is interesting? Right. They're bored because he's bored. And,
Yeah. Yeah. And to clarify for folks asking in the chat, this is Larry, that's DUI guy. So I can link to his I can link to his profile here.
It's funny. I almost thought to ask, oh, Larry said that. Have you checked in on what Ian has said? So I almost asked that, Ian. I did.
That's really funny. Yeah. So yeah, we can let me just update that real quick and then we'll get some super chat questions here. But I definitely on Twitter, but I definitely think that this has been not a good morning for Amber so far.
He's looking at the jury, so I'm going to yield on that. I didn't feel it was destructive. I didn't feel Moore was destructive. I felt he was a little bit useless. I liked his demeanor to start.
The orthopedist had some points there for Amber Heard. It was totally bad.
Well, I thought Camille did a great job of establishing that essentially it's all based on something that you really can't say properly. So when he says, I might have misspoke there, to me, it's over. But I thought he did a good job before that.
Until Camille's cross, I thought that they had moved the ball in Amber's favor, but Camille just comes in. She's a powerhouse.
Well, I think Alita said she's coming in too hot.
That doctor made a good witness. He's undeniably qualified. He wasn't particularly combative. He offered an explanation that was semi-helpful, and then it kind of blew up. But he wasn't bad in any way for them.
Yeah, no, and I mean that's an expert I would hire. I wouldn't hire the guy following. But Camille did a really good job disarming him.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think so too.
She's interesting. I would be interested. If we wind up following her career at all, if she appears on another trial, if she can dial it back a notch, because I think coming in a little bit more softly to start would have been maybe a little bit more effective. Obviously, she does. She killed it. In terms of logic, she's very smooth between questions. She's very smooth in reacting. She's an excellent cross-examiner. But I have to agree with like Alita's knee-jerk reaction is she's so almost angry sounding to start her cross-examination against this fairly genteel hand surgeon, that it came across as a little much to start.
Yeah, but and she ended it well. You know, she kind of reined it back. Her like level of whatever, of surgical precision, I don't want to call it meanness, but you know, targeted meanness, targeted anger worked. By the end, I felt like it was an effective cross. But I agree with you and Alita that at the beginning, I was like, whoa, coming in hot here. All right, you know, this guy was
Well, you're treating it almost like a party or something like that, which of course is the last thing she did. But it's like, no, this guy just, he's a hand surgeon. He maybe made some mistakes, but he's just a guy who got $5,000 for sitting here.
Yeah.
Good job.
The chat's saying we've got Kate Moss on Wednesday. Do they know what they're talking about?
Yes. She will be testifying through a live video link on Wednesday. So
And I'm not going to be able to be in court for Wednesday. That makes me so sad. I'm going to be flying.
And that's presumably Johnny's witness. So they're going to close. They're going to arrest.
That's rebuttal.
Then?
They're definitely arresting before Wednesday.
Yeah.
All right.
Definitely.
Sorry, I might just be behind it. I'm like reading our chat, going, "Oh, that's interesting."
So, and the reason why this is so good for Johnny Depp is that she's a former girlfriend of his. She has the only reason why she's able to testify in the first place is because of the fact that Amber has opened up the door, talking about how she heard, basically implying about how she heard a rumor about Johnny tossing her down some stairs or abusing her around some stairs.
Right.
And so by talking about her and by implying that that he's done this in the past, she's able to come in and testify to say, nope, all of that is false. Also, we're BFFs. He's always been wonderful. He's never abused me ever, ever, ever. And he was a perfect person. I mean, maybe not say perfect, but like basically do that. And the thing about that too is that if they are able to run down Amber Heard's clock before that point, they never get to cross-examine her.
Kate Moss without a cross.
Kate Moss without a cross. James from court, how's it going?
You've been working.
Hey. Yeah, can y'all hear me?
Yes. Tell us, what was the jury thinking, looking like, writing, doing? What are they doing during those last two witnesses?
A lot. It's a lot to, I mean, as you all have been watching it, the energy in the courtroom when the judge is just done. She's so done with it. And then, the jurors are also, they're seeing everything. They're seeing this back and forth. They're seeing how the witness treats the lawyer.
So condescending.
She was smiling at Johnny Depp's lawyer and frowning at the witness. It's a very different, I feel, feeling for me about the jurors today. Definitely.
Wow.
Okay. So it sounds like it's pretty positively for Johnny overall, it sounds like.
That's the thing, guys. Amber's people have been very positive for Johnny.
I meant that as a question.
We might have lost him.
Oh, we may have. Yeah.
It sounds like they're more animated today because they were pretty poker faced, but towards the end they were kind of waking up a little bit.
I'm still here, by the way.
Showing more emotion.
Yeah.
I'm wondering if they're just kind of like, this is almost done. We can let things loose a little bit.
Last week, right? It's the last week of senior. It's the last week of senior year. It's their break week. They're ready.
Yeah. That is how it's feeling, right? Like the closer we get to this, to the end, I think the more we're probably going to be seeing from like animation from the jury where they're just like, all right, I'm done.
Well, they know it's the 27th. So, they know it. And, that's a big deal. This is a hard process for us. And we can look at other stuff and talk to other people. It's an insane process for them. This is week 7 physically because we had a week break. This is week 7.
Yeah.
Think about that. This jury's been at this for over 6 weeks.
Talking about these Hollywood celebrities.
And they don't
Paul's
get the
comment
case
about the
until the end of the month. I think on the 30th.
About his own CV and not knowing what was on
His
CV.
closing
He's
arguments,
like,
I'm
oh,
pretty
not
sure
everything's
the
on my
30th
CV.
is
Paul,
for
Yeah.
thank you for reminding me about that.
I think the 30th is closing
Yes,
arguments.
yes.
Crazy.
And the whole thanks for the shout out for my book.
Oh my
Blah.
God. What a moment.
Blah.
Yeah, he was bad. He was
What
bad.
a piece of work, really.
I think he thought that played well. I think he thought that was like a
definitely
little
did.
clever
Bad.
repartee. And
By the way, just real quick, I'm turning this down. So you guys, in case you're not sure, you're wondering, the guy who was on earlier, Spidey is a behavioral analyst that Alita invited on her show, and he does body language and that sort of thing. So he watches people's body language and behavior, and not just what they say, but how they say it and with their eyes and mouth doing and just everything. And he's very, very good. So, in case for those who are wondering who Spidey was. KFC looks good, actually. I just had a
very
turkey sandwich.
excited about this because I saw
Uh-oh.
Alita's breaking up.
Well,
Alita's
that's
breaking
it.
up.
Legal
This
Bites
is not
has
unusual.
left the building.
Not unusual for her.
Oh no.
Legal Bites is
Am I
back.
gone?
Yay.
Well,
You're
you're
back
back.
now.
Okay.
Yeah, you're catching back.
You're back, Alita.
Okay, good.
You had a
Look at me
little-
acting like I'm part of the panel.
It was.
It's electromagnetic chicken.
I've been watching this for real. I've really gotten into it. These guys are fantastic.
Alrighty. So okay, let's get some super chat questions up in here then. Shall
By
we?
the way, if there's anyone who would
All
like
right.
to join me,
Cool.
just let me know. Your
Okay.
friends on Facebook.
Odonata says, will Judge A
Let me know.
write an
I'll send
opinion
you a
after
link.
the verdict?
A
I
link
know
that
the
you
jury
can click
decides,
on.
but how is precedent set for future cases such as
Let me do
defamation
this.
cases?
Sorry.
No precedent. This is not an appellate case. So
Let me do this.
there's not gonna
If there's anyone who'd like to
it's
join me
not
during this
binding
lunch
on any
break,
future cases.
come
This is just
online,
at the lowest level,
be a part of it. You don't have to
decision.
put your
So
face
she's
on
not
if you don't
going
want
to
to.
be
You can always just turn your
formulating
mic on, but
an
keep the camera
opinion
off.
based on it.
But if
As
you
I
want to
said,
join
this
me,
is just,
and you want to be on camera, want to be in the mic,
this is just
you can talk
the
about
jury
it
that's gonna be
while
making up their mind.
lunch break's going on. I'd love to get
Tamara
those
Wetland
who've been already
says,
watching and
true that
listening. I'd love
Johnny
to get
takes
your
the
thoughts
stand
on the
with
case so
Johnny
far.
today. Greens from
Come join
Luxembourg.
me.
We
Let
don't
me know. Just like to
know.
hit me
What
up,
is rumored
either
is that
private
at some
message
point
or hit
he
me up in the
will.
chat here or in the comments, and I'll send you the link.
Extremely unlikely, but we'll see.
I mean, imagine they've got like 30 minutes left and then they call him. It's like, all right,
So they get through half a question.
What's your name?
slow talking Johnny.
Time's over.
What's
Do
my
your
name?
magic.
Well,
Hey, Lori,
maybe.
you want to come on and give me your comments on the trial so far? I'd love to hear from you.
They have redirect. Yeah, because Elaine.
Yes, it sounds like she wants to do a redirect on
Oh
him.
man.
And then we don't know who else to call.
Well, didn't she say she thought her redirect would be substantial, so we should?
God,
take a
I
break?
hope she doesn't want to do a
Yes.
redirect.
This is
Wow.
what she said.
You
This is
can't
what she said.
rest your case after this guy. You
Well,
can't just like
She
Johnny
does.
can walk out and be like, yeah, I
Well,
think
look,
I think
if you're
we
bringing
got it.
Johnny back up,
It would be
you
a
have to be
huge
like,
mistake.
did you order Adam Waldman on that wall? And like in 5 different ways, and then tweet, because like you can't afford
You
everything
want him
else.
on that wall.
It would be a huge mistake for Elaine to do a redirect of this last
you can't fix
doctor
this guy.
psychiatrist
This is like
because
somebody
he's
who's
so
drugged or
unlikable.
You open up the bag and
They
it's just
don't. They don't have that kind of
goo.
time.
And
But
that's the thing about a
the Amber
redirect is
Heard
that
team needs to just keep it
when you
moving.
have somebody that has just been absolutely destroyed,
Yep.
there's no amount of cleanup that you can do
Exactly.
to rehabilitate them. You
And-
know, like maybe pick a couple points
Just
here and there.
keep it
That's
moving.
about it. Redirects
Keep
are
it
never
moving.
supposed to be substantial, Elaine.
And you
Never.
can make it so much worse because
Absolutely.
if you can't fix anything you ask on redirect is basically you're parking a flag in it saying,
Yes.
we thought this was bad. And if you don't fix it, then you just have told the jury that, this is something you should base your decision on.
Yeah, yeah.
By the way,
Yeah,
while
you're
I'm thinking
absolutely
about
right.
it, was I the only one who thought his voice reminded me a little bit of Fauci's? Was I the only one who had that
Oh,
connection?
no.
in my mind?
I didn't make that personally.
I
No.
didn't think.
I didn't make the connection, but now that you say it, oh yeah.
This is the time to just walk away from the explosion and not look back.
Yeah.
don't
Magic Man
redirect.
says legal tube isn't about politics, but about pursuing truth. With that said, how do you cope with the political implications of this trial while commenting? Well, I think that this one is actually a little bit of an easier one to go along because the supporters of Johnny Depp it crosses the political spectrum on both sides. We've talked about this quite a bit. I mean, it's you can look at the facts of this case and be conservative or more liberal and look at this and say, you know what? this is how things are looking.
Yeah, right.
And it seems, if you look at the chat, folks in the chat will say they range from anarchist, communist, progressive, super right, alt right, all the way across the board, and folks in the middle. So this is one of those cases that is politically, I think, easiest to cover.
The United America, who would have thought it?
Yep.
Johnny
yep.
Depp and Amber Heard.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We couldn't stay together, but the United America.
That's absolutely
Yep.
true. This
There's
trial
no
is
time
not
for
political
A
at
little
all.
strange, he says. Question for a non-American. Can you explain
It's not left
rebuttal?
and right.
Also,
It's
do
right
half
and
a day
wrong.
off so I can watch this in peace instead of at work. Much love for the panel from Switzerland. That is amazing.
For those who are wondering why I'm turning my camera
Like the
off,
folks are taking off of work for it.
periodically,
Well, I
from
hope
time
that
to
it's
time,
been
I'm trying to take a
I hope
couple of
that
bites of my
it's been,
turkey sandwich, and
worth
I don't want to eat on camera.
vacation time for you to watch, and hopefully not too stressful for you. So the rebuttal. So Johnny Depp's case in chief goes first because he's the plaintiff and he has the burden in this case. So because of that, he doesn't have the ability to respond to anything that Amber Heard's witnesses have been able to put on, right? Because there's nothing to respond to. Amber Heard, on the other hand, has a little bit of a disadvantage by going second because she doesn't have the ability to create the field, but she has the ability to respond to every single witness. Like they can triangulate their witnesses and ask questions and cross-examination questions and stuff, for the purposes of responding to Johnny Depp's side. So a rebuttal basically is a portion of the trial that is very limited in scope, where Johnny Depp's team is able to put some witnesses on specifically to respond to Amber Heard's people. And also we've got James from Court is back.
Okay, yes, officially, and I'm in the hotspot now, so I'm sorry about that.
No, it's okay. That's okay.
With the picture.
This kid's really
yeah, I
good.
can't
He's
do
been in trial every day.
visual right now. But did you all
He's
hear
looking
anything I
at
said
the
before? Or
jury
not really.
specifically.
Not really.
A little bit.
We did.
First answer.
Yeah, there was
Okay.
like one statement, I think.
True. Okay, so basically what I was trying to say is that one, as you can see on TV, it's getting crazy with the witnesses. The judge is visibly upset. You can feel her energy, and the jury feels it too, for sure. I have, juror 9, in my opinion, is standard with the facial expressions, but we now have juror 8, who is the female that sits next to him, and she now she smiles at JD's the lawyer. I forgot the lawyer's name today, but and then she would actually frown at the no, sorry, the last man who was
Dennison.
Yes. She was smiling at him, which is interesting because, in my opinion, that's her least favorite of the lawyers. She usually smiles at Chu and Camille, but with him, especially when he was cross-examining the witness a couple days ago, he was very mild mannered and he had the Aquapana water with him. She actually didn't really like his cross-examination, but she did like the cross-examination today, for sure. It's the most expressive I've ever seen her. So, yeah.
All right. So then there were just so many exchanges here with this last witness, Dr. Spiegel. What can you glean from the jury? Were they annoyed with him? Were they annoyed with Dennison? Were they annoyed with anyone? Or were they buying what anybody was saying?
Yeah.
From what
Mike was muted.
Yeah, I think in the beginning, they probably it wasn't skeptical except for the two or three jurors who find a lot of Amber Heard's witnesses kind of skeptical. But it was kind of just they were taking notes, looking normal. And then when there was a few instances where he kind of tripped up and said some things that were all eh. But when the cross started, you could tell they were actually following the cross-examination closely, to the point where I think it totally discredited the witness. I mean, there were so many things he said, especially with the acting. I mean, when he started to get into the acting, it's well, I don't know acting, but yet I know that no one uses an earpiece, but I actually don't know what Johnny was listening to on his earpiece. Actually, I can't really make any comments about this at all because I have no idea about any of it. I mean, if all so many of their eyebrows raised up, they're going to fall off their head. So some of the jurors who were just are you really doing this right now? Is this what's happening?
Exactly.
Okay,
Wow.
well that's good that
For
they
those who are
were
wondering,
that they were
James is like
focused on that.
25 years
And
old.
by the
He's
way,
been
T
in
in Tennessee, thank you very
trial
much for this very
every
generous
day,
super chat.
and he has been taking
Thank you for
copious
saying
notes.
so, T in
He's
Tennessee. We can talk about it
amazing.
a little
The
later. I
kid,
don't wanna
he's
cut off
basically
James, but
focused
I
on the
like
jury.
Sam a lot. Sorry.
Yeah. Yeah, so I'll we can it's saved, so we can talk about it a little bit
Give
more
me
in
a
a little bit.
sponsorship
Yeah,
code.
for sure. So okay, so then the fact that they were focused on that part with the did anybody react to the Pirates of the Caribbean part about
Oh, that was
they're
hilarious.
basing this off of him acting in Pirates of the Caribbean?
That was so
Yeah.
funny.
They laughed. So juror 2 laughed at that. Juror 8 laughed at that. What? Not a lot of others like made like either smiles or laughs, but I mean the audience laughed. For sure, there was a lot of laughter in the audience.
We were laughing.
Yeah, I think everyone was laughing at that. It was hilarious. And then when he went to Willy Wonka, he was like, well, "What about Willy Wonka?"
Yeah.
I
Oh
told
God,
you, bro.
That was
He
pretty
said he
choice.
mentioned
That was
Willy
pretty
Wonka
choice.
and Jack Sparrow.
James, did you
Yeah.
see someone get ejected? Was that an ejection?
Oh, you want to know the story? The baby lady?
Yeah, baby
Yeah.
lady. Tell us.
We were
ejected
reading your
after that.
tweets earlier about the baby lady.
There
Yes.
was somebody. Okay, I will listen
There
to the
was-
baby lady, but there was somebody that was ejected after we knew that story.
Oh.
Yeah, we caught it on cam.
Maybe it was the same person though. Tell us your story.
Oh, I'm sorry. She wasn't. I think you're talking about from the front row.
Yeah.
Yeah. Lady
Oh,
in a
okay.
brownish dress.
That is. Wait, in a what dress?
I said brownish, but I don't.
Oh, she wasn't wearing pants and a blouse, or possibly.
You know what?
Okay, fair. I just want to make sure I'm not saying the wrong person. So I think who you're talking about is Yvonne.
Shut up, Holmes.
And she is one of the
Let the
regulars
young
here.
man
She's a
talk.
super Johnny Depp fan. She was getting a little tired, and they just asked her if you want to go take a walk and get some energy back and come back. She wasn't
Okay.
ejected. She's allowed back
Okay.
in. Yeah.
I think that they probably just don't want anybody in the room just
Falling
falling
asleep
asleep
on
and
the
whatnot.
camera. Yeah, because
That's
that'll
happened
be
to her a few times. She's been just at this 24/7.
basically yes. She sleeps for like 2 hours and then she comes back.
Oh my God.
But the baby lady, that was, I mean,
tell us.
insane. So she was causing trouble. I don't know if you saw on Larry's stream and stuff like that. She was causing trouble the whole night. She tried to get in, use her baby as like my baby, things like that. But then she started ramming people with the baby stroller, and then she held up the baby and had it throw up on the guy in front of her. So that just started, yes. And then she got upset, so she left the line, and I guess she was saying, my baby's sick or tired, so they let her stand outside the line, and then they let her go into the courtroom with the newborn. So at the end of, I guess before the first break, the judge leaves. Johnny gets up to walk out. She screams, "I love you, Johnny," and then she goes, "Our souls are connected. What would you do if this baby was yours?" And she holds up her baby at him and screams it from the back. And everyone is like, what? We're all staring. It was silence. It was insane. And then, they kicked her out. And I think they might be pressing charges on her, but it was wild. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, that's harassing behavior.
Yeah.
That is exactly the kind of thing that they were talking about. They didn't want to have. Don't go up to him. Don't address him in any way. Don't address either of them. No autographs. No nothing. And yes, to answer your question, Crown V, yes, I am eating KFC because her outfit reminds me of Colonel Sanders, and it made me want chicken. And so Mr. Bites brought me
What
chicken
would you
because
do
it's
if this
wonderful.
baby was yours?
Amber's outfit.
That's what she said.
Wait, sorry,
So
what?
what if this baby
What
was
would you
yours?
do if this baby was yours?
Yeah.
Wow.
I think she was implying that the baby is his.
Mhm.
But
wow.
yeah.
That's
Hey, Dr. Tracy.
Yikes.
Oh, she's muted, but maybe she'll be here in a minute. Oh,
Hello.
hi. What would you like to enlighten us on with the last witness in particular, Dr. Spiegel? Did you catch all of his
I
testimony?
thought she called him
catch all
Dr.
of it. I
Schmiegel.
caught maybe the second half, and I was kind of
Like
just
Lord of the
losing
Rings.
my shit.
Schmiegel.
Sitting in my bed. Sorry for my language, but yeah, it
No,
was
not at all.
unbelievable. It was unbelievable the things that he was trying to say and accuse
Wow, that guy was
Johnny
a
of.
piece
I
of
mean,
work.
I don't know. Try the difference between narcissistic personality disorder and narcissistic traits, and
Yeah.
It was just, he really blew up his career, in my opinion.
Wow.
When he straight up admitted that his behavior would be considered unethical, I was like, why
Right.
don't you just hand your credentials over to Mr. Dennison on the way out?
Yeah, exactly.
He can put them up on his wall and as a trophy.
It was bad.
Yeah, very good point. What were the parts that were most problematic to you, if you can remember?
By the way, let me know if any of you guys, if you can hear the audio
I mean,
on
I
your
think it was
end.
all just all the
What
assumptions.
if you can hear well
It was,
or not?
you know,
Let me know.
saying that he has a right
If
to
you
say
can't,
these
let me
things
know that
because
too.
of his profession with no actual assessment or analysis. And then using the Goldwater effect and coming in to say that if he's not allowed to say what he's saying, then managed care shouldn't be possible. Then that means managed care is unethical. But it is, managed care is unethical. Any provider that works with insurance companies knows that there are many times decisions being made and assessments being made inappropriately for the benefit of the insurance company. And it's kind of scary I'm coming on saying this publicly right now, but it's true. It is true, and any provider knows it's true. So I feel like that was really an invalid
Bag, I need to charge him.
because what he's saying wasn't wrong.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oops, I just froze everybody.
Yeah. So many of the things, I mean, correlation is not the same thing as causation thing. I wish it would have started with that because I feel like that would have been a powerful way to start. Because that was one of the things that I felt like was most critical coming out of that direct examination was that it sounded like he was saying, like, Johnny does drugs and booze all the time, therefore his memory is crap. You know, like it was just his very hard line in saying like when you have someone that does drugs and has booze, you know, over a long period of time, their memory ends up sucking. Like when you have someone who goes through an abusive relationship, they have trauma, which oftentimes is the case. Probably the vast majority of times it even is the case. But it sounded like he was talking in like 100% certainty in all cases from the way that he was talking. I don't know if you caught any of that part of his testimony or not.
Yeah, I mean, I think it was just biased, but I mean, that's something that happens in the legal courtroom, right? Who brings you on? Doctors who can see it have a tendency to do that to prove the point of the side that they're on. So it gets difficult, but yeah, you could see that he wasn't unbiased. And you could see it in his behavior and his tone and his argumentativeness and his combative nature in response to the lawyer. And so it's just clear that he already had opinions in his head that were created without an assessment of the person that he was placing the opinions onto. And the percentages that he was using made no sense. 90% in some cases, then he would say at least 50, then he'd go back to saying 40. And it wasn't actually based on, I would believe, studies that he's an expert in. I mean, it just seemed really all over the place.
Yeah. I don't know if you also caught at the beginning when they were trying to see what kind of expertise he could reasonably have. There was an exchange at the beginning between him and Dennison on basically whether or not he should be properly qualified as an expert on IPV. And welcome, Joe. Hopefully we can. I don't know if he's got connection or not. But basically, like. There was a decent question based on how much of his practice actually focuses on IPV. And I'm wondering, he had some statistics in there. He said that basically half of his practice is trauma, and then within that there's a smaller percentage of that is IPV. How much would you as a practitioner say that someone could be considered an expert in IPV? Like how much of their practice should that have, I guess, just as another professional for you to consider them to be an expert?
Yeah, well, I think expert can be in different ways. I mean, you can be an expert by working with some people one-on-one, face-to-face in a clinical practice. You can be an expert in the research on the back end of IPV, and so it really varies. But I would say you have to be, maybe close to 100% in either one of those categories. Either it's the majority of your practice or it's the majority of your.
Hey, Lori, thanks for joining.
That makes sense. That makes sense. But it didn't sound like there was a majority of anything. I don't know if anybody else has other thoughts on that. No, I know Joe is trying to join us, but I think he's got some connection issues. I'm gonna kick him out.
I don't want to interrupt. I might have to hop out because we have like 10 minutes left. If that's okay.
Yeah. Oh my gosh, do we really only have 10 minutes left?
I think 1:55 is what you said.
You're right. Oh my gosh, this has gone by so fast. This lunch
happy
hour.
after and answer any questions after court's over.
Oh, here's a question for you, James.
Sure.
What's the jury's reaction to
Whoa.
calling Johnny an idiot?
Oh yeah, well there was a gasp in the audience for sure, but you could tell like juror 8 did not like that. She doesn't like any rude behavior, I don't think. She wears a cross and she was holding her cross during a lot of this testimony. She was twirling in her hand, and I think she found that to be incredibly rude. Juror 9, he loves to use his eyebrows, and he was just the whole time he was kind of like wearing those out. But yeah, I think that was definitely not lost on the jury who were like, wait, Dr. Curry never called Amber an idiot, so why is this guy calling Johnny an idiot? So yeah, yeah, there was definitely some reaction to that.
There should have been.
Oh, flight attendants. We need to make it back out there.
Oh, they're
Yeah.
bringing the flight attendant. Oh, that'd be hilarious. The flight attendant supposedly was collecting trash. Not only not testifying for Amber, but testifying for Johnny Depp. Holy shit.
Ooh. All right, I'm sorry, I gotta run, but I'll talk to you guys after. Thank you.
Yes, thanks so much.
Amber playing Johnny.
Let's get a few more
and
questions
the flight
in while
attendant
we have
saw
a chance.
and be a witness for Johnny.
Before we've got to
Depp.
get some more trial in here. Okay, so I explained the rebuttal process. To K37 says, do you think Dr. Curry will come back to explain in detail where you could see AH's BPD and HPD being at play in court?
Yeah, I think so. At least a part.
Yeah, I think that could be proper. That could be proper because she's been there, she's been watching the testimony, and she's allowed to. And she's allowed to use testimony as part of her understanding. That would be pretty powerful. So yeah, I think so. Meryl Vanden Herk says both AH's experts had insane credentials, status, but disappointing content. That's on AH covering up the case by impressing the jury with credentials.
It could be experts who have good credentials aren't very good in court cases.
That's also fair. Because remember, when it comes to an expert witness, you have, multiple boxes that you kind of need to check in order for them to be an effective, expert witness. You need them to be well credentialed. You need them to understand what it is that they are talking about, and you need them to be able to explain that to a jury. And this guy's, lecturing, and this last one in particular, Dr. Spiegel, is not really an effective way of teaching the jury. That's essentially what they need to be is a teacher to the jury so that they can understand the technicalities of what it is that they are trying to get across. And if he's not an effective teacher, that's not going to work out.
I'm someone who used to take dance lessons from Gene Kelly. Okay. Gene Kelly, probably the greatest American dancer, greatest male of all time, right? Very inarguable. And I asked her what it was like, and she said, literally, he would just get frustrated and yell at us to quote dance better.
Oh,
you know what I mean? And that's sometimes how it is. You can be one of the greatest things in the world. That doesn't mean you can communicate that to others. That doesn't mean you come across well. That doesn't mean anything. So, maybe these credentials are legit, but maybe they shouldn't be here doing this.
That's a very good point. And I think you're talking about Fred Astaire.
I'm
talking about
Gene Kelly.
You are talking. Okay.
I think Gene Kelly's better dancer than Fred Astaire, but we can.
Okay. Okay.
I'm just trying to debate in the comments.
Well,
I'm just saying because
I said Gene Kelly. Let's hear it, people.
Yeah. So well, and that's such a good point too. Is that and this is something that I always found very interesting. Sometimes you would find the professors that were there mostly to write textbooks and get published and all that kind of stuff, and then teach secondarily. But the ones that I found, generally speaking, not always, but generally speaking, that tended to be better were the ones that were the adjunct professors. They were the ones that had a practice because they're used to explaining things to a client. They're used to having to translate to a layperson the law and the process.
Adjunct professors are kind of like, and then they go teach us.
So you can run into that kind of an issue with any kind of an expert that, when they
Look
get to
for
a certain
one
level of
there
expertise, that sometimes it's hard to go back and remember what it was like to be that person that was just learning from the beginning. So that's one of those issues with an expert is that you can
borderline
Dan says, what are the plans after all this JD versus AH hype is over? That is the real question. Well, there's more there's more law. There's always more law going on, right?
Always another high profile case. Always.
I, for one, am totally going to be digging into the boogeyman himself, Marilyn Manson's defamation case. That is one that it's like.
Becker screamed, I'm definitely doing
Marilyn
I already had a ton of interest in that case anyway. I already went through the complaint anyway, but the fact that it keeps coming up here has only like made me even more interested in digging into his case. So I don't know what the deal is with that, but Kristen says, can a side call a surprise witness? How late can they wait to tell the court
is a witness
day? No, you can't really call a surprise witness. You've got to give notice because they need to be able to prepare for a cross-examination. Also, generally speaking, if it's not a rebuttal witness, they have to be on the witness list before trial begins anyway. So only rebuttal witnesses, there's only some level of surprise that you can have for a rebuttal witness, but that's it. So yeah. Next one is Miriam. Question, and this one very generous again. Thank you. When the jurors decide, how will we be informed? Also, will they stream it? Oh, okay, yes. No, sorry, we did answer this one. Okay, thank you. Yeah.
Is the Chief of Tennessee one still there?
Oh yes, yes. That's a very good one. Thank
Black
you.
smoke means they have no vote. White smoke means they have the decision.
No, choosing a pope.
Yeah, I didn't mean that. Sorry, I mean to make
No. But that was a good. Thank you so much for reminding me. Oh, here it is. Okay, I've got it. T in Tennessee. Yes, thank you. She says, I will say this though. While it is all sad, your coverage has let my granddaughter learn a ton. The biggest difference in yours and other coverages is no one is being inappropriate around Amber or anyone as a person.
Yeah, and I just want to talk a little about this because this is something that for me, I have always been extremely sensitive to the mediaizing of trials, and that we could call it the OJification of trial or whatever. And this is something that we as lawyers have to deal with ethically and morally. And I think I want to just bring this out to say I think you've been doing a fantastic job of this. And there are other places on the web that I wouldn't want to appear on that stream. And I think the way that they treat it is a little more the sensationalism for the sensationalist sake rather than being instructive. And I think one of the things that media attention can do is it gives you an incredible opportunity to show how the law actually works, how justice actually works, what is going on here, this shrouded mysterious thing of the law. We have this opportunity, this incredible opportunity to let people in. And I think that it's a very difficult thing to balance. And I think, Alita, you've been doing an incredible job with it. So.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Really
it's
a PT in Tennessee. I really appreciate it. And I hope that your granddaughter has been enjoying learning about the process too.
All right, I'm getting something.
Joe, tell us. We're trying to get a connection from you. You know what? Turn off your camera. That'll help with the connection. That's what we've noticed. Also, we just don't want to. No, I'm just kidding. We do want to see your face, but.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah,
turn off your video, Joe.
Turn off your video.
Yeah, if you turn off your video, you'll have a better audio connection.
He heard us.
Okay.
He's just figuring out now how to turn on.
A little bit of a delay.
So easy to say.
A
think
little.
so. We'll see. We'll see.
That's not any better.
Yeah.
I
You
can
know,
hear it.
a big fat zero. That's not any better at all.
It's a lot better right now.
Check off your video. Everything's way, way better. As soon as you turn off the video. Thanks, Rick. Great help, Rick. You were great.
You know we can wrap everything now, Joe. Meanwhile, Ian's
Oh
calling
my
from the
God.
call
All right, I don't know if you guys can. I'm going to provide you a little exit anyway. If this is static with
Oh no! Also, the court is coming back.
Joe, you gotta get back in the courtroom.
crazy with Dennis's work there in the beginning.
Court's back. Sorry.
He's just like kept basically reaffirming every negative thing that the guy was saying. I don't know. I had a lengthy talk with Charnay, the law crime
painter, yeah.
not law crime.
Oh,
the other one.
Chanley.
Whatever.
Chanley.
And she actually took from it that.
Oh, Joe, we got courtroom is coming back.
The good doctor here looks
back in,
suspicious
Joe.
of the whole process.
Joe, get your butt back in there. I'm gonna kick you out.
Go get in the
All right, I gotta get this done there. Beautiful, super good. This was great. Let's just get real soon.
Yeah.
Worth the price of admission,
Please
folks.
come back after court and tell us.
Oh, Joe.
Yeah, no.
Dr.
Love you,
Spiegel, you were asked about whether you were able to examine Mr. Depp. Do you recall those questions back and forth?
Yes.
And so if I understand your testimony, you asked twice for Mr. Depp to be interviewed by you, correct?
Yes.
Objection reading.
And
even seem
then
serious.
in addition to that, Ms. Heard requested twice of the court for Mr. Depp to be submitted to an examination of you, correct?
Yes.
And those were denied, correct?
Yes.
And now Mr. Depp is contending that it's unethical for you to provide an opinion in this case because you didn't get an opportunity to interview him. Do you think that
Argumentative.
makes sense?
Objection, Your Honor.
Argumentative.
I'll sustain the objection.
All right.
Mm-hmm.
Is that your understanding?
That is my understanding of it.
Okay. Now, when counsel for Mr. Depp was reading to you the Goldwater rule, there were two words that he kind of went over pretty quickly, and I'm going to go over them again with you a little bit slower.
Yeah, here it
And
is.
that was that the Goldwater rule was that you cannot make an armchair diagnosis, right?
Objection.
Based on,
It's a paraphrase.
quote, publicly available records. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay. Now, the records that you reviewed in this case were private, were they not?
Yes.
And in fact, Dr. Blaustein's records were marked confidential, correct?
Yes.
And his deposition was marked confidential?
Yes.
Okay. And Dr. Kipper's records were all marked confidential?
Objection leading.
And
I'll sustain.
okay, what if any labeling was there on Dr. Kipper's deposition?
All the documents I reviewed were confidential, and I also signed the confidentiality agreement, so everything I looked at was confidential.
Okay. So that, in fact, does not even comport, that doesn't meet the restrictions. that were put
Objection
under the
leading.
record. I mean, so would it be fair to say that you have not, have you rendered any opinions in this case as an expert witness based on publicly available records?
I have not rendered any opinion based on any publicly available
Whoa.
records.
Yes, you said you did it on those video apologies.
Now, you were asked a number of questions about narcissistic
That's
traits and
not true.
diagnosis or findings that Mr. Depp exhibited narcissistic traits or had that disorder. Do you recall that testimony?
Yes.
All right. And the question was asked of you of the whether if you have 5 of 9 narcissistic traits. Do you remember that testimony?
Yes.
Okay. Now, one of the ones you testified before was for narcissism, it requires admiration, correct?
Penguin, he's linked in the
What
description
if any
below.
record evidence was there that Mr. Depp requires admiration?
The very people that surround him need to admire him, or they're no longer in his employment or his working circle.
Okay. The second one that you discussed
got
was sense
people
of
sticking around for like
entitlement. Do
30
you recall that
years.
testimony?
Yes.
Where's
All
the
right.
evidence?
Doesn't
What
seem
record
likely.
evidence is there that Mr. Depp exhibits behavior of needing a sense of entitlement?
So again, thinking that Ms. Heard was marrying him solely for his money and his influence, and that was the case, was
All right. And the third one you discussed was exploitative. Do you recall that?
Yes.
That doesn't mean they're good
Is
at
the record evidence that Mr. Depp exhibits behaviors that are exploitative?
Again, I think the whole concept of abuse is exploitative.
Okay. The fourth one was lacks empathy. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Wow.
And what is the record evidence that Mr. Depp exhibits lacking empathy?
So in order to get to that level, you have to
able
assume the
to,
abuse that you're trying to prove.
Commit intimate partner violence.
Okay.
And the
All right.
control you have over someone.
I'm sorry.
Can I be heard?
Okay.
How do you show exploitativeness?
Yeah, none of this is based on his profession. It's just professional slander. That's all it is.
Yeah.
This guy's
He's making all kinds of non-professional assumptions here.
I'm just going to ask you to give the record evidence of Mr. Depp's lacking empathy that you know of.
Yes.
That you know of.
Yes, just a little different than what you said before.
Okay. So if one does, so I'll make it more clear. So if you're not agreeing with what Mr. Depp has to say, you are no longer useful. Okay, therefore, you don't really care about others for others. You care about others for your benefit. So often on dismissing Dr. Kipper, for Dr. Kipper setting some boundaries on substance use protocol, substance detox, is an example of lacking empathy and not really caring what other people have to say.
Empathy for your medical.
Another one of the characteristics that you cited was envious. Do you recall that testimony?
Yes.
What is the record evidence that Mr. Depp exhibits envy?
I think jealousy is a good start for that. I think that
none of these are suitable for that.
Start with that.
I think at least they've at least presented evidence on envy, whether or not you believe it or not.
Yeah, but this is so wildly improper.
Last week was posted commented about things about jealousy, so I think it's pretty apparent.
And the next one you listed was fragile self-esteem. Do you recall that?
Yeah.
And what is the record evidence of Mr. Depp exhibiting that?
So fragile self-esteem would be more along the line of a cluster B trait. I should put that in. It's not necessarily the criteria for narcissism, so it's a trait. And basically what that means will be that the combination of poor self-control and rapid
This is a first-year psych student mistake.
is fragile.
Yeah.
Self-esteem, fragile. Traits.
I'll rant about that when we have a It's a thing.
All right. Now we've seen Mr. Depp during this trial doodling and eating candy. What, if any, evidence would that suggest that he has narcissism?
What?
You
have got to be kidding me. Yeah, sustain the objection. Thank you. Jesus Christ.
Are you kidding me? About
Did you testify to bringing the lawsuit itself was narcissism?
Counsel for Mr.
He
Depp
started to,
came
yeah.
back and said,
They're eating candy. They're laughing, sitting here just minding their own business.
now you reviewed, I think you testified at the beginning, you reviewed the therapy and counseling and medical records for Ms. Heard, correct? Correct. What, if any, evidence was there that Bonnie Jacobs diagnosed Amber Heard with either borderline personality or a histrionic personality disorder?
Objection, Your Honor.
That's fair cross. He asked the question. That's fair. Redirect.
Beyond the scope.
Thank you.
So, I mean, if I could start, Ms. Jacobs demonstrated no type of personality disorder, borderline, otherwise. And on a review of Dr. Curry's
Objection beyond the scope of the question.
I'll ask each of them separately. And you also reviewed the therapy records for Ms. Heard for Cowan, correct?
Yes.
What if any evidence was there at any time that he diagnosed Amber Heard with borderline personality disorder or histrionic personality disorder?
Not only did he not, he referred to Mr. Depp as a narcissist.
Okay. Now you also reviewed all of Don Hughes'
Team
records
Tennessee,
and her
thank you
testing,
again.
correct?
Yes.
And what, if any, evidence did you find in any of that extensive testing and note taking that she had found that Amber Heard had borderline personality disorder or histrionic personality disorder?
Objection leading.
What, if any?
None.
Okay. And you also reviewed Dr. Curry's notes and her testing, correct?
Yes.
All right. And what, if any, evidence did you find in any of Dr. Curry's testing that Amber Heard had either borderline personality disorder or histrionic personality disorder?
She had traits. She did not meet the full, on her own evaluation, she did not have the full endorse enough criteria to meet the criteria for borderline personality disorder and or histrionic personality disorder. She definitely had traits. She did not have the disorder by going by the strict number of criteria.
Now, you mentioned in response to Mr. Depp's counsel's questions, you started to talk about battered wife syndrome. What is your experience with battered wife syndrome sometimes being mistaken with borderline personality disorder or histrionic personality disorder?
Objection compound and leading.
Overruled.
So battered wife syndrome, which is more subsyndromal or not quite PTSD, has 70 symptoms of PTSD. And if you hear some of them, you'll see why someone might think that. They do have reliving experiences as if feeling as if the abuse is happening, even if it's not upon reminders of the abuse, such as getting ready to use something, getting ready to use a substance or something along that line. They do have hyperarousal. They do have hypervigilance, which is very easily mistaken for the emotional reactivity of borderline personality disorder. They do have avoidance symptoms, so they avoid emotions, activities, people, and if that can't be happening, they start becoming much more anxious, much more hyper-aroused. They have disturbances in relationships, which clearly can be an issue. Intimacy problems, again, which could also resemble borderline personality disorder. So those description and traits that were there, A, did not meet the full criteria for borderline, and B, could readily easily be explained by battered wife syndrome, a form of PTSD.
Thank you. Now, you also indicated earlier that you reviewed the deposition of Amy Banks, correct?
Yes.
And what, if any, determinations did you make based on her deposition from her meetings with Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard?
So Dr. Banks is a professor who at Harvard, the leading institution in America for medical schools, who's an expert on intimate partner violence. She had a chance to meet them in relationship counseling.
Objection, Your Honor, non-responsive.
That's not non-responsive. I said, what, if anything, did she find?
Sustained.
All right. Tell the jury about Amy Banks, the significance of Amy Banks.
So what Dr. Banks found was that she fully believed Ms. Heard's version of what was going on.
Objection, hearsay.
It's true.
Yes.
I reversed those. Let me do it again. Please tell the jury.
Sustain the objection.
Please tell the jury what about the qualifications of Dr. Amy Banks. This is the one who saw both Ms. Heard and Mr. Depp.
Dr. Banks is a professor at, I don't know whether it's assistant associate professor at Harvard University Medical School, one, if not one of the two top medical schools in the world, who specialize in intimate partner violence. She is above all people who understand if someone is victim, perpetrator, because she does this, researches this for a living every day. And that's her qualifications. Can I say what she reported?
Then I'm going to ask you, what, if anything, did Dr. Banks indicate relating to histrionic personality disorder or borderline personality disorder for Ms. Heard?
Dr. Banks didn't mention anything about personality disorder at all. What she did mention was whom she felt gave a more accurate version of.
Objection, Your Honor.
Hearsay.
Hearsay.
That's a credibility testimony.
I think he can testify to that.
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
What, if anything, did Dr. Banks report, not saying what the ultimate conclusion was, what, if anything, did Dr. Banks say about what was reported to her by Ms. Heard and Mr. Depp and how they responded?
So Ms. Heard discussed in trying to, again, as a victim, trying to save the relationship, discussed with Dr. Banks these accusations, these facts of intimate partner violence. Mr. Depp.
Objection, hearsay.
Is all hearsay.
I think he's entitled to rely on hearsay, and he's not giving what ultimately.
He didn't
was
say
right.
how he
He's
used it to
entitled
form his
He can
opinion.
rely
He's just
on hearsay.
testifying to what she said.
State
That's different.
He can rely on it.
Yep.
All right. What, if anything, did Mr. Depp do in response?
Mr. Depp.
What if did he? What if
How do you know that? Were you there?
Accused him of intimate partner violence. Mr. Depp said nothing.
And what is the significance
Objection,
of that?
hearsay.
Sustain the objection.
And what is the significance of that?
The significance of that is with
Objection, no foundation.
Sustain.
Yeah, no doubt.
All right, we'll move on. You were
Yeah, no
asked
kidding.
about MDMA and what the impact could potentially be of taking 8 to 10 of these pills. Do you recall?
yes.
Okay. And now I'm going to take you to Australia 2015. You've reviewed testimony over that, right? For Mr. Depp, Ms. Heard,
Yes.
and the number. Okay. Do you recall that Ms. Heard also said that she found dime bags of cocaine in drawers at the end of that 3 days?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to ask you, Michelle, can you bring up 1828? It's already in evidence. And if we could publish that, okay, we can. Thank you. This is one of the pictures that was taken in Australia, and the testimony's been that these two canvases of Ms. Heard's were painted completely over. Is that something that could be the impact of having 8 to 10 tablets of MDMA and combining that with cocaine and alcohol?
Objection, no foundation.
Yeah, no doubt.
Yeah.
The foundation's already been laid.
Elaine,
No.
Sustain the objection. Next question.
Elaine is true.
What, if anything, if you look at the painted canvases on this one,
Yes.
what, if any, evidence is that
And she
reflecting
kind of a watch
indicative of taking a
that
lot of MDMA?
but
No.
Elaine is actually
Those are black
more
paint.
There is no way he knows that.
No.
God damn.
I
Elaine.
testified earlier about property, destruction of property. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay, could you tell the jury how that relates to the correlating factors of risk factors for IPV?
Again, the destruction of property is a form of psychological abuse, psychological mistreatment. And so destruction of property is used as intimidation and as a means of control.
Okay. Michelle, can you bring up 1829? And this has already been admitted. Yes, thank you, Your Honor. And what, if any, evidence does this reflect as correlating behavior to risk factors of IPV?
I would say that one that demonstrates a good deal of violence and psychological abuse. I think it's pretty clear that they're trying to be intimidating. I don't think.
Objection, Your Honor.
Objection. Speculation.
Thank you. Please continue.
It would be people who would misuse ecstasy without cocaine, are prone to agitation, suspicion, jealousy, violence. What we're seeing there would be very consistent with that presentation.
Thank you. Michelle, can you now bring up 1830?
I'm prone to agitation, therefore
And
I
that's
must
already been
use
admitted into
MDMA.
evidence as well, Your Honor. I'd ask that it be published.
The good news to this
I mean,
is
some of
What,
this
if
is
any,
good
evidence
if I believed him at
does
all.
this
Elaine is not very
correlate with behavior indicative of
judicious with her.
Again, this is intimidation,
No,
psychological.
intention
How do you know that?
Solely trying
Yeah,
to emotionally.
yeah, no.
Objection, Your Honor. Can we be heard?
You can't know it's intimidation.
Right.
No, you don't know that.
How in the heck is half of this stuff redirect?
It's not. Please tell us everything that the other psychiatrist said. Also, please tell us about her credentials, which incidentally, they're all hearsay to you. How do you know she's a professor? How do you know that she has these credentials? I mean, you don't, how do you know that?
Right.
Call her if you want her opinion. Call her as a witness.
Please tell us how great she is. Please tell us all the things she said.
I don't know, man. He must beat his wife because he eats candy in court is quite.
Yes, he eats candy in court.
Yeah.
Please tell us how that's.
He's therefore a narcissist.
Narcissist.
I've been eating chicken this whole time. Does that make me a narcissist?
If any evidence is this
You don't want us to answer that, Alita.
correlating to the risk factors for IPV purposes?
Again, I think the violence comes through.
Objection, Your Honor.
Just the
Well,
evidence
just right.
of risk factors, if you can.
The evidence of risk factor would be accepting a more than average degree of violence, as well as psychological abuse.
Okay. Are you aware of any record evidence of Ms. Heard writing on walls, mirrors, countertops, or painting
Could have
canvases?
written on those.
No.
Okay. Thank you.
I was like her.
Now, you were also asked about Seroquel and some of the other prescription medications.
Yeah.
Did you, during the course of your review of evidence, see the lists of medications that Mr. Depp was on at one point?
Yes, I read that list.
Michelle, I'm going to ask you to bring up Defendant's Exhibit 301. And Dr. Spiegel, it's not into evidence yet. I'm going to ask you to take a look at this. Is this one of the documents that you had that reflected the amount of medication that Mr. Depp was on as of October 26, 2014?
Yes.
Okay. And this was an email from Debbie Lloyd to Dr. Blaustein, his treating psychiatrist, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, can you tell the jury that we've got Seroquel 50 mg? Can you just tell,
Objection, hearsay.
can you just tell the, I haven't finished asking the question yet.
Oh,
So let's approach. Okay.
Okay. Kim Steinberg says, hello from Sweden. Wouldn't it be easier for AH to claim mild abuse compared to the extreme stories in her testimony? Feels like she always tries to take everything one step further than JD. Yeah, my impression is that she's been telling the story for so long that every time she's exaggerated a little bit and then she can't go back on it after so many years of exaggerating more and more. So that's how she has ended up here.
Right.
Alita, when can we expect the barrister on here? Next week for sure. We're planning on having him on so we can talk about the UK case. Black Belt Barrister is the one particularly. Myra M, any thoughts on reviewing historical trials like the Roscoe Fatty Arbuckle from the 1920s? He was an actor who was wrongly accused of murder. Yes, I'm definitely thinking about that for sure. And not specifically that case, but other cases, reviewing some direct and cross examination, some portions of trials that have been filmed in the courtroom as well.
Is that Whitney?
So can you scroll up just
Dirty.
so I can see all of them at the same
That's
time?
what I heard, was that she was sitting with the legal team, which I don't
So
She's
understand how
right
that's
behind the
proper.
lane. She's right behind the lane.
Yeah.
Siegel, if someone was taking 50 milligrams of
Megapints.
Seroquel,
Megapints.
5 milligrams of Seroquel,
Millibytes.
and 50 milligrams of Seroquel and 50
Where's
all in
millibytes
one
when we need
day,
it?
how
Tea
would
and
that
Tennessee,
impact
thank you
them?
again.
So obviously this is not for sleep because I'm presuming you're not wanting to sleep in the morning, noon, and from 4 to 6, although you're sleeping at night. What I would say is he's using it for
Okay,
purpose.
sorry,
As
let
I
me
say,
check
substance use
something.
disorder. They're using it to calm down. They're using it just to sit down and relax. And given that you're taking 45 milligrams of Adderall a day to stay awake, and that's
could be
more than
DT or
stride for adults and children for that matter. The combination makes very little sense.
A person was taking 300 milligrams of Neurotin. I'm going to pronounce that wrong again.
You're on.
The better.
4 times a day and 600 later in the day. How would that impact?
Again, you're looking at medications that are there solely for a substance use disorder patient to get them up and to calm them down. That's all this regimen is about.
Let me know if there's still on that go.
Doesn't have a psychiatric indication, actually doesn't have psychiatric indication, although it does calm you down.
Now I'm delayed. Okay.
Similar to Adderall, gabapentin is also.
I'm not
These
delayed.
medicines
But
while at the same time getting what's called a super therapeutic dose or an excessive amount of Adderall. For the record, adults are indicated with Adderall for the extended release, not the immediate release preparation. And why that's relevant is the immediate release preparation is more abusable. You get more high quicker. The extended release goes out throughout the day. The immediate release gets you up right away and then down. Now, in ADHD, this medicine is very effective. From what this is being used for, clearly based on the combination.
All right. Do addicts lie?
Yes.
What kind of a question is
Don't
that?
even.
Now, you were asked,
Yeah.
Mr. Depp passing out.
Do people
you
lie?
recall reading
Do women lie?
testimony of Mr. Depp
Yes. Often.
passing out in the bathroom in his vomit?
Yes.
Okay.
Can confirm.
Does that help refresh your recollection of what you
Yes.
recall?
I also,
All right.
I mean, for the record, I don't think that falling asleep with ice cream is a
Objection beyond the scope of the question.
Medication.
Yes. Yes.
Kurt with the real
Subject to the
facts.
Feel like it's within the range of just normal.
Dr. Spiegel, does this look like, I mean, would this be evidence correlating with behaviors consistent with IPV perpetrator risk factors?
This would be correlated a person who is completely.
how is that
knocked down.
IPV correlated?
One way someone gets knocked down.
He's passed out.
And that's with pharmacological assistance, whether it be legal or illegal. They make it to the bed. They don't sleep with their head on a game box in a
This is such a
furniture.
weasel.
That doesn't happen to people who sleep.
A what?
No matter how tired you are. No matter how tired. I've been a resident in the past. And I was up for 40, 45 hours.
Objection beyond the scope.
I love how he made it about himself. I have narcissistic questions, doctor.
Michelle, can you pull
Yeah,
up
I did too.
1095?
I
please?
make it to my
The
bed.
doctor's a narcissist.
I never thought the floor looked attractive to me.
He didn't even get to answer the question, which is that picture indicative of IPV?
My uncle sleeps
I
on
was
the
waiting
floor.
for him
I
to
just
tie
want
all those
to
together.
note this.
I'm going to ask you the same question, Dr. Spiegel. What, if anything, does this indicate relating
Well,
to
if
risk
any.
That I
factors for
slept on the
IPV?
floor outside the courthouse.
Again, you know, colloquially.
So I
passed
guess
out and
my wife should be worried,
ways
according to
get
this
like
guy.
that without pharmacological
Did you eat candy at the same time, Ian?
legal or illegal.
I may have eaten some candy.
And then let's pull up 1094, please, Michelle.
I guess I'm history's greatest monster.
Defense. And that's what's being admitted.
I'm gonna write an intervention letter starting now.
And now we have the ice cream picture. And what, if any, indication does this have?
Probably.
Not
how
enough.
I think.
Objection. Speculation. no
stupid.
foundation.
What, if any,
Stupid.
correlation, what, if any, evidence does this indicate correlative with the risk factors for IPV?
Again,
You thought it was vomit.
If
when
you're
you
looking at this
Right.
photo and you think it's a risk factor for IPV,
intimate partner
I don't know what to tell you.
Objection.
You are a
Move to strike.
All right, sustained. I'll strike it from the record. Next question.
Oh, I
Good.
don't mean from the record. I mean, I actually just want to hit him.
We'll just move on. You were asked about earpieces. Do you recall reviewing Tracy Jacobs and Joel Mandel's depositions?
Let me know if I still have
And do you
an
recall
echo.
them both
Hamill, thank you.
testifying that Mr. Depp had someone on salary to feed him his lines?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you testified that you reviewed a substantial amount of evidence in this case. Did you
Brunel,
find
I should
any
be caught
evidence
up,
that
but
Amber
if I am
Heard
delayed,
exhibited
some
conduct
channels
or
have
behaviors
a little
indicative
delay, like
or
there might be a delay
consistent with
between
any of the risk
Facebook and
factors for
YouTube,
perpetrators of
or a
IPV?
delay between court
Objection
TV and
beyond
what
the
we're
scope.
seeing,
Sustained.
So
it was suggested.
that could be
I
it.
don't know, Dennison. Let him answer that. That's a no. That'll help his credibility.
But you did
Cormier,
find
thank
that
you
for
very
Mr.
much
Depp,
for the generous
correct?
super chat.
Yes.
Okay. And did you find record evidence that Mr. Depp had a substance abuse disorder?
Severe substance use disorder.
Did any of the
Thank you.
questions asked by Mr. Depp's counsel change any of your opinions in this case?
Nothing there. No, not my opinion has not been swayed an iota.
Okay. Do you hold them all still
Hold
within
on.
a reasonable
Is your
degree
opinion-
of
Of
medical
course
and
you do.
psychiatric probability or certainty?
Elizabeth Brewster.
Thank you very much, Dr. Spiegel.
All right.
Yeah, we don't have to hear from him anymore.
He's awful. You wasted a lot of time, Elaine, and the guy, the jury's like, F this
Next
dude.
witness is Catherine Arnold.
They're not going to call Johnny Depp. At least not today.
Introduce Catherine Arnold instead.
And they're not going to have
We were really
time.
wrong. They had more witnesses that they wanted to put up.
And they're not going to have time to call Johnny.
I do respect that they're all in the courtrum. I have to give them
Lena,
props.
do you have enough super chats to buy the rights
The-
to send
what-
in the clowns?
The reason why he's saying that is because last week, the clown. By the way, the reason why Rick
I think
said
it
that
just emerged and says, I
is
survived
because
Thank you. Testimony.
Will
last
you
week
please
it was
state your name for the
almost
record?
all just video deposition.
Catherine Arnold.
And what is your profession?
I am a entertainment industry consultant, and I also serve as an expert witness.
And can
Oh,
you
boy,
please
here we
tell
go.
the jury your educational background?
Okay.
Yes. So I've been in the entertainment industry for over 20 plus years. I started as an assistant at ICM, which is one of the largest talent agencies in Los Angeles that represents actors, writers, and directors. And I worked with the talent agent there. And then I also worked at William Morris, for William Morris as a script reader. So I was working on scripts that they were delivered and submitted to for their actors, writers, and directors. After that, I went into development of film and television projects for a company based in New York called the Maltese Company, which actually produced animated television shows. and
Amber
feature
Heard's
films based on
team
Wall
has
Street
already used about
animated product.
4.5 to 5 hours of their
And
time.
then I went to
Did you
work.
say they were cartoons?
And they
based on
only
Wall
had
Street?
8 hours.
The Goober Peters Company. And Goober
Cartoons
Peters
based on
was,
toys.
at the time, one of the largest production companies in Los Angeles. They did films like Batman and Rain Man and Tango and Cash. They did TV shows like Witches of Eastwick. And there I was involved in the development of scripts. We worked with the studio directly in terms of what cast would be attached to the scripts and,
That's a
and
few
brought
years ago.
directors and talent to those projects. I then went on to work in, there's a lot. I went on to work in the independent film world as a film producer. So
Okay.
I found the material, I would get the financing, I
And?
would get the cast and the director attached to the project. We call that packaging. And then we would go and obtain financing for that either through equity sources or international sales and financing and bank financing. And then I also went on after that. I produced 5 or 6 films with actors that you may know, including Salma Hayek, Vincent D'Onofrio, Kirstie Alley, Thomas Jane, Ethan Hawke. And then I worked with a international sales and production company where I was the head of production, and I worked again on the development of scripts and the procurement of financing. So I worked in both the independent world and the studio world, meaning independently financed or financed by the big studios like Warner Brothers and Disney and Paramount and such as that.
Okay.
That's the bulk of my work in the entertainment industry.
Did any of your films win awards?
A couple of them did. So a couple of the independent films that
An award-winning
produced,
producer.
one of them won, called Coriolis Effect, won the Venice Film Festival in its category. And then I also produced another film that won the Heartland Film Festival Award. It's called Crystal Award.
And what other video production projects have you been involved in?
So throughout that
She's
time,
a lay person. I know she's asking
I
dumb
also
questions.
worked in the corporate world. So
Elaine is really big on setting up her witnesses for about 10, 15 minutes, all their credentials, before asking them anything really relevant, which is fine because now they're wasting their own time. I mean, they literally have less than 4 hours left.
media for their live
for the
sales
next 4
conferences
days,
that they had at that time.
or the next 3 days after today.
And then I also produced some commercials.
All right. And what, if any, experience did you have in corporate
That would
relations
include
and
Johnny's
licensing?
team putting up witnesses
So
and
early
them
on in my
having
career, I
to
worked
cross-examine
at
those
the
witnesses.
Los Angeles Olympic Organizing Committee, and I worked in the licensing department.
They want to waste their
We
time. They're welcome to
handled
run
the
out their own
licensing of the
clock.
Olympic logo, and we also worked with sponsors and suppliers who were funding those Olympic Games. So it was a lot of contractual negotiations with the use of the
Nice.
license of the logo.
That's exactly what
as
the
well
ambassadors would
as
call that, bro.
raising money for the
Nice.
games and working with those corporate sponsors throughout the 2 years prior to the games and then during the games themselves.
And what, if any, experience do you have working on film festivals?
Well, I've had films in festivals.
I am sure that's what the jury is thinking, but like I said, Elaine is really big on spending 10 plus minutes setting up the credentials, stuff that really doesn't matter, because the jury's not going to remember all this stuff anyway. For the jury to show, look at how much status my witness has. Nobody cares, but hey, it's their time to waste.
All right. And do you have a degree, a college degree?
Yes, I graduated from UCLA with a
Nobody
bachelor's
cares.
degree in economics.
I would have been more
What does
impressed
your
if you didn't have a
current
degree. Who
consulting
cares?
practice entail?
So as an entertainment consultant, having been in the business in both the independent and the studio worlds as both a producer and an executive, I work with investment companies and production companies who are looking to navigate the various inroads of Hollywood. It's a business is very different and unlike anything else and very relationship based. So I use my 20 years of experience to help them get cast, get financing, understand the distribution process, marketing process, and get them set up to be able to produce their films.
Have you ever testified as an expert witness in the field of entertainment industry?
Who cares?
Approximately how many times have you served as an expert?
I've been
Yeah.
involved in
The weird doctor was
85
weird,
to
but at least he was
100 cases as an
entertaining.
expert
You talking
beginning
about
stages to
Doc
testifying.
from Back to the
And
Future?
have you ever testified as an expert on damages?
Or Rick and Morty?
cases?
Yes, I have.
Okay, and approximately how many times have you qualified as an expert on that?
On defamation,
Yes.
I believe 3 or 4 times.
Okay.
Okay, good
And
for that.
have you ever
That's good.
been admitted to testify as an expert on damages?
Yes.
Okay, and how many times have you qualified as an expert on damages?
Tea in Tennessee. Thank you.
Almost all my
Very
cases have
generous.
some form of damage, economic damage related to the case. So I would say in all of the cases that I've testified in, I've been qualified in damages.
Okay. Have you ever served as an expert for both? Have you served as an expert for both plaintiffs and defendants?
Yes, I have.
How much of your current practice involves consulting as opposed to serving as an expert witness?
So over the last 10 or 12 years, it's been about 50-50. So I spent half my time working as a consultant and the other half working with lawyers on their cases.
Your Honor, I'm going to move to qualify Catherine Arnold as an expert in the entertainment industry, standards and practices, and related economic damages.
Any objection? All right, so moved.
Thank you. Now, you have a dual role here as an expert, correct?
Yes.
Now, you're going to be testifying with respect to Mr. Depp's challenges to or claims of damages, and you're also going to be testifying to Amber Heard's damages, correct?
Yes.
All right. Well, I'm going to start you with Mr. Depp's claims for damages.
Okay.
With respect to Mr. Depp's claim damages, on what subject have you been asked to offer your opinion?
So I was asked to assess any alleged damages that the op-ed piece in the Washington Post that Ms. Heard wrote, whether that have impacted his career in any way, particularly did he lose any income or any economic opportunities because of the op-ed piece specifically.
All right. And have you been asked to limit that to the period of December 18, 2018, with the date of the op-ed, through November 2, 2020?
Yes.
Okay. Now, what materials did you review in making your analysis?
There were a lot of documents. I
Of course.
reviewed the pleadings of the case,
Been
the
going on for
complaints,
years.
the discovery items, the
course, there's a lot of
responses
documents.
to what they call interrogatories, which are the questions that the lawyers ask both sides. I reviewed Mr. Depp's deposition testimony, which there were volumes of that, as well as Ms. Heard's. I also reviewed the deposition testimony of the experts that were proffered that had to do with the entertainment industry, the agents and the management teams of both sides. Ron Schnell, the data expert. I also reviewed emails and texts between the parties, between their families, between their management teams, the audio recordings, the visual recordings that have been presented in this case and the previous cases that have been involved in the last couple of years. I also did my own independent research from general publicity and press and investigative articles, as well as those that are specific to the entertainment industry, and utilize some entertainment industry specific sources to get some information that was helpful to my case, to the case.
Thank you, Ms. Arnold. Please describe for the jury your observations with respect to Mr. Depp's career trajectory.
They already went over this.
Mr. Depp
last
has
week.
had an extraordinary career over many years, so it's
This
a
is
long
about
one to look at.
his career taking a decline,
Obviously, he was a
but they're
rising star
trying
in
to
the
say
80s and in
it
the
took a
90s,
decline not
starting with
because
Wall
of
Street and
Amber
all
or
the films that I'm
op-ed,
sure he's been in.
where she accused him of being a wife beater, basically.
He really started to break through when
That
he
it
worked
took
with
a
Tim
decline
Burton,
before
the
that.
director, and of course his character Jack Sparrow in
Oh,
Pirates of the
man. Come
Caribbean
on.
was, world renowned.
Of course.
Probably his biggest role, and he was a well-liked both critically and within the industry and within the public as a movie star. And at the same time, his behavior and both on and off the set, in his personal life and in his professional life, start to interfere.
Please don't let it be
with,
this Dennison guy that's going to be
what we would say
cross-examining
what
her.
everybody saw was his great talent.
He is
And
awful.
It started, there's some stories of issues that started back in the 80s and the 90s, but I would say really
Let it
in
be,
the
Camille.
2000s, between 2006 and 10, is when the behavior started affecting his work to a certain extent in terms of lateness on set. And then, as Ms. Jacobs, his talent agent, discussed with you,
Just saying 2010 because that predates Amber.
it really started to affect her ability to get roles and the industry's willingness to
And his
work with
agent
him,
said she didn't have any problem getting him
having
roles, even
both
with his lateness on
behavior,
set.
tardiness, drinking.
This is in
and drug
direct
abuse,
opposition to what his former agent
and,
said.
Other issues in his
And
personal
she's a
life.
former
So
agent, so
it
she has
got more
no reason to
complicated
say
for her
something
to
nice
find him
about
work,
it.
and I think it got
Other
harder
than
for
to say, oh, I didn't have any
companies
problem getting them
and
work.
studios to hire
Would be
him
self-serving
due
for
to
her.
the challenges that would put on a production.
And when did Mr. Depp's career downturn begin, based on your
See,
review of all the record
this is
evidence?
about trying to say it happened before Amber. Watch. Amber was 2012.
Well, again, according to Ms. Jacobs, his agent, she mentioned that it started getting more challenging for her around 2010.
See?
The lateness on set was being made, she was being made aware of that more and more often from production executives and the producers that she was working with on the Pirates movie. And not only Pirates, it continued on the other films, including Mordecai and Murder on the Orient Express.
He was in all those movies.
And in around 2014, when he had the appearance, it was presumed that he was under the effects of alcohol at the Hollywood Film Awards in 2014.
Objection, Your Honor, non-responsive.
Yeah.
She's answering the career downturn. Overruled. Please continue.
To say hearsay. That would have been the
In
objection. See,
2014,
this guy, Dennison, sucks.
When Mr. Depp appeared
I
at the
hate that
Film
he's
Awards,
going to
Ms.
be doing the
Jacobs
cross
received many phone calls from both
today.
producers, casting directors, and production executives asking her what is going on with your client, why, what's going on with his behavior, can we get him under control? And then I think it really started to shift around the Pirates 5 movie in Australia with, again, the lateness and the issues with the finger that stopped production and things of that nature. And
That was a big deal. His finger got cut off.
Now, based
Nearly.
on your analysis,
A chunk of his
what
finger got cut
has
off.
caused Mr. Depp's career downturn?
Big deal.
Objection. No foundation.
Speculation. Speculation.
Please repeat the question.
Based on your
Hello
Oh.
and welcome.
Sorry. Something
Well,
just happened.
We've talked about the erratic behavior, the tardiness, the drugs and alcohol abuse, and the lawsuits. have had a really big impact, not just this lawsuit, but previous lawsuits that Mr. Depp has been involved with, because there's a lot of publicity around anything that he does. And every time he has filed a lawsuit, it has brought
Why
to
is
light
Denison got to be the guy who
various
does the cross?
issues with
He is going to
respect
miss
to whatever
this.
that
That's going to
lawsuit
play
was
the way
about,
that they want it
whether
to.
it was about, erratic behavior or domestic abuse or drugs and
Denison is
alcohol,
awful.
and even spending
Hopefully he
habits.
can redeem
So
himself
every
here.
time a lawsuit has
He
been
got lucky
filed,
that the last
the
witness
press
was
and the publicity has just
awful
been charged up and brought everything back
because his
to
cross
light.
was
And
bad.
it's been
Hopefully
an
he can
unfortunate
redeem himself with this.
problem for on that level
But
for
I
the
don't have
industry
much
to
faith.
continue to work with him, even though all this is out in the public.
Doesn't that
For
sound
the
like Amber
films that
damaged him?
were shortly before
Yeah.
Pirates 5,
Because the lawsuits
how
are a result of
successful were they?
Amber.
I'm talking Mordecai, Alice Through the Looking Glass. You
I
testified
mean,
to
also
some
just
of
on
those,
like an
the Lone
empathy
Ranger,
level
Tonto.
by the jury. If,
Right.
if they
Objection
think that he's been
compound.
wronged, they're going to be like, what? So he's not allowed to.
Even this
Of
guy's
course, Mr.
objection
Depp has
is
had some
terrible.
obviously extremely successful films, but also in the
Yeah, this line only
4 or
works
5
if
years
you think
prior,
he's really
and through
just litigious
Pirates,
and
there
out
were
on a limb
films
with
that
this
Just
didn't do
terrible.
well at
looking
all
at as
and
a
were
jury.
considered what the industry
Yeah.
calls a bomb, which could have been Alice Through the Looking Glass, The Transcendence, the Lone Ranger, and Mordecai were films that just didn't perform, although they were valued in their financing based on Mr. Depp's star quality and acting ability. Unfortunately, they just didn't perform. So as many hits as he's had, he's also had a lot of recent, what they call failures in the business.
And
What failures?
what, if anything, did Mr. Depp do with respect to showing up for a press conference in Japan for Mordecai?
Ms. Jacobs mentioned in her deposition testimony that Mr. Depp didn't show up for the press conference in Mordecai, which he was not only an actor for, he was also a producer. And he didn't show up. Apparently, he was sleeping, so he wasn't able to make it.
Now, what, if any, impact did the Brooks litigation have on Mr. Depp's career?
Is the jury familiar with this already, or?
Well, I think you can. I mean,
okay. So the Brooks litigation was, there was a litigation around Mr. Depp had punched someone on one of the, I think it was a location manager on the set
Allegedly,
of the film called
maybe?
City of Lies. I don't know exactly what happened to that litigation. However, of course, again, it was written a lot about in the press, and unfortunately came to the forefront that he had, violent behavior yet again.
So
Well, you're not an expert on any of that.
2018,
He is not an expert on that.
Before the op-ed on December 18, 2018, was there any negative articles, negative press about Mr. Depp?
For quite a while, when you're a celebrity such as Mr. Depp, you're in the limelight and everybody wants to look at everything that happens. So after every movie or after every incident, there was usually press. But the ones that were more significant were the ones in the Hollywood, a couple of them in the Hollywood Reporter and one in the Rolling Stone. So in 2017, there was an article in the Hollywood Reporter where the journalist discussed, I think the article was called Pirates of the Caribbean, The Diminishing Returns of Johnny Depp. And that Pirates, the last one was 5, right? And that one didn't perform nearly as well as the other previous Pirates of the Caribbean films. And there was some discussion that the character...
Objection, hearsay, Your Honor.
I think you should explain generally.
Sustained.
Okay. Let me ask you this. When was that Hollywood Reporter article on diminishing returns of Johnny Depp?
That was in the spring of 2017.
Kurt.
Okay. And you said,
talk like that.
and I just want to make sure we understand, how well did Pirates 5 do compared to 1 through 4?
It performed less well by over $200 million.
Okay.
It made
What
$800 million.
other negative press was there in this time frame? We'll take 2000.
It made $800 million.
Before the op-ed.
So in 2018, there was the Rolling Stones article that was an in-depth expose
Well, if
on
you bring
Mr.
this up
Depp's
in
life.
cross, I don't
Again,
trust
his
Denison.
erratic behavior.
I don't
the money
trust
he
him
was
on
spending
cross.
on,
We'll see.
wine.
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
I think she can give generally, Your Honor, the negatives.
Thank you. Can't just
What,
bootstrap
if
that
any,
in.
knowledge do you have of whether Disney saw the Rolling Stone article.
There were emails between the publicity department and the co-chairs and some of the senior executive Disney that they would forward the articles as they came out, both the Hollywood Reporter article and the Rolling Stones article, and they would make commentary. And Alan Horn, who is the one of the co-chairs of Disney, used the word sad. And I think one of the other executives used depressing, that their film star was now being shown in this light to the public in a Rolling Stones magazine.
Action, hearsay.
Sustained. All right. Was there any more articles about Pirates of the Caribbean prior to the op-ed in December of 2018?
All the way on
There
the,
was an article
on the
in October
objection,
28th,
she'd already said it.
The Hollywood Reporter, October
Pathetic.
28th, 2018, where the journalist had spoken to two writers of the film, and they were talking
Objection,
about rebooting the
hearsay.
franchise.
She's entitled to rely on hearsay, and she's just giving the general. She's not.
She's allowed to have the existence of the article.
Elaine is the
Don't
worst,
headline
man.
on.
Elaine
And
is
you're
the
having
worst.
her describe the article.
Yeah. 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 I mean, she can say like what other people are talking about, but the way that she's saying it is that like this is a fact. This is something that happened. You know, there's the lawsuit that people wrote about, and it just shows that he was violent yet again. Like that's so improper.
Well, look, I don't know if this is the exact perfect hearsay line, but we do know that this is the judge's hearsay line because we've been down newspaper row before.
We have indeed.
So it shouldn't come as a surprise. This is exactly what happened before, and it happened on both sides. Like the judge has been consistent on headlines are okay, can't go much further.
Yeah.
Elaine is sneaky. She's always
To
trying
answer
to
some
sneak in
questions, guys,
hearsay.
I know earlier there were some super chats about voir dire. I don't believe voir dire counts as. Oh, maybe voir dire does count against somebody's time.
Should count against Johnny's time.
Yeah, that would count against Johnny's time, because if they were trying to put an expert on that voir dire process would also count against them. So yeah, no, I take that back for a second.
We're guessing a little bit because it's it's up to the court, but it should be Johnny's time.
Yeah, that's generally what I would expect anyway.
So without saying what the article said, say what it's about.
Yeah, it's been the rule the whole trial.
Okay. So in October 28th, the
Nothing
article
has changed,
was called. The article was about whether the Pirates of the Caribbean
Objection,
franchise
hearsay.
would be rebooted without.
Please continue.
In the article in October 2018 was about whether or not the Pirates franchise was going to be what they call redefined without Johnny Depp, and that was regarding two writers that were on the project.
Okay.
And there was one other one.
Okay, go ahead, please.
So there was another article. There was an expose on
Elaine
as president of production.
is trying
It's
to
also
sneak
an
in
article
so much
there.
hearsay evidence
And
that's
this
not
is the one
allowed.
that Mr.
It's
Marks,
ridiculous.
Mr. Depp's expert pointed to regarding the op-ed's impact on Mr. Depp's career. And the online article was, as Mr. Marks pointed out, published on December 20th of 2018. But the same article was in print on the morning of December 18th, 2018, which is the same morning of the op-ed. So that Hollywood Reporter article that Mr. Marks used to say—
Objection, no foundation.
Please continue.
Mr. Marks had used that article to show that Disney wanted to let go of Mr. Depp because of the op-ed, but it was actually
Foundation for
printed
that, actually.
in the Reporter the same morning that the Washington Post article was printed. So there's no way that the Washington Post article had any impact on what the Hollywood Reporter journalist wrote. So they were on the same morning. They were released simultaneously, interestingly enough.
And the one that was 2 days later was the same article, just online.
Same article.
See,
just
this
online.
whole trial is about the Washington
what, if
Post
anything,
article.
was there
This
about
woman is
press
here to say
in
that a
2018
different article is the reason why
Sun
Disney didn't pick him up for
and
Pirates
Dan
6,
Wooten and any
not Washington
litigation
Post.
that Mr. Depp was
So-
bringing up?
So a lot of press was about the UK trial in the lawsuit that Mr. Depp brought against the Sun in the UK about the wife beater title that they used. So there was a ton of press around that, both at the time that it was filed and throughout as documents were being shared with the public, and then of course during the trial itself.
Okay. And what is your understanding of when the article, the wife beater article, first appeared?
I believe it was in July of 2018, about 6 months before the op-ed piece.
And what is your understanding of when Mr. Depp filed suit against the son of Mr. Wooten?
Again, in 2018, I believe.
Okay, June, would it be? Would it refresh your
It was in the
recollection?
spring or summer.
She didn't
it was
say she
fairly
could
shortly
remember.
after the article, so it was long before the op-ed piece was out.
Okay. And what, if any, impact did Mr. Depp's
What, if any?
litigation in the Sun case have on his?
Elaine, what if any?
That was a really
Burkhart.
tough one
Thank you,
on,
T in
on Mr.
Tennessee.
Depp's career, because
Very generous.
everything, every allegation of abuse and every text, every email, all the audio, all the visual stuff was brought to light and made public. And so not only did the public get to see it, but the industry was watching closely. And it's hard for studios, especially a studio like Disney, who's family oriented, be connected to a star that has texts about burnt corpses and violent behavior in video. So it was a big conflict for a lot of the people in the industry to how to navigate that if they're going to work with a star.
And what, if any, impact did Mr. Depp's other litigation against Mandel and Bloom have during that time period?
As I was trying to say earlier, every time Mr. Depp brings a lawsuit, because he's such a well-known public figure, the spotlight goes on him. So every time a lawsuit was filed, whether it was to his business, against his business manager, against his former lawyer, even when he fired his talent agent, it becomes news. And then everybody talks about what could have preceded that. Why would that lawsuit have happened? And then they look at the details. So again, the erratic behavior and the financial issues and the drinking and drug abuse was all part and parcel of every one of those. And it was brought to light yet again each time.
What is your understanding of Mr. Depp's claims regarding Pirates of the Caribbean 6 and how that impacted?
Well, Mr. Depp is claiming that he's lost money on Pirate 6, but Pirate 6 hasn't even been made yet, nor is there even a script that has been what we call greenlit, moved towards production.
Hence
So
why he
I
lost
don't know how
money.
you lose something
Right.
that hasn't happened. So
What?
I think that's what you're
Okay, that doesn't make
And in
any
fact,
sense.
since Mr. Depp's damages are limited November 2, 2020 and nothing since, and that hasn't happened, is there any way he could claim damages for Pirate 6?
Well, you,
Objection leading.
Overruled. Again, you can't claim damages for something that hasn't even happened, whether he was in it or not in it.
If
or
it
was going to
didn't
be in it,
happen
or
because
might
of
have been in
this.
it, whether
Right.
it was 2018 or now.
Calls for a legal
there just
conclusion that is
no
dumb
Pirate
as hell.
6. Not only did he not have a
Yeah.
contract even back in the day,
Speculation.
2018 or after that.
I don't
I'm not
think
saying that-
I don't think Dennison knows how
This
to
is crazy.
properly put
Yeah.
forward
Objection
objections.
legal conclusion.
Thank
Thank you.
Finally.
It's about freaking time, Dennison.
Yeah, it's a flat out legal conclusion.
How do you know he doesn't have a legal contract?
Well,
that's
Ms.
not the legal
Jacobs said he
conclusion.
didn't have a legal contract, and also his agents at CAA said he had not yet negotiated a contract for Pirate 6. And again, there is no script, so they haven't greenlit it, as we say. They don't have it.
Elaine was like Snoke from the last job.
Based on your analysis, what, if any, impact did Ms. Heard's op-ed have on whether Mr. Depp could claim a loss for Pirate 6?
Zero.
Okay. And why do you say that?
Again, well, many things. The movie doesn't exist yet, so that's one. But even as important is that Disney, in their file for this trial, did not have the op-ed piece as part of all of the information they had read and looked about and discussed. The conversations of Mr. Depp not being in whatever new version of Pirates, the franchise that goes forward, those were in discussions long before the op-ed piece even came out. And there are other factors that Disney was considering. The
The lady who
lateness
likes to poop
on
the bed.
set,
There she is.
the
The Colonel
cost
Sanders
overruns
guy
that
on.
cost, which can go from hundreds of thousands of dollars to millions of dollars when you have crews sitting around for
How you gonna poop
2
in
to 4
somebody's
hours,
bed,
8 hours,
girl?
or
What is
even
wrong with you?
several weeks to a month when the finger incident happened. So on top of that, Mr. Depp is an expensive actor. He can earn between $20 and $25 million per movie plus back end. So it's very expensive. So when
I
you
wonder
put that
why
all
that
together,
is.
the
He's
rising
very
costs
good.
of Mr.
Skilled
Depp, his
actor.
talent, the challenges that they had to keep it on budget because of his lateness and his tardiness. challenges that they had to keep it on budget because of his lateness and his tardiness and all the other allegations that would affect a brand such as Disney, right? Someone talks about a burnt corpse does not necessarily coincide with the brand of Disney. So there were many problems. And interestingly enough, there was a lot of conversation internally in the industry.
Objection, hearsay.
She's entitled to rely on hearsay, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Nice.
All right. Please continue without saying what the discussion in the industry was.
Elaine is
The Jack Sparrow
ridiculous.
character had
She's such a slimy lawyer.
been exhausted in terms of where it could go creatively. And I think the studio is looking for
Elaine
a
just
way
put
for
that
it
all on
to
her witness
renew
right
the
there.
franchise,
Figure it
but
out,
not
please.
necessarily base it entirely on the Jack Sparrow character, which is where it had ended up the last couple of years.
Which says Elaine might not go,
And
not know
evidenced
where
by
she's going.
the lesser box office of Pirates 5 compared to the earlier ones.
And was there any article that came out on
what is Cross? Is
November
$800 million
5,
a successful
2020,
movie?
3 days after
God, I hope
X
Tennyson
article
says that.
relating to
Protect your health.
Pirates of the Caribbean and Mr. Depp's
What if
chances
Annie's
of
not a
being
good
Jack
drinking game?
Sparrow?
I think they
He's
reiterated the
not a
fact
good
that he
looking
was
game because
probably
you would
not
be
going to be
drunk.
in the movie.
Elaine is ridiculous.
Now, what impact has the op-ed had on Mr. Depp's career?
Very little. Hardly anybody even knew the op-ed existed before he filed suit. If anybody that I know, but certainly not Disney.
How do you know
And,
that?
How do you know?
What impact has
How
the
do you know
op-ed
that?
had on Mr. Depp's Q scores?
According to what I read of Mr. Alan Jacobs, an expert in statistical analysis, and from my own research on websites that are available to us, Mr. Depp's Q score, or if you're familiar with IMDb, which is Internet
You're gonna
Movie
give an IMDb
Database, which
rating.
is available to public and to the professional side,
This is
his Q
ridiculous.
score did not change dramatically. It was kind of in the middle.
I
of
guarantee you
exactly
she's
the
one of
high
these
and
Me
low of
Too
his
producers.
overall.
So no matter what's going on with Amber, we got to say
where
Me
it was
Too.
a couple weeks before
She's
and
going
a
to be
couple
there to
weeks after,
back
so the op-ed
Amber.
didn't have any effect on his Q score, and that was reiterated by Mr. Jacobs in his deposition testimony.
And then you testified in response to an earlier question I had that people or that nobody seemed to notice the op-ed until Mr. Depp filed suit. Now that was on March 1, 2019. Do you recall?
Yes, that's when
Okay,
the
and-
lawsuit was filed.
And why do you say that they didn't notice until then?
Why do you?
Because the op-ed piece for most people in the industry kind of came and went without much fanfare or not much conversation. It was much more about I don't think very many people even know it was written until the allegations were made by Mr. Depp in the lawsuit. It kind of came in and out of the radar very quickly, if anybody even saw it at all.
All right. Between December 18, 2018 and November 2020, November 2, 2020, our window here, has Mr. Depp continued to star in films?
So Mr. Depp, so the article came, the op-ed piece came out December 18 and 20 of 2018. In January and February of 2019, he shot a film called Minamata, which was an independent film that it was what we call a passion project. He loved the script and wanted to do it. So he was able to film that after the op-ed
How do you know?
piece. And then the Dior
That he loved the
campaign,
script.
Sauvage, I don't know the exact dates of filming, but I know that it did air throughout 2019. And it's my understanding that he still may have that contract with Dior. So he continued that product endorsement. And then in in the spring and the fall, I believe it was, Mr.
only got
Depp
2
was
more
able
seasons.
to do press for the film Waiting for the Barbarians. He went to the Deauville Film Festival, he went to the Venice Film Festival. He was well received at the press conferences. You know, life was at the same level for him in terms of his popularity over in Europe. They were still, he was still working on press for the films. And then, of course, he was scheduled to film
This is a
Fantastic
bad
Beasts
direction for
in
this
early,
question because
November
anybody
of 2020.
intuitively looks at it and says he was
And-
clearly affected.
That's no longer the case. Is that correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
What's the objection?
Can we approach?
I need the
Let me
time to
think
walk
about
up.
it. Give me a second and I'll give you an objection.
I literally, that's what he does. Objection, can we approach? Is like, I got something, but we'll get there.
Yeah, yeah.
So I mean, first of all, I would be very interested in that Hollywood Reporter tidbit if we got it entered into evidence at all. If it was on the same morning, that would be interesting.
And that's no longer the case, correct, on Fantastic Beasts? I don't want you to say anything more than that. That's no longer.
It's no longer the case, correct?
He's no longer in that film.
Can
correct?
I just
He was paid
scream
for it,
into
but
the
he's
mic
not starring
for
the
several
film.
minutes? Is
No,
that
thank
okay?
Now,
You mute yourself first.
what if any effect
Yeah,
did the
mute yourself,
op-ed
then you can
have
do it.
on Mr. Depp's fan following?
I don't know I don't think it had any effect on his fan following. Again, his Q scores didn't shift, and he clearly has a strong fan base.
In your opinion, what or who has caused the damage, if there is any, to Mr. Depp on his career and reputation between December 18, 2018 and November 2, 2020?
Objection, speculation.
Overruled.
She can speculate
Mr.
on
Depp.
that.
And why do you say that?
Well, again, filing the lawsuits, bringing to light the issues, is Mr. Depp doing that on his own accord? And any
Bringing to
statements
light
that were
the issues is an
made
interesting description.
by his team, Mr. Waldman or anyone else, is associated with Mr. Depp, and those statements that came out, the defamatory statements, which we'll talk about in a minute, were also
Objection.
put out by Mr. Depp's team. So
Did he
Wait,
object?
wasn't there an objection?
in actuality, he's
Objected, yeah.
causing his own demise by bringing these lawsuits forward and
That's such a
continuing
ba-
to
that's
kind of
blaming the victim.
ignite the fire of
It's such a
negative publicity
bad
around
thing to run off.
both
It
of them.
really is. I'm telling you, this is a
Are
Me
all of
Too
your opinions
producer.
to within a reasonable degree
She's
of
got to save
credibility
Me
and
Too, so
certainty
she's going to come out for Amber. It doesn't matter
Yes.
what audios,
I was
what
not expecting
videos.
expert
Now I'm going to
Tennyson
move you
Day.
to Amber Heard's damages. With respect to
Not looking
Amber
forward to his
Heard's
cross.
claims
Oh,
for
Lord.
damages, on what subject have you been asked to offer your opinion?
Man, they're going to try to run her in both directions on this.
So I was asked
Good
to
luck.
look at the reputational harm
Being
and
Journal News.
economic
Thank you very
loss that
much for the
Ms.
generous super chat.
Heard incurred due to the defamatory statements that Mr. Waldman, on behalf of Mr. Depp, made in April of 2020.
How would you know on
and
behalf of
June
Mr. Depp?
2020.
And what materials did you review in forming your opinions?
Again, many of the same materials that I reviewed for
So
Mr. Depp's
those
case,
materials
which was the
didn't
deposition
hurt
testimony, the
Johnny
pleadings,
Depp,
the discovery,
but
all
they
of that
did
was
hurt
included,
Amber Heard.
as well as
Come on.
expert testimony that was based on statistical analysis of negative social media campaigns that were created, as well as what happened. I talked to Ms. Heard's agents. I read their depositions. I talked to her publicist. I read her deposition. I talked to Ms. Heard herself to get a first-person accounting of what happened from her perspective after those defamatory statements were made. And then I looked at the, again, emails back and forth and texts back and forth with the studio, Warner Brothers, and other producers that the management team was working with to get Ms. Heard more work.
Now, before I go into the questions that I'm going to ask, I'm going to go ahead and just kind of define this so that we're all on the same page going through it. The jury has seen the three defamatory statements. They're defendants 1245, 1246A, and 1247. And I'm just going to refer to them as the Depp/Waldman statements in asking you all these questions. Will you understand what I'm talking about?
Yes.
Are you going to say
good.
Depp/Waldman every time?
Please describe Amber Heard's career prior to the publication of the Depp-Waldman statements.
So Amber's had a long career for someone who is not, is fairly young still. She was in over 50 productions, I believe including Aquaman and Justice League, but let's just say close to 50 productions. Well, certainly 50 productions before the defamatory statements were made. She had, a consistent working actor's career. Her agents were strategic as she started getting more work, that they wanted her to work with better and better directors, to have, the Danish Girl is a film that had a strong director and a strong critical acclaim. And then she went from that to getting Justice League, which is on the bigger budget, is the bigger scale movie. And then, of course, Aquaman and Aquaman 2. So her career was following a very nice, steady rise. And she was on the precipice of a meteoric rise with Aquaman and Aquaman 2 prior to the statements.
Was Aquaman a successful film in terms of box office sales?
Aquaman was an extremely successful film. It made over $1 billion, and I believe it is the highest grossing DC comic film ever.
And yet it's just a little
What
bit
if
north
any
of Pirates 5.
accolades did Amber
Weird.
receive for her role in Aquaman? And I'm going to call it, sometimes I'll call it Aquaman 1 just to
You're
make
getting a
sure
little
we don't get
salty.
confused.
Right. So in Aquaman 1, there were
I
many
find this
emails
flip
from
of the expert
the
to be
director and the producer.
wildly
and the
Objection, hearsay.
She's just characterizing yours, she's not
Disingenuous.
quoting them.
Yeah.
I don't know where it's going.
I don't know that I would have
overrule
ever
it.
asked an
Thank
expert to try to do both sides of this.
She got emails from the director and the producer stating that they loved her performance. and they loved her
Objection,
work.
hearsay.
You can't say what the emails say, but you can summarize them or characterize them. Can you do that?
Summarize them?
Emails,
Well, she
emails
can't
of
summarize
accolade
them.
from
No.
her, from the director and the producer.
Objection, hearsay.
Overrule this.
Thank you. Okay. What type of press opportunities did Amber have prior to the Depp Waldman statements?
So the press really loved working with Amber. She was on the cover of many magazines after The Danish Girl, after Justice League, after Aquaman. She was the cover girl. I think it was Marie Claire or Elle in the UK. She had a cover story of a big magazine in Mexico and Australia. They were, one magazine called her Woman of the Year, another one called her Role Model of the Year. So she got a lot of press. She did a lot of press, both in magazines, but also on the press tours and the press junkets that she did for the films.
Role model of the year.
And were some of those California style, Marie Claire, Elle, Shape?
Objection.
Yes, there was a lot of them.
Objection, leading.
Overruled.
There was a lot of them. So I'm not, don't
Come
remember all of them, but it was, GQ, Elle, Marie Claire,
Oh,
the big magazines.
it was
both
absolutely
here in
leading.
the UK, Eastern Europe, in Latin America, and in Australia.
And what about after the release of Aquaman, which was December 2018? How was her press then?
Well, the press tour was doing well, and they wanted to give her a lot more press. And I think up until the defamatory statements came out, she was on deck to do a lot of press. And then it
Objection, no foundation.
Yeah.
Please continue.
So the press and the request for press went silent after the defamatory statements were made, and which then the negative social media campaign ensued after that.
This guy better do a good job jumping this cross because there's so much here to get into with cross-examination because this lady is so full of shit.
Considering an actor for a role.
Social media becomes a big part of how studios decide to use an actor and actress in a film because they want to know how the general public feels about them. They want to know what the consumer feels about that actor. So when there's positive social media, that's a good thing for the actor. When there's negative social media, it can be very bad because not only can social media be directed at the actor or the actors themselves, but it can also be directed towards the movie company, towards the product that the actor or actress is working with. So it becomes very complicated and it can get very messy.
I'll bet you
to continue
by the
working
time
with
this
an
is
actor
over,
or an actress if there's a lot of negative.
Amber Heard's team is going to have about
And after
2
the Depp
hours,
Waldman statements, what happened on social
if that. Because they still have to do
After
the
the Depp
cross
Waldman
examination,
statements, social media
in which
blew
case
up
Elaine's going to
with
probably want to come back and do a redirect.
tweets and Instagram posts and Facebook posts and
If at
Snapchat
that
and
point
trolling, as
she
we
either
call it,
rests
is
or they
negative.
call Johnny up,
According to Mr. Schnell, there was
It's
over
over.
1.2 million negative tweets about Amber
but
using
right now they're getting into
hashtags that
the
use
5.5
the words in the
hour
statement of the Depp Wald statements.
time
Depp
frame
Waldman
of their
statements,
time. They're over. They're at least at 5.5
that
hours,
1.2 million
and
negative
so that
statements
means they
between
have
April of
2.5 hours
2020
max
and
left to
November or
last.
January of 21.
Tuesday,
It's a lot
Wednesday,
of negative
Thursday,
publicity, and
and Friday.
There's just a lot of what we call noise around Ms. Heard and her work of any kind.
Can you please describe to the jury what a negative social campaign is?
So A negative social campaign would be when a fan base, or in this case, according to both the forensic statistical analyst as well as Ms. Heard's agents and the product that she was working with, L'Oreal, and her publicist, it was a campaign that included both live accounts, live Twitter, people that actually have are individuals, as well as what we call
Objection.
bots.
May I be heard?
All right, here comes.
Can you bring in the ancillary stuff to what the Depp-Waldman statements are to try to maximize damages that don't relate directly to the statements?
Right.
Sorry, what was your question?
Well, they're trying to hit on a cascading point here, right? They make the statements and then social media either takes it or they are running some kind of smear campaign at the same time. But that isn't up in their charging documents, right? It's the effect of the statements directly.
I mean, what they're saying is that she has PTSD as a result of them. I'm wondering if the PTSD would have been caused by the social media backlash or something.
Other than the bots, please describe the rest of the social media, the negative
Other than
social
the
media
bots.
campaign.
The fan base was very energized by is it the Depp-Wald state?
Yeah, let me just
the
ask
Depp-Waldman.
you-
I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
I
There's a lot
caught-
in my brain right now.
It doesn't matter. Why don't I do this? Let me formulate a different question. How has the negative social media campaign been used against Amber Heard since the Depp-Waldman statements?
Great. So the negative campaign has been used both
Depp-Waldman
to,
statements. Nice phrasing.
let's fire Amber off of Aquaman, to the product that she had an endorsement contract with L'Oreal, the makeup. And
She
every
still has a
time
contract
that
with
L'Oreal
L'Oreal.
mentioned Amber Heard and the product together, they would get harassed. Her publicist company was harassed. Any kind of movie that she was related to or television project that she was related to got negative attention from the social media world. Even the charities that she was involved with were getting hammered, if you will, or bombarded by negative social media, which made it difficult to work with Amber on any level
Yes,
because
ma'am.
negativity was brought to their product, service, or film.
And is that negative social media campaign ongoing to this day?
Every moment.
And you were talking a little bit before, I think, about remove Amber Heard from Aquaman 2. What were your observations with respect to that in connection to the Waldman
She
the
pooped
Depp
in a man's
Waldman
bed.
statements?
Again, the statements, the social media campaign, whether called, remove Amber from Aquaman or, negativity for her relationship in that film, it always tended to use words that were inside the defamatory statements. They became hashtags, right? So, if it was said in the defamatory statement, they were often reiterated in the tweets and the posts.
How difficult is it for an actor to repair this?
They
type
come from
of
the statements
negative
because
social
people are
media?
otherwise mindless automatons, is the legal theory.
Well, first of all, it has to stop. Okay, so once it stops, then an actor and their team can work slowly and patiently in both. Maybe it's press interviews, maybe it's relationship with charity, maybe it's a small role in a movie and they do well and they kind of rebuild their career. But it can take 2, 3, 4, 5 years or more to rehabilitate your career. But first and foremost, it needs to stop. It just needs to stop so that they can, the consumer can get beyond it, and then they can reactivate their career by doing their work again.
Describe Amber Heard's reputation after the Depp Waldman statements.
Well, the reputation, I guess, depends on who you're talking to, but in the public,
Literally
it's
your job to
very
say the
negative.
answer to this question.
In the industry, they like her work, but they can't work with her right now, again, because every time her name is mentioned, the negativity flares.
And that's
up
why she's
again.
an Aquaman
So
too?
it doesn't make sense for them to try to make a movie which costs millions of dollars
see
and
if
then
she
have a lot of
remained in it.
negativity towards the film or
Well,
the TV
yeah,
show or
but at
the
this point,
product.
she still is,
So
as far
her
as we
world
know.
has been silent in terms of opportunities, and even things that she wanted to work on are no longer available to her.
Has
Well, how
Amber
can you
been
say
able
that if
to
they don't
obtain
exist? You can't
roles
be damaged.
after
Yes.
the Depp Wall
Right.
statement?
Right.
For a long time, no. Very recently, she was able to do a small independent film from some people out of who get their financing out of Europe. But up until that, no, she has not worked.
How is that different from
No.
Johnny's small independent films?
Based
I'm
on
so
the fact
confused.
that Amber came out of Aquaman, what should her opportunity, what would you have expected following the release of Aquaman December 2018 up to what's going on now?
I like to call Aquaman really, Amber Heard's Star is Born moment. It was that moment where not only was she a good actor, but she was now world renowned because she was in the most successful film almost of all time, if not all time, and certainly for DC Comics. She was on the poster with the very handsome Jason Momoa, and they were this couple, and she was strong and beautiful, and it was just this extraordinary moment for her to career to take off, right? Her agents were excited, the producers were excited, everybody just wanted to hit the ground running and let's do more work.
What, if anything, happened to Amber's participation in Aquaman 2?
How much you know?
So for a moment in time in February 2021, there were conversations that Amber's, I'm going to be technical with you, her option for employment was not going to be exercised. So they may not have hired her again, even though she had a contract for it. There was some question as to whether she was going to be hired again on Aquaman 2.
The studio said that was about her
And did ultimately then she still
charisma
get hired for Aquaman 2?
with
She did.
Jason
Her
Momoa.
management team fought very hard.
That's
and
what
they
the
ultimately
studio
ended up
said
hiring
it
her,
was
but
about.
also not only because of what her management team did, but Jason Momoa, the star, and James Wan, the
Their
director,
chemistry.
committed to her in an email saying, if we are involved in this movie,
Objection, no foundation, hearsay.
Don't say what the email said, just summarize it or describe it.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I'm just trying to understand this world. So
I thought you said you were
her
an
management
expert
team
witness.
worked hard.
That's the
Jason
other thing
Momoa
that you do.
and the director were adamant.
I think it might be the only
Objection, hearsay.
Work hard. I think
To
that's,
be in the
Your Honor, she has to be able to say.
Well, sustain as to hearsay.
Right.
She does not have
So
to be able to say it, Elaine. Stop.
what, if any, assurances did Mr. Momoa and Mr. Wan give Amber that she
Call for
would be in
hearsay.
Aquaman 2?
Objection, hearsay.
Yep.
She sustained it 3 times in a row, Elaine.
What if any doesn't get you out of it, Elaine?
What, if any,
Pisses me off.
are you aware of any
Lita's losing it.
chemistry issues?
I am.
Send
I'm
help.
so sick of
between
what if any.
Amber and Jason Momoa
It is
from
physically
Aquaman?
painful.
According to the fact that they did a chemistry test with Ms. Heard and Jason Momoa in order for her to be hired, that is a good indication that they thought the two of them had good chemistry. Obviously, when you look at the movie, they have good chemistry, and the poster.
The
they have
studio
good
said
chemistry.
that
So
the reason
the
why they
posters
didn't want
and
to
our awareness
exercise
that
their
they have good
option is
chemistry.
because they didn't have good chemistry.
Scott
And
Plains, thank you
what
for
if
your very generous
anything,
super chat. Thank you,
would
Scott
also
Plains.
suggest, with respect to Aquaman 2, that Jason Momoa believed they had good chemistry.
He wanted her in the movie.
Okay.
Objection,
I think,
hearsay.
Yeah.
I think she has to be able to rely on it.
How does she know? How does she know what he thought? How does she know whether he wanted her?
In your review of
She
all of
hasn't
the record
testified to
evidence,
anything
what,
that
if
can
anything,
make
did
us
you
believe that.
see in writing
I want Dennison to just
anywhere
have 7
that there was
reviews
ever
to
any
talk about their chemistry or lack
creative
thereof.
issue with Amber Heard and Jason Momoa from Aquaman 1?
There were no communications whatsoever that there was no chemistry between the two.
And what, if anything, did you, in all the record evidence, did you see that the producer or Jason Momoa did not want Amber Heard in Aquaman 2?
I did not see any
They
evidence
opened the
of that.
door to this. If Jason Momoa has
In
ever
fact, the
talked
opposite,
about
correct.
Amber Heard or
Correct,
their
again.
chemistry.
I overruled. Thank you, Your Honor. Now, what, if any, leverage did Amber Heard have to renegotiate her salary under the circumstances of the discussions you were talking about, with not exercising her option?
She had zero leverage. She was fighting for her life to stay in the film.
Now, is it typical for an actor to be able to negotiate an increase in their salary after a successful franchise?
So you may know this already, and so I apologize if you've heard it before. I don't know what's been brought to your attention, but in a franchise such as a potential franchise as Justice League and Aquaman, the customs and practice is that the studio will make an agreement with the actor that incorporates potential future films. So if Justice League does well, they want to know what they're going to pay the actor for the next one and the next one and the next one. And in those successive terms in the contract, the fee for that actor customarily goes up. It can go up by 10%, 20%, 100%, double, what have you. And in the case, as Ms. Kovacevic stated in her testimony, that in a successful franchise, that a movie that's made $1 billion, the actors' agents will go back and try to renegotiate that upcoming price tag. So if it was going to be X, they might want it to be 2X or 3X.
Hollywood's weird,
and that's very
because the only reason
standard
you pre-agree
in the
to a
industry
price on an
renegotiate your
exercisable
contracts when
option is
there's
so that you lock in
many
your price.
films in one single contract.
Yeah,
at each
that's
other
kind of the
price
point.
points.
It's
Hiya, thank
very
you
weird.
What
again
if
for
any
this
other
very
actors
generous
in
super chat.
Aquaman 1
Thank
were able
you.
to renegotiate their contracts?
Jason Momoa renegotiated his contract very significantly from Aquaman 1 to Aquaman 2.
Sure.
Do you know roughly how
Do you
much
guys
more?
not understand
Uh,
future-looking
it
contracts?
Went up from the, let's somewhere between 3 and 4 million to 15 million.
Yeah, I mean,
Did Amber
look,
have a contract for
everybody said this, so
Aquaman
this is
1?
how Hollywood works. It's just
Yes.
amusing to me.
How much was she paid for Aquaman 1?
Aquaman 1, she was paid $2 million.
No, she wasn't. She was paid $1 million.
And did that same contract
agent said $1 million.
provide for if she was in Aquaman 2?
I'm sorry, I apologize. Aquaman 1, I believe she got $1 million. Aquaman 2,
It's all right, I got your back.
$2 million. I apologize. The numbers- there were a
When
lot of
Hogue
numbers
is a
in that
better
contract.
witness,
So Aquaman 1, it was 1 million.
just call
Aquaman
us.
2
We'll give you the
is
whole
going to be
trial.
2 million.
That's fine.
Now, based
We
on
could be
your
all the
experience
witnesses.
and knowledge in the industry, how much
We're all
would
witnesses
Amber
to this
Heard have
train
been
wreck.
able to negotiate her contract, but for the Depp Waldman statements for Aquaman 2, I'm asking.
Right. Well, as you can see from Mr. Momoa's contract, that went up exponentially up to $15 million.
fast
Ms.
was the
Heard, I
train
don't know if she
going?
would have gotten
2
$15
miles
million
an
for
hour.
the movie, but she
Why
certainly
did it
could have
hit you?
increased
I
it by
couldn't
$1
get
or
out of
$2
the way.
million or even doubled it. So if it was 2, it could have been 4 or even 5 or 6, depending on the enthusiasm if it had just rolled from Aquaman 1 to Aquaman 2 without any of this
I think that's good
negativity that
testimony.
was created by
It's
the
a little
Waldman-
shy of
the
100
Depp
million,
Waldman
but I think it's
statements.
good testimony.
J
What if
Phillips
anything happened to
4400.
Amber's
Thank you for
role
the
in
very generous
Aquaman
super
2
chat.
after the Depp Waldman statements?
It was diminished.
How do you know? Because it never was realized, so
Now,
it couldn't have been
why
damaged.
would Amber
Yeah, well,
have been
that's why-
featured
that's also the same reason she wasn't harmed by Pirates
more
6. 'cause it doesn't
prominently in
exist.
Aquaman 2?
Objection, no foundation.
How do you
I
know?
can't believe they had this lady go out there with both of these arguments.
What usually determines?
What if any time is
are
left on
you
Amber
able
Heard's side?
to speak to whether Amber
Exactly.
should
I was just saying
be
that.
prominently featured in Aquaman 2?
They gotta have less than 2 hours.
Well, a couple of things. Just
I'm
Man.
trying to get your foundation. Are you able to speak to that?
Yes.
Okay. And
Or
please
they
tell the
will after
basis
this
of that
witness
and the-
because they still have to do
before
the
the
cross.
So there's 2 things.
And
When
after the
2
cross,
actors
they have
do
to do
well
the
in a
redirect.
romantic relationship,
Has to leave them
you
less
know,
than
they
2 hours.
get married or they're going to have a baby,
teasing at
you
this
want to
point.
follow that through, because part of what
Who's this woman
did
again?
well in Aquaman was not only the action sequences, but to have a strong female character having a relationship with a strong male character, it's very empowering, right? So that was working for them in the first place. The poster of Aquaman that went around the world was one of the main posters was of
actually
the
watch
2 of
the
them
movie?
together standing proud and strong, right?
I
Being
don't know that she has
couple.
watched the movie.
And
based
so
on what she's basing
naturally,
this
as
on.
you go and develop scripts in the industry, you want to follow on the things that are working.
I want to be an expert
And
witness
according to
that
Ms.
just
Heard, when
testifies
she
to
read the first
chemistry
script
in
for
action
Aquaman 2, she
blockbuster
had a
movies.
strong romantic arc for the entire film. And then she also got to do some great action sequences at the end of that storyline and that
I feel like
script.
we live in
So
an
she was
entirely different
featured
universe
predominantly
than
throughout the
where
script
they
of
just get
Aquaman 2
paid
when
in
she first read it.
insane numbers.
And
but
then what happened?
Well, she didn't hear anything, so she
Her
wasn't
life
getting
is
the scripts when her colleagues were getting the
completely
scripts. She
bizarre.
heard that through her agents. And then when she got the script, it was pared down from the first script dramatically. They had her in the hospital very shortly in the first part of the movie called Act 1. They had her in the hospital.
Oh, please
and
spoil
they pretty
Aquaman
much
2.
had her in the hospital, and then she was going to do this action sequence in the
Are you
end.
gonna watch it?
She trained 5 hours a day
I like
for
Aquaman.
several months with a trainer to do this big action sequence. And then when she got to set, two things happened. One, the costume designer said, I don't know what happened to your role. It got diminished. And
Objection,
two,
hearsay.
Yep.
Sustained.
All right,
I'm
go ahead with
sorry.
the second
Okay.
one. That's
And
right.
more importantly, though, this big action sequence that she was going to do at the end of the
Expert
movie,
witness,
the third
huh?
act, was cut out, and they took it away from her. So it was radically
Was it her by herself,
reduced
or did
from
they
what it was
did they
in the
scrimp
script and
budget a
what
little?
she even trained for while she was preparing for the movie.
And what, if any, changes were made to the storyline?
Good luck.
I haven't seen the movie yet specifically, so I can't
Oh,
really speak to that
okay.
yet.
All
Good
right,
to
when you say she
know.
was in the hospital, what do you mean by, was she injured in the first scene?
I believe that in the first act.
How
of
does
the
someone
movie,
get to
she
the
was injured
hospital,
somehow,
Elaine?
or has something to do with the
Chad's
baby. I don't
really
How do you know?
for
I'm just
Aquaman
going
2,
with what
apparently.
was
How do you
told me
know?
about
Yeah.
was that she ends up in
That's
the
definitely
hospital
hearsay.
early
You don't know.
Aquaman 2 movie.
I mean, I guess they're assuming we're not going to watch it anyway.
All of the interactions
Disagreeing with
with
something.
character and certainly the action
I will
scenes
still
were taken
back
out.
up Aquaman.
How has Amber typically been involved in promotions for her films?
As we talked about earlier, actively involved in the press and the promotion, whether that was on the press
Yeah,
junkets,
including
what we call
writing
when they tour
op-eds
the world, and the
for the
actors tour
purposes of
together
promotion.
and answer questions from the press at various screenings and film festivals. And then also she was on the cover of magazines, usually after her movies, especially after Justice League.
And how was the promotion of Aquaman 2 affected by the Depp Waldman statements?
Amber has not been involved in any of the promotion that's been done to date, or very little, particularly in a teasers that I've seen. We call it short little films about the making of and so forth. She's not featured in
I'm
them.
legitimately curious.
And
Is there
also,
any
very
mass market
specifically,
Aquaman
there was
2
a big
promotional stuff
event
right
that
now?
Warner Brothers
I
put
don't know. I
on
haven't-
during the
I haven't seen an
fandom.
inch.
I think it's a DC fandom event, which is a big kind of like Comic-Con style event.
That'd be an interesting
And
line
they
of questions on
invited all
cross.
of the actors, or the majority of the actors that have strong roles in film, to participate both in the posters and the artwork, and also
I guess they did just
participate
have the
at
Comic Stone
DC
thing.
fandom. And Ms. Heard was not invited to either be in the poster or be at the event. And in fact, they told her she cannot come.
Oh.
Now, can this hurt Amber's
definitely-
career, not being allowed to be in any of the promotional materials?
Absolutely. It means that nobody knows.
Uh-oh, what just happened?
It means that
There we
nobody
go.
knows about her. She doesn't have the same part in the film. It's not going to take her on to her next
That's the case,
movie.
generally speaking,
She's
anyway.
not being associated with the tremendous amount of promotion that's going to be made for this,
I need
movie that everybody's looking forward to see. So she's
Read
not a
loud.
part of it. But they certainly took away the cover picture and the cover story.
How have the Depp Waldman statements affected press requests for Amber?
So yes, they affected it because
feel
you
like
get
that
press
is-
requests, and now they are on Jennings.
Has Amber
I feel like
Heard
she could get an
obtained any
interview
roles
in
since the
10
Depp Waldman
seconds if she wanted to.
Again, for many years, no, for a good period of time, or a
Is it
year and a
because
half,
she's
2
just
years,
not
until
talking
she
to the
got
press
this
because
small
of the
movie called
lawsuit? She doesn't want
Under
to,
Fire.
and her attorneys don't want her to?
Has Amber obtained any studio movie roles?
I mean, if she
since the
wanted,
Depp
she could be on my
Waldman
channel tonight.
No.
How, if
Oh, wait,
at
I
all,
think there's a
have
court order
Amber's
that says she can't,
philanthropic opportunities been affected by Depp Waldman statements?
Again, she had some passion
She's
projects. She was
much money
invited
as she
to do some
likes.
charity work, and she also had her own passion projects that she, loved and wanted to be involved with and even travel for. But they decided it
This
wasn't gonna be a
expert
good
man is
idea
so full of
because
shit.
she appears everywhere. The social media negativity campaign starts up again.
Is it possible that the truth about her hitting Johnny, like the audios and the information about her pooping in his bed, got out? That could have had a negative impact.
Prince promotion or commercials, like Jennifer Aniston doing the water, or Matthew McConaughey doing the car commercial. That's a product endorsement. He's paid to say that the product is good and be associated with the product.
How important are those endorsements to the actors in the entertainment industry?
Well, very, very important on two levels. One, they bring a good amount of income to them when they're not shooting a movie, so it's a good way to make money in between film roles. And then also, it shows the studios and the production executives and the financiers that the actor is relevant in the community because they're being associated with the product. So if it's a well-known product, that's really great. If it's a medium product, that's great, and so forth and so on. So you want to be, if you can, and if that's something that you like to do, not everybody does, but if they like to do that, then they can get a lot of value out of those product endorsements because then the studios see that there's a connection with the consumer, not just on the film, but also with product.
Did Amber have any endorsement activities prior to the publication of the Depp Waldman statements?
Yes.
Please explain.
So Amber was hired by L'Oreal to be a product and endorse their product, the makeup line. And she had a $1.5 million contract for 2 years. And they were able to work. They had 20 days of her work. They had the right to work with her for 20 days. And she started the work. And then when the defamatory statements came out, they essentially put a pause on working with her. So they no longer brought her to photo shoots. They no longer had her do public events for the product, and basically said, "We love you, but we can't work with you right now because it's just too much."
Objection, hearsay.
All right. I'll sustain the objection.
Okay. Have the Depp Waldman statements affected that deal in any way with L'Oreal?
Well, they put it on pause and haven't done any of the work, so she's not out there in the public eye related to the product. And they have decided to continue working with her at some point once, as I said, this all quiets down, this trial is over, and hopefully the negative campaigns will stop. So they extended her contract, but they did not pay her for that extension.
And has Amber been hired for any other endorsement deals since the Depp Waldman statements?
No.
Now, did you assess Amber's losses as a result of the Depp Waldman statements?
Yes.
What did you do to assess those?
Well, first of all, I looked at Amber's career directly. So I wanted to see, as I said earlier, she worked consistently, and then she was on this kind of very large upswing with the big movies, Justice League and all of that, and The Stand with the Stephen King project. And then it stopped, right? So her work stopped. And then I looked at other actors that kind of grew up at the same time frame. Grew up meaning they started their career and had the same time frame to start going from the smaller projects to the well-known director projects to the big movie projects. And I looked at those actors, and I then saw after they had their stars for a moment, if you will, I wanted to see where their careers went.
Closing arguments are separate timing.
Several actors to see, including Jason Momoa, who's her co-star, to see what happened in their careers after such a successful film as Aquaman came out.
And why did you use that method of analysis?
It's a very common methodology in the entertainment industry to work with what we call comps. I think Ms. Kovacevic even used that word comp. With films, you try to find comparable films. With actors, you look to see comparable actors. So you can it's not a distinct actual, this is going to happen, but this is the probability with a reasonable certainty that with the right management team that she had and her acting ability and her looks and the press that she was getting and should have continued to get, that her career would have been similar to these other actors.
Have you used that method in other cases in which you've been an expert on damages?
Yes, I have.
Who did you select as comparable actors for your comparison?
Well, I wanted to look at actors that were in superhero films that had done really well at the box office. So I looked at Jason Momoa, her co-star. I looked at Gal Gadot, who was is in Wonder Woman.
No way. They all had their own feature films. No.
Ana de Armas, who was in Blade Runner. Thank you, Blade Runner. I looked at Zendaya, who was in Spider-Man, and I looked at Chris Pine, who was in Star Trek and also Wonder Woman. About the similar age range.
Oh, no.
You compared her to Zendaya?
No way.
So
Chris
I was.
Pine?
It's not. There are not that many
Come
actors
on.
to look at who do superhero characters. So it was a
Here's
small
who
pool
you
to work
looked
from,
at.
but I took a
Katie
wide
Holmes
range
from Batman Begins.
those actors, both men and women, to see what could potentially happen to Miss Rose.
Do you consider all of them to be identical for purposes of measurement?
Oh, absolutely not. I mean, no two actors are identical. You can only look at that within a range of characteristics and work history, management team, and so forth.
Here's the problem. Denison's doing the cross, and
Q-score analysis
the problem is Denison's doing the cross, and the person who really should be doing this cross is Camille, because Camille can get down to all the problems with this woman's
calendar years
testimony quickly. Denison is kind of bumbling, and he's going to have a problem, I think, getting through it.
Which works
So,
on statistical
yeah,
analysis, but
this is
talking
not good.
about actors and the relationship,
I mean, her testimony is crap, but
scores are related to the actor's
they'll,
viability
but it could probably sway some people, but having the right attorney do the cross is so important. And I really hope after today, Denison doesn't do any more cross examinations, because he does not need to. He's really not the guy to be doing the cross.
What was their Q score? But moreover, he just looked at them in a year range. So it doesn't coincide from actor to actor just because you look at it over time. You have to look at it specifically after each of those individuals' box office success with a particular film. You look at the Q score, high or low during that, and then you look at how low it drops, say, a couple months afterwards, and then if it comes back up, if they have another film or another event that brings them into the limelight again. So it's not about time, it's related to a specific activity or event, and he did not do that.
Okay.
I
What
can't
did
believe
your
she compared her to
comparison
Zendaya.
show in terms
I know.
of films that
One of the
Gal
most
Gadot.
successful-
Kurt's leaving. Kurt's gone.
All
He's
right.
gone to
Kurt's out of there.
Get himself a
Kurt's out. I'm done with this. Kurt's out of there.
I'm not quite sure I understand.
Well,
Gal Gadot.
what
Chris Pine.
what happened with these other actors after they
Panel
had
poll, do we
their-
think that this direct ever ends?
Oh,
Stars
unrelated
Born
to Q
Moment.
scores were, right. Oh, okay, sorry. So all those actors' careers, the ones I mentioned, they all either were a steady rise or even a meteoric rise in terms of where their career went
Wonder
after
Woman.
their Stars Born moment, and they got
Yeah.
some other good films, and maybe
She
they
had
got another
multiple
crazy.
major films
performed extremely well.
on her
So
own.
it was a range, but they all were on an upward trajectory. About.
Who knew Mira
what does
the
this mean for
Atlantean?
For those of you who noticed me getting
With a reason,
my eyes
the way
closing,
the
it's
film
because
industry
this
works
is,
is usually, unless
there are portions of this that
a
is
force
incredibly
majeure or
difficult
some
to
really
stomach,
negative
but
event,
yeah,
her career should have followed that same upward swing in
Crazy.
about the same time frame, give or take 6
Crazy.
months a year. But it would be very reasonable
Go ahead, Kurt.
to believe that
Kurt said, I'm going to go to the kitchen. I'm done.
within the range of those other actors.
What, if any,
Come
comparisons
on.
did you make respecting endorsement deals of these actors with them?
I mean, I think it could have been in the.
Again, all those
What if
actors
any?
that we've talked about all did
If What If Any was a drinking game,
after their
I'd be in the
big
hospital.
movies or after their big series of movies. Jason Momoa is on, Rocket Mortgage and Harley Davidson, as well as 5 or 6 other companies. Zendaya is Lancome and fashion and water and jewelry, and Gal Gadot
Zendaya is like the most
Chris Pine
successful young woman in Hollywood.
and Anna de Armas. They've all done either a couple or
Zendaya is also a much better actress than Amber Heard even thought about being.
Amber, who hasn't even been able to work on
I'm constantly
one
comparing you in my
project
head
she
to
had.
Jason
She
Momoa.
certainly didn't get any others.
So what did your
Lots of people do
analysis
that, but
show
it's
with
never
respect to
favorable.
Amber Heard's losses, but for the Depp Walden statements?
They were significant. If we follow the trajectory of her, colleagues.
Well, let's start with at Aquaman
Also,
2.
interesting how they've started to call
What
it
would
the
she have
Depp Walden
realized
statement
there?
rather
it's
than just
deliberate.
Walden.
Well, as I stated earlier, so
Yeah, she said that at the start to
from
combine them in
Aquaman
your
1
head
to
so they
2,
can cheat if they
it
have to.
went from $1 million to $2 million, right? So that was a pre-written contract, it doubled. So the
And
agents
technically, it's a defined
were
term.
very excited after the success of Aquaman to go and negotiate a much higher fee like they did for Jason Momoa. They weren't able to do that. So in that instance alone, it was more than likely a $2 million loss just from that movie alone.
So 2 to 4.
But it didn't.
you said before.
It could have been 4, it could have been 6.
Objection leading.
Exactly.
Contract never existed.
What about other films?
Come on. What the fuck?
So once as
can't have losses
Amber's
for a film that was
agent,
never made.
How can you switch like this? in the
Okay,
middle of
Kovacevic,
testimony?
doing okay. Ms. Kovacevic said that once you get that quote of the $2 million from Aquaman 2, that kind of was like the baseline for any other movie she would have done. So any other studio movie would have started from there, and depending on
Okay, so she
the
priced
success
herself
of
out of the rest of
Aquaman
the
and how
market.
much press she did, maybe she worked on another great director, independent film, whatever, that $2 million for a studio film, and had it jumped to $4 million with the renegotiation, that then would have been the basis. So any future studio film that she would have done, any big budget film, would have been the basis at $4 million, and then most likely have gone up from there if she was able to get others, which she should have, just like the other actors.
Let's talk about TV for a minute. What would those losses have included?
Well, On the Stand, which was, about the same time as Aquaman, but got the press and the promotion got cut off because of the defamatory statements and the negative campaign. She got paid $200,000 an episode on The Stand. So on a TV series of 9 episodes, it's $1.8 million. So if she had, again, done other TV shows, it's very likely that whether she worked with a streamer or with one of the networks, that fee would have gone up from there. Her agents would have been able to use the leverage of the success of Aquaman 2 to put her, if she had done another television show, given rise to even a higher episodic fee. Some actors go up to $1 million an episode. Jason Momoa is in his TV show got $1 million. So there's an exponential range of where she could have gone.
What about endorsements?
No, I take it back. 9 episodes.
Same thing, all the other actors were doing over the course of a couple years period, anywhere from 5, 6, 7 other endorsement deals, and Ms. Heard realistically
because they were the
should have gotten
stars.
endorsement deals and other
Literally,
categories.
Yeah,
I know I've been
stars can do that.
but I cannot square this part of the testimony with the earlier part of the testimony about Pirate
jewelry
6.
or
I can't do it.
wellness, or it
I mean,
could have been anything else. And so she too should have
Yeah, you can't
with a
look at
reasonable
anything
degree of
that
certainty
hasn't happened
on
as
other
a loss.
contract deals
All of
based
the
on the
stuff
success
that hasn't
of the films
happened
that
is
she's
a
been
loss.
associated with.
Yeah, exactly.
What would that have translated
Well,
into?
What happened with Depp,
In terms of dollars,
nothing that happened, you can't count that as a loss. But everything that didn't happen for Amber is a loss.
for a 2-year contract.
Come on now.
And
That's
that's
all
for
Lieutenant Dennison has to say.
1.5 or
Don't waste a
$2
bunch of time on this,
deals, which
on
all
this
those
witness.
other
Now
actors,
maybe like one of
especially
those
the ladies, have
bed
gotten,
protector covers.
then
You
you're
might buy
looking at
that.
an additional $8 million of income over time. I'm not saying this is in one period. We're looking at as far back as the defamatory statements of 2020 to now, which is almost 2 years. And again, as I said earlier, even when this is
Wasn't
quiet,
Zendaya on the
it
Disney
will
Channel
take 3
too?
to
Like,
5
wasn't she a Disney
years
kid
for her to rehabilitate
before?
her career if she
Well,
can.
she was a model.
So
I
we
know
have
that.
to look at it as a period of a minimum of 5 years. So when I say $8 million for
Now's a good time to
endorsement
go look
contracts,
up
it would have
Zendaya.
been over time.
Yeah.
Yeah, I believe she was Disney.
I thought
She
I
was
remember
Disney
her
Channel.
starting off as like
What
a
if any
Disney
last
Channel.
Yeah, she was the Disney Channel, like a secret
I'm
agent
over
or
this
something.
witness, so I'm going to look up
Well,
Zendaya.
she's
Again,
saying yes in the chat,
These
so
other
I think
actors
I'm
that
right.
we looked at,
Yeah, she's
and
on a
there's
show
wide
called
range
Good
of
Luck
them. Some of
Charlie.
them did bigger films, and some of them did gigantic films. But it is very reasonable to assume that once you are in an Aquaman style film, you'll either continue to do those, right? Some of these franchises, as we know, go 4, 5, 6 films, or she would probably have been in another studio film that had nothing to do with Aquaman. But again, so over the course of 5 years, it's very reasonable to consider that she would have been in at least one film a year, at a minimum of $4 million,
And something
because
called
that's
Shake It Up.
what her precedent would have been had she renegotiated. And it's important to note that in her
And she's in about 100 music videos.
cannot
She's a
compare
music
her.
singer.
had there,
cannot
if
compare
there
her to
is
Amber Heard.
a
I'm sorry.
Aquaman 3,
It's just
her
different
price is
careers,
set at $4
different
million.
backgrounds.
So it's very reasonable
way.
to assume and to believe that if she did a film a year for 5 years at a minimum of $4 million a year without any negotiation, which probably would have happened, but let's just say that baseline, that would be another $20 million over that time frame.
What, if any, opinions do you have about Amber Heard's earning power over time?
That it would continue to rise. It's customary in the industry, as I've talked about earlier, that negotiations, especially with her agents at William Morris, her fees would have gone higher. So I'm just using the baseline without any ability to foresee in the future that I already know she got negotiated for $4 million from Aquaman 3. So if we use that as a baseline minimum, but it very well would have gone up had her agents done the work that they wanted to do.
So combining all of these opinions and calculations that you've had, what, if any, range are the losses you are estimating for Amber Heard, but for the Depp Waldman statements?
Right. So again, it's really important that I look at, and hopefully you understand this, that it's over time, right? So let's just say a minimum of 5 years that we're going to talk about these losses, and it could be more, but at minimum, if you look at the film, the television, and the endorsement contracts, it's very likely that Ms. Heard should have earned between $45 and $50 million over that time period.
No. After a $1 million payment from Aquaman, are you kidding me?
Yes.
No.
Thank you very much.
All right, let's go
She
ahead
had
and
the
take our
audacity.
afternoon recess, ladies and gentlemen. Not
That
doing
is
any outside
audacious.
research and do not discuss this case with anybody.
She had the audacity to say Johnny Depp lost
Yeah, you can
zero.
sit down. That's fine. I'm sorry. No, that's okay. That's all right. I
Where are they
appreciate it.
finding these people?
Craigslist. Seriously.
Is minor court
What a
still in
world.
session, please?
I don't understand how she can how could she say that with a straight face?
You know, I do have improv theater experience, and so at this point, I feel
All
like
right.
you could just put
So
me on
let's
the stand
come
and be
back
like,
at 4
okay,
o'clock.
Kurt,
We can do that, all
this
right?
is your
Thank
role.
you.
Go. And I could do a half decent job of this at this point.
Well, what would you say Mr. Depp lost on Pirate 6? Well, nothing.
Nothing.
It wasn't
of course,
greenlit
'cause
yet.
It doesn't
You can't be
exist yet.
damaged by
Also,
things
she
that don't
lost
exist.
$45 million to all these TV deals that also don't exist.
The job
I
of
gotta
an
tell you.
expert witness is supposed to be you're not supposed to be a hired gun. You're supposed to be an impartial, providing information to the.
Aquaman
But
beat the Dark Knight.
this is not what's happening. This is really we're seeing some real hatchet jobs.
Oh, no, they're hired guns.
I said
don't
when
know
they
if you're
switched-
here in Canada, but we get hired
Well,
guns here.
but they still
I
are
think
supposed to have
supposed to
some
be.
concern for their professional reputation though through their testimony,
Yeah,
right?
no.
Like they
Unless this is
should
a
have
professional
some
reputation.
concern.
We'll steal for dollar, hardcore.
If they had asked me, we're going to ask you to reverse this and do both, I would have said no. You can't have me stay up there and give. You could go one way or the other. You can have me tell you that Johnny Depp didn't make any money and didn't lose any money, or you can have me say Amber Heard's worth $50 million in the next few years. I can't do both. Do you realize how that sounds?
Yeah.
Apparently you can. You just have to not recognize any cognitive dissonance and, have no shame.
I hope
Absolutely
the
no
check clears
shame.
because you look terrible.
I have to admit, like, they have to make this argument. There's no two ways about it. But every time she sits there and cries about the defamation, you think, yes, and this applies to Johnny times 10.
Yeah.
You can't
He's a
help
bigger
but think
star.
that.
Am I mispronouncing
The fact that
Zendaya?
the fact that she's like, oh, she was an up and coming, star, whatever. Yeah, well, he was an A-lister that was taken down during the Me Too movement. Like, I want some cross-examination questions asking about the Me Too movement. Like, that's really what I want to see here, because
honestly, I would go up there and say, you can't call damages because these don't exist.
Yeah.
Did these things exist? We're done. Like, I would just be
Well,
like,
I don't know
this
all
is
the
just a damage
comparisons
mitigation.
like the other actors because I'm out of it. But the one I do know is Jason Momoa. First of all, he's lead in the very movie we're talking about. Second of all, he was in Game of
So
Thrones.
is Gal
That was
Gadot.
a cultural phenomenon.
So is Gal Gadot, and as Wonder Woman. Like,
No,
who
you could have
doesn't
picked.
know about Wonder Woman? Like, even if you are not a comic book geek, you at least know about Wonder Woman because there have been Wonder Woman movies in the past. Like this is you cannot compare Mira as a background character in
Mira the she was not a background character.
whatever.
I want to be clear here because this is important because you're making a good point, Alita. But we got to be clear. This is not one of those characters that was in for like one scene of the movie. She is the co-star with Aquaman. She's in basically every scene. And so that is important. But yes, I think her comparables are properly Katie Holmes in Batman Begins and Evangeline Lilly in Ant-Man. And like, if you're just talking about superhero girlfriends, we can go down the line and say they're not worth $50 million in 4 years or 5 years or whatever she said. So I mean, I'm good luck on your career.
And even Evangeline Lilly though, because she had bigger roles before that point that she was already known for.
But I
like
put her
she was
at the
in
top.
Lost. She was, you know what I mean? Like,
but if I'm being honest, like if I'm being a good expert, I will grant you Evangeline Lilly before I grant you Gal Gadot, and I'll make that the high end of the bar. Yeah, she's in Lost. She does Lord of the Rings, or I'm sorry, she does The Hobbit. She's been in more stuff, but she's not running Ant-Man, and she didn't like burst onto the scene for $50 million paydays coming off of Ant-Man and the Wasp.
That is such bogus. It's so bogus.
But Chris Pine, I'm sorry, no, he's been in multiple like franchise.
What are some notable differences
blockbusters.
between Chris Pine and her? I don't know. Lead character in 3 movies, maybe. That's
I don't know. He's Captain freaking Kirk.
Could be a notable aspect, possibly. Could be a factor. I don't know.
Yeah.
But she's totally worth $45 to $50 million.
I honestly think she arrived at Chris Pine because she was
So
looking for love interests in superhero movies, and she was already on Wonder Woman. Like, I mean, I think that's the research that went into this. Like, oh, who's Wonder Woman interested in? Chris Pine. Okay.
Yep.
Kurt,
right.
you keep super chatting.
Yep.
Why do you keep super chatting? You don't need to. You're right here. You
I
can
keep
be
super
heard.
chatting because I don't want to just interject in the middle of testimony with just my complete lack of all hope. And so I super chat my lack of all hope. It's my way of contributing without being, overly disrupting.
I appreciate that. But
Although I could go back to that as like just screaming into the void.
And also we're trying to see if Joe will apparition himself in.
You avoided
Joe, can you hear
apparate
us?
there.
Is he going to try to log on from a closet again?
That's what it seems like.
Joe, can you hear us? Joe.
Can you hear us from the beyond?
Joe, stop using the courthouse Wi-Fi. It is terrible.
Ian will know.
Joe.
It is. I tried connecting using that, and
that witness was awful.
So I compared her to Gal Gadot, Ben Affleck, Robert Downey Jr., and Tom Cruise,
and also Jesus.
$20 million.
That was hilarious.
At first, I actually thought that she was going to say Scarlett Johansson, and I was going to be like, "Are you kidding me?"
Yeah. Okay.
Oh.
Somebody accused me of mispronouncing Zendaya. Is it supposed to be Zendaya? I apologize. I don't know.
I've always thought it.
Hey guys, I'm just I gotta say this real quick. Look, here's the deal. She said you can't, because the movie wasn't made, we can't decide how much Johnny would have made. Plus, since he got kicked off of the Beast, Fantastic Beast, we don't know how much he would have made. So we can't extrapolate out how much Johnny would have made on projects that don't exist. However, we can extrapolate out how much Amber would have made on projects that didn't exist. Oh, I wish Dennis was not doing this cross. God, I wish he wasn't doing this cross. Because it's such a layup, and he will find a way to F it up. I promise you. He's not a good cross examiner. He's a good direct. He's not a good cross examiner. It's just so pathetic. So pathetic.
What do I have to make?
Don't ask the chat, Kurt.
It was like the Simpsons thing where he's waiting for the time to run out, and you see the clock tick backwards a minute.
Yeah. Yes.
It felt like that.
It did. It really slowed down.
I have a little bit of bourbon left.
Look, I understand. Amber Heard's team needs to present. We're going to mitigate damages. We're going to establish damages. That's fine. You might want to use 2 separate people for that role.
Yeah, that's terrible.
Just backing up a step, 1 second. So we were saying, wow, they're really low on time. I wonder what they're going to do today. They might rest before they put on a case. How freaked out do you think Heard's team was when they heard 8 hours and they knew they had 3, not just witnesses, 3 experts they wanted to put up that need to be qualified and that you need to go through this effort on Monday? Because they're going to be under 4 hours right now.
You can't just say experts without doing the scare quotes on this one, man.
Right.
Yeah. Agreed.
Like, this is what they want to use their time on.
This is what gives lawyers a bad name. like watching these, this is how you get upset about the legal system, in all honesty.
Yeah.
Yes. Look
I
at
can't deal
some
with this
questions
level
here.
of stupid.
Yeah.
It's all so stupid. I can't deal with this level of stupid. I like appellate arguments because usually they're not this stupid. Usually, especially at the Supreme Court, they're usually not this stupid. Although occasionally even then. But I like the clash of really great advocates and really strong ideas and these principles that are really important, and the clashing of these principles and the resolution, the thought exercise and all that stuff. And it's like I can't deal with the stupid. It's so stupid.
Yeah. Yeah. This is, by the way,
It's
guys.
really stupid.
I'm smarter than this.
I'm putting a comment
this
in.
is the kind
I'm
of
putting a
recipe
message in the
that is
comments
exactly
right
the
now.
kind of thing that
This
leads
is
to a Kurt
ridiculous.
explosion.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, Kurt's on the timer. Kurt's on the timer.
This is
we
so
might actually
stupid.
see some fireworks today.
Oh, you don't say Bexy's Playground. I think that was BS from start to finish. So there's no time to call JD.
Yeah, I can't imagine that they will be based on the time that
Well,
is left.
what else are they going to use up their time on, though? Assuming they're near the end of their witnesses here, I guess to cross it during rebuttal.
At this point, we're going to call Bobo the circus clown, and it's going to get better evidence than we've seen so far.
The person that offered Elizabeth Olsen is actually a pretty good one, because Elizabeth Olsen is the wife in Godzilla, gets promoted into Avengers 2, and takes off from there. So it's a reasonable glide path if you want to do something that sounds to the jury reasonable, rather than freaking Zendaya. So Elizabeth Olsen's good. Whoever said that in the comments nailed it.
The problem is those numbers don't add up to where they want them to be.
But I mean, she just starred in a movie. Like, to me, it's like at least a reasonable, stay within the bounds of reality, and I will listen to you more.
Yeah. Agreed.
Reality?
Soul Music says, question, I believe JD is the victim, but he seems overexcited with the popularity because that hurt him. I don't know what you mean by he seems overexcited with the popularity.
I'll say, not in court, not what the jury sees. I will say I grow increasingly uncomfortable at his welcomes into the courthouse and how he treats them, and how there's video of him leaving, and
he loves his fans and they love him.
But that's not in front of the jury.
No.
Yeah.
So they don't
Could
see
it hurt him?
None of that happens in front of the jury.
Is it hurting him in front of the jury? They don't know any of that.
Yeah, but I don't know that it's even hurting him in the court of public opinion, because I think he's, I don't know. I think based on what he's been through, I'm not going to criticize him for treating people warmly, when he's getting received warmly. I think I understand your concern, but I think
sit here knowing that he's not a saint and seeing some of the messages that come through about the innocent dove of Johnny Depp, and say he plays into that a little bit. And so I do say none of this is great. All of this is ugly. Yes, I think Johnny Depp has a better case than Amber Heard right now, but I don't love all of that. And yes, chat can yell at me. That's totally fine. But I don't love all of that.
I know we're judging. I think people have to bear in mind that when I say complimentary things, I'm judging by the relative standards of everything else going on. So when I say things, like, I stand by my original opinion of, the first witness for the day wasn't too bad. There are actually some positive points there and kind of believable, and not did too bad a job. Hey, that witness, there were some good points there for Amber Heard, and then it just all went to crater fire. But that's what I'm used to comparing to, is crater fire. So, my standards for good is kind of low at this point, but okay. That was good.
Also, hi, thank you for this very generous super chat. It says, AH's team statement to Court TV, calling Depp back to the stand would be as relevant to us as a bicycle to a fish. Everything Depp has testified up to this point has been irrelevant to the heart of this case, and there's no reason to believe it would be any different now.
I'm sorry, did they make a public statement to Court TV with an active judge? Don't talk to Court TV. Am I yelling?
Yes.
No. You're not yelling.
Well, it apparently wasn't as relevant as a bicycle to a fish like yesterday.
I also weren't they the ones that put out a statement saying that they planned to call him?
Yes.
Well, did they put out a statement?
But now they're saying oh, this is so irrelevant. Why would we ever?
Also, how do you know a
again?
fish wouldn't like a bicycle? How do you know their lives?
Okay.
Kurt's in a place, folks. Kurt
He's
is
definitely
in a place.
Kurt with the hard-hitting commentary on.
Definitely.
But seriously, though, they're currently under a judge's order to not talk to the press. If they're issuing a direct statement, because I thought they leaked Johnny Depp, but I don't think they said it. Did they?
Okay. Yeah. No, that's probably fair. But the thing is, I feel like what they are saying is they probably wanted to, but now they realize the time constraints that they're under, so they're like, well, we don't even want to talk to him anyway.
Well,
we want to talk to him anyway.
Agency
That's great for real
not calling him is waiving their counterclaim effectively.
It might be if they stop here and they have and they rest and they go to the motion to strike right now, judge is pissed. She might kick it.
Yeah.
They don't have a prima facie case without it.
I don't think they have vicarious liability at all.
I don't think so either. And this whole business of calling it the Depp Waldman statement is, I think, impermissible. I think that she should not be allowed to do that because Depp did not make those statements factually. As a matter of fact, he did not make those statements.
I would be
it was
objecting
Waldman.
to that
And that is
characterization
that
every
is a
time
legal.
they tried it.
Me too. I don't know why they're not. I would personally object to that because I think that is a legal characterization that she is making, that she's trying to slide under the table, and I think it's totally improper.
Yep.
Well, it's a rhetorical.
That's what Elaine does. She's dirty.
She didn't object. I mean, the court can't.
Yeah. I don't
the court
understand why they're
usually won't
not.
just stop it on its own.
No, they absolutely should be objecting to that. Next question, after this one has enough time on the screen. Okay, next question is
Mira's
from
an
DS.
Atlantean,
What
she
can
rides a bicycle in Aquaman?
That's funny. What can AH team do if they run out of time? Nothing. They can object. They can object during direct examinations of any further witnesses, but other than that, nothing. Eric Horvath. Exactly. They can see themselves out the door. If JD cuts his own finger off, doesn't AH need to prove JD abused her? Am I right? Why waste his time? I don't get it.
While we do that, can we have the witness?
I don't know how they
Johnny
have a
has the burden of
witness
proof
who
for it.
said
So Johnny
you
Depp has to
can't
prove
count
that
money
he
for
abused her. I know
projects
that
that
sounds like
Johnny
but
hasn't
it's
made
kinda
yet,
a little
but you
different
can
than that.
count money for projects that
and those
that
they're
Amber
asking
Heard
me
hasn't
about
made yet.
Amber
I
Heard's burden of
I don't know how they do that.
Yeah, but
She
her burden of
also
proof
has
only
them
relates to the hoax.
Same witness.
Her burden of proof only relates to May.
Yeah, but in
Oh
order to
man,
prove that it's not
that
a
was
hoax,
crazy.
it has to show that it's true.
No, it has
Kind
to.
of.
It has to show that they didn't intentionally stage it or hoax it.
Yeah.
You could still have a difference in perspective on the events of May 21st.
Yeah.
Fair. Okay. Well, Jeeling 10 says, why are they
Sorry.
wasting time to prove AH?
You're
I
fine,
guess
Rachel.
so.
At least
Maybe.
it
I don't
sounds
know.
sad when I'm sorry.
I mean, I'm thankful for anything that's intelligent at this point on any level, just because I need to deal with the stupid.
Yeah, right. Jeeling 10 says,
Kirk could take
why
it.
are they wasting
Kirk
time to
could
prove
handle
AH
it.
didn't cause injury? The fact that
All
she
right,
didn't
1, 2, 3.
abuse him doesn't prove he abused her. This changes nothing. They were spending a lot of time on it. It's true. Kaylee Sane says, can you explain how the jury and verdict works in a civil case? I feel like it's different than criminal where all 12 have to vote the same. No, it's unanimous. It's unanimous here
It is
too.
in Virginia.
With seven.
In
With
Virginia.
Seven
But
people, not
Seven
12.
unanimous in Virginia.
Seven.
The jury coming in.
Joe says, it's a Finding Nemo reference. Are all these board certified witnesses?
I thought you were having a
Amber-
stroke.
No.
Okay, I actually saw that.
Okay. You understood that reference, which is another
Bet
reference.
you
to
she's a
Marvel
Me Too
events. Anyway, are all these board
producer. I
certified
bet
witnesses,
she is.
quote unquote, linked to Amber's law firm and their go-to contact? Is AH really relying on them rather than actual witnesses? Well, sounds like it.
She's out of real witnesses.
This is some BS.
Yeah. Are all these board certified? Oh, this is another.
Cross-examination.
This is the same thing. Okay, twice.
There you go, Denison.
Title
This is
again.
so
What's her
stupid.
formal role? Because I
Hello.
honestly forgot. What she actually do
So
for a
you
living?
repeatedly testified
She used to
about
be a producer.
what you were asked as the Depp Waldman statements.
Well, don't
You
do that.
don't have any
I
knowledge
don't mind.
whether
You have to
Mr.
address the
Depp
elephant in the room.
knew of the statements that Mr. Waldman made. Do you?
Only with association with Mr. Waldman, correct?
You don't know when the first time Mr. Depp learned about
I
those
do not
statements.
like Denison.
I don't know.
Neither I, but I'll give him a point of credit anyway because I'm feeling
And the
generous.
association you're talking about is that Mr. Waldman worked from time to time as Mr. Depp's attorney, correct?
Objection, Your Honor, may we approach?
Okay.
These are legit. You brought it up.
These are legitimate questions here.
I can't believe he used that term.
She might
I
be
also
trying to
can't
argue
believe-
that he's.
Yeah, he should not have the Depp Waldman statement.
No, I
That's
don't.
not the
I didn't
phrase that
actually
comes out
mind
of
it
his
because
mouth.
she mentioned it so many times. I don't mind it if he's using it as a way to try to diffuse it, as
Yeah,
a
he
lead
is.
into a diffusion. So,
He's
like,
trying
if
to
he has a
disarm it.
plan, It could work.
I also
This is
don't
just
know
do
why
it.
let a witness
Amber's
keep saying
team.
the defamatory statements, which is the conclusion of law.
Yeah.
They did that throughout the testimony. I'm like, what are you doing?
Yeah. Yep. You're right. Oh, Elaine's animated.
I'm now looking at new bourbon to order through my app so I don't run out.
And the judge is a little bit amused.
Ooh, Heaven's
A little
Door. I can get
amused.
Heaven's Door. That's a good one.
And she's looking more at Denison, which usually means Denison loses.
We'll see.
That's her tell. It's been actually fairly predictive.
All right. I understand that you're testifying as a damages expert, and we're
Yep. Sounds like you had to move on, Ian.
talking both about Mr. Depp's damages
Outside
and
the scope of our
about,
expertise, I guess.
Ms. Heard's purported damages. Let's talk about Ms. Heard's damages first. You understand that you have to testify as to damages that resulted from the Waldman statements, correct?
That was my analysis.
Most of your testimony, however, was just simply testimony about things that occurred after the Waldman statements.
Better?
That's what I was tasked with, yes.
Right. The mere fact that there were activities after the Waldman statements doesn't establish that the Waldman statements caused any damages, does it?
When you look at the time frame of when the Waldman statements came out, and you look at what was going
You
on
got her to say
in her
Waldman
career
statement.
prior to the
Post
statement
hoc.
and what happened after the statement,
Post hoc.
it's very clear to make that correlation.
Am I supposed to be allowed to hear a prop there, Hawk?
Kurt can handle it.
Followed afterwards in
very
terms of
well
the
done.
negative media.
Kurt is all
That's
upset.
an interesting thing. The witness this morning actually described the notion of what's correlation and what's causation. And correlation does not imply causation, does it, ma'am?
I'm not an expert in semantics.
Okay.
What?
But you're an expert
Semantics?
who is purporting
That's
to
such
say
a
that
bullshit
Mr.
response. I'm
lost
sorry.
$45 and $50 million.
I mean, that
trying
is
to
what she is an
understand
expert in.
where you put the link between the Waldman statements and all the other activity that occurred since then.
As I stated and very clearly wanted to make sure that everybody understood was that it was a time frame under, between which the Waldman statements were made. And
This is getting her to say Waldman statement now, not
her career
Depp
started
Waldman.
happening and
Thanks, Asylum of
in
Me.
discussions with her agents and her publicist, there was a very tight timeline and a very close link to when those statements came out and when everything started pulling away from Ms. Heard.
Right, but what you're talking about is just a link in time. You do not put any causal connection between what Mr. Waldman purportedly said and the damages that Ms. Heard purportedly suffered. You have no idea whether Mr. Waldman's statements caused any damage to Ms. Heard, do you?
Well, actually, both the words in the statements were used as hashtags in the campaign, as well as when the statistical and the investigative analysis was done on the social media campaign. It turned out that 1 in 4 of the statements had Waldman or Waldminian in them. So that was another connection that I was able to make between
Amber
the
Heard
defamatory
term
statements
that she
and
came up
the
with.
negative
Waldminian.
that the
Waldminian, right?
studios and the product endorsements and the television and the press connected as well.
All right, let's start with first principles. If they're true, they're not defamatory, correct?
Again, that's outside the scope of my expertise.
All right.
Fair point.
You were happy to call them defamatory statements throughout your testimony, weren't you?
You said the Waldman
That is also
statements
true.
appeared in hashtags.
I said words from the Waldman statements appeared in hashtags.
Right, and the hashtags that were analyzed, however, don't have the Waldman statements in
Glad
the
you
hashtag.
transitioned to calling them the Waldman statements.
I've also seen them online
He
myself.
was always going to do that.
Well, but
He's not that
the
dumb.
analysis that Mr.
Not at the beginning, he wasn't.
Snell did.
I didn't
looked
mind
at
it at the
form,
beginning.
right?
That's fine.
That was
Move
Shell's
on.
analysis, and I do believe I remember reading that, yes.
All right. And the 25% that you just raised, that's Mr. Schnell's analysis. You didn't do that. He did it.
Correct.
All right. So you know what Mr. Schnell did. And he didn't look
at hashtags that contained the Waldman statement words. He looked at justice for Johnny Depp, right?
That's one of them, yes?
One of them, of the 1.2 million hits that you talked about,
Using stat guy
that
here.
was 900,000, 984,000.
Also, in my conversations with Mr. Schnell, we talked about all the words that were in the statement that also appeared. So what he wrote in his report and what I had in my conversation may not have been the same thing.
Ma'am, I don't want to hear about your conversation with Mr. Schnell.
It's part of what I relied on, and I'm allowed to talk about that.
So your conversation,
Dude.
with Mr. Snell, let's move beyond that. Let's talk about what the other hashtags were. Amber Heard is an abuser. That's not in the Waldman statement, is it?
The fact that she was called a hoax can be related to Amber Heard as the abuser, but no,
I love
those
how he
words were not
decided to
correct.
call it the hashtag again today.
We just don't like Amber. That's not in the Waldman statement.
Ask about the turd.
And Amber Turd is not
There
in
you
the
go.
Waldman statement.
Say Amber Turd a couple times, please.
None of
Say
them.
it many times.
And in terms of the use of the words,
Did you determine why people were using the term Amber Turd? Anything to
that
do with the
appears
turd she left on the
in
bed?
only 6.5%
Look at the
of
rapid
the,
blink. She's pissed.
billions
Say it again.
of tweets that Mr. Schnell analyzed, right?
Say it again.
I don't have his definition or his report in front of me, but we can look at it together if you'd like to.
Correct.
Mm.
And
Make her say it.
and you said Waldman appears in 25%. Waldman or Waldmania.
According to Mr. Schnell, yes.
No, all right. But you, if that's your only evidence, however, that any of this activity has any link to Mr. Waldman. Is that correct?
Well, no, we also look at the timeline because those campaigns were not active prior to the Waldman statements, and then they started appearing, so there is some connectivity there as well.
Mr. Depp bears no responsibility for the social media campaigns. He doesn't.
Yep.
If the social media campaigns caused Ms. Heard to lose her ability to generate income, that's not the Waldman statement. That's a social media
I'm going to
campaign.
object, Your Honor. May we approach? Okay.
You need to work on your cross, buddy.
He does.
Yep.
I feel
Talk
like
to Vasquez. He knows what to do.
His cross is terrible, but he's making some good points.
Yeah, he
What up, bro?
He's great at directing expert witnesses. He is not so Raven when it comes to
He's making one of the
crossing
cardinal
them.
rules of cross. He's trying to get them to buy into his conclusion.
I
That's
wanna
the cardinal
see-
sin in cross.
Mark Zuckerberg
Don't do
is
it.
I wanna
he's
see him dealing with a
basically
non-
Bill Gates'
expert.
baby junior. And Elon Musk,
Yeah.
I'm hoping
Yeah.
he does buy Twitter, but
Yeah.
for a lot less, probably half what he
Just
offers.
state your conclusion as a question and move on. That's it.
Yeah.
You just.
They don't have to
Is it true
agree
he's
with
not
it. if the
responsible for
jury's
the social
already there.
media campaigns? All right, you say yes or no. Well, you made
Or
your point. Next.
say you have seen no evidence that he's responsible, that can tie him definitively to any of this social media activity, right?
All right.
Yes.
So I'm just looking for all evidence of the causal connection that you claim exists between
That is the most open-ended
the
question I've ever heard
$45
in my
million
life.
in damages
Come
that you
I want all
assert,
the evidence. Please tell me all the things
and
in
the
the
three
narrative.
statements made by Mr. Wald.
Not a deposition, man.
That is fucking bullshit.
Well, you
This
also
is-
wanted,
this guy
I also
sucks.
looked at Ms. Heard's career after the divorce proceedings and other
We're ready to
lawsuits
blow.
that she was either involved with or was discussed. And her career might have had a pause, but she was able
Amber
to
Turd.
overcome that.
Because
She
she had the
did
teapot
Aquaman,
screaming
and she
in
did
Kurt's-
The
in
Stand,
Kurt's brain.
so a very prominent production. And there was
My
no
pheasant,
dramatic
just in case.
downturn in her career after any publicity.
Ma'am, I don't mean to interrupt you, but do you have notes with you?
No, there's dust.
Oh, okay. Thanks.
It's just dust.
You have
and I'm
notes with
just
you? Yeah, blood notes.
distracting
So many
myself.
notes.
I guess,
I'm
you know,
sorry.
It just,
I
nerves,
didn't-
nerves. It's really just that. I just,
Yeah, no,
there's just
that's okay.
dust. Sorry.
So you looked at her career, and
Okay.
you looked at the way her career was moving.
Right. So as I was saying, her career was moving forward, and even she had been able to overcome the negative publicity surrounding the divorce or.
Man, this guy's terrible cross-examiner. God, I hope he doesn't do any more cross-examinations. I'm so glad it's the last week. He usually has like one thing he does that week, and then they don't lose him. They don't use him anymore.
The only
You're right.
time her career slowed down and
The only thing helping the cross-examiner is that the expert witnesses are terrible.
That happened following the defamatory statements. You said every time Mr. Depp files a lawsuit, it ignites the fire around the both of them. Right?
No, I actually said it ignites the fire mostly around Mr. Depp. That was excuse me, please.
I'm sorry.
Whoa.
That was in context of when I was asked about Mr. Depp's career. That was not in context of when I was asked about
You just let the
Ms. Heard's
witness
career.
shush you? You are the worst cross-examining lawyer ever.
It is and isn't. Who's the protagonist in the case in the UK was Mr. Depp. Ms. Heard was a witness to that case. She was not a part of the case. So most of the negative press went.
Why don't you just go down the street to one of the many law schools in the DC area, get one of their mock trial teams.
As a result,
they'll do better cross-examination than this bullshit.
There was negativity, yes, about it. Remember both of them in the case, yes.
Right.
Not really.
Substantial amounts of negativity. Right.
He's so bad.
So you
and he's a senior partner.
That negativity isn't the thing that keeps your or Miss Heard from working.
Well, again, it was a close time frame. The negative statements were a much closer time frame to the press publicity around Aquaman and Stan.
I didn't have any help for him, and he proved me right.
Again, I will look at.
He's a terrible cross-examiner.
And it was
They
promoted.
got to get somebody else to do it. Like the young guy who's kind of nerdy,
put on the fire.
he's the guy who should have been doing the cross-examination.
So it kind of became a snowball effect.
And they haven't even gotten to the part yet where they can say, wait, how come you can't count money Johnny hasn't made, but you can count money Amber hasn't made?
Claiming a causal connection between the UK case.
Oh, my Lord.
Right?
It's painful.
No.
All right. And you can't distinguish between the UK bad publicity and the bad publicity that derived after the Waldman statement.
What time frame are you talking about with the bad publicity from the UK case, so we can at least be specific on time frames?
Well, you talked about a 5-year time window.
A 5-year time window from 2020 to the 2 years that we're at now, plus the 3 years moving forward, is what I talked about in terms of the time frame that it would take someone who's been under this much duress to kind of rehabilitate their career. That's when we talked about the 5 years.
Right, that's when you talked about the 5 years. So you look over this 5-year window, and during the period that precedes this window, there's lots and lots of negative press about Miss Heard, irrespective of the Waldman statements, correct?
Before the Waldman statements, as I said, she was able to overcome that, and she got great jobs and was getting endorsement contracts.
Right, but after the Waldman statements, there is more activity in the press, there's more social media activity, and you cannot put a causal connection between that activity.
He's so bad. He's so bad.
It can be the instigating event, if you want me to call it that. We'll call the Waldman statements the instigating event of a torrential rain of social media tactics that went on.
Denison set her up for that.
Yeah.
He set her up for that.
The instigating event, and therefore your damage analysis with a degree, some degree, I guess, of reasonable certainty is that once there's an instigating event, everything that happens thereafter is fair game for damages?
Well, it's like a fire. If one tree burns and then more air or wind is added.
Man, I hope he takes this to Johnny. I hope he says, well, what about the instigating event for Johnny Depp with the article?
So you can look at it with that same
my
analysis.
holy Lord.
Trees burn all the time, don't they, man?
You know, I'm not a firefighter. I'm not going to go there with you.
Oh, are you
obviously,
not?
we know that a single
Really?
match can cause thousands of
Okay.
acres to burn. So we can leave it at that.
I think I went there with you.
Okay,
right,
enough of
let's
this.
do this.
Let's just get back to a real
You
cross-examination.
decided
Come on.
that there were a number of persons that you described as comparable in order to determine
This cross-examination does not have to be this bad. He's
likely to make
awful. And I don't know if anybody has
Are we gonna
the
finally get
ability to say, you can't do this anymore.
Is there a single one who has had any press suggesting that they defecated in the mirror?
I don't know.
That was actually good.
Agree with me.
That was actually good.
That's a good
Is
question.
Negative influence with
Yes.
respect to Hollywood.
Thank you.
If one believed it, yeah.
Yeah. If one believed it, it was reported.
Finally,
Yeah.
good question.
It certainly has been discussed. We don't have any proof or video of
Yeah, well,
anybody
you don't have any
defecating
proof
on
or
the bed.
video of other BS you
I
testified
certainly do
to.
not have proof video of anybody defecating in a bed. I'll give you that.
That's a good thing.
Yeah. But what you know is that Mr. Wallman didn't say anything about defecating in a bed.
Correct.
Right. So all of the bad publicity around that activity has nothing to do with Waldman, right?
Waldman, as you said, didn't talk about defecation.
Okay. And you haven't considered how
He's
that
so bad.
story
So bad.
has
He has like these moments, and he keeps making them.
That story, you're going to ask me for a causational link between that poop story and her demise of her career. I can't. No, I'm not going to do that, nor can I.
What?
You couldn't do it.
You're very happy to do it the
I'm
other
going to make
direction.
it. No, aren't you?
Okay.
And you can't do it with Waldman's statements either, can you?
There you go.
Well, again,
Nice
I
identity.
did, and I have, and I
played.
stand by them. So
You did.
No
by
way.
just
No credibility
pointing out
here.
The time frames are relatively close.
the time frame and the instigation and if you will, the rallying of the forces, again, it's like a lit tree. It's gonna ignite everything.
Like a lit
It's
tree,
like
back to the
pregame
fire thing.
afterwards. So it was
Even though
the
she's not a
instigating
firefighter.
event, if you
You missed
will.
the call.
And
In
the tree or in the
that's
tree?
what I looked at, yes.
All right, so from your perspective, anything that happened after Waldman that was negative to your client is attributable to Waldman and therefore attributable to the damage analysis that you made.
I was tasked with looking at that specifically, and that's what I was asked to limit it to. I was not
Look, I
asked to
was
look at
paid for
anything else.
something
Tasty
here.
bourbon.
All right. Jason Momoa. That's one of your comparables, right?
Yes.
He's been prominent since 1999. He was in Baywatch in 99.
I
44
literally only knew him as
episodes on
Khal
Baywatch.
Drogo.
Do you know that?
You can look it up if you did. I'll go with that.
Right. But you remember him on Baywatch.
Actually, I didn't watch Baywatch, but
All right.
he certainly had the physique for it. So
Stargate Atlantis. He was on that. Many episodes.
Nice little
Remember
lane.
his physique at
I
least.
love you, Alita.
Did you know that?
I like Dennison being like, I like Stargate Atlantis.
He played Conan the Barbarian.
Sometimes I stroke myself to it.
So
okay.
Will Dennison
I don't
say
know
Khal
Mr.
Drogo?
Momoa's resume memorized.
Then how can you
so-
compare them?
no, I'm just trying to understand how you came to the conclusion they're comparable.
Thank you.
Because I'm just
How
wanna
can you
spend a few
possibly
time-
compare them
a
if
few
you don't
minutes
know
talking
his?
about-
Ooh, she's uncomfortable in that chair.
Game of Thrones was one of the most popular things on TV for a period of 3 years, correct?
Yes, he was.
Until the last season,
Yes, he was.
it was
Yep.
great. Well, second,
And
both last seasons.
he's
kinda.
Aquaman, right?
Yes, he is.
Right. He's the title character in Aquaman.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. And he was actually Aquaman in a movie before the Aquaman movie started.
You mean
know
in
that?
Justice League and other things like that, yeah.
Batman versus Superman, Dawn of Justice. Wasn't he in that as Aquaman?
I didn't see that one.
Didn't see it.
No.
He
She's
wasn't in that
aware of
movie, was
it.
Not that I know of, no.
She looks
And he
so
was in both
dumb
Justice
right
League movies.
now. I'm sorry, but she looks like a
Correct.
fool.
Yeah.
She's supposed to be an expert. You're supposed to know
And
these
he's in
things if you're
Aquaman
going to
2.
use them to compare.
Yes.
They used him in the second Lego movie, right?
Yes.
He's
She
one
looks
of
like a
the
hag
most
gossiping at a
heroic
grocery store.
characters in the recent Dune blockbuster.
Which happened post Aquaman.
Right.
He's still got a better resume than Amber Heard. That's the point.
Likely his character.
He's not the lead though.
No.
In Dune, no, he's not the lead.
Did you ever read Dune?
Pardon?
Did you ever read Dune?
I know, but I've seen the movie.
Do you understand
What
whether
books
his
have you
character
ever
will come
read?
back from the dead
Ever.
in the third movie?
Oh man, you
As
ruined
again,
it
I
for
didn't
me.
read
I
the
haven't
book,
seen
so
it yet.
he might. I don't know.
That might
We're just talking about that one
Why are we
movie.
talking about
You read it for.
Sorry, Alita, I could have warned you there.
Dude.
That's okay. I wasn't that concerned. I mean, I still want to see
He's
it,
one
but
of the
being
principal
overseas,
leads
I haven't.
in the new Fast and Furious franchise movie Fast X, right?
I don't know that for sure now.
Okay.
She knows nothing about his.
She knows
But
nothing.
that's
I see
not
that.
the career path.
She is
that-
so
that
not
Ms.
a good
Heard
witness.
has
So
had.
he is such
She's
a
never
bad
been a
trust
title
Really
character
good
in a
line
movie.
across.
She hasn't
No, I
spent
don't think so.
years on television. She did
I'm not a lawyer, but I disagree.
TV shows, 8 single episodes.
He takes like forever.
Again, I don't have the
Like if there's a straight
You want to show it
road
to me, we
to
can
get
count
like
together.
across the street, he goes all the way down the end of the block and then
Mr.
comes.
Momoa
Is
remains
come on, man.
well liked, even though he's engaged in a recent divorce from another actor. That's correct, right?
I don't know. I don't follow his fan base.
You don't follow Jason Momoa, but you use him as a comparable to
That. But I don't follow
That
his
was a good
fan
segue.
base.
That was a good
I
one.
understand him as a prominent actor in the business, but I don't follow his fan base.
Isn't fan base one of the things that you analyze?
Yep.
Of course, you can look at numbers, but I don't keep a watch on his social media feed.
All right.
You're an idiot.
You're not an expert.
You're not.
Like whatever
You're
you
an
are, you're
Amber
not an expert.
fangirl.
You're not
Gal
prepared.
Gadot
You're a
in Wonder Woman.
Me Too protector defender.
Yes, she's a star.
I hate
She's in
your
fact
hair.
Wonder Woman.
No, she's good too.
Yeah. All right. She's the title character, and there's been now multiple Wonder Woman movies, right?
Yes.
Yeah. And even before that, she was in franchise films.
Yep.
Yeah.
Which one are you referring to?
Fast and Furious.
Yep.
Excuse me, I honestly don't remember her being that as
Oh,
one of the main
Lord.
characters. I know it's The Rock. And
She's supposed to be a Hollywood producer.
You did.
I've seen it on a resume, but I didn't. I'm not a fan of the Fast and Furious.
All right. You'll agree
Yeah,
with me
I
that
haven't seen a
Wonder
single
Woman
one, and I
is a
know
more
that.
prominent
Come
role
on.
than Mira?
If you're going to talk about apples to apples in that exact movie, yes.
Girl, I went to see the new Jason Momoa movie.
What
and it was
about-
fantastic?
Does Mira have any, self-titled franchise films?
Not yet.
No. And Ms. Gadot played a much bigger role in the movie they were in together, the Justice League movie.
I did have.
In what movie they were in together? Oh, in Justice League?
Yeah.
I haven't counted the screen time, so I can't really say.
Okay. You indicated that another person that you compared Ms. Heard with is Zendaya.
Zendaya, yeah.
Zendaya is very famous.
She goes by one name.
I guess when you have a name with Z, it works. I guess.
That's a dumb answer.
She's been on the Disney Channel since she's 13 years old.
Yeah.
Color
Right.
only has one
Thank
name.
you.
It's
She's won an
cool.
Emmy.
Yes, she did.
Right. She was singing and dancing and swinging from trapezes in The Greatest Showman, right?
It's true.
Was she in
Yes.
trapezes?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
She's now been in multiple Spider-Man movies.
She has.
Yes.
She's 10 years younger than your client.
Right.
Yeah. But this is a person that you deemed incompetent.
Well, as I was explaining to you how I chose them, when you look at superhero characters, there's not that many to pull from.
Good.
So I just-
That was a good line of
I
questioning.
worked on pulling characters that were in superhero movies.
This woman is a Me Too rep, and
10
she
years
is defend Amber at all costs.
Thank you.
When they say
And also just
paid,
where her
hired
career was
guns,
gone, I said that they were comparable, but
Right
not
there.
identical. So you can just
They're not
look at what
comparable.
their
Right there.
career has done
Right
either before
there.
that
Right
specific
there.
and others or the one they were in, and then you look at where her career should have gone. Even though she may not have been at the stature of a Zendaya at that time, you can still look at it
No, you
as
can't.
a comparable trajectory of what
How?
happens when you're in a blockbuster movie. It's just a reference point. It's not meant to be identical. They're not meant to be the same people, or not even have the exact same career. It's meant to be a reference point. Simple as that.
It
So far,
no,
everybody
doesn't
we've
make any
looked at
sense.
have been in more blockbuster movies than Ms. Heard.
But Miss Heard was also in the biggest blockbuster movie, and the light that shines on
Biggest.
Jason Momoa will also shine on her. So you have to look at it in context of
Not
the biggest
necessarily.
movie that
No.
did become
Big
a-
universe.
and also one of the biggest box
Biggest.
office films ever, probably within the top 10 because I've looked at it. Right?
25th.
So that light is going to shine brighter on her than someone who wasn't.
25th.
I'm glad you've got these
And it would've
stats
just
pulled up.
helped her in her career
I don't know what to
forward,
tell you about this
not
lady.
and be-
At least do your homework if you're going to cash the check.
They're ignorant for life. That's
According
what
to
they say about their
damage analysis, they would have to agree
Either
with
one.
you that Ms. Heard was on the precipice
Just lazy
of a
experts at this
meteoric
point.
rise.
They really are
That's the
lazy.
word you used, right?
Actually, no, I didn't. I did use meteoric with someone like, let's say, Gal Gadot or Zendaya, but I actually gave you a range and gave the jury a range that they weren't all going to have a meteoric rise. Some of them would be smaller, right? And so what the numbers that I gave you do not
Looking for
represent a
validation from the jury,
meteoric rise.
right?
A meteoric rise is when Jason Momoa goes from
Yeah.
4 million, 5 million to a
Jason
15 million
Momoa.
payday.
That's why
that's a meteoric
most
shift,
people went to
you
see
know?
that movie.
But when
99% of the
someone
people went to see that movie
actually
because
go
of Jason
from 1
Momoa.
million to
There's
the
a lot
first
you
one
don't
Had
know.
nothing to do with Amber Heard.
that is standard
call.
for a franchise that is perceived to do well. And so I base those calculations on very specific numbers.
I'd like
that
to
were
issue a
already
correction.
fact that I wanted
It's
to stay within
24.
reality
Oh.
and look at the numbers that were already
Definitely not
Oh,
right.
my
factored
God.
in and
That
just
changes
move out
everything,
forward
man.
on
I know.
one film a year, maybe a TV show here or there, and some endorsement contracts, which is very typical for an actor in our business to make that kind of money. It just is what happens.
So the example you just used is somebody went from 1 million to 2 million to 4 million. Your client has never had a contract that exceeds $2 million, correct?
Incorrect.
Okay.
Oh, she
In
has.
the Aquaman it's actually the Justice League contract because they're associated. So Justice League, Aquaman, she was paid 1 million. Then in Aquaman 2, it was written that she was going to earn 2 million. And if there's another one, it was written in the terms that she would get 4 million. So it actually was a contract that Ms. Heard signed with the studio.
Right, but the
Heel
movie
Brown.
hasn't been made.
It's a barbecue chicken
And
salad.
Aquaman 2 hasn't even come out yet. So the
Right.
third
And
one is
Aquaman
still
3
on
doesn't
deck, as
exist,
they
so it's
say.
like Pirate 6. Screw yourself.
Okay, let's put it differently. Your client's never been paid $2 million for a movie she appeared in.
She was paid $2 million for Aquaman.
Right.
Aquaman 2.
And she's never been paid $4 million.
She was contracted to be paid, and when the movie goes,
That's
that's
like
what she will
pledging.
be paid. So that's what I said. She
Yeah,
was on
she's
the
in the
pre-
movie.
Pledged. It's not been
right, but
donated.
if Aquaman
But
2
that
does
means she
isn't
received it.
nearly as well as
She
Aquaman
should be
1,
thrilled.
it's
She
going to
received that $4
most
million.
likely be a third one. So
So
we
she
have
gets
nothing
no
that
damages
is a
because she received
precedent that
it
was
because
set.
it was pledged.
I thought it was an
in writing.
option anyway, so they don't have to. They don't have to
The movie
exercise it,
makes
right?
$795 million. You think there's likely to be a next one?
That's Pirates 5, by the way.
If it was the first or the second one, but if it's the
Oh,
fifth in the
she
series, I
recognized it.
assume that you're referring to Pirates 5. It performed well at the box office, yes, but certainly not in comparison to some of the other ones. And that's what a studio like Disney will look at to say, has that franchise had its run? Or do we need to change
studio
it?
like
You don't
Disney
need 600 million.
wants
Leave
to
it on
walk
that.
away from an $800 million payday.
That's what Disney's known for.
Well, an 800 million payday has to be put into context to the budget that it costs to
You're
get
right, it
that
was only
movie and
600
then the
million, we'll
marketing
grant it to you.
thereafter. And with the
I don't think
increasing
Pirates
costs,
cost
not
more
only
than
Mr.
800
Depp's
million.
fee or any of the, and plus the other actors' fees, plus general production costs.
That's what I thought she was going to say, bro. I thought she was going to say that she's comparable to Scarlett Johansson. That's what I was waiting for.
Film like
How much
that,
is all
a
that?
studio can spend $600-800 million just making and marketing the film. So
Oh.
$795
If
million is a lot of money.
Disney begs
Seems like a really
Johnny
good
Depp to come back,
Making and marketing.
it'll be the highest grossing Pirates movie ever.
Marketing and the overhead costs that the studio.
I agree.
So you have, again, it's all in context of what the budget of the film and the marketing of the film is.
All right, let's put some more things in context. Ana de Armas.
Understand that every
That's another
blockbuster
one
that's
you
ever
used.
been made
Yes.
is made at a loss at
She,
under 800 million, according to that testimony.
Most
If Johnny is not in the next Pirates, though, it's gonna tank.
I don't, again, I know some of the movies
In
that you've
terms of
been in, I
actual
don't remember about Deepwater. I don't, is that, I don't even know if
In
that's out
terms
yet.
of Hollywood
Okay.
accounting.
She was in the last James Bond movie.
Yes, she was.
Yeah, they were talking.
She was
about making
great
her
in
the
it.
next
She was the best part of that
female
movie.
Bond, right?
Right,
Just a
after her
random
big
about
Stars
that,
moment,
yeah.
Stars Born moment, yeah, she's gotten a lot more.
Lahava or
big roles, which
Yahava?
is what we had. how-
Thank you so much for the generous super chat.
Yeah. And she said that her breakout role was Blade Runner.
It was like the first big,
Disney's
studio
smart.
movie that.
That's what
brought a
they
lot
will
of
do.
attention. I believe that was the one that we can look at as a market.
Beg him to come back and give them $50 million to
Did
do
you
it.
watch Blade Runner 2049?
Blade Runner lost
did.
more money than God.
Do you know what she did in the movie?
It was years ago. I don't remember exactly what she was in, what role she played, but she was in that movie, and from that, her agents used that as leverage to get her more movies.
You have no knowledge that her principal role in that movie was as a gigantic naked billboard?
That is not her principal role.
Are you saying that's the
God
only
damn
thing
it.
she was? She was a gigantic naked billboard. She
Hey,
wasn't in the
that's the
movie.
principal role in that movie.
I don't remember.
All right,
Hologram, but
That's all she's going to be able to get, bro, after
doing
this
well
case.
at this point.
She's gonna have to
Let
get
him-
her
let him watch it.
OnlyFans going big
Damn
time.
it, you don't come after 20.
There's a lot of Sims who'll pay for girls who like their crap in the
Interesting
bed.
example, because he's been in a role that's been recast multiple times.
It's just
You know
a
that
couple
role?
of people
Talking
in
about
a
Batman?
bar,
Yeah, Batman.
just kind of like
All right.
shooting the
So-
breeze about movies.
The title character in that DC
Like,
series
where's the expert methodology?
has seen how many actors?
Several.
Right. Michael Keaton,
He was Batman.
Val Kilmer.
You're a movie buff, yeah.
Oh, come on.
Oh,
Come on. That is
That's
just,
not
Christian Bale was
ugh.
Batman.
very
He was, you're right.
disrespectful.
George Clooney was Batman.
Definitely.
Yeah.
He was terrible at it.
I guess Robert Pattinson is now Batman.
Don't know.
How do you not know?
So you'd say you're not a movie buff.
But
You're
what I
not
just
an
said,
expert.
You're a
that
producer.
was an iconic role that the DC universe
Wow.
has recast
Just
4,
wow.
5, 6 times, correct?
Dennison
Right.
has finally
So
done a good
just
job
because
taking
you
down a
have the
witness.
role in the first
Because
movie
her credibility
or
is
the second
gone.
movie
He has worn it
doesn't
down.
mean it you get it in the third movie or the fourth movie,
Unless it's contractual.
I think there's 7 cinematic Batman.
unless it's contractual. So now let's look. Oh, Ana de Armas. She's like the new Marilyn Monroe on Netflix too, right?
I believe so. She was also in Knives Out, which is probably even a bigger breakout role for her. But
Right.
again, I chose Blade Runner because it's a similar thing. You have to start somewhere. But Knives Out probably was her big moment in time.
Great movie.
I still haven't seen it. I've been meaning to.
You should see
The
it.
other
It's
person
good.
who picked was Chris
We'll have to
Pine.
discuss that one sometime, Ian.
Chris Pine is in a superhero movie.
Sarah, 40 milligrams
What?
immediate release.
He
Rick,
is in
wait
Wonder
until I
Woman
watch
as
it,
well.
then I
Well,
can join you guys.
Star Trek being a blockbuster, but not necessarily a superhero.
Yeah. He was in both Wonder Woman movies, right?
Yes, he plays the love interest to Gal Gadot. Yeah.
Exactly, bro.
On Star Trek, in the Star Trek,
Sometimes movies just don't get made. But yet the movies that don't get made for Amber, you can account money for that. The movies that don't get made for Johnny, you can't take.
You've got
can't
come
count
on.
that.
Come on. No, he's Captain Kirk.
Do you know
Come
who
on.
Captain Kirk is?
Sorry.
Yes, I do.
I need to mute myself.
Well, I
You didn't know
You
Chris
didn't
Pine
know
was Captain
Chris
Kirk?
Pine is Captain Kirk in Star Trek?
hate to say I'm not a Star Trek fan.
Okay.
You're a Hollywood
Pine
producer.
As an example,
Yeah, Denison's
irrespective
right
of the
on
fact
all
you
this
didn't
stuff. She
even
didn't
know
do,
he
she didn't do
starred
any homework.
in this franchise film.
She did.
I did know that he
nothing
starred. That's why I
to
used
prepare
it
for
again.
this.
In fact, he was the most
We
prominent
can
person
go
in the
over.
movie.
We can go over this a couple more times, and I'm happy to do so. All I wanted to do was look at from
Oh, I
a
don't
small
like
pool
that.
of people that have been in huge franchise movies or superhero movies.
Exactly.
And give you a sense of what the range is. Or
Then
what
we
some
made
of
his
these
old
things
man
could be.
movies. You have
Again,
like Bruce
they're
Willis
not
and
apples and apples. They're not both green apples. They're both red
Kirk
apples.
Douglas
Just was
and
looking at
Clint
it. That's what
Eastwood.
we do.
It's what we do in the industry. It's what.
But you don't even know Chris Pine
get
was
a
in
sense of
Star
if you
Trek.
pay an
What do
actor,
you know
what the
about the
foreign
industry?
markets and the
Ma'am,
domestic
I think
markets.
my question
You
was,
would not
did
pay
you
for
know
this
whether he was
consulting.
in Star
You
Trek?
would not.
Yes, and you were asking me why I chose him, which is what this conversation is about. And again, I chose
That's
him
right.
because he was part of Star Trek and Wonder Woman, but mostly because he was in Wonder Woman.
That's right.
And
I knew it.
I don't know
Yep,
the exact
that's all it
time
was.
frame of which came
He was
first, but the fact
he was
that
in way more than Wonder Woman.
in both of them,
Star Trek
you know,
definitely came before Wonder Woman.
what
I'm
actors that
sorry.
was
Ma'am, he was currently
can do in a movie
2009.
like that.
Wow.
Motion to
Yeah.
strike the entire witness.
You
Yes,
talked about breakout roles, but
seriously.
you don't know which was his breakout.
2009.
Chris Pine's been an actor. He's been a well-liked actor. He was in
people at
both
a
Star
party.
Trek and in
Like, has
Wonder
she actually even
Woman.
seen a movie?
And
Did a
Star
movie
Trek
with Denzel
started-
Washington?
Producer who hasn't seen any
Denzel
movies, doesn't
Washington.
even know who the people she's
He's had a
using
good
as
career.
comps,
Yeah,
what they
great
were
career.
in.
Jesus
Much
Good
longer
stuff.
career than
Good stuff.
Ms. Hurt, right?
Yep.
Good one, Miss Amber.
Precipice of a great career.
Yeah. You,
She hasn't had the
That's
chance
not
to
the same
negotiate
thing.
that for that yet or be in those movies yet, so we don't know.
I'm
we
sorry.
get
That's
back
not
to
the same
Precipice.
thing.
Didn't you just deny Precipice a few minutes ago? I thought your testimony was she was on the precipice of meteoric rise. You said, I guess.
I didn't say meteoric. I said consistent. I don't know if she could have a meteoric rise, but I was talking about.
$50 million in 4 years was pretty meteoric.
All right.
That's what you said she was worth.
All right.
So of the
And I agree, the
actors
jury's
you
like,
selected,
why
anything
are
if you
we
were
listening
paid?
to this woman?
two of them are the title characters in
Well,
their
for a lawyer to
DC
ask that question.
movies. One
I
of
got
them,
50
one
grand
is
right
our
now.
point.
What do you say for that?
She knows Gary Coleman.
Gal Gadot.
She probably doesn't.
Wonder Woman, right.
Right.
She's Wonder Woman. And you mean Jason Momoa? Sure. Yeah.
I guarantee you she
so
knows
two
Gary
title
Coleman.
characters. You got
Hashtag me
James
too.
Kirk.
James T.
Those
Kirk.
are the people that you thought were most representative of Ms. Hurt.
Denison killed this
Again.
part, man.
Yep.
There are not
agreed.
that many
Agreed.
in the
He
pool
just
to pick from. I'm
completely
not
just
going to put
destroyed it
comparable
piece by piece.
actors that haven't been
Finally,
in either
a good
large,
cross
what we
by
call
Denison.
tentpole
Don't ruin
movies,
it.
or franchise movies, or superhero movies. So I wanted to work within
He
those
should end it soon.
parameters, and that's what I did. So those are the actors I chose, yes. And to show what type of work happens when you're in a big movie and what happens afterwards.
When
I
you
don't
say
need to ask any more questions.
comparable, every one of the actors you chose had a much longer TV career than Ms. Hurt.
No, you got this one.
Again, they
Move
were all
on.
in superhero or franchise movies that did very, very well at the box office.
And there are tons of actors and actresses who are in superhero movies that don't have meteoric rises thereafter, correct?
That's
Not
correct.
when they're the lead character with Jason Momoa, but to your point, there are many actors that
What?
have no career prior to a breakout role and then have a meteoric career and have had no career prior.
That wasn't what
So
he asked.
you don't
That's not
always
what he
look
asked.
at the past. It's helpful. And with Ms. Hurd, she had good reviews, so that's what I looked at. But if you look at other actors and they have their first
Yeah,
role,
he's
and
very
all of a
passionate about his
sudden
movies,
become
but I don't care for his style. Cross-examination, he wastes a lot of time. Like I said, to get across the street, he walks, even if there's a crosswalk right there, he walks all the way down to the next block, crosses that crosswalk, and then comes all the way back.
Have no personal knowledge as to how much any of them were compensated over the period you reviewed.
Incorrect.
Yeah.
You have personal knowledge as
Just
to
take
who.
Jason Momoa a while to get going.
And you derive that personal knowledge from talking to somebody?
Yes,
He didn't tell you.
his agent did.
Okay. So what you'll rely on what Mr. Momoa's agent told you, but you have no, you didn't see the contract.
No, his agent is at
This
William
is
Morris
bad.
as well, so they told me that.
Right.
You
And you've never seen anybody else's
has.
contracts as to what they were making.
No, but in 25 years of being in this business, I understand the basis of which actors are paid when they're in blockbuster films and then they're in large budgeted studio films. So
But I don't know who
it's
Kirk
not
is.
a leap to kind of understand
Yeah,
where,
right.
where
You don't know
they're
who
making.
Captain
And again,
Kirk is. You
I
don't.
really didn't want to try.
You don't know about certain movies. You don't know what movies
No, you just
certain
want
people
to
are
work
in.
with the numbers that Amber had contracted for already, and just take it from there and said if she had done one movie a year and one series and done product endorsement, that's how I got to the number. So I wasn't looking to take her on a meteoric rise. I wasn't looking to give her the same career as Jason Momoa. I took her numbers that her agents had actually negotiated and worked from there.
When you say you weren't
trying to give her the same career as Jason Momoa. The
Fred.
the TV program that she most recently did, The Stand, she made $200,000 an episode. That's what you testified to.
Correct.
And in your damage analysis, you give her $1 million an episode. Had the
That is so true. I don't like James Franco,
And you do it only because
but he did bang her
you believe Mr. Momoa has gotten
while Johnny was away. By the way, he hit it. So just so you know, Bill, I don't know if you knew that. Her and Johnny got in an argument. Johnny left.
Well, again,
he brought
with
James Franco
someone
over
like,
to hit it while Johnny was away.
Elaine's got a
Ms. Heard,
very
who
Oh,
was
she's
in
a
a
trash.
blockbuster film with the team at William Morris, and my discussions with William Morris, that's what they were looking to negotiate for her on other projects. So I got some of that information from her management team.
Actually, I don't think James Franco was involved back in that. That was Gyllenhaal and
I think that's the
Heath
job
Ledger.
of an agent. They usually try to get the most money as possible.
Your testimony is they were looking to get the money for her, but you need somebody willing to pay on the other side of that deal, don't you?
Right,
Ellen
but
was
agents are
Thank
working
you.
with people in the industry and have a
Very,
pulse on what,
very,
have
very
a
kind
finger
of
on
you.
the pulse of what's
Really,
going
thank
on.
you.
So they know who's marketable and what the prices that all the streamers are paying these days.
You haven't seen a single one of the endorsement contracts that you referenced, other than Ms. Heard's?
No, other than again, what I was talking to William Morris in terms of the pricing that they are aware of, not only for their own clients, but what's out in the marketplace, and it's pretty consistent. And I've also worked with other actors on other cases that have gotten similar contracts, so I'm familiar with the rates of endorsement contracts.
Team Tennessee,
You
thank you
haven't
again.
made any
Also very
reference to
generous.
the actual earnings of any
Right.
of that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Again, as
I don't
you
like
do an
James Franco as an
analysis,
actor.
you put together the
I'm not a
numbers that
fan
you
of
know
his.
from both your experience and the marketplace and the agents that are working in the marketplace.
I like his younger
That's
brother
how I
better.
created those
I actually
numbers.
think his younger
And
brother is
most
a
of
better
it
actor.
using Ms. Heard's numbers specifically and
Reformed?
giving her
DM
a
me.
very steady
I'm gonna use you
career,
for my
which is
next
what
case.
she had had prior to Aquaman.
Yeah, and you don't have the prior earnings of any of the actors you looked at, other than Ms.
No, I don't have all the contracts now.
You don't have any of that information.
I'm sorry?
You don't have any of that information.
No.
Okay.
Fair enough.
Come on, Dennis,
In
man.
fact, that information,
You're killing me, bro.
I guess aside from Mr. Momoa's, is confidential, right?
Usually it is, yes.
Yeah. And the only reason you know anything about Mr. Momoa is that Ms. Heard shares an agent or an
Right, but
agency.
look, I've also been in the industry for many years, and I know what actors get paid. I talk about
Listen,
budgets
come on, bro.
I don't know what
Get to
movies
the
they're on, but I
freaking
know
point.
they get paid. Secret within the industry, the amount that actors in those types
She
of
said we
movies can get very
couldn't
well.
decide based on Johnny not having made a project what he would get, but we can
No.
decide what kind of money Amber would be worth. Why is it taking you so long to get there, bro? You're killing me. God, I hate this dude, Nick cross-examines. He's the worst.
So, the salaries of these comparable actors,
What sort of bottle is that next to her?
did they form
Bro.
some basis
Vodka?
for your opinion?
No.
Okay. So your opinion, as I understand it, is that Ms. Heard should have been able to renegotiate an existing contract.
Which is standard in the industry as well as with her agent specifically.
You know what's standard with
But
Warner Brothers?
Disney said,
sorry?
or Warner
You
Brothers
know
said,
it's standard with Warner Brothers.
she
I don't know if it's standard
does
at
not
any
have
of the
chemistry
studios, but it is standard
with
for agents
Jason
to
Momoa.
negotiate and oftentimes are successful when the film is done.
Dennis
Right.
is killing
What
me.
you're talking about is
Killing
there's
me.
an existing contract where Ms. Heard
God,
has
don't let this
made
guy get back up there again.
a promise that she will do the next movie for, in this instance, $2 million, right?
Right.
And what the agent is trying to do is to get Warner Brothers to say, hey, you should pay her more than your contract says because you like her? What?
Well, as Ms. Kovacevic said, also, it's standard in the industry. As again, I've been in the industry, I've worked with agents, and I've worked with lots of lawyers, and
It
we have
didn't end.
conversations about what is an actor getting, or what can they do, or what are they going to do the next time.
Hollywood
So
has
again, it's
weird
a standard
contracts.
practice in the
I
industry,
get it.
especially when a film is as successful as Aquaman, that the agents will go back and renegotiate. In fact, that was
Isn't the
conversation.
standard practice that they would try to renegotiate, but it's up to the studio?
Sure, but oftentimes in a movie of such as the nature of Aquaman, they're very successful, usually.
But the entirety of your analysis assumes a renegotiation with a studio for terms that are double what the studio had already got a promise from Ms. Heard she would work for.
Correct.
He's killing me.
You
He is killing me.
to Walter Hamada.
Have I spoken to him?
Mm-hmm.
No.
Do you know who he is?
Yes.
Who is he?
He's a senior executive at Warner Brothers, or yeah, I think he still is there, but certainly at the time of
Hey, guys.
the negotiation was a senior executive.
I'm gonna wrap up this stream because these people are killing me, and I'm having an issue with my Facebook when it's back. Facebook one died on me.
Who's in a better position
I'm sure the
to determine whether
YouTube one
Brothers
and
would
the
renegotiate?
Twitter one is still working,
You or Mr. Hamada?
but
Again, I based this on. the
I'm gonna wrap this up. I'm gonna let's go watch the Legal Bites, and I will put in a link for Legal Bites.
So I
chat.
base my information on them. So
You guys can go there
The connection should be Mr.
and
Hamada.
continue
or
to follow
Mr.
at
Hamada.
Legal Bites.
All right. Who's in a better position to know whether Warner Brothers would renegotiate?
And then I'm gonna call it quits on this.
Yeah, if only Rosamund Pike had been in a superhero movie, that would have been a funny call out. Gone Girl.
She's a James Bond villain.
She is.
That's close.
That's true. Ana de Armas has not been in a superhero
I
movie.
did.
That's right.
Did you understand that Mr. Hamada says that they want to hold hold the actors to their deals?
That was a philosophy that he said Warner Brothers had, yes.
Why we use contracts. I'll do a video on that.
Did you understand that Mr. Hamada said that nothing Mr. Depp did impacted her compensation?
Hiya, thanks so much for the
I don't remember that part of the testimony. You have it available for me to read?
That's about time he's getting there. She did not get that part of
I
it.
don't know whether
That's
Mr. Hamada testified. Did anything Mr. Depp said about Amber Heard affect her
Mr. Depp.
compensation?
Again, I don't
remember.
I don't recall that testimony. No.
All right, guys, I'm gonna close out this stream.
Do you know whether Mr. Hamada
Appreciate all y'all.
whether he even knew who Adam was?
I'm gonna continue watching this in Legal Bites, but I
Again,
am
I
so
don't remember
over
the
this.
conversation about Hamada and
This is ridiculous, and it's almost done for the day. It's almost 5 o'clock in.
Alita, is this dude
It's
on
almost
there
5 o'clock in Virginia, and they're not gonna go past 5 or 5:30 for sure. So
It sure sounds like it.
In my experience,
Yeah.
studios don't talk about
It's been
how or
indicated
why
that he's
they
gonna
make
get called as
decisions
a
based
rebuttal
on
witness.
publicity or conversations. They're not going to.
Although-
They're going to be very protective of all the relationships.
So is Johnny Depp.
Y'all have a
Paul
great
Bettany,
one.
So who knows?
I'll see you over at Legal Bites. Thanks a lot for being here with me. I appreciate everybody who came on board. Thanks a lot
Well,
for being a
even so, I'm
part
not
of it.
going to say anything negative.
But they could bring him up as a rebuttal witness even